The beautiful neighbor who once saw you as a bug, now kneels and calls you daddy, even uses her mouth to spit bathwater for you daily. All because the apocalypse broke out, turning 88% of the world, 0.88 into zombies, while you activated the beauty collection system. Rewards await as long as you conquer beauties. And your first target is the haughty beauty next door, Huang Ruoi. Just as you were scheming, a woman's scream suddenly pierced the air outside. You approach the window and peer out. On the rooftop of the neighboring house, a beauty in a white t-shirt frantically glances behind her. Before her stands a zombie in a janitor's uniform, the cleaning aunt who came to her house today. A wicked grin curls your lips. This is almost too easy, for this beauty is none other than the system's target, Huang Ruoi. Calmly, you retrieve from the system's newbie gift pack a silver desert eagle. Meanwhile, Huang Ruoi seems to have spotted you. She wants to beg for help, but the lunging zombie is already within reach. No time to speak. Just as she shuts her eyes in despair, a loud bang erupted. Huang Ruoi only felt the wind whistle past her ears, stinging her cheeks. When she opened her eyes again, the zombie's head had been partially blown apart. A wave of lingering fear washed over her. Too dangerous. If not for that young man across the way, she would have likely turned into a pile of mangled flesh. Her hands trembled slightly, her mind in disarray. But that sound just now was it gunfire? Before she could finish thinking, "Catch!" Your shout snapped her back to reality. Then she saw a nylon rope tied to a metal boomerang being thrown over. The lengthy rope was enough to span the pathway between the two villas. Tie the rope securely to the window frame. Use the boomerang to slide across, you urged, because the gunshot earlier had already stirred the zombies beneath the villa. They began forcing their way into Huang Ruoi's building. Huang Ruoi understood your intention. She could no longer afford to be prideful. Frantically, she tied the rope high on the window frame to ensure she could slide across safely. Zombie roars came from inside the house. They had probably reached the second floor. Only one floor separated them from the rooftop where she stood. She walked to the edge of the rooftop, attached the boomerang to the rope, looked down, then immediately closed her eyes, her expression full of terror. On the passageway between the two buildings, several zombies were already feeding. The sight was unbearable for her. Hurry up. If you don't want to die, get over here quickly. I won't save you a second time. Your angry shout snapped her back to attention. The sound of zombies banging against the room's walls grew closer behind her. At this moment, she couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. With eyes shut and heart steeled, she let her entire body slide down the rope toward your villa. Due to the pulley's momentum, there was no possibility of slowing down during the slide. Soon Huang Ruoi crashed into a solid embrace. You're really a brave woman. Only after hearing your voice did Huang Ruoi open her eyes, gazing at the handsome face so close to hers. Her heart betrayed her with uncontrollable pounding, but she quickly composed herself and resumed her haughty demeanor, breaking free from your embrace. Thank you, Mr. Lin. She bowed deeply. I owe you my life. This was already the most respectful gesture she could manage. A faint smile played at your lips. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda, especially when it's a beauty like Mrs. Huang. Faced with your flattery, Huang Ruoi frowned slightly. She mentally labeled you as frivolous. Shaking her head, she suddenly remembered her daughter, still a college freshman. Panic instantly set in. Her hands fumbled over her body, failing to find what she was searching for. She quickly turned her gaze to you. Mr. Lin, could I borrow your phone? I need to call and check on my daughter's safety. People tend to assume that if you saved her, you would surely help her, but you ignored her completely, striding straight into the house. Huang Ruoi didn't understand your intentions. She glanced at the snarling zombies downstairs, her heart still pounding as she followed you inside. When they reached the first floor, Lin Fei slowly took a sip of tea before raising his head to look at Huang Ruoi, his eyes scanning her up and down with a highly aggressive gaze. Huang Ruoi felt a sudden chill in her heart, as if she had been targeted by some jackal or beast. She seemed to realize that her attire was indeed inappropriate, with large areas of her fair skin exposed, making her particularly eye-catching. Huang Ruoi was also aware of how poisonous her looks were to men. But who asked those damn monsters to appear just as she had finished taking a shower? And this wasn't her home. There were no clothes to change into. She reached down and pulled at the hem of her white t-shirt, trying to cover up the pale skin on her thighs. Little did she know that this action only further emphasized her voluptuous figure. Lin Fei found it hard to believe that she wasn't giving him some kind of hint. This woman, though proud, was definitely stacked. No wonder the system rated her a 90-point stunner. But her personality wouldn't work with him. The world was already in ruins, and there were no moral constraints anymore. No one would indulge anyone, even if you were a beauty detected by the system. If you pissed him off, he'd just blast you. Mrs. Huang, do you think I'm a good person? Lin Fei said lightly, a hint of mockery on his face. Huang Ruoyi was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Fei to question her like that. Since you could save me, why can't you do me a further favor and let me make a phone call? Huang Ruoyi frowned. Lin Fei laughed. Saving you is something I wanted to do, but your request is another matter entirely. It involves a transaction. In other words, if you want to seek help from me, then what do you have to offer in exchange? Although Lin Fei's voice was calm, it startled Huang Ruoyi. This guy, who looked only a few years older than her daughter, was so shrewd? Little did she know that Lin Fei was the chairman of a listed company and a well-read connoisseur of apocalyptic literature. He had a firm grasp on human nature. Huang Ruoyi felt a little flustered. If it was a transaction, what could she offer him? I have a lot of gold at home. If you let me make a call, I can give you a few bars. Lin Fei looked at her with a smile, then chuckled. Madam, it seems you haven't come to terms with reality. It's the end of the world, you know. Can your gold bars be eaten? To put it bluntly, in a few days, if a gold bar and a biscuit fell on the ground, no one would choose the gold bar. So, that price is invalid. If you can't offer something that excites me, then please turn left and go back where you came from. Lin Fei's words made Huang Ruoyi fall into deep thought. She had more or less seen some apocalyptic films and knew that in the apocalypse, money was usually the first thing to be discarded. Compared to food that could keep you alive, it was completely worthless. She gripped the hem of her t-shirt with both hands, her knuckles turning white. I have a lot of food at home. I can use those to trade. Lin Fei stood up, walked in front of her, and forced her back a couple of steps. At 6 feet tall, he was more than half a head taller than Huang Ruoyi, looking down at her with a dangerous gaze. I think, madam, you haven't quite understood the situation, have you? You are in my house right now, and your house has already been taken over by zombies. Until you can deal with those zombies, everything in your house can be called unclaimed, meaning it doesn't belong to you or me. Whoever takes it, it belongs to them. So, you keep offering me things from your house to trade, that's not an equal condition. Like I said, if you can't show your worth right now, don't even think about making a phone call. Lin Fei leaned closer, his voice low. Even if you wanted to stay in my house, that's not going to happen. Huang Ruoyi's back was pressed against the cold wall, Lin Fei's relentless advance creating immense pressure. She didn't understand how this man, who looked to be only 24 or 25, could be so difficult. She had no doubt that he would follow through with his words. If she was useless to him, the consequences would be facing those terrifying monsters alone. No, she absolutely didn't want that, nor did she dare to. Fight him? What was the difference between that and looking for death? He had a gun. Besides, how could a woman ever hope to defeat a man? She had even imagined herself being kicked out by Lin Fei, the monster's bloody jaws falling upon her delicate body, tearing open gruesome wounds. Blood and gore, broken bones and fractures. No, I don't want that. Huang Ruoyi's survival instinct overwhelmed her rationality, the look in her eyes towards Lin Fei shifting from arrogance to pleading. A smile curled on Lin Fei's lips as he reached out and lifted her chin. That's right, just like that. Now, tell me, what makes you think I should help you, and what makes you think you can stay in my impenetrable villa? Chapter 4, Making a phone call on your niece. Huang Ruoyi knew that her only remaining value lay in her body. Looking into Lin Fei's deep eyes, she felt a sudden tremor. But she had always been a cold person. Even her daughter was conceived through in vitro fertilization, let alone doing that kind of thing with a man. She had even seen a doctor once and was diagnosed with frigidity. Now, having to say those things herself was truly difficult. A hint of resentment flickered in her eyes as she tentatively said, I can do housework for you. I can also cook. Lin Fei's smile froze, and his expression darkened. Slap! A loud slap landed on Huang Ruoyi's face, knocking her hard to the ground. Then, Lin Fei violently grabbed her hair and dragged her towards the door. Get the hell out of here. I don't need a maid. Go cook for the monsters in your home. Lin Fei shoved Huang Ruoyi out of the villa's door. The zombies outside the fence, seeing a living person, immediately went berserk, banging wildly against the iron fence. Their crazed actions and roars terrified Huang Ruoyi. No! Don't kick me out. Mr. Lin. She tried to run back inside, but she saw Lin Fei on the sofa pointing the black muzzle of a gun at her. I don't need trash here. And if trash wants to enter my home, this thing in my hand won't allow it. You decide whether you want to roll out there and face those monsters yourself, or have me break your legs and then throw you out? Lin Fei's bloody and brutal words chilled Huang Ruoyi to the bone, and she didn't dare step back into the villa. Outside were the vicious, bloodthirsty zombies, and inside was the cold muzzle of a gun. In the end, she was just an ordinary woman who had achieved some success in a law-abiding society, never having experienced such bloodshed and violence, let alone having a gun pointed at her. Huang Ruoyi was immediately overwhelmed with fear. She collapsed to the ground, her mouth opening and closing unconsciously, as if trying to say something. Ah! A scream erupted outside the villa, jolting Huang Ruoyi awake. She looked and saw a young girl being chased by zombies, a girl who looked about the same age as her daughter. But how could she match the monster's speed? In no time, the girl was knocked to the ground. Screams and roars mingled, blood splattered, followed by the sight of a severed arm and a head as the monsters fought over her. The girl's face remained frozen in a look of extreme terror. The gruesome scene deeply shocked Huang Ruoyi, as if she were seeing her own daughter being devoured by these monsters. No, 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 no. No! Jinjin! Huang Ruoyi shook herself and immediately stood up, her eyes devoid of their previous arrogance. She turned to face the house, bent her knees slightly, and then directly knelt down. She said nothing, just looked straight at Lin Fei. She didn't dare to resent him because she knew that in his eyes, she was just a dispensable woman. And in the apocalypse, women were often a vulnerable group. If they were lucky, they would find a protector and sacrifice a little bit of their sexuality for safety. If they were unlucky, they would be eaten by the monsters. The most terrifying thing was to fall into the hands of their inhuman peers. That was truly despair. Lin Fei in front of her Han Ti forced her, but instead proposed a trade, which showed that he wasn't an extremely evil person. In the apocalypse, trade was indeed the king. No one would give handouts. Those who made selfless sacrifices had long since met their maker. Inside the house, Lin Fei sat on the sofa, playing with his desert eagle. He knew exactly how this woman would choose without giving it a second thought. Unless she was an extremely virtuous martyr, the end result was in his hands. He glanced indifferently at the doorway, his voice neither warm nor cold. Come here. Huang Ruoyi slowly stood up, walking step by step into the room, and arrived in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Kneel on the sofa and dial. Huang Ruoyi's eyes flickered. After a moment of struggle, she took the phone and knelt on the sofa next to Lin Fei, quickly starting to dial. Forget River University. It should have been the liveliest time for freshmen to enter the school, but now, with the end of the world descending, mutilated bodies were a common sight. The entire campus was filled with screams and the roars of monsters. No one knew how many people had become monsters, nor how many had survived. At this moment, inside the gymnasium, the doors were locked shut, and over 20 students were gathered inside. Everyone try calling the outside world, see if you can get through to the police station, and have them send someone to rescue us. It's useless. I tried calling when the monsters first appeared, but it's impossible to get through. All lines are busy. It's not just the police station, but also the rescue teams and hospitals. We can't get through to any of them. It's as if they don't care about us at all. No way. How can the police station not care? We're university students. A group of people argued loudly. Some were crying. As inexperienced young adults, they had very little idea how to deal with this sudden crisis. In a corner to the side, two girls sat huddled together. Suddenly, the phone in the hand of one of the girls with a pretty face rang. She picked it up anxiously and furrowed her brow. It was a number she had never seen before, but she couldn't worry about that. Any connection to the outside world was a good thing. Hello? Jinjin. Jinjin. It's Mom. The familiar voice came from the phone. Huang Jinjin's expression lit up with joy, and she quickly called out, Mom? Is that really you? Mom. It's me. Jinjin, thank goodness, you're alright. Really, sob, thank goodness. Hearing that it was really her mother on the phone, Huang Jinjin's eyes immediately turned red. Her mother's voice sounded so tired and tearful, she must be very worried too. Mom, I'm okay. My classmates and I are trapped in the gymnasium. There are many monsters outside, and so many classmates have died. Sob sob. Jinjin, don't cry. Mom will find a way to come save you. Mom? Are you okay? It's nothing. I almost sprained my ankle just now while riding my bike. Bike? Jinjin, you have to protect yourself. Try your best not to go outside. Mom will come and save you. Mom has something urgent right now and has to speed up. You have to wait for Mom. After that, the phone line went dead. Huang Jinjin continued to say hello for a long time and even called back, but no one answered. She couldn't help but become anxious. Could her mother have encountered a monster? Heaven bless her, her mother must be safe. She must. The girl next to her asked with a tearful face, Jinjin, we can't even contact the police station. Is your aunt really going to come save us? Huang Jinjin stared blankly at her phone and said, Mom is the most amazing person in the world. If she says she can, she definitely can. Then, her eyes lit up again with the light of survival. So, until then, Shuang, we must do our best to survive. A firm belief was born in Huang Jinjin's heart, and a warmth rose from her abdomen, flowing into her limbs. She was slightly stunned and looked at her hands in disbelief. The girl next to her also looked over, and was immediately shocked. Jinjin, your hands, they're sparking? On Huang Jinjin's palms, azure electric arcs were constantly leaping, making crackling sounds. Chapter 5, Second Beauty Card. Inside the villa. Lin Fei watched Huang Ruoyi cooking in the kitchen, a satisfied smile on his face. This woman was exactly the same as the original, except for the lack of red. Everything else was identical. Don't ask Lin Fei how he knew, because before she had left him, she had given him everything she could and shouldn't, and the taste was still fresh in his memory. If there was a difference, it was that Huang Ruoyi was more moist. And she was also more voluptuous, as expected of a woman who had achieved the status of a married woman. Of course, Lin Fei couldn't limit his focus to women. Women were just stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. The important thing was the system rewards. Right now, he was examining the black card in his hand, which clearly depicted Huang Ruoyi's appearance. Beauty card Huang Ruoyi, S-grade water type ability defect being corrected. Once included in the beauty card, they cannot affect a host. Unlocked gun slot, insert a beauty card to upgrade a gun once. Upgrade a gun? What does that mean? Lin Fei was a bit puzzled. But he was a man of action, immediately taking out his Desert Eagle, ejecting the magazine, and noticing a slot on the side of the magazine that was just right for inserting a card. Lin Fei directly inserted the beauty card into it, and the card instantly flowed into the slot like water. As if by instinct, the magazine clicked back into place. Click! In the next instant, Lin Fei felt the Desert Eagle in his hand become heavier. Upgrade successful. Weapon of Carnage upgraded to double-barreled Desert Eagle. Damn! Is this meant to compensate for the lack of firepower? Lin Fei couldn't help but complain. However, this weapon upgrade was indeed a bit unexpected. He didn't expect that a small Desert Eagle could have such potential. No wonder the system called it a Weapon of Carnage. He wondered what this gun would become after having more beauty cards. Having some anticipation made him feel that he could go further in the apocalypse. With a flip of his hand, the double-barreled Desert Eagle disappeared, and a small porcelain bottle appeared in Lin Fei's palm. He poured out a Vital Tiger pill from it, the color similar to the Monkey King pill he had as a child, but it didn't smell like anything. This was a special item rewarded after successfully conquering Huang Ruoyi and flipping the card. Vital Tiger pill, after consumption, enhances physical fitness, also quickly restores spent stamina, allowing you to show your tiger-like strength again. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a great item. He immediately swallowed one, it melted in his mouth, and a warm and pure unknown energy flowed through his limbs, filling him with strength. He was still a little tired from standing up and riding the bike just now. After all, the effects of his current ability were not combat-oriented, and he only had a Desert Eagle for self-defense. This Vital Tiger pill made up for some of his shortcomings. One Vital Tiger pill down, and his whole body was full of energy. Awesome! By the way, what else with this defect being corrected thing? Lin Fei asked, puzzled, looking at the system prompt. The apocalypse has arrived. All things are changing. The lucky ones can awaken abilities, but due to inherent human defects, abilities cannot be used at will. If the defect is not corrected, using abilities recklessly will lead to death by ability backlash. Hiss. Lin Fei was shocked. Damn, these abilities are a double-edged sword. Overuse will kill you. Then what about me? Will I die from overusing my abilities? The host possesses the defect correction ability and can use any ability with peace of mind. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood how abnormal his previously complained about ability was. This ability could not only correct his own defects but could also correct other people's defects. Huang Ruoyi was the best example. If he hadn't consumed her, she probably would have been killed by her own water-type ability soon. Woohoo, let us take off. Now, he had another glorious and arduous task. Beautiful girls with special powers, mature beauties, wait for me to come and save you. Man, what about me? Lin Fei, scram! At this moment, Huang Ruoyi had just finished making lunch. Lin Fei watched her swaying body in the kitchen, and his anger flared up again. This vitality pill was really making him feel like a dragon. It had to be said that Huang Ruoyi's cooking skills were excellent. She had made braised pork ribs, shredded pork with fish fragrance sauce, stir-fried potatoes, and a tomato and egg soup. Not bad. Squat under the table. Lin Fei walked to the dining table and sat down, ordering Huang Ruoyi. Huang Ruoyi trembled. Although she was somewhat resistant, she was already deeply afraid of Lin Fei and did as she was told. Lin Fei looked at her obedient appearance, and a smile curled on his lips. Thus, both above and below the table, it was delicious and delightful. After a good while, a whimpering sound came. Lin Fei put down his chopsticks and said, "All right, I'm done eating. You can come to the table and eat." Huang Ruoyi slowly crawled out from under the table, her eyes resentful as she looked at Lin Fei, as if she wanted to devour him. After drinking a mouthful of milk, Huang Ruoyi suddenly felt a heat coming from her lower abdomen. Her body was as soft as water, and her legs involuntarily closed and rubbed together, as if she was trying hard to control something. She was immediately at a loss. What's happening to me? Lin Fei looked at her, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't be nervous, just let it happen. You are about to awaken your special power. Special power? Huang Ruoyi's voice was seductive, her eyes like spring water. In the next moment, a large stream of clear, cold water flowed from Huang Ruoyi's body, instantly covering the floor. After the torrential pour, Huang Ruoyi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Holy crap, are you trying to flood the Golden Mountain? Quickly withdraw your powers. Lin Fei jumped onto the bench and shouted. Huang Ruoyi was a little confused, but since she had awakened her special power, she had the ability to withdraw it. Before long, the pure water on the floor disappeared into her body. Huang Ruoyi's defect has been compensated. Host's physical fitness has been enhanced tenfold the human limit. Acquired shared ability, S-grade water-based special power. Lin Fei suddenly saw the system notification and almost popped his eyes out. Then, a powerful force surged within him, impacting every cell and making it more resilient. His whole body cracked like popping beans, and he felt like he could punch a few Mike Tysons to death and easily win the slap fighting championship. Huang Ruoyi, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. Was she a superhero now? If she could control water, wouldn't that mean she would always have an endless supply of water? She didn't even think about using her S-grade special power for killing. But that wasn't surprising, she was just an ordinary woman after all. Equally excited, Lin Fei ignored Huang Ruoyi and walked to the roof of the villa by himself. Damn, this defect compensation is like a divine skill. Doesn't that mean the more women there are, the more powers I'll have? Lin Fei suddenly understood the logic and immediately felt like he had the potential to take off. System, check again if there are any beauties nearby who meet the conditions. His words were full of impatience. System is scanning. Scanning range, a radius of 100 meters from the host. Within the system's scanning range, a beauty with a comprehensive rating of 95 or more has appeared. Target, Ruan Qiu. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Ruan Qiu? Could it be that coincidence? The reason Lin Fei was so surprised was that if it was the Ruan Qiu he knew, things were going to be interesting. Although she was an absolute beauty, she was also a rebellious one. Back when he founded his company in the Forgetting River, she was his equal in business, and the two of them had more than their fair share of open and covert battles. I never imagined she lived in the same complex as me, and even more unexpectedly, she was here right now, inside the complex. What, does the chairman also sleep in? But it was good that she was still home, giving me a chance to quickly collect the second beauty card. But now there's a problem, I don't know which building Ruan Qiu lives in. If I have to go and look for her one by one, that's unrealistic. It seems I can only mobilize the power of the masses. Chapter 6. The wife is actually a smart woman. The residential area was still in chaos. Bang! 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 Explosions occurred in many places because the end of the world had arrived at exactly 12 noon, a time when many families were cooking. The violent explosions attracted zombies, and flames continued to erupt. A passenger plane slanted directly into the ground, making an earth-shattering sound in the center of Wenchuan City. Lin Fei stood on the villa's rooftop, taking a deep breath. Ah, the delicious scent of the apocalypse. After returning to the villa, Lin Fei looked at Huang Ruoyi, who was in the kitchen controlling the water flow to wash the dishes, and asked, "Do you know a woman named Ruan Qiu in our neighborhood?" Huang Ruoyi was stunned. She turned around and asked suspiciously, "You know Xiao Qiu?" Lin Fei smiled. It seemed he didn't need to busy himself unnecessarily. "What's your relationship with Ruan Qiu?" Huang Ruoyi stammered, I'm friends with Xiao Qiu. You wouldn't be trying to hit on Xiao Qiu, would you?" Thinking of this, her eyes widened, filled with complex emotions. Although Lin Fei had her completely under his control, she had also tasted pleasure in him, a happiness she had never experienced before. Now, he was asking about other women, which couldn't help but make Huang Ruoyi a little jealous. Lin Fei pulled her close, making her press against him. "What's wrong? Mrs. Huang, have you gotten a taste for it and now you're jealous?" "Ah, I still prefer your previous arrogance, that was more interesting. But don't worry, although I'm not a good person, I definitely won't break my promise to save your daughter. You've seen it, there are monsters everywhere outside. If we go to Wenchuan University like this, I'm afraid we won't even get halfway, and we'd be done for. So, everything I'm doing now is to prepare for the future action." Hearing this, Huang Ruoyi was taken aback. The depth Lin Fei was showing made her a little distracted. Huang Ruoyi sighed and said, "I have Xiao Qiu's contact information. If I can get my phone, and if there's still internet, I should be able to contact her. But since this apocalypse came so suddenly, I don't know where she is." Lin Fei patted her face. "It's okay, we'll call and ask later." Although she didn't know why he was in such a hurry, as long as he became powerful, Xinjin could be saved. Huang Ruoyi nodded. "Then let's go through the basement. It should be safer down there." Hearing her suggestion, Lin Fei realized she wasn't the type of woman who was all looks and no brains. He curled the corner of his mouth, then patted her. "But, you're a smart woman." Huang Ruoyi paused slightly, then resumed as usual, following behind Lin Fei. The two went down to the basement. Lin Fei used the 360-degree night vision electronic eye to observe, and there were no zombies outside. Then he gently opened the basement door. Huang Ruoyi then realized that Lin Fei's villa was not only sturdy on the surface, but even the basement was indestructible. He must have known something to make such baffling preparations. Did he have connections in high places? What are you thinking about? Hurry up and follow. Lin Fei's low voice startled Huang Ruoyi and she quickly followed. The basements of the two villas were not far apart. Without making a sound, they carefully spent a minute to reach the basement door of Huang Ruoyi's home. Huang Ruoyi smoothly opened the door. The zombies in her house had been attracted by the noise outside and it was safe now. The first thing Lin Fei did was gently close the door. Huang Ruoyi breathed a sigh of relief, her heaving chest revealing her tension. Hurry up and find your phone. Lin Fei lowered his voice. Huang Ruoyi also whispered, I also want to take some clothes and toiletries and food from my house. Lin Fei glanced at her, leave that to me. In Huang Ruoyi's surprised gaze, Lin Fei waved his hand and put everything in her house except the furniture into his space. This scene astonished her. I have a personal space that can store anything. And I can tell you, my space is stockpiled with things you could never use up in your lifetime, so being my woman isn't a loss for you. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Huang Ruoyi couldn't calm down for a long time because she knew Lin Fei was right. For a woman like herself to find a man like him with countless resources to rely on was definitely a blessing from a past life. She had seen those doomsday stories. People killed and robbed for a bite to eat, and husbands gave their wives to others to play with for a bite to eat. These things might not have appeared yet, but as time went on, if the authorities had no ability to rescue, it would definitely become the main theme of the doomsday. Huang Ruoyi looked at Lin Fei with a bit more gratitude in her eyes. She quickly picked up her phone, found a number, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed. After a ring, the phone was quickly answered. Hello? Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu? Your mother. Who the hell are you? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and there seemed to be people shouting beside him, but their mouths were stuffed, and they could only make muffled noises. Huang Ruoyi was shocked and quickly asked, Who are you? Where's Ruan Qiu? Heh, who are you to her? The man on the other side sneered. Huang Ruoyi looked at Lin Fei. Seeing that he was letting her decide, she thought for a moment and said, I'm her sister. What exactly do you want? I advise you to be reasonable. Breaking into a private home and scheming against others is punishable by life imprisonment. Ha 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 ha, life imprisonment? Let them come and catch me. The man on the other side laughed sinisterly. He probably knew that order would collapse in this doomsday, so he was so unscrupulous. Lin Fei whispered in Huang Ruoyi's ear, keep him steady, we'll go and take care of it. Huang Ruoyi nodded and quickly said to the phone, don't mess around. You? What do you want to let Xiao Qiu go? Let her go? Such a beautiful woman, letting her go for nothing is a sin. The man chuckled lecherously. Huang Ruoyi thought for a moment and said, I can trade you food. Yes, I'll trade you food. I have a lot of food. And gold. I have money if you want it. I can give you everything. The man on the other end was silent for a moment and then said in a gloomy voice, it seems you and this woman have a good relationship. Okay, I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this, you bring all the food and gold to her house, and I'll let her go, how's that? Huang Ruoyi hesitated for a moment. Muffled noises came again from the other side. She quickly said, okay, I'll bring it over. You can't hurt Xiao Qiu. Hee, if you don't bring the things within an hour, then I can't guarantee it. Beep. The phone was hung up. Huang Ruoyi looked at Lin Fei with a questioning gaze. Lin Fei looked at her and smiled with satisfaction. My dear, your acting skills are quite good, let's go, we'll go meet this kidnapper. Chapter 7, The Iceberg CEO's perverted driver on the 7th floor of a villa, a dozen houses away from Lin Fei's home. A woman was lying on the bed, her hands and feet bound with bedsheets. She had a stunning figure and was dressed in business attire, a white shirt, suit pants, high heels. You could even see a pair of black stockings beneath her suit pants. Whether the stockings could charm women, no one knew, but they definitely charmed men. Moreover, her features were exquisite, no less beautiful than Huang Ruoyi, and even more vibrant with youthful energy. Both women were simply unique in their own ways. This woman was none other than Ruan Qiu, Lin Fei's business rival. Her mouth was gagged with a towel, and her eyes were fixed on the man who entered from the living room with an icy glare. The man had ordinary looks, but he was holding a phone, scrolling through the chat logs between Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi. The chat logs showed that the two women's conversations were ambiguous. TSK, who knew? Our beloved chairwoman has such special hobbies. Aya, that woman's profile picture is her, right? She's a real beauty too. It's a pity I'm not interested in women, otherwise I couldn't resist giving her a kiss. Hurry up, tell me your bank card password. Don't force a man who just wants money to commit murder. This man was Ruan Qiu's driver. This morning, she had asked him to accompany her back to get some things, but she never expected to encounter an apocalypse outbreak, such an outrageous event. Even now, she couldn't process whether the commotion outside was real or fake. She had thought she was going to be humiliated by this guy, but she hadn't expected Huang Ruoyi to call. And that guy was definitely lying earlier. He wouldn't just let her go even if Huang Ruoyi brought food and gold. He might even take Huang Ruoyi hostage for money. He was definitely a pervert. If it were just her, she could fight to the death, but she didn't want to implicate others, especially Ruoyi, whom she liked. Ruanxiu's eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at the man. If looks could kill, this man would probably already be hacked to pieces. TSK, President Ruan, what kind of look is that? But I just love that expression of yours, it's simply irresistible. No wonder the men in the company secretly lust after you. It's a pity, you're a high and mighty chairwoman, one word from you could decide the fate of those employees, so they can only secretly fantasize about you with your pictures. You should be thankful that the apocalypse broke out when you weren't at the company, or else, I don't know what kind of treatment you would have received. Now, you just need to spend some money to avoid disaster and live peacefully. Isn't that great? The man spoke animatedly, reaching out to pat Ruanxiu's cheek, but she fiercely dodged it. Struggle, when you see the funds flowing out of your bank account later, you'll be begging for mercy, ha ha. Ruanxiu's heart turned cold as she listened to those greedy words, but she couldn't vent her anger. She might as well close her eyes and not look at this familiar bandit in front of her. The man chuckled and walked out, rummaging through the refrigerator. Damn it, I didn't even have breakfast and I ran around with you. Damn it, you don't even have much food at home. Damn. So what if you have money? Do you eat takeout for every meal? The man's curses came one after another. Ruanxiu smirked inwardly. Luckily, she didn't have the habit of hoarding food, or else this beast would have been too comfortable. Starved to death. The man wandered around the living room, only finding a box of biscuits, which he devoured. Damn it, food is king. I wonder when that woman will come. He had a lewd smile on his lips. Judging from her tone and attitude earlier, there was a high chance she would come, so there was no need to rush to deal with Ruanxiu just yet. Once that bitch arrived, he could rob them both together. Anyone who could hang out with a rich woman couldn't be poor, right? Inside the room, Ruanxiu also knew that Huang Ruoyi would definitely come to save her, but how could she possibly be a match for this man? She had brought this on herself, actually endangering Sister Ruoyi. Sister Ruoyi, please don't come, please don't come. Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. Soft knocks sounded on the door, startling the man who was rummaging through the drawers in the room. Who was it? A neighbor or a zombie? He tiptoed to the peephole and took a look, his eyes instantly lighting up. Damn, it was that woman. And she was carrying such a big bag on her back, it must be full of food. Heaven was helping him, this woman was truly stupid, she must not have read any apocalypse novels, she didn't have any sense at all. But the man didn't let his guard down, he immediately initiated a video call with Huang Ruoyi. Hold the camera and turn it around, let me see if you have any backup. Huang Ruoyi frowned, but complied. The camera panned around, up and down the stairs, behind her, and next to the door, not seeing anyone suspicious. The man finally relaxed. What a stupid woman, well then, I'll have to accept her then. Inside the room, Ruanxiu desperately tried to make muffled sounds, as if to warn Huang Ruoyi that this was a trap, but it was to no avail. Click. The door slowly opened, and the ordinary-looking man appeared in front of Huang Ruoyi. It's you? Where's Ruanxiu? Clearly, Huang Ruoyi knew this man, or rather knew that he was Ruanxiu's driver. Beauty, to come so far, braving danger to deliver supplies to me, it's really hard work. Let's talk inside, it's not safe outside, The man made to reach out and pull Huang Ruoyi, but Huang Ruoyi didn't dodge, instead looking at him coldly. A sudden jump in his heart, the man realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late. A black figure fell from above the doorframe, his arm was as if clamped by iron pincers, the pain was excruciating. Huang Ruoyi's figure flickered as she rushed into the house to rescue Ruanxiu. Ah! Damn it, who the hell are you? The man howled in pain, twisting his body. This black figure was naturally Lin Fei. Earlier, he used his superhuman physical ability to climb like a spider to the corner of the wall by the door, making it impossible for the man to notice. Lin Fei had a smile on his lips. Who am I? As President Ruan's driver, you don't know who I am? The man painfully raised his head to look at Lin Fei, his eyes widened in an instant. Lin Fei? Ah! Lin Fei applied force to his hand, dislocating his arm. What? You're not even willing to call me President Lin anymore? Or is it that, because the apocalypse has arrived, you think you're qualified to be on equal footing with me? And Ruanxiu, who had just been untied, walked out, supporting herself on the doorframe, and her eyes widened when she saw Lin Fei. The person who came to save me, why, is it him? President Lin. President Lin. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Lin Fei escorted the man into the house, then closed the door. Misunderstanding? I remember your name is Zhang Chang, right? What's this? You don't want to do business, but want a Bentley? Zhang Chang, with his face pressed to the ground, knelt and said, President Lin, it's not what you think, I was just joking with President Ruan. Don't you like President Ruan? I can help you tie her to the bed, I even have some obedient water, guaranteed to give you a perfect experience. Ruanxiu, who had just walked out of the bedroom, stared at Zheng Chang on the floor, her expression as cold as frost. Zheng Chang, you beast. I will tell the police everything that happened here, you just wait to rot in jail. For Ruanxiu, although she had been a little scared, she had not suffered any substantial harm, so now her thoughts were not so extreme. Zheng Chang seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said, panting, yes. President Ruan, you're right, I should go rot in jail. You don't have to do it yourself, let me go, I'll go and surrender myself. Ruanxiu's thoughts and mindset were still stuck in the pre-apocalypse era, and even Huang Rui on the side was anxious for her. It seemed that Ruanxiu still didn't understand how bad the environment they were in now was. Get out! Get out of here! But don't think you can escape the law. No matter where you run, the police will find you. Ruanxiu was a bit hysterical, using her most vicious language to attack Zheng Chang. But little did she know, this was not hurting him at all. Zheng Chang was overjoyed. This stupid woman actually wanted to let me go. Damn it, you wait, when I find an opportunity, I will definitely come back and rob you two bitches clean. As he tried to get up, he realized that Lin Fei, who was pressing him down, didn't seem to be letting go. President Lin? Didn't you hear President Ruan tell me to get out? Let me go quickly. Zheng Chang struggled. Lin Fei, with a hint of a smile, looked at Ruanxiu. President Ruan is really kind-hearted, you're so soft on the thug who almost raped you, admirable. I just don't understand why you are so decisive in business. It really made my company suffer a lot. Ruanxiu's chest heaved for a while before she gradually calmed down. Business is business, it's nothing more than deception. I'm just looking at the problem from the company's perspective. If you want me to apologize to you, I can say sorry to you, considering you saved me, but that's it. Also, this is my home, and my home doesn't welcome men. Huang Rui, who was beside her, couldn't help but sweat for her. She wanted to remind her, but after meeting Lin Fei's plain eyes, she suddenly felt a cold shiver. Lin Fei smiled. He really looked at Ruanxiu with new eyes because this woman was just too extreme. Maybe he should let her face the monsters directly, so she could understand her current situation. President Lin. Lin Fei. Let me go quickly. Zheng Chang kept struggling. Lin Fei looked at him and said with a smile, I wonder if you have a spirit of sacrifice. What? Zheng Chang was suddenly stunned. Lin Fei's other hand reached behind his back and a snow-white dagger appeared in his hand. Zheng Chang seemed to feel the coldness coming from behind him and his whole body suddenly shuddered. He excitedly asked, what are you going to do? I warn you, don't mess around. Be careful, I'll sue you for intentional injury. Ruanxiu also frowned and looked at Lin Fei coldly. Lin Fei, you better not do anything stupid. Even if the situation is chaotic now, the authorities will definitely step in. When they settle the accounts, you will be severely punished for intentional injury. Huang Rui was incredibly anxious. My dear little lady, don't you understand the situation at all? Times have changed. There's no such thing as official or unofficial anymore. They're all in a chaotic mess themselves. Who has time to worry about the lives of ordinary people like us? She couldn't help but nudge Ruanxiu's elbow, wanting her to say less. But it seemed Ruanxiu misunderstood her, turning to give Huang Rui a reassuring look, as if to say, just leave everything to me. Lin Fei was amused. This woman truly made him see her in a new light. He just didn't know how long this nature of hers could last in the apocalypse. I do hope you can always stay this naive, he thought, but I don't have the time to slowly temper your personality. Let's give you a lesson first. Under the gazes of Ruanxiu and Huang Rui, Lin Fei exerted force in his arms, directly snapping both of Zheng Chang's hands. The intense pain caused him to let out a peg-like scream that even penetrated the floorboards, making the zombies in the house below scramble in agitation. Ah! You son of a bitch! Lin Fei, you're really not human! Ah, damn it! I will definitely kill you! Coarse words erupted from Zheng Chang's mouth, causing Ruanxiu to frown deeply. The next moment, a scene that horrified her suddenly appeared. She saw Lin Fei grab Zheng Chang's hair with one hand, and with the other, slowly slide a dagger across his throat. PSHHH. Crimson blood gushed out, and Zheng Chang's body twitched violently from the sudden fatal wound. Only after the blood had soaked 4 or 5 1-meter square floor tiles did he stiffen. His eyes were wide open, whiter than ever, staring directly at Ruanxiu, making her whole body bristle. Her face paled at an alarming rate, and then her stomach churned. She covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom to dry heave. Huang Rui patted her back, sighing, as large tears slid from the corners of Ruanxiu's eyes. Why? Why had everyone suddenly gone mad? Zheng Chang tried to blackmail her, and Lin Fei had even killed him right in front of her. This world was insane. Were they really not afraid of official retribution? Rui Jia, tell me what exactly is going on. As soon as she finished speaking, before she could react, her hair was suddenly grabbed forcefully, and she was lifted involuntarily. Ah! Let go! Let me go! Ruanxiu stumbled, her hands continuously hitting the hand that was gripping her. Thud! She was thrown to the ground, the tiles digging painfully into her. She lay there for a while, her heart burning with anger. Lin Fei, you went too far. How dare you? She wanted to question Lin Fei's brutality, but when she looked up, she saw Zhang Chang's lifeless face with eyes wide open. A wave of cold air shot straight to the top of her head. She shrieked and backed away, but Lin Fei put his foot on her chest, pinning her to the ground, leaving her no escape. President Ruan, it's time to recognize this world for what it is. Chapter 9. Stupid woman, the world has changed. Pinned under Lin Fei's foot, Ruan Xiu couldn't move an inch, only watching the blood spread beneath her. The fear and disgust relentlessly assaulted her mind and body, driving her to the brink of madness. Lin Fei, let me go. I won't target your company anymore, okay? Ruan Xiu believed the entire ordeal stemmed from Lin Fei's dissatisfaction with her business tactics against his company. Lin Fei spat on her face. Fuck you. You still don't understand the situation, you idiot. If I didn't need you, why the hell would I come save you? Did you think just because you're pretty, you could act all naive? Ruan Xiu was stunned. Was this the Lin Fei she knew? Rude, insane, killing without batting an eye. As she was in shock, the corpse before her, which had stopped bleeding, began to twitch. Ruan Xiu even saw Zhang Chang's dead eyes turn crimson red right before her eyes. Click, click. Zhang Chang's gaping mouth opened and closed repeatedly, his teeth clacking together. What is happening? Ruan Xiu was dumbfounded. Zhang Chang was dead, wasn't he? Why was he moving again? The corpse in front of her had completely revived, flailing wildly, trying to grab something, but the floor was too slippery, and it couldn't stand. Hoarse, tearing sounds came from its ruptured throat, and with each cry, a black, foul-smelling liquid spurted out, some of it even splattering on Ruan Xiu, causing her to gag uncontrollably. Lin Fei's voice suddenly cut through. Take a good look, see how the world has changed. What do you think it is? Ruan Xiu stared blankly at Zhang Chang, who was thrashing about a meter away from her, her mind unable to comprehend what she was seeing. Her upbringing had never exposed her to such a thing. In aristocratic families, children didn't have any extra time, let alone time to read novels or watch movies. This thing is called a zombie. Oh, I almost forgot, you blockhead wouldn't know what a zombie is. Lin Fei tossed a freshly slaughtered, bloody chicken to the zombie. Smelling the flesh, the zombie grabbed it and frantically shoved it into its mouth. It was as if it hadn't eaten in 10 days or half a month, wanting to swallow it whole. See? What this thing loves eating most isn't animals, but living, stupid people like you. Come on, try it, see if it still listens to you, see if it's afraid of the police coming after it. As he spoke, Lin Fei crouched down, grabbed Ruan Xiu's hand and extended it towards the zombie. Ruan Xiu was terrified. She desperately tried to pull her arm back, but in Lin Fei's grip, she couldn't. No, don't. I don't want to. Lin Fei. Just as the zombie was about to bite her, a powerful force yanked her up by the arm. Then, a shiny object appeared in Lin Fei's hand, pointing at the raging zombie. Bang! The deafening sound rang out, causing Ruan Xiu's ears to ring incessantly. Bits of shattered skull and blood splattered everywhere. Without its head, Zhang Chang's body finally fell to the ground. Still, Ruan Xiu stared blankly at the scene. She glanced at Lin Fei's hand in disbelief. That was a gun? How could he have a gun? Scared now, President Ruan? Lin Fei tapped Ruan Xiu's cheek with the gun, watching her with amusement. Ruan Xiu shivered and lowered her gaze, not daring to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled, not saying anything more. He grabbed her by the collar and hauled her to the edge of the window. Zhang Chang's corpse was in Lin Fei's other hand. Whoosh! Lin Fei tossed it out the window. Thud! The enormous sound attracted the surrounding zombies. Ruan Xiu's gaze swept from downstairs, taking in everything within the community. Blood splattered everywhere, flesh and limbs were scattered across the ground, the sounds of explosions and roars never ceasing. The sky was shrouded in smoke and dust, dyeing the world a desolate gray. Ruan Xiu was stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. Lin Fei leaned close to her ear and whispered, "See? The world you knew is gone. Welcome to the end of the world." The words "end of the world" struck her like thunder, a heavy blow. Watching the monsters tearing and devouring the bodies of their own kind, and the people everywhere so terrified that they committed suicide, Ruan Xiu suddenly felt a profound sense of alienation from this world. At the same time, an extreme feeling of injustice surfaced in her heart. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Why, just when she had achieved something, did the world have to erase it all? Only she knew how much effort she had poured in over the years to reach a point that would satisfy her family. And now, in a single afternoon, it was all casually negated. She was at a loss, the string she had been holding taut for so long seemed to have snapped. Lin Fei knew that any further stimulation would send her spiraling into madness. He gave a subtle nod, and Huang Rui, understanding, walked to Ruan Xiu's side. She gently smoothed her hair, brushed off the dust on her body, then pulled her into a tight embrace, resting her head on her shoulder. "Do you feel wronged? It's okay, cry as loud as you want. In this world now, no one will laugh at you. Once embraced by Huang Ruoyi, Wan Xiu's body went limp and she wailed in her arms. At this moment, she was not the powerful female general in the business world but a small girl who had lost her long-held perseverance. The arrival of the apocalypse had turned all her efforts into nothing. Ruoyi Jia, can we really not go back? Huang Ruoyi lovingly kissed her ear. Xiao Qiu, this world is no longer the one we knew. Everything has been disrupted and reshuffled. Countries, the lights of civilization, all of these are swaying in the wind and rain, ready to wither at any moment. And we, as survivors, our primary goal is to survive these monsters, to survive in this world. You've seen it. Perhaps after you die, you might become a hideous monster like that person just now. You might wander around the community forever. You might even eat me or others. As she said this, Wan Xiu's eyes suddenly flickered, as if fearing something. She murmured, no, I don't want to eat people. And I'll never hurt Ruoyi Jia. At this moment, she shed her protective layer, revealing her true self, soft and a little timid. Huang Ruoyi held her tighter. I know. Ruoyi Jia won't abandon you. She helped Wan Xiu sit on her lap, looking into her eyes and said, Xiao Qiu, the world has changed. You must grow along with it. Let go of everything from the past and come with me to live again. Facing Huang Ruoyi's invitation, Wan Xiu looked blank. Abandon the past, live again? It seemed like something to be grateful for. Since she was a child, she had been confined in a cage of rules, like a canary raised in the so-called upper-class society, wanting to escape but not daring to. She didn't want to go back to that home full of upper-class people. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, perhaps those superior people had also experienced what true humanity was like. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, not daring to overstep the boundaries before. There were too many things she had never experienced. Now it was good. A rose blooming again in the ruins would be more resistant to the ravages of the wind and rain. Lin Fei, watching her expression from the side, smiled knowingly. The feast had been served. Chapter 10, The Four-Barreled Desert Eagle and 50 times Human Limits. Lin Fei led the two women down the stairwell. Wan Xiu, her face flushed, watched Lin Fei's back. He had just forced her into that crazy act, and what made her even more embarrassed was that Ruoyi was with her. Sigh, she couldn't think about it anymore. Her ears were burning up. It was the first time in her life, and she had lost it under these circumstances, but looking at Lin Fei, it wasn't like she had lost out. Moreover, after letting go, she felt a sense of unprecedented relaxation. The goals that had weighed on her heart had vanished, and she was free. Huang Ruoyi had already told her that Lin Fei had an absolutely safe house and an endless supply of resources. She didn't choose to refuse. After all, she didn't understand anything about this apocalypse, and following them was the best choice. Besides, she was also very reluctant to part with Ruoyi. The two women walked hand in hand behind Lin Fei. Along the way, Wan Xiu saw several people who had turned into zombies, but they had all been killed. She guessed that it was Lin Fei and the others who had taken care of them when they arrived. Being able to easily deal with those monsters showed that Lin Fei's strength was definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Lin Fei, walking at the front, was wary of the surroundings, but there was basically no danger. It could even be said that most of the zombies in the basement had been cleared by him, making it a relatively safe area. After walking through a long section of the basement, the three of them returned to Lin Fei's safe house smoothly. As soon as she entered, Wan Xiu felt a sense of relaxation, as if she had returned to her own home, a feeling she enjoyed very much. You guys go wash up first, Lin Fei said to Huang Ruoyi and the other woman. Without needing to be told, Huang Ruoyi directly took Wan Xiu to the large bathroom on the first floor. Even though they had washed once after their previous craziness, there was still a lot of grime that had splashed on the two women when Lin Fei was killing zombies. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was checking the spoils of war. Beauty card Wan Xiu, SS level ability, copy defect being fixed, gun slot available. Hiss. Lin Fei gasped. Copy? Holy crap, that's a divine skill. He hadn't expected that Wan Xiu's soft and delicate body would contain such a heaven-defying ability. Once her defect was fixed, he could use the copy ability as well. Then the resources would be truly endless unless he opened the granaries and distributed the food. But the apocalypse had already arrived. Who would be stupid enough to do that? Lin Fei had no grand ambitions. He just wanted to protect his territory and his women. If anyone wanted to take it from him, then sorry, the killing weapon in his hand would not agree. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the double-barreled Desert Eagle appeared in his grasp, while the other hand held the beauty card imprinted with Wan Xiu. He skillfully removed the magazine and inserted the beauty card into the slot. Instantly, it transformed into a stream of light and entered the magazine. Click! The magazine was pushed into the gun handle, and a mysterious feeling emerged from the gun, covering it in a bright silver light. Upgrade successful. Killing weapon upgraded to 4-barreled Desert Eagle. After the light dissipated, there were indeed 2 more black gun muzzles at the front of the Desert Eagle. It was simply outrageous. Did this even conform to the principles of firearm ballistics? If this Desert Eagle was a conceptual weapon with a guarantee that it would never explode, Lin Fei would worry that firing a single shot would send him spiraling into the sky. The things the system gave were indeed beyond common sense. After putting away the weapon, Lin Fei began to look forward to Ruan Xiu's ability being perfected. A tong, how long does it usually take to complete the defect fix? Defect fix system uses energy from the host's body to fix defects in others. The higher the ability's strength, the more time and energy it will require. To reduce the replenishment time, it is recommended that the host inject energy multiple times to speed up the process. What? Are you trying to work me to death like an old ox? How many times does it roughly take to replenish an SS level ability defect? System estimation: 4 times. Lin Fei couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. You really are something, brother system. As the host's own strength increases and the purity of energy rises, the defect replenishment effect will be better. Lin Fei's expression softened slightly. Does that mean, if my strength goes up, replenishing the same intensity of ability defects won't require so many injections? Correct. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to become an emotionless tilling machine. So right now, does it still mean I have to work hard myself? Lin Fei produced a small porcelain bottle in his hand, poured out 2 vital tiger pills, and downed them in one go. Instantly, an inexhaustible strength surged through his body. He walked to the bathroom door, listening to the faint panting sounds coming from inside, a smile playing on his lips as he slipped inside. The sky darkened. Lin Fei lay on a sofa on the rooftop, a roaring fire set up in front of him, surrounded by all sorts of meat skewers. Huang Ruoyi was earnestly grilling them for him, but kept glancing at him from time to time. Why are you looking at me? If you burn the meat, I'll spank you. Huang Ruoyi pouted. Xiao Qiu has been asleep for 3 or 4 hours. Lin Fei smiled. Aren't you also enjoying yourself? Just as he finished speaking, footsteps came from the doorway. He turned his head to see Ruan Xiu standing there, draped in a thin veil. Her eyes were somewhat fearful when she saw Lin Fei. She glanced at Lin Fei with a hint of resentment, then cautiously moved closer to Huang Ruoyi. Lin Fei smiled at her actions. Don't worry, I won't be torturing you today. You're more like a human being now. I wanted to call you a rigid old fool when you were so cold before. How is it? Now that I've cleared the way for you, are you feeling much more comfortable? Ruan Xiu's face was flushed, whether from the heat of the fire or from shyness. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in Lin Fei's mind. Ruan Xiu's defect replenishment complete. Host's physical attributes increased to 50 times the limit. Gained shared ability, SS level ability replication. SS level ability replication can be assimilated into a passive effect consumption refund after the host and the host's women use items. They will be refunded tenfold. Can be upgraded. His eyes lit up, and Lin Fei couldn't wait to try it out. He directly pulled out his Desert Eagle. Replication failed. Killing weapon is a unique item and cannot be replicated. Okay, he was being greedy then. He picked up a skewer from the side, and with a swipe of his other hand across it, another identical skewer appeared. Even the meat grains and patterns on the skewer were exactly the same. This scene stunned the 2 women, who stared blankly at him. Why are you looking at me? This is Ruan Xiu's ability. It's called replication. Here, you try it too. Lin Fei handed the skewer to Ruan Xiu. She took the skewer somewhat confused, unsure how to use the ability Lin Fei was talking about. Huang Ruoyi, having thought of something, said to Ruan Xiu, calm your mind, feel the mysterious energy inside your head, and try using your will to control it. Soon after, with Huang Ruoyi's explanation, Ruan Xiu successfully produced another identical skewer in her hand. This made her eyes light up. I actually have such a magical ability. Doesn't this mean that I'll never run out of anything? Huang Ruoyi seemed to see through her thoughts and patted her leg as a reminder. Xiao Qiu, even though the ability is good, you can't waste it recklessly. Otherwise, you'll experience dizziness at best and become an idiot or brain dead at worst. Ruan Xiu kept that in mind, so that's how it is. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and they turned to see Lin Fei, who had shot into the air like a skyrocket, landing steadily on the roof of the neighboring villa. Both women were dumbfounded. Was he even human? Chapter 11. Teacher Lin's ability growth method. Lin Fei felt a primeval power coursing through his body, every inch of his flesh seemingly forged by a high-intensity hammer. He walked to the edge of the roof and kicked a low cement wall. Boom! A jaw-dropping scene unfolded as Lin Fei directly kicked down a section of the low wall. It was evident how terrifying the explosive force within him was. If calculated based on the limits of a normal person's body, Lin Fei's 50-fold strength gave him an attack power close to 10 tons. What a terrifying number that was! Tearing down walls with bare hands, a destroyer of structures aside from anti-aircraft fortresses, nothing could likely stop his advance. He even tried slicing his hand with a knife. The blade was dulled, only leaving white marks on his skin. Clearly, the improvement in physical fitness wasn't just reflected in his attack power. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. He reckoned that if he offered himself to zombies now, they wouldn't even break his skin. Then he effortlessly jumped back up, leaving the two women in utter shock. Let's go. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to Wanchuan University. Huang Ruo's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, Lin Fei was not the type to break his word. Just this afternoon, she had called Jinjin. Her situation was still relatively safe, just lacking food. However, from the outbreak of the apocalypse crisis yesterday noon to now, it had only been a little over half a day. Even by tomorrow, an adult could still hold out. She couldn't help but look at Lin Fei with her beautiful eyes. The power he displayed was definitely more terrifying than before, but Huang Ruo was a smart woman. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. However, Wan Qiu was different. Though she now belonged to Lin Fei, she never had that dependent mentality. Her past pride wouldn't allow her to settle for mediocrity. Moreover, now that she had awakened her ability, where couldn't she go? She believed that Lin Fei wasn't the type to force others either. What are we going to Wanchuan University for? She asked, puzzled. Huang Ruo turned to her and said with a sigh, it's Xinjin, she's still at school. Ruan Xiu suddenly understood. She had subconsciously forgotten about Huang Jinjin. After all, with the apocalypse having descended, she was almost completely ignorant about the situation of others besides herself. Now that the internet still worked, she could still contact family and friends, but it probably wouldn't be long before even the internet was cut off, then they would truly be in the dark. Now that the three of us possess abilities and our physical fitness is greatly enhanced, dealing with those monsters shouldn't be a problem. Huang Ruo then looked at Lin Fei next to her and said thankfully, if we hadn't met Lin Fei, I would have probably died in the mouths of monsters yesterday, and you might have suffered inhuman torment as well. So, Xiao Qiu, no matter what our past relationships were, now we must remember his kindness. Listening to Huang Ruo's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but admire her. This woman was truly a great help to him. Ruan Qiu also knew that her life had been saved by Lin Fei, so of course she wouldn't be ungrateful. Lin Fei, thank you. If there's anything I can do in the future, I definitely won't hesitate. And, I apologize for some of the things that happened before, I'm sorry. Lin Fei could sense the sincerity in her words. He smiled and said, the past is in the past. From yesterday, we are all new people. Let's look to the future. But I do have one thing I need you to do right now. With that, he flipped his palm, and a delicate little porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He poured out a vital tiger pill and handed it to Ruan Qiu. This is the kind of medicine you took before? Ruan Qiu asked, looking at the pill in her hand. Huang Ruo was also a bit curious. After all, they knew that after Lin Fei finished a round of attacks, he would take this thing and become energetic again, ready to fight another round. Lin Fei smiled and said, yes, this thing is called the Lively Tiger Pill. It can quickly restore physical strength and enhance one's physical fitness. Try it and see if you can use your replication ability to replicate this thing. Now there were only 5 lively tiger pills left in Lin Fei's porcelain bottle. This thing was indeed useful, and it would be such a pity if they were used up. He didn't know if the system would send them again in the future. So since there was a replication ability, he had to try to see if he could stock up a bit. Ruan Qiu nodded and began to concentrate on mobilizing her ability. She put her hands together, and after a few seconds, when she opened them, a second lively tiger pill appeared. It's a success. Huang Ruo said happily from the side. Ruan Qiu opened her eyes, with surprise in her eyes, but then she frowned. What's wrong? Lin Fei asked. Ruan Qiu shook her head and pointed to the lively tiger pill in her hand, saying, I feel that with my current ability, replicating 5 or 6 pills is probably the limit. Isn't that too few? Lin Fei laughed. I thought it was a big problem. This is a small case. Then replicate a few more pills. When you feel like you're reaching the limit, take one and try it. Hearing this, Wan Qiu's eyes lit up, and she began to try. Soon, 5 lively tiger pills appeared in her hand, and her face paled visibly. Okay. Xiao Qiu, stop quickly. Huang Ruo grabbed Ruan Qiu's hand and woke her up. Quick, swallow one and try. Huang Ruo picked up a lively tiger pill and fed it to Ruan Qiu's mouth. Soon, the lively tiger pill melted in her mouth, turning into a stream of pure energy that swept into her body. The pallor on her face came and went quickly, and after a moment, she opened her eyes, already restored to her best condition. This thing is simply amazing. I can't feel the depletion from overusing my ability at all. I'm full of energy. Ruan Qiu said that she felt 100 times more energetic and could work all night. Replicating barbecue skewers didn't feel like any consumption at all, but replicating this small pill can only produce 5 or 6. This thing is indeed not simple. She couldn't help but sigh, feeling like she couldn't see through Lin Fei more and more. But she didn't want to think too much about it. Since she could help him here, she wouldn't feel adrift, like she was wasting her time. Lin Fei laughed at this scene. As expected, they could exploit a loophole. Wasn't this equivalent to having an infinitely productive channel? In the future, not only could he use the lively tiger pills, but the women around him could too. Although using your ability will deplete your energy, it's also a way to temper your mental strength. Over time, your strength will definitely increase rapidly. However, you can't just focus on speed. You know, a string that's stretched too tight will break, Lin Fei said, looking at Ruanxiu. Ruanxiu nodded. She indeed felt that after her energy recovered, her mind was clearer. This should be what Lin Fei meant by increasing strength. Huang Ruoi, who was on the side, said with some envy, then how can my ability improve? I feel like my water is inexhaustible. Lin Fei looked at her. You're also exercising by using your ability to wash dishes, do laundry, and water flowers every day. Of course, if you also want to grow faster, I'll teach you later. Chapter 12, on the fancy ways to use water-based abilities. Lin Fei led the two women to the fence downstairs. Night had fallen, and the residential area was pitch black. Only a few houses had lights flickering, probably from those who had survived the day. More were now zombies wandering the area or chasing prey outside. The shredded flesh and limbs were hidden by the night, but the stench of blood and decay still lingered, even stronger than during the day. As soon as the zombies near the villa saw Lin Fei and the two women, they rushed towards the fence with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. They repeatedly slammed against the fence, getting pierced by the spikes. Some were unlucky enough to be impaled directly through the head and died on the spot. The roars echoed, attracting nearby zombies to gather. Under the dim light, the zombies' hideous appearances were truly terrifying and unsettling. Lin Fei was fine. Huang Rui's face was just a little pale, but Ruanxiu looked ashen, as if her abilities had been overused, and ran to the side to dry heave. You'll have to face these things sooner or later. The living can't always live in comfort. Lin Fei's voice spurred Ruanxiu's competitive spirit. She suppressed her inner discomfort, forcing herself to confront the grotesque zombies. Ignoring her, Lin Fei called Huang Rui to his side. Come on, use your water on them. Ha! Huang Rui was taken aback. Is that really okay? Try it first, Lin Fei instructed her. Huang Rui took a deep breath, and water began to flow from her hands. Swish! A 4-finger-thick stream of water shot out, drenching the zombies. Huang Rui looked at the zombies, still clawing at the fence, feeling a little awkward. My ability doesn't seem suitable for combat. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. No, water abilities have many uses, and their combat power is definitely not weak, it's just that you don't know which direction to develop it. Watch! With a wave of his hand, a stream of water appeared in Lin Fei's palm, swirling like a miniature whirlpool. Swish! When Lin Fei released the water, it exploded into a rapid vortex covering 3 or 4 meters, washing away all the zombies in that direction. Several closer ones were even torn apart by the vortex. Huang Rui covered her mouth in shock, realizing that her water ability could be used like this. After washing away a few zombies, Lin Fei didn't stop. Another ball of water appeared in his hand, but instead of rotating, it was continuously compressed toward the center, as if solidifying. Whiz! The water shot out with a flick of Lin Fei's hand, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, riddling the zombies before them with holes, and several more fell. Huang Rui's beautiful eyes widened. It could be used like this too. Moreover, she noticed that the compressed water that Lin Fei had just shot out had even left a small dent in the steel fence, demonstrating its terrifying power. Lin Fei looked at her. I've only done 2 of the simplest demonstrations. There are many more specific ways to use it. It's up to you to figure them out. Huang Rui nodded excitedly. If she could wield her abilities as easily as Lin Fei, she wouldn't just be a logistics person doing housework in the rear. Before the apocalypse, she had single-handedly raised her daughter while also managing several high-end luxury stores. She was definitely a strong woman. The fear of the apocalypse had made her subconsciously believe that women would always be in a disadvantaged position because Lin Fei's oppressive aura was too strong. So strong that she didn't dare to harbor any thoughts of resistance. If Lin Fei hadn't told her about the uses of her ability, she probably would have taken a very long time to realize her true strength. It seemed that Lin Fei wasn't the type to treat her like a caged bird. Although he sometimes seemed like a tyrant, he mostly respected her and Ruanxiu. It would be most welcome if she had the value to help him share the pressure. Lin Fei was destined to soar in this apocalypse. If she wanted to stay by his side, her body was her cheapest bargaining chip. There were countless beauties in this world, and even with the apocalypse, there would be no shortage of them. She was very self-aware. So, Lin Fei nodded to her, practice on your own. Oh, right, Ruanxiu, leave some vital tiger pills here for her. Ruanxiu shook her head and said, I'll stay here with Sister Rui. Lin Fei didn't say anything and turned to go inside. Outside the villa, Huang Rui was continuously experimenting with water-based abilities, while Ruanxiu was both copying vital tiger pills and getting used to facing zombies, occasionally even using the knife that Lin Fei left behind to slash at them. Lin Fei approved of the two women's efforts after all. He didn't like keeping a couple of vases around. After returning to his room and lying down, Lin Fei was happy to relax. His physical activity today had been excessive, and he didn't want to wear out his gun so quickly. System, assimilate the copy ability into consumption return. SS level copy ability is being assimilated, assimilation successful. Consumption return effect is now active. Ruanqiu consumes Vital Tiger Pill 1, returns Vital Tiger Pill 10. Huang Ruoi consumes Vital Tiger Pill 1, returns Vital Tiger Pill 10. Just then, Huang Ruoi and Ruanqiu consumed Vital Tiger Pills, and instantly, 20 more appeared in Lin Fei's space. Wasn't he this much faster than him stupidly copying them himself? Even if he wanted to train his mental strength, doing it through combat was more exhilarating. Besides, every time he upgraded the slaughter weapon, his mental strength would also grow. As it currently stood, wanting to overdraw it wasn't easy. System, scan again for beautiful women who meet the criteria nearby. System scanning range, within a 200-meter radius from the host. No candidates found within the system's scan range. Loading, Lin Fei wasn't disappointed. It was already rare enough to find 2 super beauties in one neighborhood. He'd try again on the way to Wenchuan University tomorrow. Inside the gymnasium at Wenchuan University, a group of students sat scattered around dejectedly. It was clear that small groups had formed. Among them, several tall boys seemed to be discussing something. We're almost out of food. What else can we do? Damn it, who was it that yelled to run this way in the first place? Hey, let's not talk about that. Let's think of a way to get some food. If we're out, surely others have some? I saw those junior girls over there eating want crackers. Yeah, as men, we have to protect the women here, so naturally, we have to eat more to have the strength. Besides, even if we take their food, they definitely wouldn't dare say anything. After all, Brother Wang is an awakened superhuman. At that point, they all looked with envy and awe at a boy sitting to the side. Underneath his school basketball team jersey, one could see extraordinarily exaggerated muscles, looking as though he had been bodybuilding for over a decade. Chapter 13. The muscle-headed dog-headed strategist Wang Gang stared blankly at his own body, a mass of bulging muscles. He had originally been the captain of the school basketball team, and while he loved working out, he never intended to turn himself into such a hulking mass. After all, while such muscles were intimidating, they didn't actually translate to superior fighting ability, since the exaggerated musculature limited his agility. In all his years of playing basketball, he had rarely seen anyone with a physique like this. Normally, players had a defined muscular outline, but they were all about explosive, agile strength. Gurgle, his stomach let out an uncontrollable rumble. Ever since his powers had awakened, the feeling of hunger was more pronounced, as if acid was being poured down his esophagus, and his exaggerated abs would contract in waves. Suddenly, someone sidled up to him. Heh, Wang Ge, hungry? Wang Gang turned to him. You got food? The man spread his hands. Ahem, I don't. Wang Gang thought this guy was just messing with him, and his temper flared. Are you sick in the head? Need me to fix it for you? The man quickly apologized with a smile. Wang Ge, don't be angry, don't be angry. We might not have food, but that doesn't mean we can't get any. Wang Gang was taken aback. Where from? Are you guys going out to look for food? The man recoiled, shaking his head. No, it's too dangerous outside. Going out there would be a death sentence. Wang Gang's brow furrowed. Then where are you gonna get it? The man chuckled, leaning close to Wang Gang's ear. Wang Ji, we do this, then we do that. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang's eyes lit up, his gaze towards the junior carrying an approving glint. I remember you were on the basketball team, too, right? Yurguo, what was it? The man looked extremely honored. Wang Ji, you actually remember me. I'm Guo Jia. Wang Gang patted his shoulder, the force of which nearly sent Guo Jia crashing to the ground. This direct experience further solidified his belief that Wang Gang could lead them through this apocalypse. Your analysis is spot on. We'll do as you say. If there are any problems, I'll cover them. Wang Gang thumped his chest, a feeling of heroic exuberance swelling within him. Wei Jia nodded repeatedly, quickly calling the other boys who were with him to their feet. In the corner, Huang Jinjin leaned against the wall, devoid of energy. Xuan, should we try going outside tomorrow? The monsters out there don't seem to be moving. Do you think they might have left? As a person who had awakened a power, she craved food, or rather, the energy in food, more than others. She could feel that her stomach was already pressed against her spine, and if she didn't eat something soon, she would go crazy from hunger. Jinjin, it's too dangerous outside. I don't dare to go. The girl called Xuan said timidly. Huang Jinjin forced a smile. It's okay. Then I'll go out on my own tomorrow, and if I can find food, I'll bring some back for you guys. A glimmer of hope sparked in Xuan's eyes. Really, Jinjin? But won't it be dangerous for you? Huang Jinjin laughed, making a flexing bicep motion. Don't worry, you forgot I have superpowers? Clap clap clap. As the two were whispering, 7 or 8 boys walked to the center of the gym. One of them, a boy with a sharp and mean face, was smiling as he scanned the others present. "Wake up, everyone, let us have a meeting." His voice was quite loud, standing out against the prolonged silence. Many people jolted awake from their sleep, while others, who had been unable to sleep and were staring blankly, all looked towards him. "Hello everyone, my name is Guijia. Sorry to wake you all up so abruptly." The sharp-faced boy was indeed Guijia, the one who'd given Wang Gang the idea. "If you know it's abrupt, then why did you wake us up? Are you out of your mind?" Among the few people leaning against the basketball hoops, one retorted without holding back. Guijia's face immediately turned ugly, but he didn't lash out, continuing with a forced smile. "Everyone should know our situation, right? Those monsters outside can't wait to tear us limb from limb. Although we're safe hiding here, a new predicament has arisen, which is that we're running out of food. Everyone, if you don't want to be miserably starved to death, then we have to risk going out to find opportunities." The same guy who spoke before from under the basketball hoop mocked again. "If you want to go out and die, go by yourself. Don't try to incite everyone to go with you and be buried together." The guy beside Guijia couldn't hold back, but was pulled back by him, who shook his head and said, "Classmate? I don't think I have any grudges against you, right? I'm just stating a fact. Why are you reacting so strongly?" Facing Guijia's question, the man just snorted and didn't reply. Guijia had already sentenced this guy to death in his heart. "Just you wait and see how I'll kill you, you little turtle. If anyone doesn't want to go out, you can also wait here. Wait for those of us willing to go out to bring back supplies." As soon as he said this, many people around started whispering. "At this time, someone is willing to go out to find food for everyone? Isn't that a living bodhisattva?" But Guijia's next sentence made them immediately realize that there is no free lunch in the world. "And you've all seen, although we are willing to go out and find food for everyone, we're all so hungry that our steps are unsteady and our heads are dizzy. Going out is just death. So I hope that those of you who still have things on hand will take them out, to first provide for those who are willing to take a risk. As the saying goes, even a clever woman can't cook without rice. Only when we're full can we have the opportunity to find a way out for everyone." A sneer rose. "Damn it, after going around in such a big circle, turns out they're eyeing the little food left in everyone's hands. How ridiculous." "You! Don't go too far," someone next to Guijia yelled, pointing at the man. "What? Did I hit a nerve?" the man mocked. Guijia waved to stop him. He looked at that man and said, "This classmate, if you dare to go out to find food for everyone, you can also enjoy the remaining supplies. Go to hell, you won't even know how you'll die going out. Have you guys forgotten how scary those monsters are?" That man crossed his arms, his expression gloomy. Guijia, however, smiled. "So what if the monsters are scary? Since we dare to say we're going out to find food, we naturally have confidence." "Confidence? What confidence? Show it to everyone so they can see if you deserve to enjoy the remaining supplies." Thump, thump, thump. A heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the gymnasium, and a sturdy figure walked to the middle of the court, right at the intersection of the two basketball courts, where two basketball hoops stood. Then, in everyone's shocked gazes, the sturdy figure actually lifted an adjustable basketball hoop. "I don't know, does this kind of confidence qualify?" Guijia looked at that man, asking with a mocking expression. Instantly, the man was speechless. The scene before him was truly beyond ordinary understanding. Guijia laughed. The shock of the people around him proved that they would definitely be in awe. He walked beside that figure and loudly said, "Let me introduce to everyone, this is the confidence we have to dare to take the risk. School basketball team captain, Senior Wang Gang. Did you see that? Senior Wang Gang is the darling of heaven. Only people like him can stand out in the end of days. So, now, does anyone have any other opinions about my suggestion?" Chapter 14. The endeavor crumbles before completion. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scene. Someone had actually lifted an iron, movable basketball hoop. You had to know, a basketball hoop weighed a full 500 kilograms. Was this something a human could even do? That guy's muscles were too exaggerated. One punch from him and I'd probably be out for a long time. Wang Gang's sudden appearance stunned everyone. It was exactly as Guijia had predicted. After all, they were all just ordinary people. When someone suddenly appeared with strength far exceeding their own, it was hard not to feel fear. Especially since they had just been tortured by monsters, their minds were already unsettled. Even the guy who had been particularly vocal earlier had shut his mouth. A cold sneer flashed across Guijia's face. "Everyone saw that, right? If there are no objections, let's gather all the supplies first. Don't worry, it's okay to suffer a little now. As long as we have Brother Wang, we'll definitely not go hungry in the future." He then winked at a few of the boys beside him. Immediately, they began to search everyone else for supplies. Faced with these tall and burly boys, many didn't dare resist and could only obediently hand over what little supplies they had left. Some even tried to hide a bit but were scolded when caught. This behavior made it hard to believe they were trying to protect everyone. To put it nicely, it was for the greater good. To put it bluntly, it was robbery. However, due to Wang Gang's terrifying strength, no one dared to speak out, though they hoped someone would stand up an object. Huang Jinjin frowned as she watched the boys searching through the supplies. She even saw those few boys feeling up the girls as they searched them, their lecherous looks making her feel disgusted. Jinjin, they're coming over here. What do we do? I don't want them to touch me, Shuang said, tugging at Huang Jinjin's sleeve and hiding behind her. Huang Jinjin patted her hand, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let them get away with it." Soon, Guojia personally led a few boys over to the two girls. "Hey! You two, stand up and let me search you," Guojia said, a look of anticipation on his face. He had noticed Huang Jinjin a long time ago. As a freshman in the same year, he had naturally heard of her. She was a super beauty who was immediately hailed as one of the 3 goddesses upon entering the school. Now, he finally had a chance to get close to her. This apocalypse was truly a godsend. The boys beside him also saw Huang Jinjin's face and were immediately stunned. "Isn't she that new beauty? Yeah, I remember her. She even did a hot dance on stage during military training. So sexy. You don't know, my roommate ruined himself looking at her pictures. Damn, such a beautiful chick. If I could play with her a few times, I'd be willing to die right away." Although they were talking in low voices, Huang Jinjin still heard them. Their vulgar words made her feel disgusted. She raised her head and glared at them, her tone cold. "We don't have any supplies, go away." "Oh, so she's a feisty one? I like it," Guojia said with a sinister smile. The group behind him also revealed lewd expressions. "Little girl, it's not up to you to say if you have any. Brother has to check it first. Since you want to stay here, you have to follow our collective actions. Otherwise, there's no place for you here. Are you going to let me search you, or do you want to be kicked out?" "It's your choice," Guojia said, reaching out to tease Huang Jinjin, but she dodged him. A dangerous glint flickered in Huang Jinjin's beautiful eyes. "You better show some respect, or I don't mind letting you know why the flowers are so red." Shuang hid behind Huang Jinjin. "Jinjin, I'm scared. Can you make them go away?" Guojia's expression turned cold. "Looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Brothers, hold them down and take them to the equipment room. Damn it, we need to teach them a lesson so they know how mighty I am." The men behind him understood, a sly grin spreading across their faces as they closed in on Huang Jinjin. The other guys around frowned at the sight. These guys were really getting out of control, bullying girls in front of everyone. Damn, such a beautiful woman being ruined, it's such a pity. Why wasn't he one of them? Wang Gang sat by the basketball hoop, munching on various snacks. His eyes approved of Guojia's actions. He was the king of this gathering now. He had noticed Huang Jinjin a while ago, but hadn't been enlightened by Guojia, his mind still stuck in the past. Now that he had let go, the darkness within him was expanding. The apocalypse was great, he could eat the best food and sleep with the most beautiful women. He was already imagining Huang Jinjin begging for mercy under him, and he started to feel parched. Do. Suddenly, the men who were trying to harass Huang Jinjin began to scream miserably, then convulsed wildly, one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. The men fell stiffly to the ground, their faces charred, their hair exploded, and a faint smell of roasted meat wafted from their bodies. What the F? Guojia, who was behind them, was stunned. What was happening? Did they step on a high-voltage wire? These men looked like they'd been electrocuted, but where was the electricity? The gym had wooden floors, so it was unlikely to be a short circuit. When he saw the blue arc of electricity dancing on Huang Jinjin's palm, his heart sank. Could it be? Could it be that this woman also had awakened superpowers? Damn it, was it really that cliché? Had his dream of happiness been shattered? Guojia shuddered and started running away. He wasn't stupid, he couldn't afford to mess with this woman right now. Brother Wang, we've got a tough one. Hurry, save us. Wang Gang threw down his Wan sunbae crackers and stood up abruptly. He looked at Huang Jinjin in disbelief. She had awakened superpowers too? And what was that? High-voltage electricity? Damn, why had he awakened this useless muscle-bound power? It was ruining his looks and his mood. Huang Jinjin's sudden attack shocked everyone around, especially the girls, who felt like they had just seen a savior. Huang Jinjin knew she couldn't hide anymore. She walked forward, step by step, saying, "Sisters, these male dogs don't treat us women like humans, so we don't have to care about them either. Look at the men around you. When others bully you, they're weak, incompetent, and without any backbone. What good are they? A bunch of bastards who only think with their lower bodies. If you are willing, I can lead you to survive in this apocalypse." Shuang walked out from behind Huang Jinjin, encouraging everyone, "Abandon those male dogs, let us be independent and beautiful." Chapter 15 Departure, Destination, Oblivion River University. In an instant, it felt like a rallying cry. The girls who had been abused before gathered around Huang Jinjin, those with boyfriends slapping them hard across the face before ruthlessly abandoning them. "Ah Jin, are you serious? Xiu Hua, don't abandon me, I was wrong. Tian, I really didn't mean to, you have to believe me. Fu Rong, please, give me another chance, I'll protect you with my life. Big sister, take me in, I can sing, dance, and rap, I can't play basketball, but I can learn. The boys' wails rose and fell, as if they were the victims. But Guijia, hiding behind Wang Gang, suddenly rolled his sly eyes and immediately shouted, brothers, have you seen it clearly? This is the true face of women. No matter how much affection you give them, they'll never stand firmly by your side when something happens. Tell me, what are these women good for? In this apocalypse, we men must be strong. What is a little pain? There will be plenty of opportunities to get our pleasure later. Since these stinky women want to unite and exclude us, why can't we unite and exclude them? Brothers, on behalf of Brother Wang, I urge everyone here to resist women, starting with myself. Wang Gang turned his head and looked at him with suspicion, as if to say, who the hell wants to resist women? I haven't even started enjoying myself yet. For a time, after a painful struggle, many of the boys chose to respond to Guijia's call. Women, get out! Women, get out! Someone started the chant, and soon the boys were shouting in unison. But the girls were not to be trifled with. Although their individual fighting power wasn't strong, when united, it increased exponentially. If the boys hadn't threatened them with force, it was hard to say who would have the upper hand. Huang Jinjin's beautiful eyes flickered. She knew that there was no place for them girls here anymore, so she made an amazing decision. Those who are willing to follow me, let us walk out of here together. I refuse to believe we can't survive without these dogmen. Rest assured, as long as I'm alive, no one will suffer. Many girls burst into tears. If Huang Jinjin were a man, they would have offered themselves to her without hesitation. But many girls didn't have the courage to face the zombies. Huang Jinjin wouldn't force them. She could only say that people had different ambitions, and they should all just take care of themselves. After some preparation, Huang Jinjin led 7 girls out of the gymnasium. The stadium was suddenly quiet, but what awaited these girls was definitely not a comfortable life. The sun rose in the east, but it was still blood red, like a scarlet eye staring at the slaughter on the earth. Lin Fei took the 2 girls into his heavily modified Raptor. The interior was extremely luxurious, especially the back seat, which could be reclined to form a wide bed. Aside from its rugged yet cute appearance, there was nothing to complain about. Lin Fei, how did you prepare so thoroughly? Ruan Xiu was puzzled by Lin Fei's arrangements. As her biggest competitor in the past, she clearly understood Lin Fei. She knew that he was not a doomsday theorist, let alone have these ultra-protective villas and supplies. There must be some hidden reason. Lin Fei glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Want to know? Ruan Xiu blinked. Lin Fei reached out and hooked the back of her head, roughly pulling her close face to face, and said, wanting to know everything will only hurt you. As punishment, I'm going to drive and feed you breakfast at the same time. If you're not full by the time we reach Oblivion River University, you'll face the consequences. Ruan Xiu's heart tightened, her beautiful eyes widened, feeling as if she had touched some kind of bottom line of Lin Fei's. In the back seat, Huang Ruoyi was a little anxious. This silly girl, how could she not understand even this? A woman should know her place. Alas, she'll have to hit a wall a few times before she grows up. The modified Raptor's engine roared, and the vehicle shot out of the basement like an arrow, breaking through the rising barrier. However, as soon as the car emerged from the underground passage, a flash of light appeared, and many huge granite blocks appeared, blocking it firmly. This was Lin Fei's backup plan to prevent zombies and other strange things from entering the basement. When the pink raptor roared onto the street, all the zombies were drawn to it, and the people who had survived inside the buildings on both sides of the road were continuously sending out distress signals. But Lin Fei completely ignored them. Are you kidding? I don't have the time to play the role of a saint. System, continue to activate area detection. System detection is continuously activated. The detection range is within a radius of 200 meters from the host. If anyone meets the requirements, they will be automatically and accurately located for the host. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel the system's human-like design. It was really easy to use. Amidst the zombies' pursuit and encirclement, the pink war chariot burst out, smashing the vehicles along the way to the sides, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Lin Fei was excited. He couldn't hit people while driving, but hitting billions of zombies was no problem, right? The feeling of crushing them was truly amazing, with thuds and cracking sounds ringing in the ears. The pleasure of slaughter was driving Lin Fei to his peak. Suddenly, Lin Fei's legs felt a little weak, the pleasure surging directly into his brain. He freed his left hand and pressed down hard on Ruan Xiu's head, which she was trying to raise. Woo woo! Ruan Xiu whimpered, but Lin Fei remained rough. After a long while, he finally relaxed. Ruan Xiu abruptly sat up, coughing incessantly. She looked at Lin Fei resentfully, cursing him inwardly for being so heartless. Lin Fei chuckled, looks like your luck is still pretty good. You're full after only an hour. If you make another mistake next time, you might not have a chance to correct it. A tyrant, definitely a tyrant. Ruan Xiao kept cursing him in her heart but dared not say it in front of Lin Fei. Just you wait, when I'm stronger than you, I'll exhaust you to death in bed. Lin Fei naturally didn't know Ruan Xiao's little schemes, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it to heart because she simply wouldn't have the chance to realize them. Huang Ruoyi in the back seat had been watching the live show all the way, to the point where she was now a bit flushed. However, thinking that they were soon arriving at Wangchuan University, she still restrained herself, her eagerness to find her daughter overriding her desire. She hoped that no accidents would happen along the way. As soon as this thought arose, she felt the car suddenly decelerate and inertia pushed her forward. In the driver's seat, Lin Fei held the steering wheel tightly, the brake pedal already pressed all the way down. 10-meter-long tire tracks appeared on the ground, but fortunately the Raptor was heavy enough to brake steadily. Lin Fei stared intently at a certain spot ahead, his expression grave. Damn, what the hell is that monster? Chapter 16. The troublesome flesh tree. All three got out of the car, their eyes fixed on the thing that was sprawling across the road. From a distance, it looked like a dead tree 5 or 6 stories high. But up close, it was clear that it was no dead tree. It was a tree of flesh, with human bodies twisted and contorted together. Its roots and branches were tangled across the entire intersection, and the upper limbs had stretched into the surrounding buildings, reaching who knows how far. Lin Fei and the others even saw the heads on the tree open their eyes, as if they were looking at the 3 uninvited guests. Huang Ruoyi and Wan Qiu broke out in goosebumps, their sanity plummeting. They had never imagined anything so outrageous. Even Lin Fei, the bookworm, was left speechless. This thing was simply too bizarre. No wonder there are no zombies around here. It seems they've all been eaten by this thing, Lin Fei said with a sigh. Huang Ruoyi leaned towards Lin Fei, tugging at his sleeve, her voice a bit nervous. Lin Fei, why don't we go around? This thing looks so scary. She had finally accepted the appearance of zombies, but the appearance of this tree shattered her worldview once again. Look, there's a fruit growing on the biggest branch of the tree. Ruan Qiu suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the top of the corpse tree. Lin Fei saw it too, which was also why he hadn't left immediately. He stared intently at the fruit, and suddenly, a system notification appeared in his mind. Detected a realm-breaking embryo, capable of breaking through the limits of the human body. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a glint. A realm-breaking embryo? It didn't sound like an ordinary thing. As his strength increased, Lin Fei had a faint feeling of being bound, a cry from the deepest part of his genes. It was as if some kind of shackle was imprisoning him. To break free, he would probably need some special means. He had to get his hands on this realm-breaking embryo. With a flip of his wrist, 4 desert eagles appeared in his hand. You guys step back. I'll test the waters first. After saying that, Lin Fei put the raptor into his space. The 2 women retreated as instructed, finding cover at a distance to watch Lin Fei. The dense array of heads on the corpse tree all turned towards Lin Fei, giving him the feeling of being stared at by thousands of ghosts. He felt a huge mental force trying to engulf him, trying to assimilate him. If his spirit hadn't been strengthened twice, he would probably have fallen victim to it. He steadied his mind, raising the desert eagles in his hands. It's only polite to reciprocate. Taste my firepower. Bang 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 bang. The desert eagles in Lin Fei's hands roared like mad, spitting out fire snakes non-stop, the dense bullets covering the corpse tree across a distance of 50 meters. With a target that large, he could hit it with his eyes closed. The terrifying power of the desert eagles instantly tore the corpse tree to bloody shreds, countless heads and limbs falling off, adding another layer to the coagulated black blood on the ground. Hiss, gurgle, gurgle. Strange noises came from the corpse tree, as if it were a real tree wailing in pain. But Lin Fei suddenly became alert. He pushed hard off the ground, his entire body catapulting into the air, landing on the side of a bus. Bang! At the place where he had just been standing, the ground was pierced through, a foul-smelling root piercing upwards. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would probably have been skewered. Bang bang bang! The root spikes didn't stop, but chased after Lin Fei relentlessly. Cars and stones along the way were no match for them, the terrifying destructive power making Lin Fei somewhat alarmed. He was forced to retreat again and again. When he had retreated about 100 meters, the roots began to retract. It seems that this thing's attack range is around 100 meters. Lin Fei pondered. Could he use the long-range effectiveness of the desert eagles to kill it? But that would waste a lot of time here. After all, my frantic minute of firing just now had very limited damage. I guess it only took off a patch of bark for that corpse tree. And I didn't dare charge recklessly. Who knows if that thing had other special abilities. If I capsized in a ditch, I'd be an idiot. Right now, our group's destination was Forget River University. If we were held up here, I'm afraid Huang Ruoyi would be extremely anxious. Although I'm only getting rewards from her, I don't want to disappoint her either. Otherwise, what if she confiscates my gun when I'm stirring up trouble later? Lin Fei thought for a moment, deciding to go to Forget River University first. This corpse tree was completely invincible here. At this stage, human power couldn't remove it at all, unless it was a destructive missile strike. But there's no way we could have those things right now, so it would be fine to deal with this thing slowly after I find Huang Jinjin at Forget River University. Lin Fei turned and left, coming to the two women's side. Let's go, we'll go around it. We can't get rid of this thing for a while, we'll come back for it later. Upon hearing this, Huang Ruoyi was overjoyed she had indeed not misjudged him. Even Ruanqiu's view of Lin Fei changed a little. Lin Fei released the raptor. Just as he was about to get into the car, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Attention, a beauty with a comprehensive rating of 93 or more has appeared within the system's detection range. Target, Xin Shuriying. Here we go. The system didn't detect this woman before, which means she wasn't nearby earlier. Maybe the commotion from my fight with the corpse tree attracted her. After waiting in place for a while, no one appeared on the ground nearby. Looks like she's hiding, quite a cautious woman. If this woman wasn't lucky, then she had a strong ability to adapt to the apocalypse. Generally speaking, this kind of woman is harder to conquer. The methods I used on Huang Ruoyi and Ruanqiu before probably wouldn't work. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his head, looking at the Wanama shopping mall next to him. Behind the glass on the third floor, a gaze caught his attention. Found you. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Even though they were separated by nearly 100 meters and a piece of not very transparent glass, he could still see the woman standing there. Most striking were her straight, long, shapely legs under the denim shorts, with some bloodstains on them, adding to her shocking beauty. Further up was her small waist, and she wore a white shirt, the hem tied at her abdomen, exposing some skin. Under the shirt were full peaks. One phrase popped into Lin Fei's mind: slender branches bearing plentiful fruit. But the woman wore a mask on her face and a baseball cap on her head, making it impossible to see her features. But Lin Fei believed that a beauty rated 93 points by the system couldn't be bad. The woman seemed to realize Lin Fei had discovered her, and with a lowered posture, she quickly hid to the side. What's wrong? Lin Fei, Huang Ruoyi asked, leaning out of the car. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head, stepping into the car. Nothing, just saw an interesting person. Let's go to Forget River University. The raptor roared, smashing through the vehicles on the road like an arrow, leaving everyone else far behind. Inside the Wanama Mall, Xin Shuriying poked her head out, watching the pink raptor leave. She was surprised. That guy has terrifying perception. He must have discovered me just now. And with two such beautiful women, he is definitely not a good person. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and Xin Shuriying had already witnessed the ugliness of humanity. She wasn't a saint last night. She had personally dealt with two disgusting men. Little did Lin Fei know that he had already been labeled a lecherous devil. Chapter 17. The empty gymnasium. The pink raptor, like a tiger, tore through the zombie horde and crashed through the school gate, entering Forget River University. Huang Ruoyi exclaimed, why are there no zombies in the school? Indeed, as she said, there wasn't a single zombie to be seen in the school. Even the roaring of the raptor's engine had no effect. Lin Fei checked the time. It was almost noon, meaning it had taken them 3 or 4 hours to get here from the villa. The original journey should have only taken about an hour, but some sections of the road were impassable, forcing them to detour. Looking back, the outside of the school was still teeming with zombies. They all looked young and vibrant, probably students from the school. However, despite their bloodthirsty nature, they didn't dare step onto the campus, as if something was making them afraid. Ruanqiu was also puzzled. What's going on? Why don't they dare come in? Lin Fei had a guess. Have you noticed that this situation is somewhat similar to the area near the corpse tree we encountered? Huang Ruoyi immediately understood. You mean, there's also a corpse tree in the school? Lin Fei shook his head. No, not a corpse tree, but something else, something comparable to a corpse tree. It seems we've run into a tough one. Having said that, he looked at Huang Ruoyi. I think you also know that if there's something on the level of a corpse tree, and I can't handle it, I'll have to abandon your daughter. What Lin Fei didn't say directly was that there were no alerts on his system's detection range. Clearly, the zombies in the school had been driven away, indicating that the monster was incredibly powerful and didn't like to share. It saw the living people inside as its private domain for its sole enjoyment. Huang Ruoyi's heart tightened. She couldn't imagine how Jinjin could survive if there was such a monster. But giving up on finding her daughter was impossible. If Lin Fei really gave up, she might have to part ways with him. After all, she only had Jinjin, her only daughter, her life. Lin Fei, I won't give up on Jinjin. If there's really such a monster, you don't need to worry about me. I'll find her myself, Huang Ruoyi said resolutely, displaying a mother's strength. Lin Fei turned from the driver's seat to stare at her, his gaze sharp. Do you think you'd have a chance if I gave up? Do you think you're some big shot? Your life was saved by me. You've been eating my food and living in my place these past few days, and I even taught you how to use your powers. Do you think you can repay all of that with just your body? And now you're putting on airs with me? Let me tell you plainly, your lives haven't belonged to you since the moment I saved you. Want to leave my side? You can. Exchange it for equal value, or take a few bullets, and if you're not dead, then get out. His harsh scolding startled both women. They hadn't expected Lin Fei to have such a strong reaction. But what he said was undeniable. Everything they had was given by Lin Fei. They had nothing of equal value to repay him with. In other words, they only had two choices: stay or die. Huang Ruoyi sank into her seat, her body ice cold, tears streaming down her face, making the beautiful woman even more pitiful. Ruan Xiao was also shocked. This Lin Fei was like a different person, completely different from what she had known. He was ruthless, decisive, and showed no mercy. Even though she and Ruoyi had been intimate with him these past few days, he could still kill them without a second thought. Her fear of Lin Fei grew. Huang Ruoyi sobbed softly, not daring to say anything, placing all her hope in good fortune, praying that Huang Jinjin was still safe. Seeing that his reprimand had worked, Lin Fei said no more, slamming his foot on the accelerator, the car speeding through the campus road. Soon, a building shaped like an upside-down bowl came into view, the very sports hall of Wanchuan University. The three got out of the car, and Huang Ruoyi felt a chill in her heart. They saw that the metal doors of the sports hall, which should have been tightly closed, were now smashed in by some tremendous force. Huang Ruoyi rushed inside, calling out Huang Jinjin's name as she ran. Lin Fei and Ruan Xiao also walked in. He frowned. He had visited this sports hall a few times before. When he had come to raise funds for the school, it had all been in this hall. But now, the hall was littered with evidence of terrible destruction: bent steel pillars, shattered floors, damaged seats, and a warped basketball hoop that had crashed into a wall. All of it testified to the furious carnage that had taken place there. The smell of blood reached them, and Huang Ruoyi stood at the edge of the basketball court, staring blankly at the bloodstains and flesh fragments scattered across the broken wooden floor. She didn't know if any of it belonged to Huang Jinjin, and this uncertainty tormented her endlessly. Ruan Xiao took a few steps forward and supported her from the side. Lin Fei looked around, lost in thought. If he wasn't mistaken, the unknown monster was born inside this sports hall, because the doors had been smashed outwards, with no sign of an intrusion. If Huang Jinjin had been here earlier, then there was a high chance she had already been devoured by the monster. Roar! Just as the three of them were lost in their thoughts, a monstrous roar echoed from afar, and the lights in the sports hall flickered for a moment, as if disturbed by some kind of interference. Lin Fei rushed outside and followed the sound. The direction suggested the cafeteria. Could the monster be there? It was quite possible. In the apocalypse, when a crisis erupts in a school, the food in the cafeteria becomes something that everyone would fight for. After the monster chased away the zombies, the cafeteria would certainly be full of people. But who could say if this wasn't a trap set by the monster? Lin Fei didn't dare to speculate further. If the monster had that kind of intelligence, it would be devastating news for the survivors. Lin Fei had to see what this thing was. Even if it was just at Wanchuan University for now, if they let it grow, it wouldn't be impossible for it to dominate Wanchuan. For his own safety, and for his future development, he had to figure it out. If he could eliminate it, he would. If not, he at least needed to understand its weaknesses. With the arrival of the apocalypse, survivors might awaken abilities, and mutated creatures might appear amongst zombies. It was a balance, or rather, a matter of natural selection. Lin Fei had to tread carefully. Without looking back at Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Xiao, he quickly ran towards the direction of the sound. Chapter 18 Bitch. As Lin Fei approached the cafeteria, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Attention, a beauty with a comprehensive rating of 92 or higher has been detected within the system's range. Target, Huang Jinjin. Huang Jinjin? Lin Fei was a little surprised. It seemed Huang Jinjin had run out of the gymnasium and was lucky to still be alive. Then, his expression turned strange. The system wanted him to take down the mother-daughter duo? How improper. But I like it. Boom! The loud noise grew clearer, coming from the cafeteria building not far away. Through the broken floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, he could see a burly figure inside, overturning tables and chairs. And in front of that figure, a nimble figure emitting arcs of blue electricity was constantly dodging attacks, occasionally whipping out electric snakes to strike backward. The electric snakes tore apart the tables and chairs that were thrown at her, splitting them in two with terrifying force. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Electric type ability? If I keep this person by my side, I shouldn't have any more power outages, right? He saw the giant monster, about 2 people tall. It was likely the one that used its absolute strength to drive away the other zombies. And the woman it was chasing, judging by her appearance, was definitely a first-class beauty. Although she looked a little haggard, she couldn't hide her moving features. Lin Fei could see a hint of Huang Ruoyi in her face. That must be Huang Jinjin. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from behind. Huang Ruoyi and the other woman hurriedly chased after Lin Fei. When they saw the two figures engaged in fierce combat, Huang Ruoyi exclaimed, "Jinjin." She took a step forward, ready to rush in to help. But Lin Fei grabbed her. "Calm down. She's still holding her own. Your appearance might disrupt her rhythm, putting her in danger." Huang Ruoyi was shocked and asked with some apprehension, "Then, what do we do? We can't just watch Jinjin face that monster alone." Lin Fei shook his head. "Don't worry, she won't die. Can't you see she's much more skilled at using her ability than you are? She's a natural fighter. And since I promised you, I will save her if she is alive. I won't go back on my word." Despite Lin Fei's assurance, Huang Ruoyi was still terrified because the commotion caused by the monster was just too terrifying. "Hey, you! Don't go over there. There's a terrible monster inside." Someone was waving at the three of them from the corner of the small shop next door. It was a girl with freckles on her face. Huang Ruoyi suddenly said, "That seems to be Jinjin's college roommate. I saw her when she video called me. Her name's Xuanxuan, but I don't really like her. She's too pretentious." For Huang Ruoyi to say she disliked someone, the girl must indeed be unpleasant. Lin Fei ignored Xuanxuan, but she seemed to have an extremely hostile attitude towards Lin Fei. "Come over here, you guys. Don't be with those dog men, they're all beasts." This blatant insult made Lin Fei's eyes flash dangerously. The desert eagle appeared in his hand, the dark muzzle pointing directly at Xuanxuan, as if he were about to shoot her dead. But Xuanxuan didn't seem afraid. "You think you can scare people with a toy gun? Do you think we girls are easy to handle?" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and instantly, a large hole was blasted through the wall next to her, debris flying and hitting her face painfully. This sudden scene stunned Xuanxuan. She looked at Lin Fei with terrified eyes. She didn't understand why the thing that looked like a toy gun in that man's hand was actually a real gun. After a scream, she tried to run, but as soon as she turned and took a few steps, Lin Fei descended from the sky, blocking her path. On the other side, Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi also approached, forming a pincer movement. "You, what do you want? I'm warning you. My sister has superpowers. If you dare hurt me after she deals with that monster, she will definitely not let you off." Xuanxuan, leaning against the wall, spoke menacingly while shrinking back. Lin Fei said with a fake smile, "Then why are you hiding here alone instead of helping your sister?" "I'd say it's a plastic friendship." Xuanxuan's expression was agitated. "You're talking nonsense. Jinjin and I have the best relationship. She said she would protect me. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no power to fight that kind of monster. She has superpowers, so she should be the one to deal with it." Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. "Have you ever thought that she might not be able to deal with that monster either?" Xuanxuan was stunned for a moment, but then said as a matter of course, "Then at least she bought me a chance to live. Isn't that how sisters sacrifice for each other? I won't let her sacrifice be in vain." Lin Fei chuckled. This girl was truly an extreme case, a typical better you than me type, taking other people's sacrifices for granted, not even caring about their lives. Huang Ruoyi on the other side was already heaving with anger. She stepped forward and slapped Xuanxuan hard across the face. "You little bitch. You're truly a venomous snake." The sudden slap and scolding ignited Xuanxuan's temper. She pointed at Huang Ruoyi and cursed, "Who the hell are you, you bitch? How dare you hit me? Believe me, my sister will electrocute you to death later." Huang Ruoyi sneered with anger. "Good sisters, huh? Electrocute me to death, huh? You little bitch, you're really scheming. Do you even know who I am?" Xuanxuan glared at her. "I don't care who the hell you are. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't have the right to hit me." Lin Fei's faint voice came. "Leave her a wretched life, she'll be useful later." Huang Ruoyi laughed, nodded, and didn't say anything more. She condensed a stream of water in her hand, instantly blasting it out, shattering Xuanxuan's knees and making her fall to the ground in agony. "Ah! My legs! You bitches! I'm going to kill you! Don't you dare run! When my sister comes back, you're done for." Huang Ruoyi was truly disgusted with this girl to the extreme. She couldn't even control herself from stepping forward and kicking her several times. Ruan Qiu shook her head. She was also utterly disgusted with this type of person who only knew how to reap the rewards without any effort. She stepped forward, took out a strip of cloth and gagged Xuanxuan's foul mouth. Huang Ruoyi dragged her by her collar, leaving 2 bloody streaks on the ground as if she were a dead dog. At this moment, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Huang Jinjin was running with all her might. "Damn it all, I knew men weren't good for anything. Not only did they drive us away, but now they've turned into these monsters to harm everyone." She ran and cursed at the same time, feeling very scared. She had lured it away alone. It would be so unfair if she got killed by this monster. She had promised to protect those female classmates who were with her, and she didn't want to break her promise. But bearing such a huge burden alone really made her feel helpless, with no one to help her share the load. She suddenly thought of her mother. She had always relied on her mother's arms. She had never understood her pressure, and her mother had never told her about her own unhappiness and pain. Sometimes she would even talk back to her and make her angry. Looking back now, she was really unfilial. In an instant, she seemed to have grown up, and a determined look appeared in her eyes. Before, it was her mother who protected her, and now, it was her turn to protect her. Chapter 19. I am your strongest fortress. Although Huang Jinjin was physically and mentally exhausted, she knew she couldn't give up. Mom had said she would come to save me, but she is just an ordinary person. How could she cross half of the forgotten river in this dangerous apocalypse to get here? I have to deal with this monster as soon as possible and then contact Mom, telling her she must wait for me at home. Roar! The monster behind her roared, as if mocking Huang Jinjin. The monster was huge, twice the height of a person, with bulging muscles, a hideous appearance, and foul-smelling black blood flowing from its body. Although its appearance had changed, she could still tell that it was Wang Gang, the other ability user from the gymnasium before. Even more terrifying was the face on its chest, which was clearly Guojia, the one who kept coming up with bad ideas in the gymnasium. It seemed that some unknown change must have occurred in the gymnasium, so that even the ability user Wang Gang had become a zombie and had fused with this guy Guojia. Its intelligence was still intact. It didn't just act on instinct like ordinary monsters. The threat of this kind of monster was far greater than that of a group of ordinary zombies. It was fair to say that it had the potential to become a zombie king. Huang Jinjin could only keep running and trying to wear down the thick-skinned monster, but after fighting it for half an hour, she still hadn't found a way to deal with it. She could feel that her body was depleted. If she continued to use her abilities recklessly, it might cause some unpredictable result. But now, she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. There were only two options: either kill this monster or be killed by it. She suddenly felt a little unwilling. If those girls had been a little braver and had followed her plan to attract the monster, the result might have been different. Why were they unwilling to stand with her and face danger like warriors? The monster behind her seemed to be tired of the chase. After a roar, its fist suddenly swelled, and it slammed them hard into the ground in front of it. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook. From the impact point, countless cracks spread out in a fan shape, instantly covering all of Huang Jinjin's escape routes. The two faces of the monster both wore mocking smiles. With a stomp of its foot, boom! The entire floor, riddled with cracks, collapsed with a deafening roar, and everything fell to the first floor. Huang Jinjin, too, lost her footing. The forward momentum became the fatal flaw that broke her balance, and she lost her center of gravity in the air, falling down with the shattered floorboards. Bang! Dust flew everywhere, filling the entire cafeteria. Huang Jinjin was a little disoriented from the fall. She shook her head and supported herself on the rubble to stand up, coughing constantly from the large amount of smoke she had inhaled. She felt like there was something wrong with every part of her body. One of her legs had lost all feeling. Looking down, a hideous bloodstain was creeping up her fair thigh. It was from the steel bars hidden in the rubble when she had fallen. Now, covered in dust, it hurt terribly. Huang Jinjin steeled her heart and directly used her ability to scorch the wound. The pain made her grit her teeth, but she didn't utter a sound. Thud! A massive object landed, and even the dust was blown away. Huang Jinjin knew that the monster had jumped down. But how could she fight it in her current condition? A sense of defeat welled up inside her. Was this where she was going to die? What about Mom? Huang Jinjin sat on a piece of rubble and gave a bitter smile. So, being a savior is not that easy at all. She took out her phone, found Huang Ruoi's number, and dialed it. Before she died, she wanted to hear her mother's voice one last time, and to tell her sorry. The call was quickly connected. She composed herself, tried to calm her fear, and spoke in what she thought was a calm voice. Hello? Mom! But as soon as she spoke, she suddenly froze, because her voice seemed to be coming from behind her. She turned her head sharply and saw the first floor door of the cafeteria being violently pushed open, blood-red light pouring in, and the wind blowing away much of the dust. A graceful figure stood there quietly, a phone held to her ear. She slowly brought the phone to her mouth and said softly, Jinjin, don't be afraid, Mommy is here. In an instant, feelings of surprise and grievance swirled in Huang Jinjin's heart. It was as if her mother's appearance had instantly given her an outlet for her emotions. She was a little dazed, looking at the figure walking towards her at the door, murmuring, Mom. Mommy. Then, remembering something, she threw away her phone and shouted loudly, Mom. Go! Don't come over! Huang Ruoi at the door, however, seemed not to hear her, and began to run towards Huang Jinjin, not even the jagged rubble stopping her. Huang Jinjin was truly panicked this time. She kept shaking her head, and tears, which had never flowed before, streamed down her face, etching dusty streaks. Why? Why did her mother have to show up at this time? She didn't want to implicate her. Finally, the figure passed through the dust and embraced her. Huang Jinjin could even feel the trembling from the delicate body. Huang Ruoi hugged her tightly, murmuring with affection, it's okay, Jinjin, don't be afraid, Mommy has come to save you, it's alright. Although Huang Jinjin enjoyed this profound love before death, she still forcefully pushed Huang Ruoi away. Mom. Run. It's dangerous here. It'll be too late if you don't leave. Before she could finish speaking, heavy breaths scattered the dust behind them. The terrifying monster appeared not far from them, and a threat of death enveloped Huang Jinjin. At this moment, she was utterly desperate. There was no way to escape, and now she was really going to implicate her mother. Mom, I'm sorry. In the next life, I'll still be your daughter. Huang Ruoyi, however, lovingly wiped the tears from her face and kissed her forehead, saying, "Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Since mommy is here, I won't let anything happen to you. Have you forgotten that you said I was your strongest fortress?" Huang Jinjin was speechless. Her mother. Swish! A powerful vortex of water erupted from Huang Ruoyi's hand, shooting towards the monster. Caught off guard, even its massive form was pushed back 8 or 9 meters by the powerful attack, and much of its flesh was torn off. Huang Jinjin stared blankly at this scene, saying in disbelief, "Mom, you're also an ability user?" Huang Ruoyi didn't answer her, instead using action to clear her doubts. She rapidly moved her hands, her water-based abilities flowing like a torrential river, turning into all kinds of attacks and crashing down onto the monster. Huang Jinjin was dumbfounded. Her mother had so much water. Chapter 20, A man. The surging water dispersed, and the surrounding wind knocked down the lingering dust. Huang Ruoyi's maternal instincts exploded, her abilities surging forth like a torrent, as if she wanted to tear the monster that had bullied her daughter into a million pieces. Huang Jinjin's beautiful eyes widened. She hadn't expected her mother to awaken her own abilities, and they seemed even stronger than her own. Roar! After enduring a barrage of attacks, the monster roared in rage. Its physique was robust, built upon Wang Gang's muscular ability. After becoming a monster, it had grown even more powerful. Even with Huang Ruoyi's full power output, she couldn't damage its core. Although it appeared to be torn and battered, it was largely unaffected. The continuous attacks only fueled its anger further. The face of Gui Jiao on its chest sneered, as if realizing that Huang Ruoyi was merely bluffing. It seemed that he could enjoy another delicious meal. Thump! Thump! It started to stride forward, enduring Huang Ruoyi's water attacks. Each step seemed to echo in Huang Jinjin's heart, snapping her back from her initial delight. Was this monster really so terrifying? Mom! You should run! That monster is unkillable! Huang Jinjin cried out anxiously. But Huang Ruoyi had no intention of retreating. Even as the monster approached, she remained standing in front of Huang Jinjin. It was as if she was willing to die to protect her daughter. This made Huang Jinjin feel the greatness of maternal love. Perhaps only when she had children would she truly understand her mother's deep love for her. But now, the world was ending, everyone was taking care of themselves. Who would consider having children now? When the monster was 5 meters away from Huang Ruoyi, she suddenly stopped her attacks and no longer released her abilities. Instead, she went to Huang Jinjin, lovingly washing away the dust from her face with a gentle stream of water. Huang Jinjin was stunned. Had her mother given up? She looked at Huang Ruoyi, a desolate smile on her face. "Mom, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this." Huang Ruoyi smiled, gently tapping her daughter's upturned nose. "Silly child, what are you thinking? We won't die today." Huang Jinjin was stunned, bewildered. She couldn't help but look at the monster. Was someone going to come and kill this terrifying beast? Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed, and a large splash of black, foul-smelling blood splattered out. A fist-sized hole appeared in the monster's head. Then, a series of gunshots erupted, the thick bullets, with their blinding flames, piercing into the monster's body, exploding into bloody blossoms. Roar! The monster roared in pain, raising its arms to block its chest, staggering backwards. Huang Jinjin turned to the doorway. 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked in. The man was holding a strangely shaped gun that continuously spat fire from its barrel. At that moment, she understood what was meant by firepower suppression. It was hard to imagine that someone could use a firearm to put such a terrifying monster in so much distress. Also, how many bullets were in that gun? She didn't know this man, but she had seen the woman beside him a few times. She was her mother's friend, Sister Ruan Xiao. Could it be that her mother and them were together? A hint of dislike flickered in her brow. But she didn't say much. They were fighting the monster and also saving her. Ruan Xiao came to Huang Ruoyi and her daughter, and looked at Huang Jinjin with some concern. "Jinjin's situation seems a bit bad. What should we do? Should we go to the hospital?" Huang Ruoyi shook her head. "Even if we go to the hospital, we don't know what it's like there. Considering the flow of people, the situation there is probably not good." Ruan Xiao understood her meaning. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Then we'll ask Lin Fei later. He should have a way." Huang Ruoyi nodded, and couldn't help but look at Lin Fei, who was suppressing the monster in front. Huang Jinjin blinked her eyes. Why did she feel like she saw reliance in her mother's eyes? No, she must have been mistaken. Her mother had never shown such an expression since her divorce from her father all these years. How could she possibly become dependent on a man? Roar! Between the 2 women's conversation, the monster, which was being suppressed by Lin Fei's infinite firepower, let out an angry roar. It seemed as if its body had expanded again, and the face on its chest was wrapped in muscle, disappearing from sight. A violent aura burst out instantly, as if some kind of restriction had been lifted, forcing its way forward despite Lin Fei's firepower. It seemed intent on solving Lin Fei in one fell swoop. Huang Jinjin exclaimed in alarm. If that monster got close, wouldn't that man called Lin Fei be torn to shreds in an instant? The weapon in his hand must be his superpower. Although it's powerful, close combat is a fatal weakness. In addition, her mother and sister Ruan Xiu were working together to carry her towards the door, further solidifying her idea. That man was definitely no match for the monster. Mom, shouldn't we help him? Huang Ruoi shook her head. We can't help. We should just focus on doing our own thing. Sure enough, a strange emotion flashed through Huang Jinjin's heart. It seemed that her mother and the others had given up on that man, but that was fine. At least she and her mother would be able to survive. If a man could sacrifice himself for a woman, it could be considered a worthwhile death. Of course, Huang Rui and the other woman didn't know her inner thoughts, otherwise they would definitely teach her a lesson. After the few of them left the cafeteria area, Lin Fei smiled. He put away the gun in his hand, twisted his neck, and looked at the monster in front of him with a look of eagerness. The monster was confused. Why did this guy stop attacking? Was he offering himself up? Okay, no problem, it was all the same when he ate it. Roar! The monster roared and strode towards Lin Fei, swinging its fists as big as sandbags. It liked eating meat patties. Thud! A dull sound came, and the monster's ferocious face suddenly froze. It saw that below its fist, a slender arm was actually supporting it firmly. Could this little ant actually catch its punch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This punch was 6 or 7 tons of force, how could a human catch it? It didn't believe it and raised its fist again, smashing it down hard, with all its strength. Boom! A burst of air exploded from the point of contact. Lin Fei stood still, steadily receiving the monster's attack. This time, the monster was dumbfounded. It had already used all its strength, yet it was still blocked by this person. This was completely unscientific. Lin Fei smirked. Are you done? If you're done, then it's my turn. A bad feeling flashed through the monster's heart instantly, but it had no time to react. Its wrists were suddenly grabbed by 2 hands, a powerful force transmitted, and then it felt dizzy, the human in its vision rapidly shrinking. Bang! The cafeteria wall was smashed, the monster's huge body was thrown outside, and it fell heavily to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. The sudden scene startled the 3 women who had just run out. Huang Jinjin opened her mouth wide in surprise. What was going on? Was that lump that just flew out really the monster? Afterwards, she only saw clearly when the monster shook its head and stood up. She was instantly dumbfounded. Please tell me, it had accidentally crashed into the wall and fallen, right? Chapter 21, Misandry. Before Huang Jinjin's surprise could fade, a figure shot out of the cafeteria like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the monster. Boom! A circle of air pressure rippled outward from the monster, flattening the greenery around it. Huang Jinjin squinted, then her eyes widened as the air settled. She saw that the monster was pinned to the ground by Lin Fei's foot, unable to get up. What was going on? Was the monster some delicate flower like Lin Dayu, breaking at the slightest touch? All show and no substance? It couldn't be that the man had suddenly gone berserk and become a god. If that were the case, it would be too damn absurd. But reality often defied expectation. Lin Fei looked at the monster under his foot, feeling bored. I thought you'd be some big deal, but is this it? You haven't even reached 50 times the human limit. What a waste of such a body. After his taunt, a gleaming long blade appeared in his hand, appearing incredibly sharp under his immense power. Put! With a swift motion, the monster's massive head was severed. Thud! The monster's body lost its power and crashed to the ground. This scene made Huang Rui and Ruan Xiu's eyes shine with admiration. Lin Fei's strength was truly unfathomable. He could kill such a terrifying monster so easily. Huang Jinjin, on the other hand, was in disbelief. That big guy was dead? It was too easy. Lin Fei shook the blood off his blade and walked towards the others. He hadn't expected this guy, who could drive away zombies and claim territory, to be so weak, truly all bark and no bite. Just as he was about to call for them to leave, a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Anomaly detected. Intelligent anomaly has been born. Danger level high risk. Removal is advised. Lin Fei was stunned, then he suddenly turned around, his pupils dilating. The corpse of the monster he had just killed was gone. Only a pale head remained, the body having disappeared strangely. System, can you track the monster's location? This system cannot track, damn it! Lin Fei suddenly felt like he had let a tiger return to the mountains. That thing could trigger a system warning. It definitely wasn't simple. An intelligent anomaly. It sounded like a special elite monster. Following the trends of zombie novels and movies, it had the potential to become a zombie king. This was undoubtedly a Damocles sword hanging over his head, and no one knew when it would fall. Instantly, his mood soured. Ruan Qiu noticed Lin Fei's troubled expression and came over to ask, "What's wrong?" Lin Fei shook his head. "It's nothing." There was no need to tell the people around him about this, it would only cause unnecessary worry. Huang Ruoi saw Lin Fei approaching and asked anxiously, "Lin Fei, can you help Jinjin?" Lin Fei looked at Huang Jinjin in her arms. Her face was pale as paper, but her eyes held a kind of aversion towards him. Before he could speak, Huang Jinjin said weakly, "Mom, I'm fine. Let's go. Don't stay with men." Huang Ruoi was suddenly embarrassed as she looked at Lin Fei. She knew that her daughter had a problem since childhood, misandry. She hated all men, including her father. She had forgotten about this and hadn't mentioned it to Lin Fei. Now that Huang Jinjin had been so direct, she didn't know if it would make Lin Fei angry. Lin Fei smiled and said to Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoi, "Let's go, it's time to go home." Upon hearing this, Huang Ruoi's heart skipped a beat. She knew Lin Fei was angry. The phrase "go home" didn't include her daughter, Huang Jinjin. It meant Lin Fei was ignoring Huang Jinjin's aversion. And previously, he had also warned himself and Ruan Qiu that leaving was possible, but only with corresponding bargaining chips, or death. If he disobeyed his wishes, needless to say, death would be the immediate consequence. But abandoning her daughter was something she truly couldn't do, and besides, Huang Jinjin was already on the verge of collapse. Apart from seeking help from Lin Fei, there was no other way. Thump. She knelt down facing Lin Fei and pleaded, "Lin Fei, I beg you, please save Jinjin. If you save her, I can let her become your woman." Huang Jinjin was stunned. She stared wide-eyed at her mother, wondering if she was hallucinating. Could her mother really say such things? "Mom, please get up. How can you kneel before a man? Get up. I don't want anyone to save me." Ruan Qiu looked at her, a hint of a sigh escaping her lips. She knew that if Huang Jinjin didn't come to her senses, her life might end today, and might even implicate Sister Ruoi. She thought for a moment, then walked to the flower bed nearby and dragged someone out. Bang! Ruan Qiu threw the person in front of Huang Jinjin, startling her. "Xuan, what happened to you? Woo woo woo." Xuan looked at Huang Jinjin, her eyes filled with resentment. Ruan Qiu tore off the strip of cloth from her mouth, and Xuan immediately shrieked, "Huang Jinjin, help me kill them. Kill this bitch. She's the one who did this to me. You have to avenge me." Huang Jinjin followed her gaze, her heart sinking. The bitch she was referring to was actually her own mother. Could there be some misunderstanding between them? And why did she feel so indifferent upon seeing Xuan's miserable state? Seeing Huang Jinjin standing there, unresponsive, Xuan barked, "Huang Jinjin, aren't you always saying you want to protect us girls? Then why don't you kill my enemy for me? Are you even still my best friend?" Huang Jinjin's expression was grim as she said, "Xuan, she is my mother." The resentment in Xuan's eyes faltered for a moment. No wonder she felt like she had seen Huang Ruoi somewhere before. It all made sense now. Then, her resentment surged even stronger. "Huang Jinjin, so what if she's your mother? It's the apocalypse now. What's so strange about fathers killing sons, or daughters killing mothers? Help me kill her. Killing her will help you protect us better. We'll always be grateful to you." Hearing the words pouring out of her mouth, Huang Jinjin was filled with conflicting emotions. In this state, Xuan was more like a resentful widow, yet every word she spoke seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. Even if she was dull, she should realize that she was just a fool being used by them, a fool who had appointed herself their protector. Huang Jinjin felt a deep sadness. The roommates she had just met were exploiting her so ruthlessly. Come to think of it, when she brought back food from outside, they devoured it without leaving her any, like a pack of hungry dogs. They only knew how to take. What could she ask for in return? Their ridiculous admiration? She closed her eyes, shaking her head, as if she had lost all the strength to support herself. "Xuan, I can't do it." Chapter 22. Pua Huang Jinjin. You motherfucking bitch. You're such a slut. Like mother, like daughter, a slut through and through. You don't keep your word, you go back on everything, you're selfish, and you leave people to die. I see it now. You said you found little food. You probably filled your own belly first and then gave us the leftovers. No wonder you didn't eat any yourself. I was blind to call you my sister. I spit on you. How is the world so unfair? Why does this slut have superpowers? If I had known, I should have let those dogmen come in. Zhang Xiaoshuan was firing on all cylinders, her foul mouth at its peak, spewing out filth. Huang Jinjin clenched her fists repeatedly. Enough. Zhang Xiaoshuan. I, Huang Jinjin, owe you nothing. Don't put yourself on some moral high ground to condemn others. You're a bunch of parasites. All you know is to take without giving. When I ask you to cooperate with me, you're all cowards afraid of death, and in the end, you blame me for not protecting you. Where is your conscience? Indeed, her mother had told her before to be more careful of others. She was still too naive, naively thinking that the world was black and white. Little did she know that she was being roasted over a fire, but she was unaware, unconscious. How laughable, Huang Jinjin, you truly are an utter failure. Fine, from now on, she will never believe in anyone else, may each go their own way. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded from the side. Lin Fei watched them tear each other apart, leisurely. Wonderful, keep going, just pretend I'm not here. When Zhang Xiaoshuang saw someone interrupt, she immediately turned her attack towards Lin Fei. What are you swaggering about, you dog man? If you didn't have weapons in your hand, you wouldn't have survived 5 episodes, you should be burning incense to thank your ancestors. You guys wait for me, my brother is in the military region, he will come and kill you all. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei was still smiling, but Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu clearly felt that the surrounding air had turned cold. Clang! A blunt kitchen knife was thrown to Huang Jinjin's feet. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. Take this knife, slaughter this maggot who is spewing filth, and you can come with us. Huang Jinjin looked down at the knife at her feet, not knowing what to do for a moment. Jinjin, hurry! Pick it up! Huang Ruoyi crawled to her on her knees and urged, this girl was never a good person, keeping her will only bring disaster to others, killing her is no different from killing those monsters. Just think of it as killing a chicken, a pig. Did you hear that, Jinjin? Lin Fei has already given you a chance, you must seize it. Hearing her mother so anxiously urging her to accept Lin Fei's charity, she was extremely puzzled. In her mother's eyes, was following this man so important? Even without a man, with her and her mother's abilities, they could still live well in this apocalypse. Seeing that Huang Jinjin was still hesitating, Huang Ruoyi was becoming anxious for her. Hurry, Jinjin. Mom doesn't want to lose you. Huang Jinjin looked at her anxious mother, her eyes filled with struggle. Mom, what are you so afraid of? Do you really desire a man that much? Huang Ruoyi was stunned. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. Huang Jinjin covered her face, looking at Huang Ruoyi in disbelief. Her mother actually hit me. Huang Jinjin, do you know what you're saying? In your eyes, is your mother such a pathetic woman? Do you know what your mother sacrificed to come and save you? And in your current state, even if you leave this place, you won't survive for many days. There were tears in Huang Ruoyi's eyes, a feeling of heartbreak. Huang Jinjin didn't understand, and still puffed up her cheeks as she said, isn't it just a little tired? I don't believe a few days of rest can kill me. Huang Ruoyi took a deep breath. You don't understand anything. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've awakened your power? I'm telling you, the human body has flaws. The more you use your power, the faster you'll die. The depletion of your body now is proof. Don't believe me? Try using your power again? Huang Jinjin's mind exploded. In the past, the dizziness after using her ability would disappear after a little rest. She never thought that the power she awakened could kill her. To prove herself, she suppressed the depletion in her body and tried to activate her power, but when the power circulated within her body, it was like a faulty circuit shorting, causing her limbs to ache unbearably. Ugh! It hurts! She couldn't help but cry out in pain, and quickly gave up trying to activate her power. Huang Ruoyi looked at her and knew she had hit a wall. How is it? Mommy didn't lie to you, right? Huang Jinjin looked at her with confusion and asked, then why are you okay? Doesn't your body have flaws? Huang Ruoyi nodded. Mommy's body has flaws, but those flaws have been mended by Lin Fei. From now on, you can use your power however you want. That's also why I want you to come with us. Mommy doesn't want to see the day you suddenly die because the power in your body goes out of control. Do you understand? Huang Jinjin's thoughts stalled, then stalled again. How could such a thing exist in this world? Ruan Qiu, standing to the side, picked up a knife from the ground, and with a sweep of both hands, an identical knife appeared before Huang Jinjin. Your mother is right. Everyone's body does have flaws, but I'm not your mother. I won't try to persuade you so painstakingly. Whether you believe it or not is your own business. Clang! Ruan Qiu dropped both knives on the ground, as if shattering Huang Jinjin's self-righteousness into pieces. Ha ha ha! So it turns out that awakening superpowers isn't such a great thing. I really hope to see you die from overexertion. Zhang Xiaoshuang cursed venomously, even spitting at Huang Jinjin. Huang Jinjin looked at her with a complicated expression. Only she knew how much she had sacrificed for them, but what she received in return was their endless suspicion, even malicious words. If powers could be stolen, they would not hesitate to kill her and take her place. Were these people worth it? Certainly not. And her mother had come all the way to save her. Was she going to disappoint her mother with her ridiculous stubbornness? No, she couldn't. If she could live, no one wanted to die. Whether what her mother and the others said was true or not, she was in no condition to venture out again. Could the man named Lin Fei repair the flaws in human genes? If he could, then what harm was there in trying? Killing a person was nothing special. Huang Jinjin took a deep breath, and under the gaze of the others, she slowly bent down and picked up the knife beside her foot. Chapter 23, Mending Flaws. Azure flashing the moment Huang Jinjin picked up the knife, Zhang Xiaoshuang, who was sprawled on the ground like a maggot, cried out in terror. Huang Jinjin, you better not mess around. I'm warning you, killing is against the law. But Huang Jinjin seemed to have made up her mind. Although her steps were somewhat faltering, she still moved towards her. Sha. The sound of her shoes dragging on the ground sounded like a death knell to Zhang Xiaoshuang's ears. The dull knife reflected the crimson sun in the sky, looking eerie. No, don't come over. Jinjin. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things to you. It's all my fault. I'm a bitch. Just let me go like a fart. I will always remember your kindness. I will build you a longevity tablet and worship it every day. Zhang Xiaoshuang writhed on the ground, trying to retreat, but the pain from her wounds made her howl incessantly. A pair of shoes appeared in her vision, and then her hair was grabbed, forcing her to raise her head. Huang Jinjin's face was as pale as paper, but she still had this much strength. She looked directly into Zhang Xiaoshuang's fearful and resentful eyes and suddenly smiled. I haven't understood the principle for more than 10 years, but I've grasped it in just 1 or 2 days of this apocalypse. I really have to thank you, my dear roommate. Without me, you probably won't survive for too long either, so why not make the best of it and let you help me this time? Zhang Xiaoshuang saw a terrifying light in Huang Jinjin's eyes, an undisguised killing intent. She knew that Huang Jinjin had really been persuaded and was about to kill her. Instantly, she was like a hen about to meet her end, making a desperate struggle. Huang Jinjin, if you dare to kill me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. My brother will definitely come for you, and he'll rape you before killing you. And you bunch of bitches and bastards, you will definitely be punished. Ha. It's so funny, you said you would protect me, but in the end, you're killing me. Huang Jinjin, may you die a horrible death. Huang Jinjin listened to her curses, her smile widening, a strange pleasure floating into her heart. Was she a pervert? Hee, in this apocalypse, who gets a good death? But you can be considered to have had a good death, right? Goodbye, Xuan. Poochie. The dull knife landed heavily on the back of Zhang Xiaoshuang's neck. In an instant, various nerves were severed, and the blade embedded itself in the bone, a bit stuck. But Huang Jinjin used all her strength to pull it out and then swung again. Warm, fresh blood splattered, splashing on Huang Jinjin's face, hands, and body, making her look like a demon crawled out of hell. Ding! When the sound of the dull knife hitting the ground rang out, a fine head was lifted up by her. Huang Jinjin looked at Zhang Xiaoshuang's unseeing face and felt no fear. Instead, she seemed unusually calm. Huang Ruoyi covered her mouth as she watched her daughter, suddenly feeling a little unfamiliar with her. Lin Fei watched her with interest, clicking his tongue in amazement. A self-proclaimed savior, raising a butcher knife to her followers, what an ironic picture. If Huang Jinjin grew up, she would definitely be a ruthless character. Very good, you have obtained a ticket to the future. Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, the head in Huang Jinjin's hand fell to the ground, rolling away. She herself staggered and was about to fall. Huang Ruoyi quickly stepped forward and hugged her. At this moment, she was already delirious, her eyes about to close. Lin Fei, Jinjin Shi. Lin Fei chuckled, overuse of her powers. If she falls asleep, she really won't wake up. What do we do then? Please save Jinjin. Huang Ruoyi was immediately anxious upon hearing this. Lin Fei pointed to the small shop next door and said, first, wash her thoroughly, then carry her inside. Huang Ruoyi asked, confused, huh? Although Lin Fei had told them that their inherent ability flaws had been corrected, he hadn't explained in detail how. So, Huang Ruoyi was a bit puzzled at the moment. But she still did as she was told. A pool of clear water enveloped Huang Jinjin, cleaning every inch of her skin of dust, leaving not a single trace of water on her body. This control over water flow could already be considered masterful. It wasn't for nothing that she had spent the better part of the night practicing. Subsequently, Huang Ruoyi and Wan Qiu together carried Huang Jinjin into the small shop. Lin Fei walked in and closed the door directly. Then, he took out a few small lamps to illuminate the surroundings, and a mattress was placed in the middle. Should we give Jinjin a vital tiger pill? Huang Ruoyi asked. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Vital tiger pills are useless for fixing flaws. As for how they're fixed, you'll know in a moment. Then, under the astonished gaze of Huang Ruoyi and Wan Qiu, Lin Fei demonstrated what true vigor meant. Lin Fei even pulled the two women down, and together, they underwent treatment, the small shop filled with soft, melodic sounds. 2 hours later, Huang Ruoyi lay beside Huang Jinjin, looking at her newly rosy face, and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. She couldn't help but turn her gaze to Lin Fei, who was now dressed, a strange emotion spreading in her heart. She hadn't expected that she and her daughter would both be eaten up by him. How was she going to face Jinjin in the future? Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Ruan Qiu leaned in, hugging her from behind. Ruoyi Jie, Jinjin should be able to understand. And haven't you noticed, Lin Fei seems to be becoming less and less human? It seems like you and I can't handle him alone. Wouldn't it be easier if there was one more person to share the pressure? Huang Ruoyi sighed helplessly. I guess that's the only way to think about it. I hope Jinjin can really understand by then. When the pink raptor roared onto the land once more, that streak of blood blossomed again above the river of forgetfulness. Lin Fei, while crushing zombies along the way, listened to the system's voice in his mind. Beauty card Huangjinjin, S rank ability, Azure Shimmer defect being corrected, firearm slot available. Upgrade the Weapon of Carnage. Weapon of Carnage upgraded successfully 6-barrel Desert Eagle. Weapon of Carnage special ability released Fire Arc. The Weapon of Carnage's attack is no longer limited to a straight line, capable of multi-directional strikes. Lin Fei couldn't help but slam on the accelerator for a moment. Not only had the Weapon of Carnage's form evolved, it had also unlocked a new ability. Looking at the description of the Fire Arc, wasn't that Gun Fu? Holy crap, this was getting wild. Had anyone ever heard of Gatling Gun Fu? Lin Fei was overjoyed. Let us see who dares to call him a straight man again. In his excitement, the system notification sounded again. Huangjinjin's defect correction completed. Host's physical fitness increased to 100 times the human limit. Received shared ability Azure Shimmer. In an instant, terrifying power surged in every inch of his flesh. If Lin Fei hadn't been controlling his strength, he would have directly crushed the steering wheel. Now, with his strength greatly increased, he might be able to take on the corpse tree. Chapter 24. The Shackles. After a 100-fold human limit, Lin Fei looked at Huangjinjin sleeping in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Since the system had prompted that the flaw had been mended, it meant she should be awake. Perhaps she was just unwilling to face everything that had happened and was pretending to sleep. Lin Fei didn't bother with her. He had already done his utmost by saving her life. As for what she chose to do, that was entirely up to her. Huang Ruoi had been accompanying her in the back seat, her eyes full of affection. For this daughter of hers, she had always valued her more than her own life. However, when the three of them had been, sharpening their guns with Lin Fei earlier, she had felt an indescribable excitement. Thinking about it now, her cheeks still felt hot. With the roar of the raptor, the car sped along the cleared route on the ring road. This doesn't seem to be the way back to the residential area, does it? Ruanqiu asked, puzzled, from the passenger seat. Lin Fei smiled. There's no rush to go back to the residential area yet. There's still something to take care of. Ruanqiu was an intelligent woman. She immediately guessed that after Lin Fei had devoured Huangjinjin, he must have enhanced his strength again. So their current destination was likely the strange corpse tree they had encountered on the way here. In the apocalypse, all resources were extremely scarce, especially unique items. The corpse tree was obviously one of them. The fruits growing on its branches looked very strange. She didn't know if Lin Fei would be able to deal with such a huge monster. Soon, the car arrived at the vacuum zone dominated by the corpse tree. There were still no zombies here. Just like in the school, they had been driven away to a certain distance. This was a king's absolute control over its territory. If the corpse tree could move, it would probably be even more terrifying. Lin Fei parked the car 200 meters away from the corpse tree and didn't let the three women follow. Attention, a beauty with a comprehensive rating of 93 points or higher has appeared within the system's detection range. Target, Xin Shuriying. The system prompt appeared again. It seemed that the woman still hadn't left the shopping mall. But to Lin Fei's surprise, another voice sounded after this prompt. Attention, a beauty with a comprehensive rating of 94 points or higher has appeared within the system's detection range. Target, Xin Lingyin. What the heck? Two? Were they sisters or what? Lin Fei was a bit surprised. He had never encountered a situation where two target prompts appeared at the same time. This made him feel overjoyed. If he could take them both, his strength would probably reach an extremely terrifying level, wouldn't it? A smile curled at the corner of his lips, but he didn't care about them right now. His first priority was to take the fruit from the corpse tree. As Lin Fei approached the corpse tree, Huangjinjin, who had been sleeping in the car, opened her eyes. She looked at her mother and sister Ruanqiu standing outside and observing, her eyes complex. So, her mother and the others had that kind of relationship with Lin Fei. And she herself had been taken by Lin Fei in a half-dream, half-awake state. A sense of absurdity swirled in her heart. But feeling the neutral and peaceful energy flowing within her body, she felt a sense of peace. Her mother hadn't lied. There was indeed a flaw in her genes, and Lin Fei was indeed able to help her fix it. She sighed softly. It seemed she had boarded a pirate ship, and her mother had pulled her on board. Shaking her head, she decided not to think about it for now. She turned her gaze toward the figure walking towards the strange giant tree. She wanted to understand why that man had captivated the hearts of her mother and sister Ruanqiu, two great beauties. On the other side, Lin Fei took out the 6-barrel Desert Eagle, a faint blue light flickering on his hand, then covering the gun. He could add elemental attributes to the bullets of the killing machine. The bullets with electrical sparks should have even greater power. When he reached a distance of 100 meters from the corpse tree, the killing implement in his hand spat fire, extending a meter long. The azure bullets followed one after another, as if strung together into a laser beam, shooting straight at the massive trunk of the corpse tree. Puff, 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 puff. The bullet struck the flesh and blood tree trunk, blasting out much putrid black blood and severed limbs. Having been attacked, the corpse tree reacted, and the ground began to tremble. Lin Fei knew that its roots were preparing to break through the soil and attack him, and a sense of danger washed over him. Bang! The concrete ground beneath his feet shattered, and grotesque roots thrashed like pythons trying to bind Lin Fei. But Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased, and his terrifying intuition allowed him to evade this attack in advance. After landing aside, Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. It had clearly not been able to attack so far before. Had it grown again? Or was it hiding its strength before? The latter was unlikely. It was just a tree. If it had intelligence, that would be incredible. Well, using this corpse tree to test his own strength was not a bad choice. Lin Fei stretched his limbs, a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Then the killing implement in his hand frantically spat fire, a torrent of bullets sweeping towards the tree trunk. He intended to break the trunk, to see if it could inflict fatal damage. Each time the electric-charged bullets pierced the trunk, the surrounding flesh was charred and burned, leaving it no chance to wriggle and heal. The corpse tree seemed to feel the terror of the killing implement. It let out a mournful cry, and then several buildings next to it began to tremble, large amounts of broken bricks falling off. Those grotesque branches of unknown reach were extracted from the buildings, some protecting the trunk, others lashing out at Lin Fei. Those branches were made up of spliced arms, and in the center of each palm was a grotesque mouth. These were the corpse tree's hunting organs. The gruesome appearance of the corpse tree caused the three women behind him to be alarmed. Could this monster be dealt with by human strength? Could Lin Fei really contend with this thing? 200 meters away on the second floor of the mall, the woman from before stood behind the glass again, her eyes fixed on Lin Fei. Xin Shuriying's beautiful brows furrowed, her gaze tinged with sarcasm. She had witnessed the growth of this corpse tree with her own eyes. It was simply beyond human resistance. The man's reckless display of strength would surely backfire, and might even cost him his life. She had originally intended to negotiate with them to exchange some information, but it seemed that plan was falling through. Sister, why did that tree suddenly go berserk? A graceful figure suddenly appeared beside Xin Shuriying. She was not wearing a mask, and she looked exceptionally pure, the kind of youthful girl that many men found attractive. Someone is provoking it. Look! Xin Shuriying pointed to Lin Fei, who was fighting against the corpse tree. Xin Lingyin looked, and immediately exclaimed, so powerful. Sister, do you think he might be the person you foresaw? Xin Shuriying's expression was calm, with an unwavering composure. Let's observe first. If he can really deal with that tree, we'll negotiate with them. Of course, that's unlikely. Xin Lingyin's small face crumpled. She looked at the dilapidated mall behind her with dismay. When will we be able to leave this disgusting place? Chapter 25. Guns down, blade up. Lin Fei watched the rampaging corpse tree, its overwhelming arms and branches engulfing him. These branches were denser than the roots, and even more agile. From a distance, it resembled a tree with all its leaves shed, its dense network of limbs lashing out at an ant on the ground. The fire of the killing instrument in Lin Fei's hand continued to blaze, the bullets eerily threading through the branches without hindrance, each hitting the corpse tree's trunk, driving it into a greater frenzy. Bang! A branch smashed into the ground, cracking it open. Abandoned cars along the road were crushed into scrap metal, demonstrating the immense force. Lin Fei retreated swiftly, dodging the blow. He had no intention of taking it head-on with the killing instrument at his disposal. Why risk it? The fire never ceased. Lin Fei began shooting at the arms on the branches. Though numerous, a barrage from Lin Fei severed a good portion of them. If he had time to keep firing, the corpse tree wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught. After all, the killing instrument was a conceptual weapon, with an endless supply of ammunition, capable of firing indefinitely. Buzz! 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 As if realizing it couldn't get to the evasive Lin Fei, the corpse tree released an indescribable wave from its core, instantly covering an infinite area. Lin Fei didn't feel anything, but the three women behind him felt a pressure, as if something was suppressing the abilities within them. Huang Ruoyi tested herself and found she could only exert half her strength. She was startled by the power of the corpse tree and worried about Lin Fei, unsure if he could succeed. Lin Fei frowned. Although he didn't know what the corpse tree was planning, he had a bad feeling. Rumble! Rumble! The ground trembled slightly, then the tremors grew stronger. The group looked back and saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance. The cause was an endless horde of zombies charging toward the corpse tree. They ran as if guided by a command. Instantly, a possibility flashed in Lin Fei's mind. The corpse tree had summoned the zombies to encircle him. Although he wasn't afraid of ordinary zombies, the three women in the car couldn't withstand them. He had to admit, the corpse tree had some intelligence, resorting to a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. You three, get to that mall over there. Lin Fei yelled, pointing to the nearby Walmart mall. Huang Ruoyi was the first to react. She turned and entered the car, intending to carry Huang Jinjin out, but Huang Jinjin jumped out herself. She was overjoyed, but without time for words, she grabbed Huang Jinjin's hand and ran toward the mall, with Ruan Xiao close behind. When they arrived, the mall's automatic doors were tightly locked. Seeing this, Huang Jinjin's hands crackled with electricity, which she blasted at the fingerprint sensor next to the door. After a display of sparks and lightning, the doors opened. The three of them hurried inside. Huang Jinjin used the same method to close the doors and destroy the sensor, preventing them from being opened from the outside. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief once they were safe. Having them around was hindering his movements. Now he could finally go all out. The zombie horde soon overran the area where Huang Ruoyi and the others had stood. Lin Fei looked at the corpse tree and smirked. "You're forcing me to fight you? Ha, if that's what you want." Lin Fei put away the killing instrument and replaced it with a straight sword crafted from meteor iron. He had commissioned it from a renowned blacksmith before the apocalypse, spending a fortune for its exceptional sharpness and hardness. As the straight sword appeared, Lin Fei's body surged with blue electricity. The sword blade itself was covered in the same electrical arcs, making it seem like a blade of lightning. Watching this from inside the mall, Huang Jinjin was deeply shocked. "That's my ability?" Ruan Xiao and Huang Ruoyi smiled without a word, silently cheering Lin Fei on. Upstairs, Xin Shiying narrowed her eyes. She hadn't expected the man to choose close combat. Was he truly foolish or confidently assured? Beside her, Xin Lingyin leaned on the railing, her eyes sparkling. "Wow! Elder sister, he's so handsome. I really hope he can take care of that weird tree." On the battlefield, Lin Fei was wreathed in azure arcs of electricity, like a god of lightning. The tide of corpses surged from behind, threatening to engulf him. He smiled, his feet suddenly exerting force. Bang! The violent impact cratered the ground, sending electric sparks flying and blasting everything within a dozen meters. Then, Lin Fei's figure, like an azure arrow released from a bow, plunged into the dense branches of arms. The straight blade slashed continuously. With the boost of the flashing azure light, Lin Fei's speed became even more terrifying. The corpse tree's branches couldn't even track his movements. All they saw was blue lightning constantly moving and large amounts of branches falling to the ground, turning into putrid flesh. Rumble! The other three branches of the corpse tree quickly gathered, protecting its trunk and the fruit within. Layer upon layer of arms wrapped tightly, forming a thick pillar, the surface oozing black, unknown matter that instantly solidified into something resembling a shell, standing at the intersection. Only the roots continued to emerge from the ground, stabbing towards Lin Fei. The people inside the shopping mall were all sweating for Lin Fei. The corpse tree looked like an iron barrel. It would be very difficult to inflict damage with a blade, wouldn't it? Especially Huang Jinjin and Shen Lingyin, they were watching with the most focus. Huang Jinjin was watching Lin Fei's control over his powers, while Shen Lingyin was purely appreciating Lin Fei's fighting art. But at this moment, they were both a little nervous, wondering if Lin Fei could retreat unharmed. But Lin Fei, who was flashing and dodging around the corpse tree, showed no sign of retreat. After cutting off the roots emerging from the ground, he jumped onto the advertising billboard at the intersection, reaching almost the same height as the corpse tree. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do, but a faint sense of anticipation rose in their hearts, as if they were enlightened. Huang Jinjin started to get nervous. She had a feeling that Lin Fei was about to shatter their perception. Boom! A muffled thunderclap echoed in the sky. The scarlet sun in the sky had been covered by clouds at some point. Darkness spread from the intersection, enveloping the surroundings, creating a sense of immense oppression. Rumble! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating everything for an instant. The tide of corpses gathered at the foot of the billboard, starting to pile up, layer upon layer, approaching Lin Fei. But Lin Fei didn't show any panic. He closed his eyes, holding his straight blade vertically in front of his forehead, as if waiting for something. The corpse tree's cries rang out continuously. It was trying to uproot the billboard from the ground, but it needed time. When an azure bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, it felt a sudden surge of panic, a life or death crisis brewing. Chapter 26. The embryo acquired. The black clouds were heavy and dense, covering almost half of the Forget River City district. Rumble! A flash of azure lightning cut through the lower edge of the clouds, like a thunder serpent. Just as it was about to disappear into the clouds, the lightning seemed to be drawn, instantly changing direction and heading straight for the earth. On the billboard, Lin Fei held his straight blade high, azure electric light flickering. Boom! The arm-thick azure lightning struck Lin Fei's straight blade precisely, completely engulfing it. Then, the violent power of the lightning surged along the blade and into Lin Fei's body. He trembled, a sign that he was nearing his limit. Bang! The terrifying lightning force conducted to the ground, shattering countless zombies around it, filling the air with a burnt smell. Whoosh! A pair of eyes full of blue electric light opened, the brilliant light shooting out a meter. His entire body was enveloped in azure lightning, making him appear even more breathtaking. The 5 pairs of eyes in the shopping mall were all stunned by him. Under the gazes of the women, Lin Fei, wrapped in infinite lightning power, darted towards the corpse tree. His straight blade was covered with dense lightning, leaving a 10-meter-long azure electric blade in mid-air. With a terrifying force 100 times the limit of the human body, Lin Fei's body crossed paths with the corpse tree. At the same time, the azure electric blade cut through the air in the high-rise building next to it, passing through the trunk of the corpse tree as easily as a hot knife through butter. In an instant, the corpse tree's frantic spikes stood still on the ground. Creak, creak. A grating sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, and a smooth cut appeared on the trunk of the corpse tree. Boom! Half of the corpse tree's trunk slid down diagonally, instantly decaying into rotten flesh. The remaining trunk and branches drooped, soft and powerless, and the flesh peeled off like old wall plaster, rotting the moment it touched the ground. Lin Fei slowly straightened his body, the straight blade in his hand disappearing. He was a little out of breath, and even though he hadn't used his powers, there were still residual arcs of electricity flickering. The corpse tree had been cut in half at the waist, and it should be dead. In the pile of foul-smelling rotten flesh, something resembling an embryo was wriggling. Lin Fei walked forward and pulled it out. It was a palm-sized object, still rising and falling like a heart. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky dispersed, and the crimson sunset shone on the embryo, as if some kind of energy was being absorbed by it. Is this the breakthrough embryo? Just holding it in my hand, I feel an instinctive desire for it. Lin Fei had an impulse to swallow it immediately. Ah Ton, is it okay for me to swallow this now? The Transformation Realm breakthrough embryo is an extremely rare anomaly. After swallowing it, there is a 90% probability of breaking through the realm's shackles. The host's current realm is Late Transformation Realm. It is recommended to try to perfect this realm before attempting a breakthrough. I understand, like in novels, to break through the limits of the realm and accumulate strength, right? Correct. Lin Fei suppressed the throbbing in his heart and put away the breakthrough embryo. This trip had been extremely rewarding. Not only had his own strength increased to a terrifying level, but he had also obtained something like the breakthrough embryo. Come to think of it, if he hadn't saved Huang Ruoyi, he might not have bothered to run to Forget River University, and he wouldn't have discovered the corpse tree. In that case, she's a bit of a lucky charm for him. He'll add a drumstick to her meal tonight. After taking a long breath, Lin Fei walked towards the Walmart Mall. He didn't know why, but the surrounding zombies had retreated like a tide the moment the corpse tree was dealt with. Perhaps even after death, a king's territory was not to be violated. Arriving at the entrance of the mall, looking at the heavy steel door, Lin Fei directly grabbed the lower edge and exerted force with both hands. Creak, creak. An object weighing more than 10 tons was directly lifted up by him. After walking in, Huang Ruoyi immediately attached herself to him, looking at Lin Fei with some concern. Lin Fei, are you okay? Lin Fei pinched her firm, round peach of a buttock hard, then put his arm around her waist and said, what could be wrong with me? I'm in a good mood today, I'll reward you tonight when we get back. Huang Ruoyi misunderstood him and her cheeks flushed, especially since Lin Fei had said it in front of her daughter, making her look shy. Ruanqiu looked at Lin Fei from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with a conflicted expression. Lin Fei's displayed strength was too great, completely beyond their reach, and when she thought of the things he had said, she suddenly felt a bit dejected. It seemed difficult to escape from his side now, right? But then she felt a little fortunate. It was fine like this, at least she wouldn't have to suffer hunger and cold outside, or worry about being coveted by others. Huang Jinjin looked at her mother, who was nestled in Lin Fei's arms, with a complex expression, not knowing what to say. Lin Fei glanced at her and said casually, I told your mother and Ruanqiu before, whether to stay or leave is entirely up to you. Of course, I'm not running a charity. As long as you can come up with the corresponding chips, everyone will be happy. If you can't, then you better stay obediently by my side and listen, otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to give and take as I please. Huang Jinjin bit her lip. After all, she was just a young girl who had just come of age, and she was still immersed in a kind of heroism. How could she have so many thoughts? Seeing that she didn't show any opposition, Lin Fei smiled and patted Huang Ruoyi's buttock. Go on, have a good talk with her. I actually think highly of her because she's ruthless enough. Huang Ruoyi looked at Lin Fei with some bewilderment. What did he mean by that? Ruanqiu, on the other hand, had a hunch. Perhaps Lin Fei was planning to cultivate Huang Jinjin to be the blade in his hand. The three women had their own thoughts, but Lin Fei walked directly to the center of the mall and turned to look at the second floor. Have you been listening long enough by the wall? If you have, then come down and talk. Don't wait for me to go up and invite you. His cold voice echoed in the blood-soaked mall. Huang Ruoyi and the others turned to look at him, wondering why he was suddenly talking to the air. But soon, they heard footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps rang out above their heads, and there were 2 pairs of them. They couldn't help but feel a slight shock. They hadn't realized there were still people on the second floor. In an instant, Huang Ruoyi and Ruanqiu felt a chill run down their spines. If those people had wanted to harm them, wouldn't they have had no chance to retaliate? Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't dwell on these things, otherwise they would definitely not have escaped a punishment. They looked towards the stopped escalator, where two figures cast shadows in the dim red sunlight. Slender, graceful, charming, that was the first impression the women had. Although one of them was wearing a mask, judging by the figures of the two, they were definitely absolute beauties. Lin Fei looked at them, his eyes burning with passion. It was confirmed, these two were definitely sister flowers. The one in front was calm and dignified, he had seen her from afar before, she should be the older sister. The pure girl beside her had bright eyes and was extremely lively. One was mature and steady, and the other was charmingly cute. Damn, a perfect match. After the two reached the first floor, the lively girl spoke to Lin Fei first. Hello, big brother, you were so amazing and handsome just now. Her clear, Oreo-like voice was a delight to Lin Fei's ears. The woman in front of her reached behind and nudged her, indicating that she shouldn't speak carelessly. Then she looked at Lin Fei and slowly took off her mask and hat. Her hair was like a waterfall of dark silk, her face was exquisitely beautiful, and two faces that were 90% similar reflected each other. Hello, my name is Xin Shuriying, this is my younger sister Xin Lingyin. You're very powerful, and I would like to do a trade with you. Chapter 27. Does the world revolve around Huang Ruoyi? Xin Shuriying? Shan Lingyin? A slightly surprised voice came from the side, and Huang Ruoyi walked over, looking at them in disbelief. When she saw the two girls standing in front of Lin Fei, her face was filled with astonishment. It really is you. Shuriying, Lingyin. Huang Ruoyi called out excitedly. Xin Shuriying and Shen Lingyin naturally saw her too, and were equally surprised. Shen Lingyin cried out in a clear voice, "Aunt!" Then she plunged into Huang Ruoyi's embrace. Xin Shuriying also looked at Huang Ruoyi in great surprise. "Aunt, I never thought I'd meet you here." Huang Ruoyi's face was full of smiles. She patted Shen Lingyin in her arms, and then looked at Xin Shuriying. "Aunt didn't expect it either, that you two little ones would be in Wangchuan City. Shouldn't you be staying in Shangjing? What are you doing here?" Shen Lingyin raised her head and said coquettishly, "My sister said her divination predicted that there would be someone here to change our fate, so we thought we'd come here to have a look, just in case we ran into them, right? But who would have thought this damn apocalypse would come, making me go 2 days without a bath. I stink all over." Huang Ruoyi was stunned. Change their fate? Could they be referring to that matter? "You two, you're really being reckless. How can marriage be something you can just change as you please?" Shen Lingyin stuck out her tongue. "It's all because the Wang family is so greedy. They want my sister and me to marry that playboy together." Hearing this, Huang Ruoyi also sighed. Among the families in Shangjing, these demands for two women to marry the same man were not uncommon. After all, the woman's side wanted to take advantage of the man's power and had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. But Xin Shuriying and Shen Lingyin were obviously not the type to submit to their fate, otherwise they wouldn't have believed some divination and come all the way to Wangchuan City. "So, did you find it?" Shen Lingyin nodded with a smile. Huang Ruoyi smiled too and waved to Huang Jinjin not far away. "Jinjin, come over here, let me introduce you. These two are your cousins, Shuriying and Lingyin. This is my daughter, Jinjin. Speaking of which, it seems you've never met before." Xin Shuriying stepped forward and greeted Huang Jinjin, and Shen Lingyin also called out with a smile. Huang Jinjin didn't resist the two of them either, and greeted them with a smile. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Was this too much of a coincidence? How could she run into people related to Huang Ruoyi everywhere? A natural relationship magnet? Absolutely incredible. So far, including her, she has already brought him 5 beauties who meet the system's requirements. Exaggerated, simply exaggerated. After chatting with Huang Ruoyi for a few words, Xin Shuriying didn't forget the main business and turned to face Lin Fei, who was sitting on the stool. Perhaps because of Huang Ruoyi's connection, she didn't speak as coldly as before. "Sir, what do you think of my proposal?" Lin Fei couldn't help but say with some curiosity, "If the trade you're talking about is for supplies, then I'm sorry, I don't need them." Xin Shuriying shook her head. "My trade should be very useful to you." "Oh? Then tell me." Lin Fei was intrigued. Xin Shuriying seemed to have made up her mind and slowly said, as Lingyin said, "I am proficient in divination, and after the apocalypse I become even more adept. I want to use my divination to trade for your help once. You probably heard earlier that we came to Wangchuan to find the person who could change our fate. In my predictions, the cross, the dead tree, and the lightning have all gathered, and all the clues point to you. So, there is no doubt that you are the one who can help us change our destiny." Lin Fei's face looked strange. Divination? There were still people who believed in this? He said with a bit of amusement, "I'm not one to believe in these metaphysical things. Of course, if you want my help, you can, but first show me the value of your so-called divination. I'm a see the rabbit before I hunt kind of guy." Xin Shuriying frowned slightly, but said nothing. She held out a hand. "Put your hand in mine, and I'll give you a reading." Lin Fei hesitantly placed his hand in hers. Her palm was cool and comfortable to the touch. Xin Shuriying didn't say anything. She closed her eyes, as if entering a trance. From time to time she would furrow her brow, truly giving off the feeling of a mystic. After a moment, Lin Fei saw her face pale at a visible rate and he quickly woke her up. Hey! Are you alright? Isn't this divination? Why do you look like you're about to die? Xin Shuriying's face was bloodless and there were obvious blood vessels in her eyes. She looked at Lin Fei with some fear and swallowed hard. Seeing her expression, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, what did you foresee? Is it that scary? Xin Shuriying hesitated for a moment and then said, disaster, prison, slaughter, games. Your future is constantly surrounded by these elements. That's all I can foresee at the moment. You're like those old people, someone I can't see through. Lin Fei was speechless. So after all that, you didn't see anything? Then your divination is useless to me. Xin Shuriying was dejected. Her divination, something she was so proud of, was ineffective on a young man, which was very strange. It meant that Lin Fei was hiding a secret that was impossible to fathom. This made Xin Shuriying curious about him. He was definitely the one in her prophecy who could change fate, but how could she get him to help her? Are there any other useful conditions? If not, then I'll be on my way. Lin Fei got up and stretched, making as if to leave. Seeing this, Huang Ruoyi whispered to Shen Lingyin, think quickly, is there anything you can do to help Lin Fei? Shen Lingyin blankly said ah. Her little head started to spin. What could she do? Piano, ballet, jazz, weightlifting, guzheng, arrow, flute, tea ceremony? But what use were those? They weren't as useful as her profession. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Right. Wasn't her profession a nurse? That should be of some use, right? Furthermore, she seemed to have that superpower that could heal wounds faster. I have something. I can help people recover from injuries quickly. Shen Lingyin's sudden outburst attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fei looked at her, somewhat surprised. Help people recover from injuries faster? This sounded like an ability. Well, this adorable girl was actually a healer. Xin Shuriying also remembered something and quickly said, that's right, me too. Besides divination, I can also control metal. With that, she waved her hand at the metal bench nailed to the ground. Instantly, the bench broke free from the ground and flew into the air. This shocked Lin Fei even more. Damn, double ability? This is probably a chosen one. Chapter 28, Sisters walk right into the trap. Can you believe it? The sisters are both actually ability users. And one of them is a dual ability user, which is practically 1 in a million, no, 1 in 10 million. The younger sister looks a bit goofy, she should be easy to coax. No, I mean, she's very understanding. The older sister has her own opinions, but she should still find the true meaning of life under my subtle influence. Great! I'm just lacking ambitious people like you who volunteer themselves. Leaving aside whether I can help you defy fate, just the fact that you believe in me makes it my duty. Lin Fei held Xin Shuriying's hand without letting go. His enthusiasm was off the charts. The three women, Huang Ruoyi, watched in stunned silence. How did Tyrant Lin suddenly change his face? A change of heart was impossible, which meant he had something planned. Huang Ruoyi looked at her two nieces and came to a conclusion, feeling a bit helpless. They had abilities and were beautiful, they fit Lin Fei's standards perfectly. Well, there wasn't much she could say, since they offered themselves up. Although Lin Fei hadn't gotten them yet, she believed it was only a matter of time. It seemed her girl group was about to add 2 more members. It was getting more and more embarrassing. Xin Shuriying felt like she was in a dream when Lin Fei agreed so readily. Wasn't he just introducing himself as someone who wouldn't act without seeing results? Did he really plan to help her? But Ant and the others seemed to approve of him, so he probably wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, how could they get along so well? Huang Ruoyi didn't know she had become a benchmark for their judgment. Otherwise, she would have just laughed and cried. Shen Lingyin moved closer to Lin Fei and said sweetly, little brother, you said it, you can't go back on your word. Lin Fei looked at the delicate face in front of him and smiled brightly. Of course, you can rest assured. What I say is like spilled water, never broken. Pinky promise. Shen Lingyin stretched out her little finger. Lin Fei chuckled but still reached out to make a childish agreement with her. Xin Shuriying breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Fei agreed. The man in front of her was good-looking, and his strength was even more terrifying. He could even kill that strange tree. Probably no one could fight against him, right? With a man like him, when they returned to the capital, the Wang family would know not to try to get their hands on her and her sister even without her saying a word. Well, before that, she had to build a good relationship with him. And so, the pink raptor that left with 1 man and 2 women returned with 1 man and 5 women. What a bountiful harvest. Ripe, green, aloof, intellectual, stubborn. So many good fruits, he was definitely going to have them all. Otherwise, he would be letting down the heavens for arranging these encounters. The raptor roared all the way, and with the addition of Xin Shuriying's metal manipulation ability, it was more durable and streamlined, easily squeezing vehicles out of the way. Lin Fei truly felt the benefits of diverse abilities. Don't worry, these will all be mine soon. Along the way, Shen Lingyin kept screaming. She didn't seem afraid of the end of the world, instead, she was enjoying this speed and passion. In her own words, she had been a good girl long enough, and now that she was finally free from constraints, she naturally had to be daring and unrestrained. As the crimson sunset gradually descended into the valley of Tang, the pink raptor ended its day of toil and returned to its nest. When they got out of the car and entered the villa, a chorus of sweet voices immediately arose. Shenlingyin was like a curious baby, touching and looking at everything. Wow! There's still electricity here. And hot water. Oh my god. Brother Lin Fei, can I take a shower later? I haven't showered in so long. Grumble, oh, sorry, Brother Lin Fei, my sister, and I haven't eaten anything all day, hee. Having this live treasure at home adds a lot of liveliness. Lin Fei is incredibly tolerant towards her, giving her the green light for everything. In the kitchen, Huang Ruoyi and Wan Xiu were busy together, preparing a lavish dinner according to Lin Fei's instructions. Huang Jinjin and the twin sisters were arranged to take baths in the 2 bathrooms upstairs and downstairs. Lin Fei went alone to the rooftop on the 3rd floor of the villa. He sat on a wicker chair, feeling somewhat emotional. The house was suddenly about to be full. It was quite a strange feeling. It's a pity Yoshi isn't here. If she saw his current achievements, she'd probably be shocked. After all, this was the career she had always dreamed of. He lit a cigarette, a long-forgotten habit, and looked at the stars in the dark sky. After the massive reduction in the human population, the sky seemed much clearer, and the starlit sky, rarely seen in cities for a long time, had reappeared. Some people say that the apocalypse was just a self-adjustment of the blue star, clearing away some of the parasites on its body. Lin Fei smiled. When did he become so sentimental? As he was resting, in a building not far away, a flashlight suddenly flickered in a household. 3 short, 3 long, and then 3 short again. This was a distress signal. It seems that the survivors in the community couldn't hold back any longer. It's no wonder, after all, his villa was so safe, any living person would want to move in. But his place wasn't a homeless shelter. Why should he save them? Unless you are a high-scoring beauty certified by the system, there's no way in. They might think he's cold-blooded, but Lin Fei said they can think whatever they want. Anyway, it's just a thought. Dinner is ready. Huang Ruoyi's voice rang out in the living room, and the women all gathered around the dining table. Looking at the incredibly lavish food in front of them, Huang Jinjin and the twin sisters couldn't help but swallow hard. They hadn't had anything good to eat in the past 2 days, let alone such delicious dishes. If Huang Ruoyi hadn't stopped them, they would have dug in directly. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Fei came down from upstairs, looking at the various beauties surrounding the dining table. It was quite pleasing to the eye. He sat down at the head of the table, looked around, and felt quite happy. Let's eat. The next day, near noon, the light of the sun in the sky was even more intense and blood red, making the living feel incredibly depressed. Lin Fei woke up from bed, removed the jade leg draped over him, and walked directly to the window. The blood-red sunlight seeped in through the cracks, making him feel uneasy. Opening the window to look outside, the zombies wandering in the community were all standing still, as if they had crashed. What's going on? Are they dead? Lin Fei was puzzled. He tried throwing out a piece of bloody chicken, but the zombies still didn't move, as if they had really just died. Could it be that the apocalypse was over just like that? It was an absurd idea, and Lin Fei didn't believe it himself. He shook his head, planning to wait and see. Just as he was about to go wash up, a sudden throbbing rose in his heart. System prompts also sounded in his mind. Blood Sun unlocked, zombie mutation gene activated, slaughter begins. Chapter 29, always assumed the worst of others. Lin Fei's expression was serious. His judgment might be flawed, but the system wouldn't be. System, what does this mean? The second round of the cataclysm evolution has begun. The zombie evolution gene has been unlocked, allowing mass evolution into variants with greater aggression and infectivity. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fei was immediately alarmed. There was even a second round of evolution, which meant there would be a third, fourth, and fifth round. He couldn't imagine what terrifying things zombies would become at that time. The beginning of slaughter? It seemed that the remaining humans would face another devastating disaster. Clang! The sound of metal colliding with stone rang out, waking up everyone inside the villa. Lin Fei walked out the door, looking at the person standing outside the fence, seething with anger. Give me a reasonable explanation for throwing rocks at my door, or bear the consequences. It was a middle-aged man with a classic bald patch and a beer belly, glaring fiercely at Lin Fei. You bastard! Hiding alone in such a big villa, doesn't your conscience hurt? So many people in the community are in danger, why won't you help us? Open the door, let us in. Coincidentally, after observing that the zombies had stopped moving, some bolder people ventured out of their homes. Now, without exception, they were all approaching Lin Fei's villa. With the bald middle-aged man leading the way, others joined in the chorus of condemnation, as if Lin Fei's home wasn't his own, but a public space. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the women inside the house. When the beauties, each with their own unique charm, appeared before the mostly male survivors, their eyes visibly widened in shock. Then, after the shock, came a deep covetousness, and they looked at Lin Fei as if they wanted to skin him alive, take his place. Damn it, how could this kid keep beauties hidden away, and 5 of them? Does he have an ancient kidney physique? Kid, do you remember me? I'm the community property manager. This house is suspected of being illegally built and must be demolished. But if you can open the door and let us all in, maybe I can apply for a Good Samaritan award for you. A property employee in a white shirt spoke sternly, putting on airs. Young man, let this old woman in. My son and daughter have all turned into those monsters. I'm helpless and very unsafe, an old woman with a sharp tongue said, pretending to be weak. Lin Fei muttered under his breath. Damn it, you're the one who dances the most energetically at the square dance every day, and now you're pretending to be weak with me? Then others came up with all sorts of bizarre reasons, but without exception, they all demanded that Lin Fei open the door and let them take refuge, otherwise they would report him after the authorities came to rescue them. The women watched the faces of these people, their brows furrowing. Weren't they being unrealistic? Let them live here, then what would be the point of all their efforts? They wanted to freeload? Absolutely not. Lin Fei looked at the people outside the fence and suddenly smiled. Very good, you all have enough reason to live. As soon as he said this, the young and strong men and the old men and women outside all smiled. That's right, this is how a young man should be. It's good to respect the old and care for the young. Once the end of the world is over, I'll pay for a banner for you. Do you have any food at home? What, you can't possibly finish it all? That's great, we won't eat for free, we'll definitely give you double the money later. Yes, young man, I can also introduce you to a girlfriend. She's 1.6 meters tall, 80 kilograms, very lucky, and just the right age. She also knows how to use a smartphone, she's really something. Well, hurry up and open the door and let us in. Oh, I also have an old partner at home with mobility issues, could you trouble yourself to help me bring them here? I have a teddy bear at home, I forgot to bring it when I left. Since you're being so kind, please bring it over for me. A chorus of voices erupted, completely shattering the worldviews of the women behind them. They never imagined people could be so shameless, especially Huang Jinjin and Xin Lingyin, 2 girls with little experience of the world. Huang Jinjin's beautiful dream had been mercilessly shattered by Zhang Xiushuang, and now the faces of these neighbors made her realize that in the apocalypse, people would not appreciate your kindness, they would only endlessly take everyone wary, everyone selfish. Xin Lingyin, on the other hand, had grown up in a comfortable nest, never lacking food or clothing, always surrounded by people who treated her kindly. Her status was noble, and no one would dare speak ill of her. But that was the order of things before the apocalypse. Now, with the collapse of the law, humans, unrestrained, were no different from beasts, leaving her feeling completely alienated. Xin Shuriying squeezed her small hand, comforting her. Lingyin, do you understand now what I've warned you about? In the apocalypse, no one will be kind to you for no reason, and evil can be revealed without any restraint. The several girls all had complicated expressions, lost in thought. Lin Fei looked at the impatient eyes outside the iron fence with a smile, but he had no intention of opening the gate. Hey! Open the door! What are you standing there for? Don't you know it's dangerous outside? Let us in quickly, I haven't tea eaten in 2 days, I really need some food. Yeah, I haven't tea washed my hair in 2 days, it's so greasy. Hurry up, if we all live together, it'll be safer, and we'll have company, right? Lin Fei laughed, a very happy laugh. That's a great suggestion. Maybe I should hang a sign at the entrance? Something like selfless dedication, inviting disaster? His words immediately made the faces of the people outside change. Bang, bang, bang. The old woman with the cane, with surprising agility, rushed forward and banged hard on the fence. What do you mean? Don't you talk nonsense, just because you're handsome doesn't mean I can't sue you for defamation. Kid, you better make yourself clear. What do you mean by inviting disaster? Damn it, neighbors, this guy is definitely messing with us. I don't think he has any intention of letting us in. Son of a bitch, open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll go home and get a chainsaw and cut his scrap metal apart. Yeah, the old man is right, if you don't let us in, we'll just tear down this fence. See how comfortable you'll be then. What does it mean to be pushed to the wall? What does it mean to be desperate and vicious? Without a doubt, these people were embodying it perfectly. Lin Fei spread his hands, looking helpless. What if I'm just playing with you? You can go and sue me, come on, hit me. This irritating appearance made the faces of the people outside turn livid, their fists clenched until their knuckles were white. Just as they were getting angry, the crimson sun high in the sky began to flicker. Circles of red ripples descended upon the blue planet, and all living beings felt an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Lin Fei looked up at the sky, then a strange smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Hey! Neighbors, the party is about to begin. Chapter 30, the second Crimson Tide dong, dong, dong. The clock tower outside the residential complex chimed the noon hour. Everyone looked around in terror. It's moving! It's moving! Those monsters are starting to move. Run! The monsters are alive. Open the door. Open the door, you bastard. Can't you see those monsters are alive? Do you want to kill us all? I beg you, please open the door. I was just being a jerk. I shouldn't have cursed you. For the sake of us all living in the same complex, please have mercy. Old Lady Lou. You're leaving your cane behind. Running so fast. In an instant, the neighbors who had just gathered outside the fence began to panic. Some took off running, while others pleaded desperately. But Lin Fei just watched from the sidelines, enjoying their desperate performance with interest. To him, these people were nothing more than insignificant ants in the apocalypse, living only to consume, their lives and deaths having nothing to do with him. However, if they could be of use in exploring the secrets of these monsters, they might have some value. Through the fence, he could see the zombies that had been standing still in the complex beginning to tremble, about to awaken. Lin Fei's eyes were sharp as he stared at the fleeing people. A man ran while cursing, about to reach his building entrance after a 100-meter sprint, when suddenly a scarlet rope shot down from the second floor, binding him tightly. Following the rope, a half-rotted female zombie was leaning out of the second-floor window, the end of the rope in her mouth. The man screamed. What was binding him wasn't a rope at all, but the zombie's tongue. He recognized that zombie she was the notorious gossip of the complex. He never thought her tongue would actually grow that long. Soon, the man was dragged into the second-floor room, followed by a scream and then silence. On the other side, a woman in her 40s was screaming, her hands trembling. Her face was covered in a pool of dark green liquid that was still bubbling. Soon, her entire face was corroded, leaving only bone. Thump! She fell straight to the ground, lifeless. A small zombie crawled out of the nearby bushes, two large fleshy tumors hanging from its jowls, with an unknown liquid sloshing inside. People nearby recognized it was the brat from the complex who loved to spit on people. Now, after the release of the mutated genes, these notorious individuals had all mutated. Coincidentally, screams erupted everywhere. A muscular, burly zombie smashed through a security door, feasting greedily. A sleazy zombie with sharp fingers cut through chains, disemboweling its victims. A zombie with mutated limbs, like a gecko, broke through windows, making defense impossible. In an instant, the inside of the buildings also became dangerous. Despair enveloped the hearts of all the survivors. Humanity seemed to be in a desperate situation. Lin Fei looked at the mutated monsters in the complex, his expression slightly solemn, but without much fluctuation. These monsters, for now, were not as powerful as the big musclehead at Wenchuan University. If he had to deal with them, it would be relatively simple. However, the women behind him were constantly exclaiming in shock, clearly startled by the bizarre appearance of these monsters. Huang Ruoi stepped forward. Lin Fei, are we safe living here? This was the question the other women wanted to ask as well. After all, the fence outside the villa was useless against monsters that could climb walls. Even more outrageous, there were creatures with fleshy wings circling in the sky, like hawks, quickly breaking through high-rise windows, grabbing survivors, and tearing them apart in mid-air. Lin Fei also began to ponder. It seemed that this small villa was really not enough. The main issue was that he hadn't considered the possibility of zombies undergoing a second mutation. He had initially thought that if mutations were rare, he could just deal with them a few times. But with the current number, it was clear that he couldn't clear them all even if he was wore to death. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. If we want to be safe, we need to find a place with very few people. Lin Fei's words made the girls think. Huang Ruoi's eyes lit up. I know a place. I have a friend who has a shooting range near Tianwang Mountain in Wenchuan City. It's usually only frequented by some children of officials and the wealthy. It should be considered sparsely populated, right? Ruan Xiao also thought of this place. She occasionally accompanied Huang Ruoi there. A shooting range? That's indeed a good place. Let's make that our next destination for now. Seeing Lin Fei nod, Huang Ruoi felt a sense of joy for being able to help. As they spoke, all the zombies had awakened, and even without special mutations, they were stronger than before. None of the bold neighbors who had come out escaped the zombies' pursuit. They all became food. Returning inside, Lin Fei had Shinshuriying use her metal control to reinforce the villa again, preventing those mutated zombies from finding a way in. The girls went to pack their things, while Lin Fei took out his phone to search for useful information online. On the third day after the apocalypse, the internet was still working. Many survivors were posting pleas for help online, but there were no results. Even their frantic mentions of the government and the army received no response. Pessimists were posting demoralizing comments online every day, while the optimists had already started to help themselves. Soon, Lin Fei saw what he wanted in a short video. Everyone, look, what is that thing? It looks like an egg? The accompanying video showed a writhing mass of flesh enveloping the upper floors of a skyscraper, like a tumor on the building, causing fear. In the center of the flesh, there was a ball of faint white light, looking like a giant egg, and no one knew what was gestating inside. No one dared or had the ability to check it. They could only guess from afar. But Lin Fei knew it was probably a strange fruit, perhaps an embryo for breaking through a realm, or something else entirely. He checked the IP address. It was in Duhai City. It was a large city adjacent to Wangchuan, with a long coastline, a prosperous economy, and a large population. If the video was real, then obtaining that thing would be quite difficult. He downloaded the video to his phone and continued his search. Coincidentally, he found 2 more videos of suspected realm-breaking embryos, one in Shangjing City and one in Duanshan City. It seemed that although the probability of strange species appearing was extremely low, there were still quite a few from a national perspective. Lin Fei didn't know if others would be able to get those things, but he was definitely going to collect as many as possible. Do. A sound suddenly came from the sky, familiar and approaching from afar. Lin Fei went to the rooftop and looked up. He saw a few black dots appearing on the edge of Wangchuan City. As they approached, he discovered that they were 3 dark helicopters. Once they reached the city, they began to split up and move in different directions. Citizens of the Dragon Country, please pay attention. Citizens of the Dragon Country, please pay attention. We are in a major disaster, and lives are being lost. Survivors should work together with one heart to fight the disaster. The military is sending preliminary supplies to the public. We hope everyone can hold on until rescue arrives. Each airdrop box contains enough food for an adult for 10 days, as well as 1 fully automatic rifle, 2 handguns, 2 grenades, and a user manual. If possible, you can go to Tianwang Mountain, where a survivor concentration camp has been set up. We hope you all will persevere. Chapter 31. The kind only deserve to scrabble. While the wicked live carefree, a large number of black airdrop containers were released over Wangchuan City. The survivors, upon hearing the broadcast from the helicopter, were immediately overjoyed. The authorities haven't abandoned us. Soon, some people risked their lives to obtain supplies and weapons, and couldn't help but show them off online, drawing envy from many. For a time, many people chose to venture out, but due to the enhanced strength of the zombies, only a few succeeded, while most became the zombies' food. The women in the villa all heard the broadcast and couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. That's great, as long as we hold on, we'll be safe when the army arrives. Yeah, I almost thought the army was as overwhelmed as we are. Huang Jinjin and Xin Lingyin sat together, happily discussing the news. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Xiu, on the other hand, exchanged glances, with some hesitation in Ruan Xiu's eyes. There was a survivor concentration camp set up by the military at Mount Tianwan, the same destination as theirs. If the authorities really were accommodating civilians there, what would they do? Should they come clean to Lin Fei, thank him for protecting them all this time, and then leave? Or should they wholeheartedly follow him? If they were to leave, Lin Fei probably wouldn't do anything to them in front of the authorities, right? Huang Ruoyi guessed what Ruan Xiu was thinking, and her pretty brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Qiu, I don't think things are that simple. Think about it, why would the army transport so many supplies? Enough to supply adults for 10 days, doesn't that mean they can't arrive within 10 days? I think, with the army's style, if they were determined to come to the rescue, they wouldn't drag it out for so long. Unless they too have reached a point where they are helpless and can only give us survivors a little spiritual support. Ruan Xiu's beautiful eyes widened at her words. She hadn't considered this possibility. In the minds of the people of Dragon Country, the army was often invincible, like gods. But they seemed to forget that the army was also made up of ordinary people. In this indiscriminate catastrophe, the army could not be spared either. Even if they managed to control the situation, they were probably severely weakened. Trying to rescue ordinary people from mountains of corpses was extremely difficult. This was a possibility that many people had not considered, a possibility they dared not consider. Clap clap clap. Lin Fei clapped his hands as he walked down from upstairs. He looked at Huang Ruoyi, his gaze filled with admiration. As expected of an experienced businesswoman, she considered things more comprehensively. Lin Fei felt like he had found a treasure. Huang Ruoyi seemed to be making him feel more and more comfortable. You're right, or rather, what you're saying is the most realistic scenario. Reality isn't like the novels, where the army is like a god, able to sweep across the land and save civilians without fear of danger. So, you can have fantasies, but don't get carried away. In this apocalypse, your own strength is the only way out. Are you all packed? If you are, we'll prepare to go to Mount Tianwang. Huang Ruoyi nodded, handing her suitcase to Lin Fei to store in his space. Huang Jinjin and the Shin sisters had nothing to pack and had been waiting in the living room for a long time. After Lin Fei came down, he waved his hand, let's go, set off. The raptor roared towards the basement exit and the women looked at Lin Fei in the driver's seat in shock. Because just now, Lin Fei had revealed a very terrifying ability to them. He had directly made the entire villa disappear. Yes, all 3 stories above ground and 2 stories below had vanished, leaving only a sinkhole exposed to the red sun. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Xiu were relatively calm. They knew Lin Fei had spatial abilities, but they didn't know he could store so much. Huang Jinjin and the Shin sisters, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. It took a good while for Lingyin to come back to her senses, and she started chattering away, asking endless questions. Lin Fei didn't hold back, directly telling them that he possessed a huge space, and inside were countless supplies, more than enough to take care of them. Hearing this, stars twinkled in Lingyin's eyes, and her affection for Lin Fei skyrocketed. Shuriying also snapped out of her astonishment. She looked at Lin Fei. The fact that he could reveal his secrets so openly to them clearly meant he considered them his people. This made her heart swell with a bit of joy. It seemed their and her sister's destinies were truly about to be rewritten in his hands. After the raptor roared away, the residents of the complex stared blankly at the abruptly appearing huge crater. Where was the villa? Where was that huge villa of his? From the outbreak of the apocalypse to now, 3 days had passed, and there was no cliché infighting between the residents because they were simply not worthy of competing with Lin Fei. The pink raptor roared through the city, drawing the attention of many survivors who couldn't help but glance over. Some waved flags for help, some cursed ceaselessly, but what they didn't have would never be theirs. They could only watch helplessly as the raptor violently tore a bloody path through the piles of corpses, disappearing without a trace. There were even extremists who, clutching the airdropped firearms they had just picked up, unleashed a barrage of bullets at the passing raptor, which pinged and clanged against the vehicle, sending up a shower of sparks. However, they were met with a chain of fire tongues, carrying violent arcs of electricity, tearing through all obstacles. Even if they hid behind cover, it was no use. How could their minds have conceived of bullets that could curve? It could be said that along this journey, the women inside the vehicle had come to grips with reality. They no longer yearned for the pure goodness of others, they only sought their own safety. Even Huangjingjin, the more saintly of the girls, had abandoned that last bit of hope. If the person protecting them was no longer good, then they would kill until they were terrified. The raptor sped on, bursting directly out of the city. Finally, they had left behind the zombie-infested landscape, and the view opened up. Although there were vehicles on the road out of the city, there weren't many, since the apocalypse had broken out at midday. The windows of the pink raptor were opened after a long time, and the scorching wind from outside rushed in, ruffling everyone's hair. Ah! It's the feeling of freedom. Lingyin stuck half her body out of the sunroof, arms outstretched, embracing the sky. If it weren't for the occasional zombies' roar nearby, it would have been a stunning picture. Shuriying, are you alright? Ruanqiu asked Shuriying beside her, slightly furrowing her brow. Shuriying looked a bit weak, her face slightly pale. I'm fine, Sister Ruanqiu. I'm just a bit overexerted. I'll be fine after a little rest. Huangjingjin looked at her and then understood. This situation was no different from her own back then. The overuse of her powers accelerated the outbreak of her own flaws. If it wasn't intervened with, she would probably be devoured by her own powers before long. Lin Fei was about to have another treat. Her expression was even a little resentful, her heart slightly sour, as if someone were about to snatch her toy away. After no longer playing the saint, Huangjingjin even felt like her entire being had been lightened. She now only wanted to do as she pleased, do those bad things she'd never done before, to be a bad girl. She put one hand on Shuriying's tight thigh and slid it up towards her secret garden. Sister Shuriying, you're sick, you need an injection to cure it. Chapter 32, Jinjin gives you an idea. Lingyin got into the car. Looking at her sister, she quickly used her healing power to cover her. After a good while, Shuriying's complexion eased slightly. Alright, Lingyin, your sister is fine, quickly withdraw your power. It had to be said that Lingyin's healing power was indeed quite effective. It could even soothe the power surge caused by the defect, although it was just a temporary fix. But if her strength grew, it could indeed reduce the risk of an empowered individual suddenly dying. Of course, that was on the premise that she herself could withstand the power's erosion. Huang Ruoy, in the passenger seat, looked at Lin Fei, who was driving, with a strange expression because she noticed the corners of his mouth were unconsciously upturned. This guy had probably long anticipated that these two sisters would be helpless because of their powers. Alas! What could she say? Did the two sisters have any other choice? Lin Fei was also saving them, just like he saved her in Xiuqiu and Jinjin. They couldn't complain. Some things were better understood without being said. Sister, I feel like your body is worse than before. What are we going to do? Lingyin looked at Shuriying with teary eyes. Silly girl, I'm just a little tired. It's not like I'm dying. What are you worried about? Shuriying tapped her on the forehead, feigning anger. Ruanqiu didn't say anything, but Huangjingjin had a smile on her lips, her eyes playful. Sister Shuriying, I thought the same way as you yesterday. Shuriying looked at her in confusion. Ah? What did you say, Jinjin? Huangjingjin's hand, which was resting on her leg, wasn't well behaved. She stroked it while smirking mischievously. Hee, I almost died yesterday. Do you know why? Shuriying was startled, not expecting Huangjingjin to say such a thing. No way, you look perfectly fine? Huangjingjin giggled, because I used my power even more excessively than you yesterday. It was like that emptiness after a dam bursts. You should be feeling some of that now, right? Shin Shuriying was stunned, then a little disbelieving, because what Huang Jinjin said was exactly how she was feeling right now, except not as severe. Could it be that Jinjin had really almost died? What was the reason? Huang Jinjin spoke at the right time. Yes, that's right, just like you thought, I almost died because of excessive use of my power. Power is a double-edged sword. Maybe you don't feel it now, but you'll understand when you reach the point of exhaustion. However, I don't want to see Sister Shuriying become like that, it's too heartbreaking. So, I have a way to solve this problem. I don't know if you want to hear it? Ruan Qiu looked at Huang Jinjin with a strange expression. Had she awakened some strange trait? Shin Shuriying was taken aback. Before she could speak, Shin Lingyin said anxiously, Sister Jinjin, please tell us what the solution is? Don't worry, if it can help my sister solve her power problem, we will definitely repay you. Huang Jinjin's eyes darted back and forth between the two sisters' faces, then she smiled and said, no problem, lean in. Huang Jinjin whispered to the two sisters. Ruan Qiu couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl seemed to have really changed. Huang Ruoyi in the passenger seat was helpless. Oh well, as long as she was safe, anything was fine. After listening to Huang Jinjin's whispers, Shin Shuriying's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. She whispered, Jinjin, are you sure you're not tricking me? Isn't this a bit too strange? Shin Lingyin's pretty face flushed red. The things Huang Jinjin described were only things she had seen in books. Was the power sickness really that serious? Huang Jinjin looked at them with a serious expression. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Seeing Huang Jinjin's appearance, Shin Shuriying's heart pounded. She couldn't tell if it was true or false, but Huang Jinjin had no reason to deceive her. She took a deep breath, her gaze catching Lin Fei's firm eyes in the rearview mirror, and she shifted it away, feeling a little embarrassed. I'll wait and see for now, there's no rush. She was still hesitant after all, what Huang Jinjin had said was too unbelievable. Shin Lingying buried her small face in her sister's shoulder, her big eyes fluttering, glancing at Lin Fei every now and then, as if her little heart had grown fond of him. A little devil popped up in Huang Jinjin's heart. Ha ha. The seed has been planted, when it will blossom and bear fruit is all up to fate. Lin, the great demon. Nicholas Jinjin, will make you die a miserable death. He. Tianwang Mountain, Survivors Concentration Camp. To call it a camp was really just a collection of tents, surrounded by a wooden fence, looking rather primitive. At the main entrance, 4 soldiers stood guard with live ammunition on 2 watchtowers, watching the front. The concentration camp was geographically surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one direction leading to a deep forest. A newly developed dirt road extended from it, connecting to the road outside. It could be said to be very remote, which was to avoid the danger of being surrounded by zombies. Now, some of the survivors had arrived at the camp. Most of them were people who were outside the city when the apocalypse came, and some were people from nearby villages. Most people were already thankful for being protected by the army. But there were still a small number of people with ulterior motives, dissatisfied with the bland food and harsh living conditions, clamoring for the military leaders to come out and talk. Why do we have to live in this broken place? Do you know who I am? Get your commander out here to see me. Wasn't there a manor on the way? Don't you soldiers know how to make use of things? You're really brainless, damn it, go and occupy that manor for me. My woman needs to take a hot bath every day, not even one day less. Where's your leader? Where did he go? A pot-bellied man yelled in the camp, spewing insults at the surrounding soldiers, but the soldiers, well-trained, ignored him. But the middle-aged man yelled louder and louder, even trying to grab the gun from the soldiers' hands. He was immediately subdued by several people and escorted to a tent in the back. Not far away, 2 officers watched the scene, feeling helpless. Can't these people who are trying to disrupt the army just be a little quieter? You said they're disrupting the army, how can they stir up trouble if they're quiet? By the way, how did your contact with the shooting range go? Did they agree to merge? Sigh, don't mention it, I didn't even get to meet the person in charge of the range, just a few punks with guns drove us out. Alas, times have changed, those with strength should be proud. What about our reinforcements? When will they arrive? I don't know, we haven't been able to contact the higher-ups since yesterday. Chapter 33, a firing range for the energetic youngsters. Mercury Firing Range. A private range located on the outskirts of the primitive Tianwang Mountain, it often serves as a gathering place for the upper class of Wangchuan City. The range covers a vast area, enclosed by wire mesh, with grass laid out, demarcating it from the surrounding forest. Several winding bluestone paths stretch across the grass, leading deeper into the range. Along the main road, one can occasionally see patches of black marks on the grass, emitting a foul odor. At the end of the road, towering earthen walls separate the range's buildings from the outside world. On the top of the highest building, someone is on guard with binoculars, and next to them is a sniper lying prone, with his eye-catching yellow hair. God damn it, those bastards, I'll snipe everyone I see. Erga, you gotta save some, the boss said there ain't much sniper ammo left, every shot counts. TCH, I'm a crackshot. I can get 2 birds with 1 stone. The two chatted idly. Below, in the firing range's VIP building, a large group of people had gathered. Many of them had brightly colored hair, making it look like a gathering of delinquents at first glance. What are you saying? You want to cooperate with those military guys? I don't want to turn this place into a refugee camp, it'll be a complete mess. But they're still an official organization, isn't it bad if we just keep ignoring them? What if things settle down later, we might end up with a reputation as outlaws. Outlaws my ass, we're the heroes of Liangshan. A group of young people with all sorts of hair colors argued, without reaching a conclusion. Beside them, a middle-aged man in a suit stood up, coughed twice, and said, "Let's vote. Those who agree to let those soldiers turn this place into a concentration camp, raise your hand. We'll tally it up. What's with the tricks? Are you with our Pure Love Club? Waving the flag here?" Immediately, a young man with bright red hair and an outrageous hairstyle jumped up and cursed. The middle-aged man's face turned from pale to green. "Shindong, you." As an official in Wangchuan City, he was still a person of some status, but now he was being publicly humiliated by this kind of scum, making him extremely displeased. But he didn't dare to lash out, because these punk youths controlled the most threatening things in this range. Going against them was the same as courting death. Red-haired Shindong looked at him coldly. "What about me? Do you call the shots here, or do I? Don't get your position wrong. I don't care how awesome you used to be, now you're just refugees seeking shelter here. Stop acting high and mighty, or I'll blow your head off with these peanuts. Mercury firing range isn't a shelter. If you don't want to stay here, you can get out right now. Damn it, when my brothers were fighting monsters, you guys were hiding behind crying like babies. When we asked you to help build the wall, you were all complaining, acting like the wussy Lindayu. And now you want to rebel? Get lost." Shindong flicked his red hair, his expression cold. The whole place was silent, nobody dared to breathe loudly. "Good. Dong Ge is awesome. Dong Ge is mighty. Pure Love Club is the best." Only the youths with dyed hair were cheering. Don't look at them as having no money. One phone call can bring you several girls you desire. They value brotherhood, and when it comes to doing something, they're the first to do it. Therefore, there's a saying in society, it's better to bully the old and young in Nan village than to provoke the energetic youngsters. The middle-aged man was so angry that a few hairs on his head stood up. A middle-aged woman came forward to pull him back, to prevent him from saying something that would anger the red-haired youth. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels on the floor echoed outside the door, followed by 2 nimble young men with dyed yellow hair who opened the VIP door. A figure in a fiery red evening gown walked in, the same fiery red stiletto heels perfectly complementing her fair and translucent jade-like feet. The high-waisted, slit dress moved with her legs, revealing glimpses of her fair and shapely long legs. Her small waist was incredibly slender, and beneath the deep V neckline were 2 patches of snowy white skin. A delicate pearl necklace hung on her swan-like neck, enhancing her aura. Her exquisite face was on par with the beauties in 1S collection, with well-defined features and a hint of heroic spirit. Wine-red waves cascaded down her bare back, swaying with each step. She held a cigarette between her slender fingers, slowly bringing it to her vermilion lips, taking a drag and exhaling as her alluring eyes scanned the room. "Good day, Sister Nan. Good day, Sister Nan. May Sister Nan have good fortune." The energetic young men all bowed respectfully, showing great reverence for the woman who had arrived. Even Shindong, who had been so imposing just moments before, now acted like a sycophant, rushing to her side to catch the ash she flicked off her cigarette. Sunan lightly kicked him and said, "How many times have I told you, stop acting so subservient? People will think I have some weird fetish." Shindong nodded, scratched the back of his head, and said a bit embarrassed, "Isn't this to show respect for you, Sister Nan? Next time, I promise, next time." "Oh, right, Sister Nan, those soldiers are here again, still about the same thing. What do you think?" Sunan smiled, instantly captivating everyone present. Many men felt their mouths go dry. Even the middle-aged official being held back by his wife felt a surge of excitement. If it weren't for the outbreak, he would have definitely tried to get his hands on a woman like her. The energetic young men, surprisingly, had clear eyes, showing not a hint of disrespect. "Are we short on supplies?" Sunan asked calmly. Shendong shook his head. "No." "Are we short on weapons?" "No." "Are we short on people?" "No." "Then that's that. Let them go back where they came from." Sunan was incredibly decisive, resolving the matter with just a few words. The middle-aged man looked at the ordinary people who had escaped here, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward, speaking with great fervor. "President Su, that won't do. Think about it, what kind of existence is the military? Right now, they just haven't had time to deal with us. But when they have the energy, taking over Wangchuan City will be a piece of cake. Wangchuan is right next to the southern military region of Dragon Country. If we turn them away now, we are bound to offend the military, and there will inevitably be unpleasantness. If you don't mind, I can recommend myself as a liaison between the military and us. Mutual help is the way to survive, isn't it? Sunan stared at him with her alluring eyes for a moment, making him mistakenly believe he had convinced her. He puffed out his chest, looking like a quail. Sunan retracted her gaze, turned to leave, and said to Qindong beside her, "Who's this idiot? If he has a problem with his head, fix it. If it can't be fixed, just throw him out." Chapter 34 Concentration Camp? Bowie, not even dogs would go there. Wow, the air in the mountains is so fresh. The pink raptor cruised leisurely along the winding mountain road, the windows rolled down, and several women looked out at the scenery. If it weren't for the afterglow of the fiery red sun in the sky, casting a red hue over the entire world, no one would realize that the outside world was already on the brink of collapse. Lin Fei rarely came to such places. Either he used to be too busy making money, with no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. But it's not too late now, with a car full of beauties for company. He can switch cars whenever he wants. It's all about being carefree. The sun is about to set. "Once we go around this mountain, we'll see the Mercury Range," Huang Ruohui said from the passenger seat, pointing the way for Lin Fei. Sure enough, after winding around the mountain road, an artificial lawn nestled in the woods came into view. Through the gaps in the trees, one could see the building complex deep in the grass, but it was surrounded by an abrupt, earth-yellow barrier. The raptor stopped at a fork in the road, and the group was a bit surprised by the signpost standing there. "This newly opened dirt road leads to a survivor concentration camp," Shen Lingyin pointed out. Ruanxiu pondered, why isn't the military concentration camp located at the range? It should be more convenient at the range, right? Huang Ruohui seemed to have remembered something, and she asserted it must be because the range doesn't agree. After all, their boss is a bit of a madman. Only the two of them knew a little about the range, but not much. Lin Fei smiled. If that's the case, then the boss of this range is a bit farsighted. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of vehicles came from the road behind them. Soon, 3 vehicles appeared in the rearview mirror. One was a black military jeep, and the other 2 were private cars, looking dilapidated, clearly from a disaster. There were soldiers in military uniforms and ordinary refugees in the jeep. Squeak! The jeep braked next to the raptor, and the people inside were shocked by the pink monster. Its ferocious and sturdy appearance gave them a strong sense of security, and even the soldiers in the jeep couldn't help but cast envious glances. There were many men in the 3 vehicles, and when they saw the scene inside the raptor's windows, they were even more amazed. 5 stunningly beautiful women were looking at them, some pure, some intellectual, and especially their clean, untouched appearance made their hearts pound. An officer in the jeep's passenger seat got out and saluted Lin Fei in the driver's seat. "Hello, sir, we are the advance team of the Southern Theater's Forget River Aid. There are many vacant rooms in our camp. You can follow us and go to the camp together." Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the refugees in the 3 cars next to them. He smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't like communal meals." With that, he started the engine and roared away on the asphalt road. The officer stood there watching the raptor leave, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He returned to his car and ordered them to move out. "Officer, why didn't that person go to the concentration camp with us?" A bespectacled, scholarly man in the back seat adjusted his glasses and asked. The officer shook his head helplessly. "Do you think with their equipment, they would care about anything in our camp?" "That's right. It would be great if we had a car like that." The bespectacled man's gaze went towards the direction where the raptor disappeared, a bit dark. The raptor's violent engine sound echoed through the valley. Soon, the gate of the range was in sight. When Lin Fei and the others arrived at the gate, there were already guards on duty. "Halt! Who goes there?" A blue-haired man emerged from behind the car, coldly eyeing Lin Fei and the others with an assault rifle in his hands. Soon after, several more weapon-wielding, flamboyant youths jumped out from behind the vehicles on both sides. Lin Fei leaned out the car window, looking at the blue-haired leader. For some unknown reason, the blue-haired man felt a chill run down his spine, as if he'd been caught using his phone during class by the teacher. "I don't like being pointed at with a gun, no matter what kind of gun it is." His words were tinged with a hint of mockery, but to the group of flamboyant youths, they sounded chilling to the bone. The blue-haired man's expression shifted several times, and ultimately, he ordered everyone to put their guns away. He stood in front of the raptor, blocking Lin Fei. "All right, what are you doing at the range?" Lin Fei chuckled. This guy was somewhat interesting. But he didn't speak. Instead, Huang Ruohui, from the passenger seat, got out of the car. Immediately, the eyes of the flamboyant youths lit up, and they all stared at Huang Ruohui. She wore a goose-yellow stepmother dress, her figure curvaceous and shapely, exuding a ripe and mature aura. Her hair was style-high, revealing her slender swan neck. Her skin was fair and delicate, making mouths water. With a gentle smile, she made the hearts of the blue-haired man and the others pound. "I have an old connection with your President Su. If it's convenient, could you let us in?" Upon hearing about Su Nan, the blue-haired man became attentive. Ordinary people would never come into contact with Sunan, let alone know that he was actually the owner of the Mercury Range. Huang Ruo's direct mention of Sunan's name suggested that she was no ordinary person. Quick, quick! Let them pass! The blue-haired man called out, instructing the flamboyant youths to move the vehicles away. You guys continue patrolling. I'll take them inside. Don't slack off. After giving his instructions, the blue-haired man hopped on an electric scooter and led the way, with Lin Fei's raptor following behind. I didn't realize you were so well connected everywhere you go, he said, teasing Huang Ruo in the passenger seat, her figure graceful. Huang Ruo only smiled lightly, not saying much, which piqued Lin Fei's interest even further. Soon, they passed through a gap in the earthen yellow wall and entered the inner building area of the range. The arrival of the raptor startled most people. The flamboyant youth stared at the pink monster with awe. Damn! This guy is really not afraid of getting in trouble with the cops doing modifications like that. This level of modification is like slapping a sports car onto the raptor. It must have cost a fortune. Who the heck is this big shot to have such foresight? This car looks like it was prepared for the apocalypse a long time ago. If I had this car, I wouldn't be afraid of any zombies. Everyone chatted excitedly about the raptor. Brother Shi, who are they? A young man with a 3/7 parted hairstyle asked, leaning in. The blue-haired man shook his head. I don't know who they are, but it seems like they know our president. The young man with the 3/7 part was immediately taken aback. Suddenly, the flamboyant youths in the courtyard all exclaimed in surprise. All 4 doors of the raptor opened, and a pair of slender, beautiful legs stepped out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A full 5 stunningly beautiful women stepped out of the car, leaving them completely astonished. Who on earth were they? How could anyone enjoy such a view? Chapter 35, Raptors hide beauties. It has to be said, the appearance of several women made the entire shooting range extraordinarily lively. Whether it was the people taking refuge here or those punk youths, they were all curious about their identities. When Lin Fei stepped out of the driver's seat, they all cast envious glances at him. Damn, these guys called it surviving in the apocalypse, while others were calling it traveling with beauties. After scanning the area, Lin Fei raised his head and looked towards the top of the 4-story building, his eyes slightly narrowed. Immediately, the 2 yellow-haired guards on the roof felt their hair stand on end. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't continue looking at them, and that feeling gradually faded. Damn, what was that just now? What kind of monster is that man? Just one look, and I almost peed my pants. Don't say anymore, ergo, he's definitely someone we can't afford to provoke. Below, although Blue Hair didn't know what the yellow-haired duo had experienced, he didn't dare to neglect Lin Fei and the others. He shouted at the punks and refugees, "What are you looking at? Don't you have work to do? Damn it, I'll check your tasks later." Instantly, the punks scattered like startled birds and beasts, leaving only a few with higher status behind. Blue Hair smiled at Lin Fei and the others, making a gesture of invitation. Don't be offended, everyone. They are all from our Pure Love Association, responsible for the security and various affairs of the shooting range. To be honest, when Lin Fei saw so many punks earlier, he was still wondering if he had wandered into some strange place. But the system prompt in his mind made him feel a little more at ease. Notice, a beauty with a comprehensive assessment score of over 92 has appeared within the system's sensing range. Target, Sunan. Sunan, that should be the president they mentioned. Not bad, not bad. Huang Ruo is indeed bringing me good luck. The group followed Blue Hair towards the depths of the shooting range, while Huang Jinjin and Shen Lingyin, like curious babies, looked around. Before long, Blue Hair led them to a small courtyard. Please wait here for a while, I'll go inform our president. With that, Blue Hair left in a hurry. Shin Shuriying looked at Huang Ruo and couldn't help but ask curiously, "And who exactly is this so-called President Su? She's got quite the grand entrance, comparable to those in the capital." Huang Ruo chuckled, "You'll know soon enough. Although she's not from the capital, her status is definitely not inferior to those people." This only made everyone more curious. Lin Fei had some guesses in his mind. If her surname was Su, she might be related to the Su family of Nanhang. That was an extremely powerful family, comparable to the prestigious families of the capital, and was one of the top powers in the Dragon Kingdom. Considering the scale and variety of weapons at this shooting range, it definitely couldn't be established without some serious power. As the group waited quietly, Wan Xiu suddenly got up and helped Shin Shuriying beside her. "Shuriying, what's wrong?" Shin Shuriying's face was quite pale, as if she was gravely ill. She opened her eyes and said in a panic, "This place, it's very dangerous." Everyone turned their gazes to her, trying to understand why she would say that. After calming down for a moment, Shin Shuriying, enduring her physical discomfort, said, "I have a habit of doing a divination whenever I arrive at a new place. Just now, I tried to divine the hexagram of this shooting range, and the result was a sea of blood red, which means something bad is definitely going to happen here. Staying here might be dangerous for us." These words immediately startled the women, knowing that Shen Shuying had no reason to make up lies. They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Lin Fei, who was sipping his tea. "Why are you all looking at me? We haven't even warmed our seats yet and you're already thinking about running away? Isn't that a little embarrassing? Besides," he said, "I think this place is quite good. With some development, it should be suitable as a long-term base." Then he looked at Shen Shuying. "As for the divination you mentioned, perhaps it's not that accurate either? I think you probably can't go all out right now." Shen Shuying was startled, then nodded with a bitter smile. Indeed, as Lin Fei said, her body no longer allowed her to use divination freely. Using her metal ability along the way had already pushed her to her limits, and if Shen Lingyin hadn't been constantly treating her, she probably would have kicked the bucket halfway. Lin Fei chuckled, "So, there's no need to jump to conclusions so early. Since we're here, let's settle down. I'll take care of everything." Shen Shuying could feel the confidence emanating from Lin Fei, the kind of dominance and invincibility that settled her anxious heart. Lin Fei didn't feel like a young person of her age, rather, he seemed as steady as an elder, making Shen Shuying's heart flutter a little. She quickly looked away. Next to her, Shen Lingyin rested her head on her hands on the table, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Huang Jinjin looked at her, a mischievous smile gradually appearing on her face. Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi exchanged a smile, both seeing the hint of relief in each other's eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicked on the bluestone pavement, growing louder as they approached. Soon, the courtyard door was pushed open, and everyone turned to look, their eyes brightening. The newcomer was radiant as fire, with skin like snow, her swaying steps captivating. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire her. She was absolutely a bombshell. Su Nan was also a bit taken aback upon entering. How were there so many stunning beauties? Huang Ruoyi's smile was gentle as she went forward to greet her. "Nan Nan." Only then did Su Nan react, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. "Ruoyi. Oh my god. I'm so glad you're okay." The two of them held hands like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, reluctant to let go. Huang Ruoyi pulled her to Lin Fei and the others, introducing her. "This is my good sister, Su Nan. Jinjin, you all should call her Aunt Nan." "Aunt Nan. Aunt Nan. Aunt Nan, you're so pretty." Huang Jinjin and the Shin sisters greeted her enthusiastically. Su Nan's face was radiant. "Oh, you little beauties are all so graceful too. You don't have boyfriends yet, right? How about Aunt Nan introduce you to a few?" Huang Jinjin awkwardly waved her hand. The thought of the kinds of people Su Nan might introduce made her shiver a little. The Shin sisters felt the same way. Ruan Qiu smiled faintly. "Nan Jia, it's been a long time." Su Nan laughed heartily. "Little Qiu, I've missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me in so long? Aren't we here to bother you now?" Ruan Qiu brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, smiling gracefully. Actually, Ruan Qiu didn't have much interaction with Su Nan, but Su Nan was still very warm, which showed that she was a good socializer. After all, she ran such a large shooting range, a social recluse wouldn't be able to operate it. After introducing the circle of beauties, Su Nan turned her gaze to the only man present. "Ruoyi, who is this handsome young man?" Chapter 36. Huang Ruoyi completely falls. When Su Nan asked about Lin Fei's identity, Huang Ruoyi felt a sense of not knowing where to begin. What was her relationship with Lin Fei? Lovers? Mistress? It didn't seem to fit any of those categories. When Lin Fei did that, he liked her to call him master. Was she supposed to introduce him like that? That would just be insane. Ruan Qiu and Huang Jinjin also found it difficult to speak, while the Shin sisters just felt that the atmosphere had suddenly turned awkward. What was going on? Lin Fei looked at Huang Ruoyi, who was nearly bursting from holding back, and laughed heartily. "My name is Lin Fei, I'm her husband." "Nice to meet you, President Su." Boom! Lightning flashed through the minds of the 6 women present, their beautiful eyes filled with shock. Huang Jinjin and Ruan Qiu didn't expect Lin Fei to say that. They had thought that Lin Fei only regarded them as sex toys. Huang Ruoyi was also stunned beyond words. Lin Fei actually called himself her husband. Did he finally acknowledge her? In Huang Ruoyi's heart, a strong sense of joy began to spread. Her body went limp, her legs pressed together, filled with emotion. A woman like her, if she didn't die in a monster's mouth in the apocalypse, would definitely become the object of men's vying. Without Lin Fei, she couldn't imagine how bleak her fate would be. Lin Fei had saved her, helped her solve her power flaw, taught her how to use her powers, and had agreed to her request to traverse a mountain of corpses to save Jinjin. How could she repay such acts with her frail body? She was a strong woman, and had never thought the term husband was important in her life. But now, Lin Fei's words completely ignited Huang Ruoyi's emotions. She smiled, but tears flowed from her eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Huang Ruoyi threw herself into Lin Fei's arms, her body trembling. Thank you, husband." Lin Fei was also a little taken aback. Was this woman having a tantrum? What button had he pressed? It felt a little strange. But he quickly adjusted his emotions and gently patted her back. "All right, be good. So many people are watching, crying like this is unbecoming. Sunan was confused seeing Huang Ruoyi and Lin Fei hugging each other tightly. Didn't T. Ruoyi have a husband? But it definitely wasn't this Lin Fei. Looking at Lin Fei, he was just a young man of 24 or 25. Huang Ruoyi was nearly 40 years old. It was impossible to connect the two. Although he might have some skills, it was more likely that he had only captured Huang Ruoyi's heart after the apocalypse. Sunan was good at reading people. She knew what kind of woman Huang Ruoyi was. Thus, she couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Fei's abilities. She was even eager to get to the bottom of the story between them. But with so many people present, she couldn't show her gossip-loving face. Damn it, it was killing her. Ruan Xiao, watching the two embrace, felt happy for Huang Ruoyi, but also a bit lost. However, a little devil popped into Huang Jinjin's head. Mommy's husband, what should you be called? Ha ha, of course, it's Daddy. Daddy, Daddy. Yes, tonight, you have to make him surrender. The Shin sisters sat on the stools, looking at this one and that one. Who am I? Where am I? What is going on? Huang Ruoyi realized she had lost control and quickly composed herself, wiping away her tears and gently breaking away from Lin Fei's embrace. I'll serve you well tonight, husband. After whispering in Lin Fei's ear, she quickly acted as if nothing had happened. A mature wife was indeed more composed in handling her emotions. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Sunan coughed twice and laughed. Well then, since we're all here by fate, I'll prepare a welcoming feast for you all later, and everyone must come. Huang Ruoyi shook her head, pulling her, and said, it's okay, no need to go to so much trouble, it's a waste of resources. Sunan nudged her with her elbow and said a bit haughtily, what kind of relationship do we have? You've come to my turf, how could I let you continue to suffer? Just settle down here, as long as the Mercury target range is still here, everyone will be safe. Although she said it jokingly, it also revealed her own confidence. She thought Lin Fei would be moved, but he seemed like a stone, completely unmoved. Was he confident, or just a blockhead? Sunan couldn't see through him, which made her even more curious about him, wanting to peel him open and see what he was really like. Afterwards, during their chat, Sunan introduced the general situation of the Mercury target range to everyone. There were currently about 50 people here, 30 of whom were the target range staff who called themselves the Pure Love Society. The other 20 people included some players who were at the target range when the apocalypse broke out, and others who had fled here seeking refuge. There were lucky ones from the city, and also villagers from the countryside. Then what about the earthen wall outside? It wasn't built by hand, was it? Lin Fei asked. Sunan glanced at him. This guy's questions were quite sharp. That was built by hand, but not by ordinary people. Do you know about abilities? Huang Ruoyi glanced at her, then a clear water ball appeared on her fingertips. Yes, I know. Sunan's eyes widened. Ruoyi, you actually have an ability. Holy shit. She couldn't help but swear. This was just as shocking to her as finding out that Huang Ruoyi had a young husband. But then she quickly told Huang Ruoyi to retract her ability. Ruoyi, you can't use your ability carelessly. You don't know, using your ability too much can kill you. Lin Fei looked at her with interest. President Su, how do you know so much about abilities? Are you an ability user as well? Sunan looked at him and sighed. I'm not an ability user. All of this was explored by my brothers with their lives. That earthen wall you noticed, it was created by a member of the Pure Love Society who awakened the ability to control Earth. Huang Ruoyi asked, then where are they now? Sunan shook her head. Dead. In the words of our Pure Love Society, they died a worthy death, standing up for their brothers. Everyone fell silent. Whether it was Huang Ruoyi and her daughter and Ruan Xiao who had overcome their flaws, or the Shin sisters who hadn't, they all felt a sense of bleakness. Shin Shuriying suddenly felt a bit anxious. Before, she had only heard Huang Jinjin talk about it, but hadn't directly felt the fear of dying from using abilities. Now, Sunan's story had completely awakened her. She looked at Shin Linging beside her, then at Lin Fei. The hesitation in her eyes disappeared, replaced by determination and resolve. Huang Jinjin, noticing her expression, couldn't contain the excitement of the little devil in her heart, raising her iron fork and waving it around. Huang Ruoyi patted Sunan's hand. I'm sorry for your loss. Sunan forced a smile. It's nothing, at least they shone brightly for their brothers. Everyone has a time to shine brightly for others. Maybe it's you, maybe it's me, it's just not our time yet. Chapter 37. Chairman Su was shocked again and again. The crimson sun was swallowed by the forest, and the starry sky twinkled with unparalleled tranquility. In the open-air camp of the Mercury target range, a bonfire burned, and a group of youths with their hair dyed in various colors were shouting, ha ha ha, drink! Damn it, you dare to call 7 6s on me when I have 7 6s? You bastard, you didn't even have 1 6 and dared to call 7 6s, you mud damn. Come on, let us continue. On the round table next to them, there were some frozen and vacuum-sealed foods, which could be stored for a long time due to the vacuum, so they were everyone's favorite food. Lin Fei looked at the braised duck legs, spicy duck necks, and cold-dressed rabbit on the table, lost in thought. Sunan unwrapped a bag of hand-shredded rabbit and poured half of it into Huang Ruoi's bowl. Here, try this delicious tribute snack, it's my favorite. Hey! Everyone, eat, don't be shy. Don't worry, we have plenty of supplies. Lin Fei stood up and whispered something to Xin Shuriying, and then the two of them walked towards the bonfire. Sunan asked inexplicably, are they not hungry? Huang Ruoi looked strange, picked up a piece of cold-dressed rabbit from her bowl and put it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. Well, the meat is a bit tough. Long-term consumption won't provide enough nutrition. Sunan shrugged, there's no way. Raw meat has all gone bad and can't be eaten at all. These are considered delicacies. Huang Ruoi said mysteriously, then do you want to eat cooked food? Sunan was stunned and then said with a look of recollection, of course, I do. My hot pot. My barbecue. My fried skewers. My burgers. Alas! I don't know if I'll ever be able to taste these delicacies again in my lifetime. If I could just taste them again, I wouldn't mind dying on the spot. The more she talked, the more unbearable Sunan's taste buds became. She really wanted to lick the barbecue grill. Holy crap! What the hell? What is that? What the fudge? Suddenly, the youths by the bonfire began to scream in surprise, staring intently at the two people next to the fire. Xin Shuriying was crouching, both hands pressed on the ground. As her power activated, the metal contained in the soil surged out instantly, setting up a huge iron frame on the bonfire. It looked like a giant barbecue grill. Under the firelight, her fair face was a little pale. Lin Fei helped her up. That's enough, you can rest for a while. Xin Shuriying nodded and then returned to the round table to sit down. Sunan looked at her in surprise. Shuriying, are you also a power user? As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Linging next to Xin Shuriying emitted a hazy green light, and then Xin Shuriying's face gradually improved. Sunan's eyes were about to pop out. She was flustered, pointing at the Xin sisters. Both of you sisters are power users? She turned her head to look at Huang Ruoi. Her eyes seemed to be asking if she was seeing things? But Huang Ruoi chuckled and slowly nodded. Damn it! So, most of the people in this car are power users. This is too outrageous. Just when Sunan thought she had figured out the background of this group of people, even more horrified sounds came from the side. Looking over, she saw Lin Fei wave his hand, and the huge barbecue grill was immediately filled with freshly slaughtered cattle and sheep. His water-based power spun continuously in his hand, washing away the blood from the raw meat. Then, all kinds of seasonings were spread over the meat, and the bonfire below roared, and golden oil quickly spilled out. A breeze blew, and the aroma filled the entire open-air camp. The eyes of the youths were gleaming with excitement, and some people couldn't stop drooling. Holy crap! Mom, what did I just see? Wild barbecue. Damn it, if I could have one bite, I would do a handstand and have diarrhea. Don't try to freeload, who here can't do that? Can that big brother do magic? Where did this meat come from? It's so fresh. It's a superpower. It must be a superpower. This situation is exactly like in the novels I've read. This brother must have a space-based superpower. Then that's incredible? Damn, bro, are you looking for any accessories? A group of punks were dancing wildly around the bonfire, eagerly waiting for food. Sunan was numb. She mechanically turned her head to Ruan Qiu, who was drinking cola. Little Qiu, you wouldn't tell your sister that you have a superpower too, would you? Ruan Qiu pouted. She swiped her other hand over her cola, and then an identical bottle of cola appeared in her hand. Click. Sunan petrified she was cracking up. The military said that people with superpowers were extremely rare, so how come there was a whole truckload of them here? This truckload of people was going to defy the heavens. Soon, Sunan was eating the fragrant roasted meat while crying tears of joy. She only hated that she didn't have more mouths. She almost swallowed her tongue. So delicious, whoa, so delicious. Everyone ate until their faces were shiny with oil, utterly satisfied. The punk youths immediately wanted to become sworn brothers with Lin Fei and recognize him as their elder brother, making him both amused and exasperated. After interacting with them, he changed his view of this group of people. They were just ordinary people with unique personalities, but no one understood them. Sunan looked at Lin Fei, who was sitting opposite her, with resentment. Why did it feel like this guy was going to put her aside the moment he arrived? Little Lin Fei, can your supplies really handle you eating like this? Sunan asked curiously. After eating the last piece of imported grilled meat fed to him by Huang Ruoi, Lin Fei wiped his mouth and smiled calmly. Eating like this 1,000 or 800 times doesn't seem to be a big deal. Sunan was no longer calm. If it was true, then Lin Fei's personal value would be so terrifying that it was impossible to put into words. Food was the most scarce resource in the apocalypse. The meat from before the end of the world had rotted on the first day. Vegetables could be eaten, but who could withstand eating only greens for every meal? Even the abbot in a temple had to eat meat to have a change of pace each month, let alone ordinary people. Therefore, Sunan knew that Lin Fei's arrival was an opportunity, and she might be able to exchange some supplies with him. Little Lin Fei, Boss Lin. This humble woman has a request. I wonder if you could fulfill it? Sunan bypassed Huang Ruoyi and moved alluringly to Lin Fei's side, leaning down and clinging to his shoulder while speaking seductively. Huang Ruoyi was not unhappy, but rather felt a little delighted. The more charming Lin Fei was, the more it proved that her choice was correct. Ruanqiu had long taken Huang Jinjin and Shenlinging to wander around, leaving only the slightly ill Shen Shuriying daydreaming nearby. She would occasionally glance at Lin Fei, not knowing what she was thinking, and a blush could be seen on her slightly pale pretty face. Lin Fei sat in his chair. Regarding the clinging Su Nan, he smiled faintly. He curved his arm and hugged her in front of him. Su Nan suddenly fell onto his lap. Between the slits of her high-waisted evening dress, her fair skin was completely exposed. Suddenly being held by a man, Su Nan's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She hadn't touched a man in more than a decade and felt some physiological resistance. But she endured it. For the sake of supplies, for the sake of the little ones following her, she could do anything. Seeing the struggle in her eyes, Lin Fei mischievously put his other hand under her evening dress. The request of President Su is really tight. Also, I'm not little. Chapter 38, Strange Happenings in the Mountains. Lin Fei knew exactly what Su Nan was plotting. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't the kind of man who was easily swayed by a pretty face. If she wanted the supplies he had, she'd have to offer something that genuinely moved him. The problem was, at this stage, ordinary people didn't possess anything that could tempt him into a trade. Even if Su Nan offered herself, she'd be worth, at most, a few dozen heads of cattle and sheep, not a penny more. Su Nan, with a flirtatious air, brushed aside Lin Fei's hand and, tilting his chin up, said with deep affection, "Boss Lin, I wonder what kind of price it would take to acquire your supplies?" A smile crept onto Lin Fei's lips. "Trading supplies isn't out of the question, of course, but can you offer anything that will make my heart flutter?" Su Nan asked tentatively. "Guns? This is a shooting range after all, we have most types of guns here." Lin Fei shook his finger. "Guns and ammunition? They're not even worth a jar of Lao Gan Ma to me, no deal." Su Nan's elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Alright, apart from guns, I'm afraid I don't have anything else noteworthy to offer. It seems I am just not meant to be with Boss Lin." She made to stand up, but Lin Fei held her down. "I'm interested in strange things. The stranger, the more I like it. If you have any news or objects that go against common sense, I'd be more than happy to trade. Oh, and by the way, I'm also quite interested in Chairwoman Su," he added. Su Nan frowned. It wasn't because Lin Fei was teasing her, but because what he said about strange things had reminded her of something. "Boss Lin, I think I might actually have the strange news you're looking for." Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he dropped his frivolous tone, adopting a serious demeanor. "Oh really? Then why don't you tell me about it? What are you hoping to trade for here?" Su Nan thought for a moment, then said, "I'm not sure about the specific value of this news, but I believe Boss Lin is a discerning person. If it turns out to be false, then consider it a gift for me making a friend. If it's real, then you can decide what it's worth." She looked at Huang Ruoyi, who was beside her. "I trust Boss Lin's character." Lin Fei smiled. This woman was clever, neither offending him nor making outrageous demands. Indeed, all bosses were astute. Very well, Chairwoman Su is indeed a straightforward person, so I won't be stingy. Rest assured, whether or not the news is useful, I will give you satisfactory compensation. After all, I'd also like to be friends with Chairwoman Su." Lin Fei spoke jovially, his large hand stroking her fair skin, clearly tempted. Su Nan grasped his hand, her fingers tracing light patterns on his palm, and said with a charming smile, "Then Boss Lin, please wait a moment." With that, she stood up and walked towards the punk youth. "Chen Don, go get Uncle Fu." Chen Don, with his red hair, put down his half-finished beer without hesitation. Blue-haired Lu Xiangxi followed him eagerly. Soon, the two returned, hurrying an elderly man in his 60s. "Chairwoman, we've brought Uncle Fu." They promptly left after speaking. Uncle Fu was dark-skinned and dressed plainly, looking like an honest, hard-working farmer. Su Nan made space for him to sit down, saying, "Uncle Fu, come and sit here." Uncle Fu waved his hands frantically. No, I'm fine standing." Su Nan pulled him to the table and sat him down, Uncle Fu looking very flustered. In his mind, Su Nan was like an emperor from their era, someone you couldn't afford to offend. Su Nan hadn't thought that much into it. She looked at Lin Fei. "Boss Lin, the news I mentioned is related to Uncle Fu. You can ask him the details." Lin Fei was somewhat surprised that strange news could be related to a farmer. It was indeed rare. "Uncle Fu, since the apocalypse started, have you seen anything strange?" "Of course, I'm not talking about the people who have turned into monsters." Upon hearing Lin Fei's inquiry, Uncle Fu seemed to recall something terrifying, his cloudy eyes displaying stark fear. After a long while, he muttered, "Alas, the ways of this world are truly strange. I don't know what sins we committed to warrant such punishment from heaven. I'm just an old farmer from Huiquan village in the mountain hollow. There's a small river by our village, which has nurtured us for generations. That noon, I had just finished working in the fields and went to the river to wash my feet, planning to have a bite of dry bread. Then, the river water suddenly rose sharply, scaring me into a run. I was perplexed, so I followed the river upstream into the mountains. I wanted to see what was going on, to keep the crops from being flooded. I hurried to the river's source, where it had already overflowed, exposing the mountain rocks. There's a saying in our village, when the water rises, the rocks sink, and the weird and wicked come out. Seeing those oddly shaped stones, all soaked and emitting strange black glows, I dared not linger and bolted home. Those stones must have become spirits and were about to bring disaster. Hearing this, the crowd understood a little. What Uncle Fu referred to as strange events were the sudden rise in water and the jagged, bizarre rocks that emerged after what seemed like a landslide. Huang Ruoi frowned, truthfully, not understanding the strangeness. Stones turning into spirits? Nonsense, what old wives' tale was that? Su Nan looked at Lin Fei, awaiting his take. She had understood by now that everyone in this car followed Lin Fei's lead. Lin Fei looked at Uncle Fu. He had no reason to lie, which meant the sudden rise in water and the strange rocks from the mountain were real. This is interesting. President Su, congratulations, this news has piqued my interest. Once I investigate, the payment will surely be substantial. Su Nan was elated. She admitted that it was a gamble, but it had paid off. It's fine, Mr. Lin, I'm not in a rush. If you need manpower, I can lend you some. Lin Fei smiled. Alright, I'll let you know if I need help. The banquet came to a satisfying end for both parties. Lin Fei lay alone in the spacious guest room, pondering Uncle Fu's strange tale. Although he wasn't a seasoned mystic researcher, he was certainly an enthusiast. Based on Uncle Fu's description, this was undoubtedly a bizarre event tinged with the supernatural. The word that popped into Lin Fei's head was becoming spirits. It was said that since the founding of the nation, spirits were not allowed to form. The Dragon Country even had the Dragon Assessment Corps and the Dragon Slaying Team, specifically to handle things that defied the law and sought to become spirits, going against the heavens. The arrival of the apocalypse, perhaps, had allowed these spirits to see an opportunity. That was why the water source of Huiquan village had swelled, and the strange rocks, which normally only shifted a tiny amount, had become so blatant. As to whether his guesses were correct, he'd have to take a trip to see to know. Shaking his head, Lin Fei was considering whose favor he would seek tonight, when click the door handle was turned. Chapter 39, The Heart-Stealing Thief. Under the starlight. The guest room was dark, the lights not turned on. With the faint starlight from outside the window, a dark figure could be seen suddenly opening the door, quietly slipping in, and then gently closing it again. The sneaky figure surveyed the room, then tiptoed towards the bed. A pair of soft hands reached towards the bed, but found nothing. Ha! Where is he? I clearly saw him come in. A soft, confused whisper arose. Suddenly, a solid chest pressed against her back, almost making her cry out. Lin Fei turned her around, looking down at her fair, delicate face, a bit surprised. I thought it would be your sister, but it turned out to be you, little glutton. The one who had snuck into his room was none other than Shun Lingyin, the younger of the Shin sisters. Now, held in Lin Fei's arms, her heart pounded like a wild deer. She explained nervously, I just didn't want my sister to be too tired. If my own defect is fixed, I can use my powers to heal my sister all the time. Looking at her increasingly determined expression, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. She was such a naive girl, making him feel a bit guilty. Damn it, Lin Fei, you're actually hesitating over a woman. Your intention is good, but reality is cruel. Your healing power cannot heal the fatal damage caused by human defects. Even if you use your power until exhaustion, you cannot change the rules. So, you might be doing something pointless tonight. Lin Fei brushed the stray hairs from her forehead, speaking earnestly. Shen Lingyin's clear eyes reflected the stars. Her gaze flickered, a little disappointed, but also resigned, and even with a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Is that so? Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So, if you want to give up, I can pretend you were never here tonight. Shen Lingyin quickly leaned against Lin Fei's chest. No, don't! Her reaction surprised Lin Fei a little. Shen Lingyin looked up at Lin Fei's eyes, speaking seriously. Brother Lin Fei, I don't want to give up. Anyway, I have to go through this step sooner or later, right? Besides, I once swore in the temple that if the person who changed my sisters and my fate was a woman, I would become her sister. A smile appeared on Lin Fei's lips. What if it's a man? Shen Lingyin pouted. Brother Lin Fei, you know the answer. Lin Fei laughed heartily and picked up Shen Lingyin's light frame. Little Lingyin is such a sensible girl. Come on, give your brother a smile. Shen Lingyin giggled. Why do I have to smile? A mischievous smile appeared on Lin Fei's face, because girls who smile a lot have good luck conceiving. In the dark guest room, soft murmurs filled the air, and the beautiful eyes shimmered with starlight. Click! The room door was pushed open again, and the light was turned on. The sudden brightness made Shen Lingyin, who was lying down, instinctively close her eyes. At the same time, she grabbed a pillow to cover her head, her ears burning with shyness. Standing at the door, Huang Ruoyi, dressed in a seductive dress, was stunned for a moment before turning the lights off with a snap. The hormones in the room instantly snapped her into action. She had already said that she would serve Lin Fei well tonight, but she didn't expect someone to be even more proactive than her. She naturally wouldn't say anything, on the contrary, she was a little relieved. Having someone share the burden meant she wouldn't be walking awkwardly tomorrow. She slowly climbed onto Lin Fei's broad back, feeling his powerful rhythm. She bit her lip and whispered softly, "Honey, I want it too." The next morning, Shin Shuriying, with dark circles under her eyes and a look of deep-seated grievance, walked out of her room. Coincidentally, the door to the next room opened, and Shin Lingyin popped out. Their eyes met, and Shin Lingyin instantly felt the guilt of being caught red-handed, but Shin Shuriying just glanced at her faintly, sighed, and said nothing. Lin Fei and Huang Ruoyi then came out. Seeing Shin Shuriying, Lin Fei greeted her with a smile. "Yo, good morning, Sister Shuriying. Did you sleep well last night?" Shin Shuriying, "It's hard for me not to suspect you're asking a question you already know the answer to. Why does it feel like this guy is showing off?" Shin Lingyin giggled and ran forward, pulling Shin Shuriying away. Huang Ruoyi followed Lin Fei, trying to suppress a smile, but then she looked at Shin Shuriying's back with some concern and said, "Husband, is Shuriying's situation a bit serious?" Lin Fei shook his head. If she doesn't take the initiative to open the door, death might be the best option. Huang Ruoyi was shocked. The unspoken implication was that if Shin Shuriying didn't take the initiative, Lin Fei wouldn't save her. It wasn't that Lin Fei was cold-blooded, sometimes it was a good thing, but Huang Ruoyi didn't want to see such a beautiful niece die in front of her. It seemed she could only find a chance to enlighten her in private. The group went downstairs, planning to have some breakfast, but they heard a commotion outside. Randomly grabbing a flamboyant youth, Lin Fei asked, "What's going on?" The purple-haired youth said nervously, "Hi, Brother Lin. A group of survivors has come to the gate, and they're arguing about wanting to come in. But the chairman said that people without value aren't allowed in, so they're having a dispute over it. I heard there are some officials' children in that group, they've got connections." Having said that, the purple-haired youth hurriedly ran off to help at the gate. Huang Ruoyi was puzzled. Why wouldn't the survivors go to the concentration camp? Why come to the farther shooting range? Lin Fei's tone was cold. "Didn't you hear what he just said? There are officials' children in there, and this shooting range is often used as an entertainment venue for that type of person. If they've seen the situation in the concentration camp, they'll have something to compare it to. The conditions here are indeed much better than the concentration camp, and those people are picky and used to a life of luxury. How could they stand the hard beds of the concentration camp?" Lin Fei's analysis was accurate, and the situation at the gate was indeed as he described. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from not far away. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the conflict was about to escalate. Huang Ruoyi asked nervously, "Should we go and take a look?" Lin Fei shook his head. "No need. If Sunan can't handle even this small matter, then this shooting range might as well be given away." Outside the shooting range, at the main gate, a group of flamboyant youths were riled up, their guns aimed at the survivors outside. "Damn it! You dare to shoot at my brother? I'll freaking kill you! Damn it, do you think we, the Pure Love Association, are made of mud?" Outside the iron gate, a group of ragged, sallow-faced survivors held up their hands, their eyes filled with fear. Behind them, a few young people dressed relatively neatly were pointing guns at the flamboyant youths. "Damn it, do you know who I am? The head of the Wenchuan Baiha County Bureau is my godfather. Killing you idiots is nothing. Hurry up and let us in. Shindong, you don't even give me face? Have you forgotten the time you begged me to get your sister out of the police station? You're a real ungrateful dog. And you, Lu Xiangxi, don't think I don't recognize you just because you changed your hairstyle. You still haven't paid back the high-interest loan your dead father borrowed. I'll give you a chance, open the gate, and that debt will be cleared." On the side of the Shamate, Shindong and Lu Xiangxi stared at the sons of officials with bloodshot eyes, their faces filled with hatred. Just then, a red sports car sped out from within the shooting range. Chapter 40, Undercurrents in the Concentration Camp. Tianwang Mountain Concentration Camp. "What? My son is dead? Damn it, who did it?" A middle-aged man, with a face bearing a resemblance to Xingu, jumped up from the bench. It was the refugees who escaped back. They saw with their own eyes that young Master Xing died outside the shooting range. Hearing this, the middle-aged man flew into a rage. "Damn it, get me men, that damn bitch, she's really pushing her luck. If I don't bring her head to be buried with my son today, I'm not Pei Qianhua." A man in military uniform beside him frowned. "President Pei, now is a special time, don't be impulsive." Pei Qianhua looked at him coldly. "Yang Shaguang, my only son is dead, what the hell do I care about a special time?" Yang Shaguang slammed the table, stood up and glared at Pei Qianhua. "If you want to go cause trouble with someone else, I can't stop you, but you can't mobilize any of my men. I'm here on a mission, not to be a thug for you people." Pei Qianhua kicked the stool he had been sitting on, facing Yang Shaguang head-on. "What did you say?" I see you don't want my letter of recommendation. Yang Xiaoguang narrowed his eyes and said decisively, I'll say it again, you can't borrow a single one of my soldiers. Pei Qianhua sneered, okay, Yang Xiaoguang, you're really a talent, ha, I'll remember you. With that, he stormed out of the tent without looking back. Colonel Yang, if you can't get Pei Qianhua's letter of recommendation, your chances of promotion may be much smaller, the adjutant said with a frown. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes were filled with determination. If I can't get promoted, so be it. Anyway, the world has changed now. All I can do is stick to my post here and wait for instructions from my superiors. So many brothers have left us, and although we are soldiers, aren't we also survivors? If anyone tries to mess with my brothers, then I dare to fight them to the death. Having said that, he looked at the adjutant. Did you make contact with that group of people you met yesterday? The adjutant shook his head. The shooting range still won't let us in, we have no chance to make contact. By the way, I heard that Pei Xing and his bunch of scum died at the hands of an ability user. A look of surprise flashed in Yang Xiaoguang's eyes. Ability user? It seems that contact with the shooting range must be made. Do we have any news about the team we sent to rescue Dr. Liu? The adjutant shook his head. We haven't received any news back from them yet, but we haven't received any distress signals either, so they should be on their mission. After all, entering the city is not easy. Even if the team we sent is elite, it will be difficult to reach the destination in a short time. If we could borrow the car from that group yesterday, it would probably be much easier. Yang Xiaoguang asked doubtfully, is that car really that powerful? More powerful than a tank? The adjutant thought for a moment. In a way, it is indeed more powerful than a tank. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz. Mayday! Mayday! The squad is under attack. Mission aborted. While the two were talking, the satellite phone on the adjutant's waist suddenly transmitted static, followed by a scream that abruptly ended. He quickly pulled it out and shouted, Blackthorn! Respond! Respond! Blackthorn! Blackthorn! After getting no response, he and Yang Xiaoguang's heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, it's just what we were afraid of. Colonel, what do we do? Rescuing Dr. Liu is the last order from above, and we. Yang Xiaoguang's face was extremely ugly, even a little desperate, because the Blackthorn squad was already the strongest fighting force they could send out now. If even they couldn't complete the mission, they would probably be helpless. In the end, we're just ordinary people, and in the face of those monsters, we can't make much of a difference. Unless we can find people who have also become aberrations. The adjutant's eyes widened slightly. You mean, the ability users? But where would we go? Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked in surprise, are you referring to the ability users at the firing range? Yang Xiaoguang nodded. At this point, we have no other choice but to try to seek help from the firing range. Alright, I'll go there myself. Prepare a copy of the documents sent down from above for me. I think they'll understand the importance of Dr. Liu after seeing them. The adjutant nodded heavily, then hurriedly began to prepare. Soon after, a military jeep drove out of the concentration camp, heading quickly towards the firing range. Inside the command tent, the adjutant looked at the documents on the table, lost in thought. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted, and a figure walked in, none other than Pei Qianhua, who had stormed out earlier. But now, there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he wore a faint smile, completely different from before. Adjutant Chang, I hope you've been well. The adjutant looked up at him, frowning, but there was no significant emotional fluctuation. Mr. Pei, you've returned. Is there something? Pei Qianhua chuckled. How comfortable has the villa I sent to Adjutant Zhang been to live in? The adjutant's eyes narrowed. What does Mr. Pei mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. I just want to make a deal with Adjutant Zhang, just like before, as long as we both know it's enough. If I remember correctly, Adjutant Zhang, your teacher is the one from the Southern Theater. If he knew you've been the adjutant of his opponent's student for so many years, what would he think? A meaningful smile curled on the corner of Pei Qianhua's lips. The adjutant's eyes turned cold. That's not Mr. Pei's concern. Adjutant Zhang, you're still so cautious. The world has changed drastically now, and people need to know how to adapt. What everyone used to pursue wasn't just promotion and wealth. Although things have changed, the principle remains the same. Power is the trump card in one's hand. Staying in this small concentration camp, I think, seems a bit beneath Adjutant Zhang. Isn't it a coincidence that the higher-ups are intending to promote a general to be in charge of the frontline affairs of the Southern Theater? Does Adjutant Zhang not have any thoughts? The adjutant's hand under the table clenched unconsciously, his eyes slightly narrowed. So what if I have thoughts? I'm just an adjutant. Pei Qianhua smiled even more brightly. The fish had taken the bait. It doesn't matter. Casualties in the front line are inevitable. Even the Supreme Commander may die a heroic death, isn't it? The adjutant's heart trembled. Although he had guessed that Pei Qianhua would say this, he still couldn't help but feel his heart racing. Pei Qianhua pressed on while the iron was hot. How about it, Adjutant Zhang? Whose name I write on my letter of recommendation isn't important, is it? You just need to help me with a small favor. Why not do it? Chapter 41. A plea for help from the military. Lin Fei sat in the dining room, eating the breakfast Huang Rui had prepared. Not long after, Huang Jinjin and Yuan Xiu walked in, followed closely by Sunan. When she saw the lavish breakfast on the table, her mouth watered, and she was instantly ravenous. Little boss Lin, can I eat? Lin Fei smiled. It's your territory, you decide. Sunan rolled her eyes, exuding a certain charm. I only have this little patch of land, how can I compare to little boss Lin? You are the young and wealthy one, with an endless supply of resources and surrounded by top-tier beauties, each with their own unique charm. If I were a man, I'd probably be green with envy. Huang Jinjin sat down and reached for a steaming bun, but Lin Fei smacked her hand away with his chopsticks. You stink of smoke. Go wash up before you eat. Huang Jinjin pouted but didn't dare to argue and obediently went to wash up. Sunan observed Lin Fei's absolute control over the women and became even more intrigued. What kind of power did he possess to make a killing star like Huang Jinjin submit so readily? This man was like an abyss, and she couldn't help but want to explore its depths. After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Fei was enjoying his free time. After devouring the little glutton last night, his own strength had swelled again. According to the system's ranking, he was already at the minor completion stage of the metamorphosis realm, only one step away from reaching its peak. And his physical strength had reached 150 times the human limit. One punch could shatter stone and split metal. He had a premonition that when he reached the great completion stage, using the realm-breaking embryo to break through would definitely lead to an extremely terrifying qualitative change. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Which woman would be delivered to his door next? A defiant and elegant older sister, or a free-spirited shooting range queen? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded, and then Lan Maolu rushed in from the west. Boss, there's a military vehicle at the door. They say the commander of the concentration camp is here. Sunan was first taken aback, then frowned. The commander of the concentration camp? What's he doing here? She shook her head, deciding to go see them after all. They were, at least, official figures, and she couldn't give them no face at all. Lin Fei thought for a moment and followed her. Outside the shooting range, a military jeep was parked, with 3 people in military uniforms standing beside it, looking eager. A red sports car stylishly pulled up to the gate. Sunan stepped out of the driver's seat, her red dress bold and fiery. Lin Fei, from the passenger seat, got out discreetly. Yang Shaoguang, seeing Sunan's arrival, brightened up and quickly approached the iron gate. Chairman Su, I've long admired you. I'm Zhang Shaoguang from the Southern War Zone, stationed at the Forgotten River concentration camp. Sunan was stern. What wind has blown the commander here? Yang Shaoguang smiled wryly. Chairman Su is joking. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't forced to. Oh? Then, Commander, you might as well just say what's on your mind. I'm not one for beating around the bush, Sunan said bluntly, not intimidated by the other party's status. Yang Shaoguang took a breath and handed over a document. Sunan frowned and took it, reading it over. Soon, she looked at Yang Shaoguang with a strange expression. Commander, why are you giving me a personal resume? I admit this woman might be a bit attractive, but I'm not into that kind of thing. Yang Shaoguang chuckled. He explained, this Dr. Liu is a top expert in the field of human genetics in Longwei and a strategic talent after the apocalypse. Because of her importance, the higher-ups have issued us a death order to rescue Dr. Liu. Sunan asked expressionlessly, then, what does this have to do with us? Commander doesn't think we're going to help you save someone, do you? Yang Shaoguang's expression was somewhat awkward, but he still bit the bullet and said, to be honest, Chairman Su, I really have no better options, which is why I've come to trouble you. We've already sent our most elite combat troops deep into the city, but unfortunately, they encountered danger and couldn't continue their mission. My subordinates are just ordinary people, and they're truly helpless when facing those monstrous zombies. Sunan, hearing this, already understood Yang Shaoguang's purpose. Commander, do you think that those with abilities are safe when facing those monsters? Yang Shaoguang frowned tightly. I also know the risk is great, but compared to sending ordinary people to their deaths, mobilizing those with abilities is indeed the best option. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to lend me the ability users, I will definitely arm them and ensure their survival to the greatest extent. After it's done, I will personally take credit with the higher-ups. In this chaotic world, this achievement will be significant, and I believe it won't disappoint you. Sunan smiled, then shook her head, saying, Commander, you probably think too highly of me. I'm just a woman who prefers to be left alone. Achievements and the like are not as useful to me as a tube of lipstick. Moreover, if you need ability users, I can't help you, because the ability users under my command are already dead. Yang Shaoguang's eyes widened immediately. What? Dead? How is that possible? This morning they were still. Sunan's gaze turned cold. If the commander doesn't believe me, I can take you to their graves. By now, the grass is probably already growing. Yang Shaoguang was disheveled in the wind. What was going on? Just now he received news that Pei Xing and those scum were killed by the ability users, and in the blink of an eye, the ability users are dead? Did they commit suicide out of fear of punishment? Is that logical? And the grass is already growing on the graves. I don't believe you. Chairman Su, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Time is life. Yang Shaoguang thought Su Nan was unwilling to lend him people and deliberately found a reason to brush him off. Su Nan scoffed twice. Sorry, I really can't help. Then she handed the document out. Yang Shaoguang felt a little angry. He looked directly at Su Nan, his tone a bit stiff. With disaster at our doorstep, is Chairman Su really unwilling to contribute to the dragon country? Su Nan's pretty eyebrows furrowed. What? Does the commander want to use righteousness to pressure me? Sorry, I don't buy that. If there is nothing else, then go back where you came from. The two suddenly faced off, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. Suddenly, a hand reached over from the side and took the document from Su Nan. Su Nan turned her head to look. Lin Fei was calmly flipping through it. Dr. Lu really has substance. Everything that should be round is round, and everything that should be pointed is pointed. To become an authority at only 32, she is truly a pitiful beauty. Yang Shaoguang felt he was being played by Lin Fei's inappropriate words, so he glared at him angrily. Who do you think you are? To make such frivolous remarks about an expert in the scientific field, are you not afraid of getting shot? Chapter 42. The extreme contrast of Yang Shaoguang. Lin Fei pointed at himself. Me? Just an ordinary, handsome, powered-up individual. Yang Shaoguang. Then, before anyone could react, Yang Shaoguang slid onto his knees. I'm sorry, I was too loud just now. Su Nan. Mohawk. Soldier. Lin Fei. Oh dude, are you pulling a reverse card? You've really mastered this game. Yang Shaoguang didn't care about the stares, he only focused on Lin Fei, looking like he had found his soulmate. This brother, he began, there's an old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. I see that you are handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor. You are definitely someone who can rise above the competition. On behalf of all the members of the Southern Theater's front lines, I implore you to help us. Rest assured, anything you want, as long as we have it, we will not refuse. This mission concerns the safety of all survivors. The Dragon Kingdom needs Dr. Lu, and it needs talents like you. Please, sir, lend your strength to the Dragon Kingdom. His passionate plea left everyone present stunned. He really had no limits when it came to achieving his goal, right? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. He had been planning to play it cool, but this guy was just showering him with praise. Ahem. Well, Commander Yang, is it? I'm actually a pretty lazy person, and I don't like it when people put me on a pedestal. But considering your sincerity as a high-ranking military officer, I can consider taking this trip for you. But the reward? Yang Shaoguang's eyes lit up. Since the topic of rewards had been brought up, the deal should be doable. Easy, easy. Brother, just name it. Anything we have, we'll provide. Lin Fei smiled. I like straightforward people like Commander Yang. I don't need anything else. I just need information about a few things. Hearing this, Su Nan understood instantly. Lin Fei was going to use the official channels to search for those strange things. This guy really didn't act unless there was something in it for him. Yang Shaoguang was puzzled. What things? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Things that ordinary people can't comprehend. It might be a tree, or an egg, or anything that ordinary people can't understand. I want it all. So, what do you say? If you agree, I can guarantee that Dr. Lu will be brought back, safe and sound. He said this to push Yang Shaoguang a bit, to see if he would take the bait. Really? Really? Okay. As long as you bring Dr. Lu back safely, I can try to help you look out for those strange things within the Southern Theater's area. Yang Shaoguang nodded emphatically, afraid that Lin Fei might change his mind. Lin Fei laughed, took the photo of Dr. Lu from the file, and then handed the file back to Yang Shaoguang. Then, Commander Yang, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Yang Shaoguang stood up. I still don't know your name? Lin Fei grinned. No need for formalities, just call me Lin Fei. Yang Shaoguang stood ramrod straight, holding the file in one hand and giving a standard salute with the other. Brother Lin, you are righteous. I am eternally grateful. When can Brother Lin set off? Lin Fei thought for a moment and then said, this afternoon. I still have some things to take care of. Yang Shaoguang nodded. Alright, I'll send someone to pick you up then. We'll take a helicopter over. After settling on a time, Yang Shaoguang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what Lin Fei's power was, the fact that he dared to make demands about this mission meant he must have some confidence. No one would be so arrogant as to risk their life just to show off. Therefore, it was better to befriend this kind of person rather than antagonize him. Watching the military jeep leave, Su Nan, who had been silent for a good while, asked, why did Boss Lin take on this difficult task? Although I'm not very clear, the situation in the city doesn't seem optimistic right now, does it? What would happen to Ruoyi and the others if something happened to you? Lin Fei looked at her meaningfully. Then I'll just have to ask Chairman Su to take good care of them. Su Nan slapped his shoulder. You wretch, I'm not that kind of person, I'm just worried about you. Lin Fei's eyes were full of laughter. Chairman Su cares so much about me. Could it be that you think I'm a peerless good man worthy of entrusting your whole life to? Su Nan rolled her eyes at him. I'm just worried about the supplies in your space, okay? If you die out there, who will inherit the legacy? Lin Fei laughed. Don't worry, I shouldn't have to worry about that anytime soon. But if Chairman Su is willing, I can add your name to my will. Su Nan. I've never heard of adding names to a will like that. What is it? Is your will issued by the Real Estate Bureau? Jokes aside, Su Nan didn't sense any worry from Lin Fei, as if he had agreed to something as trivial as a sesame seed. Is this guy really that capable? At 9 in the morning, Lin Fei called the girls over. I'm going to Huiquan village later. Shiriying will come with me. The rest of you stay here and see if you can help out with anything. If there are any special circumstances before I get back, I think you should have the ability to judge for yourselves. As long as it's a threat to your personal safety, no matter who it is, just kill them. I'll take the responsibility for anything that happens. Do you understand? The girls all nodded, except for Shin Shiriying, who was a bit confused. Why did he choose to go with her, a sickly person, when there were so many others? Before leaving, Huang Ruwei promised to take care of the girls. Ruanqiu was still calm and collected, but she also cast a faint look of concern at Lin Fei. Huang Jinjin whispered in Lin Fei's ear, which made Lin Fei pinch her but hard. Next to them, Shin Shiriying was being pulled by Shin Lingying, who was whispering to her, making Shin Shiriying's face turn crimson. When she glanced at Lin Fei, she caught him looking at her, which made her want to find a hole and crawl into it. She glared at Shin Lingying. This little girl, how come she never learns anything good? She must find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Then, with the girls seeing them off, Lin Fei led Shin Shiriying into the dense jungle. Huang Ruwei stood there for a long time. Su Nan walked up to her and laughed. Oh my, is our Ruwei turning into a gazing statue? Who was it who said before that she could live just fine with or without a man? Why can't you bear to be apart from your little husband for even a moment now? Huang Ruoi's cheeks flushed slightly. What do you know? You always act so unrestrained, but you're still a mother-to-be. You don't know what Lin Fei is like. Once you've tasted it, you can't stop. Su Nan felt a little hot from her words and pouted. What does that have to do with me? I can't taste it anyway. A sly glint flashed in Huang Ruoi's eyes. Do you want to? It's okay, I'll take you to taste it together when I get a chance. I guarantee it will make you feel so good that you can't breathe. Chapter 43. Not wanting to be your burden even when the sun was high in the sky, the jungle remained shrouded in a misty haze. Crimson shafts of light, like the thorns of hell growing in reverse, fell through the gaps in the leaves, creating a Tyndall effect. Lin Fei, with nothing but a straight knife in hand, hacked at the branches that blocked his path. Shin Shiriying followed behind, her pretty face slightly pale, a short knife in her hand that she rarely used. Several times she wanted to ask Lin Fei why he wanted her to come along. But the thought of the possibility that made her ears burn made her even more embarrassed to ask. After crossing a small hill, Lin Fei stopped beside a blue stone. Shin Shiriying, lost in her own thoughts, didn't react in time and bumped into his back with a soft oof. What were you thinking about so intently? Faced with Lin Fei's question, Shin Shiriying shook her head. No, I wasn't thinking about that kind of thing. But then she seemed to realize she had slipped up, her cheeks flushed red. Lin Fei thought she seemed more like a younger sister than Shin Lingying at this moment. Her intelligence and aloofness were just a disguise, and deep down, she yearned for simplicity and purity. He smiled softly and said, let's rest here for a bit. If you get too tired, Lingying will come looking for trouble. Shin Shiriying looked at Lin Fei, who had gone ahead to gaze into the distance, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. There was some anticipation and longing, but also some nervousness. She wasn't sure if these feelings were right. She was a rather traditional woman, and since meeting Lin Fei, her old beliefs had been repeatedly shattered. Yet she didn't feel like it was wrong, but rather like a moth drawn to a flame, fluttering her wings as she drew closer to the blaze. Shin Shiriying, oh Shin Shiriying, you're shameless, she thought. Lin Fei already has so many women, yet you're still pushing yourself on him. But the way Lin Fei made her feel was truly different from other men. The way her body and heart both accepted him, it was something she might only experience once in her lifetime. What should I choose? After a while, Lin Fei returned. How are you feeling? Better now? Shin Shiriying nodded and stood up from the blue stone, but her body didn't quite follow her mind, and she stumbled. Lin Fei, with quick reflexes, caught her in his arms. Shin Shiriying's mind went blank as she felt the heat of his chest and the thump of his heart, as if it were knocking on her own. Are you this weak? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could help her, but he had said that only when she took the initiative would there be a story. He shook his head and helped her steady herself against the stone. Then, as Shin Shiriying watched, Lin Fei slowly turned his back and squatted down. Get on, I'll carry you. The words were simple, a bit domineering, but also full of concern. Shin Shiriying was stunned. The back of the man who was crouching down seemed infinitely large in her eyes, comparable to her father. Lin Fei, unsure what was going on with her, turned his head to see the beautiful, mature woman by the blue stone, a slight smile on her pale face, her eyes shimmering with tears. Xin Shuriying ran forward and threw herself onto Lin Fei's back, her body even shuddering with sobs. Lin Fei, will you always be this good to me, right? Xin Shuriying's voice trembled, as she hoped for the answer she longed to hear. Lin Fei was taken aback. Why did this woman suddenly become so emotional, he wondered. I haven't done anything that's moving to the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, so why is she crying like this? Do women just like to work themselves up? But as a seasoned actor who had been in the canyon for 2.5 years, his eyes instantly showed an indulgent expression. Silly girl, always isn't enough. This old man will be good to you forever. The words were somewhat rough, but they made Xin Shuriying giggle. A deep sense of satisfaction filled her heart, her arms tightening around Lin Fei's shoulders, as if she were embracing the whole world. Thank you, Lin Fei. I don't want to be a burden to you, so please, help me. Xin Shuriying's breath was hot against Lin Fei's ear, the mature woman's allure proving lethal, and Lin Fei instantly felt a surge of heat. His hands swept behind her back, and he spun her lithe body into his embrace. Looking at the woman before him, her eyes shimmering with desire, Lin Fei knew the time was right. With a wave of his hand, a tent appeared beside them. Pushing aside the flap, they melted into an unforgettable union. A melodious lark filled the forest, its clear song rising in cresting waves. When the final note faded, the entire forest remembered this heart-stirring melody. Xin Shuriying, new to this experience, was somewhat weary, but Lin Fei was just getting into his stride. His physical constitution was simply too powerful, now one woman could hardly keep up. Lin Fei was also quite fond of the twin beauties and couldn't bear to see her ravaged by a storm. Another factor was that they were about to journey to Huiquan village to investigate, and Xin Shuriying's compromised state might lead to danger. This slightly tipsy feeling was just right. Hostess beauty card count has reached 5, activating card combination feature. Card combination. Cards can be freely combined. Special card combinations will generate unique effects. Special card combinations include but are not limited to 3 of a kind with 1, straight, flush, etc. The more beauty cards possessed, the more card combinations can be unlocked. Lin Fei was suddenly taken aback. Card combinations? 3 of a kind with 1? Flush? Ton, you're not a gambling system, are you? Lin Fei quickly reviewed the special card combinations displayed. 3 of a kind with 1 requires a married woman card 1, other cards 3. Effect increases strength by 3 times for 15 minutes. Straight requires a mature woman card 2 4, other cards 3. N effect within a radius of 10 to n meters centered on the user removes one specified non-living concept. Flush, this card combination is currently locked. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt as if he didn't know how to play poker anymore. This card combination ability was nothing short of heaven-defying. Just the 2 unlocked abilities were already making Lin Fei feel incredulous. What kind of divine powers were these? 3 of a kind with 1 gave 3 times the strength. With his current strength multiplied by 3, Lin Fei was confident he could punch down a building. Straight had become an actual straight, removing a non-living concept. At first glance, it seemed like thievery, but thinking about it carefully, it was indeed thievery, but a high-end version that was impossible to defend against. This was a concept ability. You know what a concept ability is, you idiot? Lin Fei was ecstatic. The system was truly amazing. Yoshi must be watching over him from the heavens. He pulled Xin Shuriying into a deep kiss, nearly making her breathless. Then, he rolled off her, patted her fleshy thigh, and said, "Let's go, you sleepyhead, it's time to get down to business." Xin Shuriying looked at her ruined white t-shirt and tight jeans, pouting her lips. "It's all your fault, you were so rough, now I can't wear my clothes." Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. "Look behind you, what's there?" Chapter 44, Stones turning into spirits. Yoga pants paired with a tight t-shirt outlined Xin Shuriying's beautiful, delicate figure. She lay on Lin Fei's back, feeling the strong wind created by his rapid running. They moved swiftly, like a roller coaster weaving through the forest. After half an hour, Lin Fei's pace slowed, and at the end of the mountain path, some mud brick houses nestled in the valley came into view. According to the map given by Uncle Fu, this was undoubtedly Huiquan village. After reminding Xin Shuriying to be careful, Lin Fei took the lead and stepped into the village. It was clearly a semi-closed village with little interaction with the outside world, evident in the fact that there was only one dirt road leading out. Many of the houses were dilapidated, with simple patching up here and there, suggesting that the able-bodied young people were gone. Many households had their doors open, with bloodstains and remnants of flesh scattered throughout the village, painting a terrifying picture. "Why aren't there any zombies here?" Xin Shuriying asked, looking at the eerie stillness of the village. Lin Fei didn't know what had happened here either, but judging from the bloodstains and flesh, most of the villagers had probably turned into zombies. "I don't know. Let's not worry about it and go straight to the spring. Then the two of them passed through the village and followed the increasingly wide riverbed towards its source. The stone and wooden bridges that once spanned the river had all been washed away by the flood, and as the waves surged, strange rocks could be seen faintly beneath the water's surface. Has it spread here already? Lin Fei murmured. Xin Shuriying was confused. What? Lin Fei turned to her. Are you feeling better? Can you use your power? Xin Shuriying nodded. I can use my metal manipulation power now. Good, then see if you can communicate with the metal substances in this river and try to lift the stones from the water, Lin Fei said, pointing to the river. Without saying much, Xin Shuriying placed her hands on the riverbank and began to sense the metal. Lin Fei was puzzled. Xin Shuriying's physical condition had improved greatly, but the system hadn't yet indicated that her deficiencies were resolved. This probably had something to do with her dual powers. Although he could jump in himself to investigate, it would be foolish not to use a simpler and safer method. As Xin Shuriying's brow furrowed, the river's current gradually parted, and a strangely shaped rock was lifted out of the water by a metal platform. Xin Shuriying brought it to their side, and when it landed, they could feel the ground tremble for a moment, indicating the rock was very heavy. Lin Fei examined the uniquely shaped stone, which was about the size of a toilet. It was flat, roughly diamond-shaped, and dark green-black all over. Xin Shuriying looked at it curiously. This stone looked so strange, like a scale. Lin Fei was awakened by her words. That's right, a scale. Strange stones becoming spirits, covered in scales and armor, born from moisture. Maybe something extraordinary really has happened in Huiquan village. Xin Shuriying stared blankly at him, not knowing what he was talking about, but feeling that he was very impressive and knowledgeable. Later, if there's anything strange near the spring, try to stay away and take care of yourself, understand? Lin Fei instructed. Xin Shuriying nodded, knowing Lin Fei's terrifying strength. She was better off not adding to his burden with her own limited skills. As they followed the river further into the mountains, Lin Fei felt increasingly strange. The river water began to smell foul, like the stench of decay and blood from zombies, as if a large number of them had gathered ahead. Lin Fei, I think I hear something. It's ahead, Xin Shuriying said, pulling Lin Fei's hand and pointing towards the end of the river. Lin Fei frowned slightly, because he could hear the strange noises coming from the forest as well. Stay here and don't run around. The forest is rich in metal elements, enough for you to protect yourself. Having said that, Lin Fei gave her a bottle of vital tiger pills. This can quickly restore your ability and physical strength. Keep it safe, and wait for me. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Xin Shuriying, who was filled with concern. Don't you want to know why I brought only you out here? You might find out later. Then he plunged into the depths of the forest. The deeper he went, the more intense the smell of decaying corpses became. It wasn't the kind that could be accumulated by zombies from just one village. Lin Fei leaped onto a slightly raised mound of earth. From this vantage point, he saw a spring that seemed to be boiling, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a geyser. A large area of soil around it had been washed away, exposing the rugged rocks within the mountain. Dark masses of zombies were pushing and shoving each other, standing idly by the spring, as if waiting for something. The strange noises that Lin Fei and the others had heard earlier were coming from these creatures. This made him frown. This number of zombies is definitely not something that Huiquan village could have. Perhaps zombies from the surrounding villages have also been gathered here. If that's the case, then the influence of this thing is quite far-reaching. Looking out, he saw a massive boulder, as big as a train engine, rearing up beside the spring, as if it were about to swallow the entire spring. But it was more like a sinister, giant python that hadn't shed its stony skin, enveloped in a black light. With such dramatic changes in the world, it's no wonder these spirits can't hold back. The two lantern-sized eyes on the stone python's head suddenly flickered with a red light. Lin Fei could see with his own eyes that the massive head opened its mouth and swallowed towards the spring. All the surrounding zombies jumped into the water, dragged underwater by an unknown force, and then the spring water began to turn foul, the original clarity turning into a bloody turbid. Once all the zombies had disappeared, the stone python's head plunged into the water, and the water level dropped at a visible speed. It gurgled and rumbled, like a whale swallowing water. After a while, the spring oddly stopped flowing, whether it had been sucked dry by the stone python or blocked. Even more strange, the hundreds of zombies that had jumped into the spring had vanished without a trace, as if they had disappeared into thin air. At the bottom of the pool, circles upon circles of dark green stone spiraled, resembling the body of a giant python. Rumble! The earth shook, and the massive body of the stone python, coiled at the bottom of the pool, seemed to lose its restraints. It began to slowly rub, about to come alive. A massive head looked up at the red sun in the sky, and a terrifying aura began to spread through the forest. Lin Fei was greatly shocked. Was this the legendary case of a strange stone turning into a spirit? He wondered how powerful this thing was. Detected primordial species, spirit of the stone transforming dragon, can be subdued as a beast companion. Note, beast companions are unique. You cannot acquire a second one unless the first one dies. Please choose carefully. Beast taming? Correct. Damn, is there even a choice? Just seeing this name, any Dragon Country citizen would know who to pick, right? Chapter 45 The spirit controlling earth and stone, silent for countless years, suppressed by the great Tao oath. Now, upon breaking free, its sharpness and rage shook the 9 heavens. The stone python roared towards the sky, its voice echoing through the mountains and forests. Its body became increasingly agile, stone scales peeling off to reveal the hidden dark green armor underneath. The stones Lin Fei and the others had found in the water earlier must have fallen from its body and been washed away by the swift current. When all the stone scales had fallen off, a dark green, towering python stood before them. In its biological state, the giant python's perception was terrifying. It instantly discovered Lin Fei hiding on the small hill. Bang! Without a word, the huge dark green tail smashed the hillock, scattering earth and stones. Lin Fei landed not far away, his expression solemn as he looked at it. Hey! Big guy, can you understand human language? The giant python opened its mouth, and a dark green water column gushed out, blasting a deep pit where Lin Fei had been. The dark green liquid splattered, corroding everything it touched. I'm asking you if you understand human language. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Lin Fei leapt into a tree, making himself level with the giant python. However, the giant python's intelligent eyes were full of disdain, completely ignoring Lin Fei, the small ant. With a flick of its tail, a large area of thick, ancient trees was snapped in half. Lin Fei landed outside the giant python's attack range. He shook his head. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was your contempt. Fine. I'm revealing my hand. I'm a billionaire. Let us fight. Whoever wins is the daddy. The giant python flicked its tongue, its eyes full of mockery, as if saying, you skinny monkey aren't even enough to fill my teeth. However, the fact that someone dared to challenge it right after it reappeared in the world reminded it of those hateful beings who had almost destroyed its cultivation. Immediately, rage surged, and its aura frantically pressed down on Lin Fei. Like a tidal wave crashing against his face, Lin Fei felt the python's power and instantly made a judgment. This guy's strength probably surpasses the transformation realm. It's a bit tricky. Even though he said that, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he hadn't encountered an opponent that made his blood boil. Even the corpse tree only warmed him up. The giant python before him was undoubtedly a good target to test his strength. He wanted to see how far his power could reach. Seeing that the ant hadn't run and even seemed eager to fight, the giant python became even angrier. It charged towards Lin Fei like a train. Bang! The forest shook, earth and stones flew. The giant python raised its head from the mud, shaking off the dirt. It looked around, searching for Lin Fei. Your strength is not bad, but I wonder if your head is as hard. Take a punch from me first. Lin Fei appeared above the giant python's head, raising his fist without a word, and struck down. Thud! A muffled sound exploded. Lin Fei's punch even created a mock ring. The giant python's raised body instantly crashed to the ground. Its eyes were full of confusion, its tongue lolling, its head buzzing. What kind of ant was this, so fierce? Even those beings who once struck fear into the hearts of spirits didn't have this kind of ferocity. But the giant python was a legendary spirit after all, and it quickly recovered. Its body rolled on the ground, forcing Lin Fei away. The giant python wanted to create some distance, but Lin Fei refused. He moved quickly, unleashing a flurry of blows, hammering the giant python like a blacksmith. This level of attack didn't pose a threat, but it annoyed the python. How dare an ant be so presumptuous before a former king? Roar! With an angry roar, the giant python's dark green light flared. Lin Fei immediately felt a sense of unease. As he rapidly retreated, the earth and rocks beneath began to vibrate in sync with the flickering emerald light. The ground beneath his feet became soft and yielding, so much so that standing on it for too long would cause one to sink, as dangerous as quicksand. Changing the soil structure? Good heavens, this is an earth elemental spirit monster, Lin Fei muttered, leaping onto a treetop, a frown creasing his brow. The emerald glow emanating from the giant serpent did not cease for even a moment, and the area of earth being turned into quicksand grew larger and larger. Not only that, but the quicksand-like soil seemed to possess a high-frequency cutting ability, devouring and pulverizing the surrounding trees inch by inch. If this continued, it was likely that the entire mountain forest would be turned into a swamp by the giant serpent, making it the sole ruler, invincible within its own domain. Lin Fei felt it was getting thorny. I wonder if this guy can withstand the bombardment of the killing weapon? By now, Lin Fei's killing weapon had evolved twice, the bullets progressing from the 12.7mm of a Desert Eagle to anti-tank rounds, and then to portable grenades. The power had increased by more than one level, giving it area of effect damage capability. With the enhancement of infinite ammunition, even a mountain could be flattened. However, Lin Fei didn't intend to use the killing weapon, as this creature was meant to become his tamed beast, and it wouldn't do to have it missing limbs. Shaking his head, Lin Fei suddenly burst into action. Since he had given up on long-range attacks, he had to subdue the giant serpent before its swamp could fully materialize. Bang! He charged like a cannonball towards the serpent's vitals, but he had underestimated the serpent's agility. Its massive tail whipped up from the quicksand soil, striking Lin Fei hard. In an instant, Lin Fei barely had time to block with his arm, and he was sent crashing to the ground, sending up a spray of sand and stones. Before he could get up, the surrounding earth and rocks began to press in on him. Damn it, I can't even handle this guy with 150 times the human limit. He's really damn powerful, Lin Fei muttered, his legs sinking into the sand. The terrifying vibration frequency tore his pants legs, and his skin was flushed with the impact, but his reinforced body was still harder than stone. Bang! Forcefully pulling himself out of the quicksand, he leapt into the air, but the problem he now faced was that there was nowhere to land within 100 meters around him. It was all quicksand transformed by the giant serpent. And judging by its appearance, this was not even its limit. The giant serpent looked at Lin Fei, who was about to fall into its quicksand swamp, its eyes filled with mockery. Like a grasshopper in the water, no matter how much he struggled, he would die in the face of a wave. The quicksand began to churn, as if a terrible wave was about to form. Lin Fei fell, and at the moment he was about to touch the quicksand, a slab of marble suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Although it was quickly swallowed by the quicksand, it at least gave Lin Fei a foothold. He moved like a dragonfly skimming the water, constantly leaping on the sand, leaving the giant serpent bewildered. Where did those stones that suddenly appeared beneath the grasshopper's feet come from? Had a traitor emerged from the swamp? Smack! While the giant serpent was momentarily stunned, Lin Fei landed a massive backhand slap on its head. Damn, you're even distracted during a fight, making me almost not want to take you in. You're drooling even after being healed. Having been slapped and mercilessly mocked, the giant serpent was instantly enraged. The emerald green light around it intensified, and the surrounding sand and marshland instantly refined, becoming a true great swamp. Lin Fei was shocked because his previous methods no longer worked. The stones he released would vanish the moment they landed, making it impossible to gain a foothold. He hurriedly tried to create more stones, hoping to use them to escape the sandy marsh, but a massive tail burst out of the sand, blocking his escape route. Thump! Swish, swish! The terrifying force directly drove Lin Fei into the sand, where he disappeared from sight. Outside Huiquan village, at the edge of the forest, Shinshuriying listened to the terrifying roars and fighting sounds coming from the woods, and a sense of unease washed over her. Then, she saw the mountains before her shake violently. The small mountains seemed to be swallowed by something, slowly sinking down. The surrounding trees were also being crushed, as if an invisible shredder was at work. Moving closer, Shinshuriying was surprised to see the ground had become incredibly loose and was constantly trembling. She closed her eyes and gently pressed her hand on the sandy soil. She could see a chessboard of stars appearing and flickering on the back of her white hand. This was her precognitive ability, now usable. Her brow furrowed and then relaxed. This divination didn't seem to indicate any danger. Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes and looked ahead. The entire forest was now flat. The previous hills, rivers, forests, and strange rocks had all disappeared, replaced by undulating waves of soil. And a massive emerald green serpent with its head held high. Lin Fei was nowhere to be seen, and Shinshuriying suddenly felt a pang of panic. Although her divination had been auspicious, there was still a possibility she had misread it. The giant serpent had also noticed a small bug at the edge of the marsh it had created. It had just woken up and needed to replenish its energy. Being targeted by such a terrifying creature far exceeding the transformation realm was incredibly intimidating. Moreover, Shinshuriying had just fixed her defect and hadn't had a chance to improve herself. She could deal with zombies, but facing such an extraordinary creature like the giant serpent was beyond her capabilities. Yet, she steeled herself against her fear and placed her hand on the ground. Then she activated her metal control ability. Countless metal elements from the surrounding earth rose and transformed into spears, which she hurled at the giant serpent. Clearly, this annoyed the giant serpent. Were these ants so brave? It didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the metal spears to strike its body. Sparks flew, but its emerald green scales remained unharmed. The absolute difference in power filled Shinshuriying with despair. She didn't know where Lin Fei had gone, but if he was okay, he wouldn't have left her behind. If something had happened to Lin Fei, then she certainly wouldn't be able to escape the giant serpent's jaws. Resistance was futile, so she simply closed her eyes, surrendering to fate. The giant serpent lowered its head to look at the pretty little bug, wondering why it wasn't attacking or running. But its limited brain power couldn't understand, so it decided to simply eat it and replenish some protein. The giant serpent opened its maw, slowly engulfing Shinshuriying. A cold wind swept over her, ruffling her hair. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Just as the massive mouth was about to devour her, the giant serpent suddenly felt its movement hindered. Hey, big guy, you can eat girls, but not like that. Lin Fei's voice suddenly echoed in the swamp. Then, a tremendous force swept over the giant python's body. It was just a step away from devouring Shinshuriying, but was instantly pulled backward. Its massive, nearly 100-meter-long body was lifted into the air. Its tail was grabbed like a rope, and it was slammed heavily onto a metal platform that had suddenly materialized. The giant python's head was buzzing from the impact. It was numb. It was at least 100 or 200 tons, and what kind of brute was playing rope with it? The giant python tried to break free from the grip on its tail, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't escape Lin Fei's iron grip. On the edge of the swamp, Shinshuriying opened her eyes, a smile appearing on her face. She knew Lin Fei would be fine. She watched as Lin Fei stood on the metal platform, like a strong man, with the giant python's tail in his arms, grinning at her. My dear Shuriying was scared. Don't worry, watch your brother teach it a lesson. The giant python twisted its body, and the corrosive liquid in its mouth was about to spray out, but Lin Fei exerted force with both hands, flinging it to the other side again. The metal platform extended out, catching the giant python as it fell. Bang! Splat! It was tossed around dizzyingly, and the corrosive liquid in its mouth dribbled all over the ground like drool. I knew it, you're drooling even after you've been cured. Lin Fei scolded. Then, without pausing, he moved the giant python back and forth, the heavy thuds resounding incessantly. The giant python started to doubt its life. Who was the beast here? The guy who was tossing it around looked disgusted. And what was up with the pretty ant's dazzling smile? It felt like it was a stranger to this world. Should it consider starting over? When it was slammed onto the metal platform again, it felt like its snake gallbladder was going to come out. If this continued, it really would have to start over. Roar! Don't hit me! After a sudden roar, the giant python actually spoke in human language, and its voice was surprisingly pleasant. Lin Fei was immediately surprised. You're a female? No, wait, you can talk? The giant python looked at him, dazed, its huge head showing a rare, human-like pitifulness. Lin Fei leaped and sat on the giant python's vital spot. Then why didn't you talk when I asked you earlier? Playing it cool? The giant python's eyes turned red, and it looked like tears were welling up. You're a two-legged beast. My dad told me that two-legged beasts deceive snakes. Lin Fei's forehead was covered in black lines. He really wanted to know what had traumatized its dad to make him come to that conclusion. What two-legged beast? I am a descendant of Yen Huang. The giant python nodded hurriedly. Okay, descendant. Lin Fei's heart ached. This thing seemed to be missing a screw. It was hard to believe that he had just fought with this kind of creature. If Shinshuriying's flaw hadn't just been fixed, if he hadn't gotten a boost, and if he hadn't obtained the metal control ability, even with the 3-in-1 specialized effect, he would have been helpless against this giant python. Shaking his head, he raised his hand, and the metal in the ground instantly surged up, building an arch bridge on the giant python's body. And a giant sword suspended by chains was pointed directly at the giant python's vital spot, emitting a cold glint. Since the founding of the nation, it's been forbidden to become a spirit. Did you forget? Or did you think the time was right to come out and cause trouble? The giant python was terrified when it saw the giant sword hanging over its vital spot. Although it wasn't afraid of metal, it couldn't help but fear the sword hanging under the bridge. It was an embodiment of the law, or rather, a weapon designed specifically for snakes and dragons. In ancient times, wherever there was flooding, iron swords would be hung under bridges to prevent flood dragons from causing floods. So, Lin Fei's actions were undoubtedly giving the giant python a life or death crisis. No! I didn't forget. But the agreement from back then also said that it would start with the founding of the nation and end with chaos. I haven't broken any rules. Hearing the python's words, Lin Fei subtly flashed a hint of understanding, so there was that saying too. Indeed, with the chaotic times upon them, who cared whether one could become an essence or not? But at this moment, Lin Fei feigned seriousness and said, I can't control those rules, but here, monsters only have two choices. Death, or follow me. Choose carefully, and don't say I didn't give you a chance. The python stared at him, its gaze deep. If you hadn't been sharpening your knife on my back, I might actually believe you were letting me choose. Chapter 47, Divined a Dragon Knight? Tamed beast binding successful, dragon transformation. Listening to the system notification in his mind, a smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of Lin Fei's mouth. Beasts are always beasts, no matter how arrogant they are. A beating will do the trick, if not, then a couple more beatings. The giant python lay on the ground, looking utterly ashamed before its ancestors. Lin Fei gave it a kick. Get up, stop dawdling. There are plenty of beasts who want to follow me. You should be secretly happy. Then, he waved at Shinshuriying. Shuriying, come here, I'll take you for a ride on a snake. Shinshuriying looked at the giant python's grief-stricken face, a smile playing on her lips. Although this giant python looked terrifying, it seemed not very mature mentally, like a child, completely manipulated by Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the metal archway above them transformed into steps, extending to Shinshuriying. She ascended the stairs and was pulled into Lin Fei's embrace. Then, Lin Fei slapped the giant python's back. Go, scaly snake. Head in that direction. The giant python's body began to writhe, plowing a deep furrow in the ground. I'm not called Scaly Snake, I'm called Mo Lin. No, you have to be called Scaly Snake. I said so, and even the Heavenly King can't change it. Oh whoa! Mo Lin roared, plunging into the primeval forest with resentment. On the snake's back, Shin Shuriying leaned against Lin Fei's chest, a sense of peace washing over her. She and her sister had fled from Upper Capital to find the person to change their fate. Now they had found him, but it seemed like both sisters were also falling for him in the process. Although she didn't know if changing fate was supposed to happen this way, it felt like the gears had already started turning. What are you looking at? Do you want to try something more exciting? Lin Fei looked down at the absent-minded Shin Shuriying and teased her. Her fair cheeks flushed, and she couldn't resist punching Lin Fei. What are you saying? There are other people here. Lin Fei chuckled. Scaly Snake isn't an outsider, now it won't tell anyone. Shin Shuriying was still thin-skinned and did not agree with Lin Fei's strange ideas. Didn't you say you were going to tell me why you only brought me out? Is it just for that kind of thing? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have forgotten that. Ahem, well, a gentleman loves beauty, but he takes it in a proper way. Although you are very delicious, I am a righteous person. Otherwise, how could you and your sister have escaped my clutches in the mall that day? Let's get to the point. The reason I brought you out is because of your divination ability. I want you to try and see if you can glean something from this guy. Shin Shuriying understood somewhat but was still a bit puzzled. I heard Jinjin say that you can obtain our abilities through that method. Can't you divine yourself? Lin Fei helplessly shrugged. It seems like I was a bit unlucky. I only obtained mental manipulation from you. Perhaps divination is too unique, so I can't do it myself. Shin Shuriying pouted. So that's how it is. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Fei nodded, reminding her, if things get too dangerous, I'll wake you up. Shin Shuriying smiled and didn't say more. She directly placed her hand on Mo Lin's back, and a mysterious divination chessboard appeared on the back of her hand, flickering with an enigmatic light. Lin Fei suddenly felt like Shin Shuriying had become ephemeral. She was sitting there, yet she seemed to be detached from the real world, making people unconsciously want to ignore her presence. Is it because her flaw was filled, resulting in this change in her ability? It looks like a self-preservation mechanism. After a while, Shin Shuriying's body began to tremble slightly. Her face turned pale, her brow furrowed, and she wore a puzzled expression. Lin Fei was about to wake her up when her eyes slowly opened, her expression one of extreme shock, as if she had divined something unbelievable. What's wrong? What did you divine? Lin Fei asked. Shin Shuriying looked at Lin Fei, then at Mo Lin, and after slightly calming her emotions, she said, I saw a creature that only exists in legends, a dragon. Lin Fei's eyes flickered slightly. Anything else? Shin Shuriying nodded. There was a person on the dragon's head, but I only saw a rough outline. The dragon was entirely jade green and seemed to be confronting something. That's all I can divine. If I continue, I have a feeling I might become demented. Mo Lin has some big secrets. We should treat it better in the future. Of course, it's also possible that my divination results are confused and wrong. Lin Fei pondered for a moment, then smiled. It's okay, that's enough. Right or wrong aside, at least I've clarified some things. For that, I have to reward you, this woman who drives me wild. He then pulled Shin Shuriying into his arms and fed her a vital tiger pill. Whether it was the effect of the pill or shyness, Shin Shuriying's face flushed. Lin Fei, don't touch me randomly. Someone might see us. So what if they see us? What is it to them if I touch my own woman? Anyone who dares to gossip, I'll tear their mouths apart. You're so domineering. Oh, no. Not there. Do you know why I make you wear yoga pants? Why? Because it increases my attack speed. Soon, Shin Shuriying was defeated. Amidst her soft moans, Mo Lin couldn't help but steal a few glances, somewhat startled. Indeed, bipedal beasts are fickle. They even bully their own kind. It's terrifying. Papa, when will you come to save me? Just as Mo Lin's massive body was about to rush out of the forest, Lin Fei finally let go of Shin Shuriying, then called out to Mo Lin, making it slam on the brakes. Shin Shuriying bit her lip resentfully, labeling Lin Fei as a pervert in her heart. Lin Fei just laughed heartily and jumped off the snake's back. He looked up at Mo Lin's huge body. If it were to rush into the shooting range like this, it would be quite intimidating. What if it scared the flowers and plants? Scaly Snake, you just wait here in the mountains, and don't let anyone discover you. Lin Fei said to Mo Lin. He didn't want to expose Mo Lin's existence. It could be considered one of his trump cards. Unexpectedly, Mo Lin's huge head shook like a rattledrum. No. I'm afraid to stay here alone. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. You're so huge, what are you afraid of? It's others who should be afraid of you. You've been here all these years, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, you're so big, it's hard for me to take you out. Mo Lin showed a look of wisdom. It's okay, wait a moment. Then, under the gaze of Lin Fei and Shen Shuriying, Mo Lin's hundreds of meters long body began to emit a dark green light, and it condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, a graceful and beautiful young woman appeared before them, with a slender waist, long legs, and perfect proportions, a real beauty. Her dark green clothes fluttered, giving her the feeling of a top dancer from the imperial palace. Alright, this way I won't scare anyone. Chapter 48. More women, more drama. Lin Fei was dumbfounded, almost drooling. Shen Shuriying was equally shocked beyond words. She used to love watching various mythological dramas and was no stranger to demon beasts transforming into human form. However, when something that only existed in imagination appeared before her eyes, the feeling of it becoming reality was simply unparalleled. That way, you won't think of me as just a snake here, right? Mo Lin said, hands on her hips, pouting and widening her eyes at Lin Fei. There was a hint of smugness, but it suited Mo Lin perfectly. That adorable look was completely natural. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and chuckled, you're really impossible. Let's go, but I have to tell you in advance, 1. You can't eat anything without permission, and 2. You're not allowed to show your strength casually in front of others. Do you understand? If you don't understand, think it through here before coming to find me. Mo Lin nodded without hesitation. Understood, understood. I'll listen to everything you say. Shen Shuriying's face was already filled with smiles. She was extremely curious about Mo Lin. What species was she? Where did she come from? How did she transform? Could she become an immortal? What did she like to eat? In her eyes, Mo Lin was like a Pandora's box containing many secrets, and she was eager to peel back the layers of mystery. So, Shen Shuriying stepped forward and gently took her hand, which was cool and comfortable. Let's go, come with your sister to the human world. Mo Lin knew that Shen Shuriying was one of Lin Fei's people, so naturally, she wasn't hostile to her. She nodded obediently, following closely as they left the confines of the forest. At this moment, the crimson sun was directly overhead. In just 3 hours, Lin Fei had reaped great rewards. He had won the heart of the mature Shen Shuriying, his own strength had reached the great perfection of the metamorphosis realm, and he had subdued the incredibly powerful spirit, Mo Lin. It could only be said that it all came naturally, not dry at all. When the figures of Lin Fei and the two women appeared on the lawn, they were quickly spotted by the dyed-hair youth. Immediately, 2 6-seater Wuling Hongguang minivans drove over. The car doors rattled open, and a group of dyed-hair youths poured out. Brother Lin! Hello, Brother Lin! When Lan Malu Xiangxi saw the 2 stunning women behind Lin Fei, he was immediately shocked. He knew Shen Shuriying, but where did this other pure little sister come from? Lin Fei was really having too much fun. Brother Lin, you've captured another beauty. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Xiangxi's smile was somewhat intriguing. Lin Fei laughed and scolded, go, patrol your area. Lu Xiangxi and the others watched enviously as Lin Fei led the 2 gorgeous women into the shooting range. Brother Lin's life is the real deal. If I could find a woman even a third as beautiful as Brother Lin's, my ancestors would be smoking from the grave. Damn it, how can you have such rebellious thoughts? Have you forgotten our Pure Love Society's principles? How could I forget? Crying alone, pure love is invincible. Inside the villa, Wang Rui and Wan Qiu were preparing lunch when they saw Lin Fei and Shen Shuriying return. When they saw the little girl Shen Shuriying was holding hands with, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. They looked at Lin Fei, as if asking, how did he bring back another beautiful young girl? Lin Fei didn't explain anything, just called everyone to sit down and eat. Soon, Wang Jinjin and Shen Lingying walked in together from the door, Wang Jinjin with a mischievous smile on her face. When she saw Lin Fei, she quickly composed herself, pretending to be nonchalant, while Shen Lingying next to her had a slightly flushed face, her gaze somewhat evasive. 7 people were gathered around the round table, giving it a full feeling. Surrounded by all sorts of beauties, it looked more appetizing than the food on the table. Yo! You didn't call me to eat, are you being too polite? Sunan strode in from the door, sniffing his nose. Huang Ruoi smiled and went to get another set of bowls and chopsticks, adding another touch of brilliance to the dining table. Who is this little girl? Sunan asked, looking at Mo Lin who was happily eating, a bit surprised. Shen Shuriying glanced at Lin Fei and then said, this is a little sister we met on the way back. We saw she was pitiful, so we brought her back. Sunan looked intrigued. Oh? Is that so? Little boss Lin is really lucky, he can just pick up such a beautiful little girl at random. Everyone looked at Lin Fei, as if wanting to know what he would say. Lin Fei looked around, slowly putting down his chopsticks. If Chairman Su is really interested, you might as well come to my room, and I'll tell you all about it. Sunan immediately shut his mouth, silently focusing on his meal. Lin Fei smiled, then stood up. I'm full, you best go ahead, just don't waste the food. Under the gaze of the women, Lin Fei's figure disappeared at the entrance of the courtyard. He walked around the shooting range, smoking a cigarette. This shooting range was located at the foot of Mount Tianwang, with a very superior geographical location, making it easy to defend and hard to attack as a stronghold. If they were going to use this place as a long-term base, then after cooperating with the military, they should renovate it. Passing the training building, there was an open piece of land next to it, where some people were planting vegetables. They seemed to be refugees from the shooting range. But there were also quite a few young men with brightly colored hair, who seemed to be working much harder than the refugees. Hey, it's already noon, can't we eat first? A middle-aged woman grumbled, leaning on her shovel. Shandong threw down his hoe and walked over to her in a few steps, his eyes slightly narrowed, showing a dangerous glint. How many rows of soil did you shovel this morning? The middle-aged woman took a half step back and stammered, what's wrong? Shandong pointed to the piece of land they had cleared and said loudly, damn it, I've been pissed off at you idiots for a long time. Asking you to do a little work is like taking your lives. I dug 7 rows this morning. Don't think I didn't see you dawdling here, not even finishing 1 row. What? Do you think I'm the only one who's going to eat what's grown here? Shandong grew angrier as he spoke. He raised his hand and pointed at the refugees who were loafing around. You, and you. If you guys really don't want to work, fine, go straight down this road, and you can leave my shooting range. The faces of those loafing refugees showed some embarrassment. The middle-aged woman sat down on the ground and began to feign innocence. Oh, I'm so old, it's normal for me to be clumsy. You can't expect an old aunt like me to compete with you young men, can you? My back hurts, and I have cervical spondylosis. How can I do this kind of work? Find me something easy to do. Shandong looked at her and suddenly sneered. Heck, it's the end of the world, and you still want something easy? Fine, I'll find you a job where you only have to lie down. Then, he pulled out a pistol from his lower back and pressed it directly against the middle-aged woman's forehead. Chapter 49, Red-haired Shandong's hatred. All the refugees were terrified by Shandong's action. That was a gun. A single bullet could take their lives. The middle-aged woman had never had a gun pointed at her before, but that didn't stop the fear from spreading through her body. Her hands trembled as she waved them in front of her, her body shaking uncontrollably. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Shandong looked at her with a cold expression. Respect is something you earn for yourself. Everyone else is fighting for survival, and you guys, being able to live here, not only are you not grateful, but you actually want to act like masters? I'll make it clear today, from now on, if you don't complete your tasks with quality and quantity every day, then get the hell out of here. No excuses accepted. Our firing range isn't a nursing home. If you want to coast through life, I suggest you go to the concentration camp next door. Shandong snorted and said to the mohawked youth, tell them to go eat. They continue working this afternoon. The woman who had fallen to the ground and the others who had been called out felt a sense of relief, but their eyes held a look of resentment. Stop. Did I say you could leave? Shandong's cold voice suddenly rang out, and he looked at the woman and the others with a mocking expression. The woman turned her head, wearing a bitter face. Young man, I already apologized. What else do you want? That's right, we'll definitely work hard this afternoon. Yeah, we must not have eaten enough this morning. We'll have the strength once we're full. Shandong smiled coldly as he stared at them. Does an apology solve everything that adults do wrong? If an apology worked, what would we need guns for? Get lost before I change my mind. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Get out of the firing range within 3 minutes, and I can pretend nothing happened. If you have any objections, go talk to this thing. The gun in his hand gleamed coldly, and the dark muzzle made the hairs on their bodies stand on end. The woman instantly lost control of her bladder, a stench spreading, and the others next to her weren't much better, falling into a panic. No! Young man, you can't kick us out. We'll definitely die if we go out there. Little brother, we know we were wrong. We'll definitely reform and become new people. Shandong shook his head. Now you know you were wrong. Where were you before? There are still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, and time waits for no one, you know. I think you also understand that my words are like water that's been poured out. If you want to try your luck, then wait here. The group felt a chill in their bodies. One of the young men gritted his teeth, threw down his shovel, and ran towards the outside. The middle-aged woman and the others hesitated. An old man in his 50s pointed at Shandong, blowing his beard and glaring. You inhuman monster. You're going to drive us out to our deaths. Heavens! Everyone, come and see. The people at the Mercury firing range are a bunch of heartless bastards. Shandong simply watched him twist the truth, even with a hint of a smile on his lips. Someone next to the middle-aged woman tugged at her sleeve, winking at her. Then, they didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out of the firing range. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Go ahead and curse, get it all out first, so you don't have to suffer later. The old man was truly stubborn. He couldn't listen at all, and even lay down on the ground, looking as if he were trying to stage an accident. The refugees who were heading to eat glanced over, unable to avoid a sense of shared dread. The mohawked youth walking beside them said, "There's nothing to see. They chose this themselves." Shandong raised his hand and watched the pointer moving. He counted down. "Well, you have 10 more seconds to throw a tantrum. Come on, you nasty old man. The old man seemed to be tired from yelling and lay there pretending to be dead. Before long, Shindong's steps moved. Very good, as expected. The older one gets, the more guts they have. I admire you. The old man squinted, thinking he had bet right, but what came into view was the black muzzle of the gun. Bang! The gunshot echoed throughout the shooting range, making all the refugees' hearts tremble. Everyone felt a sense of danger. The red-haired man was actually serious. The middle-aged woman, who had just run to the door, staggered and fell to the ground. After the gunshot, she was even more terrified, scrambling and crawling out the door, afraid that the next bullet would appear on her head. Shindong slowly put away the gun, looked at the old man who was more than dead on the ground, and spat in disgust. He turned his head and saw Lin Fei standing not far away. Brother Lin, you must be laughing at me. Lin Fei shook his head. You did well. This kind of person is a menace and must be eliminated quickly. Also, if it were me, I wouldn't have let any of those 3 people go just now. You have to know that even unarmed people can become tigers returning to the mountains in the future. Shindong was stunned, his brows furrowed, and he sighed. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Brother Lin. Lin Fei smiled, then asked, I heard you have some issues with those rich second-generation kids? Shindong didn't know where Lin Fei had heard it, but he had nothing to hide, so he directly started to explain. There are some issues, indeed. I have a younger sister, a very lovely girl. I used to work as a lackey under Pei Xing, but I didn't expect him to take a fancy to my sister. Because I didn't agree, they joined forces to humiliate her. She's still a student. Afterwards, they even turned the tables, putting my sister in the police station. I'm just a nobody. I don't have the ability to get people out of the station, so I could only ask for help from Pei Xing. When I saw my sister again, she was already. At this point, Shindong's fists were clenched white and his eyes were bloodshot. One could imagine his grief. This is the sadness of the little people, being toyed with by those powerful and wealthy guys at will. Lin Fei patted him on the shoulder. My condolences. Isn't that Pei Xing dead too? Shindong's eyes were red. No, it's not enough. Far from enough. I swore I would send all those bastards to hell, including all the accomplices behind them. Looking at his hateful appearance, Lin Fei sighed. It's good to have motivation, but one can't live entirely in hatred. Personal strength is ultimately limited. Do you understand what I mean? Shindong stared blankly at Lin Fei, then suddenly woke up, his eyes gleaming with light. Some people understand immediately, while others don't understand anything. This is the difference between smart people and fools. Do. During their conversation, a helicopter flew in from the other side of the woods, alarming everyone. Several women ran out one after another, surrounding Lin Fei. Sunan murmured, they came so early, they really can't wait. After the helicopter landed on the lawn, Yang Shaoguang jumped out and ran towards Lin Fei and the others with a slight bow. Brother Lin Fei, am I not too early? Yang Shaoguang asked. He had agreed with Lin Fei to set off in the afternoon, but since he was asking for a favor, he naturally had to arrive early to show his sincerity. It was just past 12 o'clock now, and he didn't know if Lin Fei had taken care of the matter he had mentioned. You've come at the perfect time, we can leave whenever. Lin Fei smiled. Yang Shaoguang was overjoyed and quickly looked at Sunan next to him. President Su, then I'll borrow Brother Lin. Sunan shrugged. I can't control that, you can talk to these few. She pointed to the side, and Yang Shaoguang noticed that Lin Fei was surrounded by so many beauties. Just now he was so focused on Lin Fei that he hadn't paid attention to the others around him. He was now a little unsure of how to begin, and he was also wondering, who are these people to Lin Fei? Could they all be his women? Yang Shaoguang shook his head inwardly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone possess so many top-tier beauties at the same time? Ahem, Brother Lin Fei, time is of the essence, how about we set off now? He turned his head to look at the main man. Lin Fei nodded. Alright, the sooner we go, the sooner we return. Huang Ruoy stepped forward and tugged on Lin Fei's sleeve. Honey, can we come with you? Lin Fei was a little surprised, and then he looked at the other women next to him, who also showed that intense desire. No, too many people will make us a bigger target and it's inconvenient to move around. You guys just stay here and work on the shooting range. I don't want to hear any bad news. Huang Ruoy immediately pouted, but she didn't dare to argue, and she looked at the other girls and could see the slight disappointment in their eyes. Lin Fei looked at the clueless Mo Lin among the girls and pointed at her. You're coming with me. Mo Lin was stunned and pointed at herself. Me? Huang Ruoy and the other girls were also confused as they looked at Mo Lin. Why did Lin Fei want to bring this new girl? Could it be that he wants to? As soon as she thought of a certain possibility, a knowing look appeared on Huang Ruoy's face. Lin Fei looked at her. What strange things was this woman imagining again? But Shinshuriing knew Mo Lin's identity. Her terrifying strength would definitely be a good helper for Lin Fei. Without paying attention to the different thoughts of the others, Lin Fei nodded to Yang Shaoguang. Let's go, Commander Zhang. Yang Shaoguang finally came back to his senses from the subtle relationship between Lin Fei and the women. He was immediately astonished. These women probably all had that kind of relationship with Lin Fei. My goodness, is Lin Fei even human? Apart from being a little handsome and having superpowers, what else does he have? How come these women are so willing to build a harem for him? He couldn't understand it, so he simply stopped thinking about other people's private affairs. He turned around and led Lin Fei towards the helicopter. Shin Shuriying looked at Mo Lin and nodded to her, "Go, protect Lin Fei, and protect yourself." Mo Lin nodded like a chick pecking at rice and quickly trotted after Lin Fei. In the wind of the helicopter propellers, her clothes fluttered like a green shy flower swaying in the wind. Do. Under everyone's gaze, the helicopter quickly took off and disappeared above the trees towards the city. The women all looked at Shin Shuriying at the same time. Shin Linging pulled her hand, smiling sweetly. "Sister, tell us, what is the relationship between brother Lin Fei and Mo Lin?" Huang Jinjin had a wicked smile. "Sister Shuriying, it seems that your illness is cured this time? We have another comrade in arms. Tell us, what about little Mo Lin? Did she also Even the calm Ruan Xiao showed interest in this. Not to mention the gossip queen Su Nan, who had already moved a small stool and was eating melon seeds. Shin Shuriying was caught between laughter and tears. "What are you all thinking? Do you really think Lin Fei is the type to be mesmerized by any pretty face he sees?" The women all nodded in unison. "Shin Shuriying, your thoughts are really impure. The relationship between Lin Fei and Mo Lin is different from ours." She glanced around at the others. Su Nan immediately understood and looked at Chen Dong and Lu Xiangxi. The two of them immediately yelled, shooing away the other onlookers. Only then did Shin Shuriying say, "Mo Lin is the spirit that Uncle Fu was talking about." "What? A spirit? Does that mean a demon? That's terrible. Demons are best at deceiving men. Lin the big pig trotter will definitely be unable to resist this temptation. We're guaranteed to have another comrade." Several of them couldn't help but exclaim, though there was some teasing in it. It was more surprise. Because the word spirit was definitely not a good word in the minds of the people of Long Country. In historical records, it was often accompanied by disaster. Huang Ruoi couldn't help but worry. "Mo Lin, won't she be bad for Lin Fei, right?" Shin Shuriying smiled. "Don't worry, don't think of Lin Fei too simply. You've all seen his strength, we should trust him." Ruan Xiao nodded. "Indeed, if Lin Fei can't handle it, then our worries are for nothing. So we should still focus on our own things, lest Lin Fei come back and spank your butts." Huang Jinjin pouted. "Not letting us go out, just repairing and patching things up here. It seems like my electricity power can't do anything." Then she looked at the pink raptor parked outside the yard, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "Mom, do you think we really just have to be protected by Lin Fei all the time? What if he's not around someday and we run into trouble?" Huang Ruoi looked at her, her eyes thoughtful. The other women also flashed thoughtful expressions. Yes, if they stayed in the rear all the time, what difference would they have from parasites? They each possessed abilities and were far stronger than ordinary people. They were definitely not willing to be mediocre. Huang Jinjin saw the struggle in their eyes. On one hand was Lin Fei's order, on the other hand was their own desire to excel. "Mom, Sister Wanqiu, Sister Shuriying, Sister Lingyin, in the eyes of other survivors, we can be said to be supermen because we have abilities that they don't have. We can do many things that they can't do. I think Lin Fei doesn't need a few vases at home. Although we're not as powerful as him, we're definitely not weak either. He's afraid that we'll get hurt, but how can we be afraid? Like Mom used to tell me, a child who doesn't get hurt doesn't grow up. So, we should have our own judgment, and besides, Lin Fei also said that if we want our abilities to grow, we must experience training. Now, isn't this a good opportunity for us to train on our own?" Huang Ruoi was moved by her words, and so were the other women. Su Nan, who was on the side, felt the strong fighting spirit that suddenly appeared on the women and was completely at a loss. "What's going on? Are you going to form a women's field combat team?" Chapter 51, a scene of devastation deep within the mountains and forests lay Huiquan village. Two figures darted through the trees, their movements agile, far beyond that of ordinary people. A man and a woman, each carrying a long sword, wore dragon-patterned embroidered athletic outfits. On the dragoness heads, a sharp blade seemed to hang, as if ready to strike at any moment. Soon, the two arrived at a flat stretch of mountainous terrain. The man slowly crouched, picked up a pinch of dirt, and smelled it. "There's indeed a monster's aura here." This area was originally a forest, but it was transformed into a plain by the monster's power. "It seems to be a powerful earth spirit, but there are other auras here interfering with my judgment, making it difficult to discern its true identity." The woman pointed in one direction. "Over there are deep marks on the ground, and trees have been broken. The monster should have gone that way." The man stood up, looking at the large imprints, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Seems like a big fellow. Let's go, it's time to fulfill our duty." Without a word, the woman followed him, and the two tracked the deep marks, quickly leaving. Meanwhile, in the concentration camp, Pei Qianhua sat in a large tent, smoking a cigar. "That guy Yang Shaoguang really has a screw loose. He's actually going to do this himself. Even without our arrangements, he probably won't be coming back alive. Zhang Zheng took a sip of tea and said, arrangements are still necessary, we can't be careless. Pei Qianhua looked at Zhang Zheng. Deputy Zhang is right, better safe than sorry. Once my message gets back, we'll make our move. Those bastards think they're kings just because they have a couple of guns. Zhang Zheng frowned slightly and nodded. Just now, we received 3 refugees who escaped from the shooting range. According to them, those hooligans in the shooting range have become so heartless that they're attacking the refugees. Anyone who doesn't work efficiently is kicked out to fend for themselves. If our concentration camp hadn't been set up here, they probably would have died outside. Those scumbags really should be eliminated. Pei Qianhua hadn't expected such a thing to happen, and a coldness deepened in his heart. Although the entire concentration camp didn't know much about the situation inside the shooting range, their refusal to allow refugees into the shooting range suggested that they were not good people. Otherwise, his son wouldn't have died so mysteriously. Although he didn't care much about that son, it could even be said that he was the one who sent Pei Xing to test the waters at the shooting range. The main purpose was to see Yang Xiaoguang's attitude. In the end, Pei Xing died, and Yang Xiaoguang still showed no intention of dealing with the shooting range. To know that a jackal was lying next to the military concentration camp was absolutely not allowed. Yang Xiaoguang only thought of uniting and using soft methods, which was not the mentality a leader in the apocalypse should have, so he was abandoned. With the arrival of the chaotic world, he would use the concentration camp as a springboard to enter the power system of the southern war zone, and he would definitely eliminate those beasts. In the helicopter, Lin Fei looked out the window at the forest below. On board, besides him and Mo Lin, were Yang Xiaoguang and 3 fully armed soldiers. Their eyes were firm, their faces resolute, clearly elite troops. Commander Yang didn't really need to come in person. The more people there are, the harder it is to handle this kind of thing. Besides, shouldn't there be a lot of matters in the concentration camp? Will your absence have no impact? Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and looked at Yang Xiaoguang. He shook his head. My deputy is in charge of the concentration camp, so there's no problem. Besides, rescuing Dr. Liu is a matter of great importance. I have to go in person. Don't look down on me. I even won the 2nd place in the all-army martial arts competition. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Yang Xiaoguang had actually won such a title? Although Lin Fei was an ordinary person before the apocalypse, that didn't stop him from knowing about the all-army martial arts competition. Among the millions of soldiers in the entire Dragon Kingdom, to be second only to one person in the joint competition, the value of that was self-evident. Yang Xiaoguang was definitely a king among soldiers. It's just that he hasn't moved much in the past few years, so it's inevitable that he's a bit rusty, but he shouldn't be too bad. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Yang Xiaoguang patted the gun in his hand and said confidently. Mo Lin looked at him and said to Lin Fei in what she thought was a low voice, he seems like just a normal person, one punch from me would kill him for a long time. Ahem, Commander Yang, don't mind her. This little girl doesn't know how to talk. Lin Fei coughed twice and then glared at Mo Lin. That's right, don't say that again next time. Brother Lin Fei, we'll be at our destination in about half an hour. Let's discuss tactics first. Lin Fei waved his hand. I'm used to being lazy and don't like rules and regulations. You don't need to worry about me after we reach the destination. Yang Xiaoguang was speechless and wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. After all, Lin Fei was an ability user that he had begged for. It was only natural for him to be arrogant. He just didn't know if he was really confident in his strength or if he was just ignorant. From what he knew about ability users, their abilities didn't seem to be used at will. They were a double-edged sword. While using their abilities, the abilities were also constantly eroding their bodies. A fire-controlling ability user had come to the concentration camp before, but not long after, he had self-immolated and died. He didn't know what Lin Fei's ability was and how long he could use it. Alright, if you need help, please be sure to contact us. Yang Xiaoguang handed over a walkie-talkie. Lin Fei smiled and nodded non-committally. In the roar of the helicopter, the forest gradually thinned, and a large number of abandoned vehicles began to appear on the highway. You could see wandering zombies on them. They were restless when they heard the humming of the helicopter. After passing a large mountain, the city came into view. When the helicopter approached the city, everyone could see that the once prosperous city was now dilapidated. The high-rise buildings were covered in smoke and fire marks, and there were countless ruins from explosions, burying countless lives. On the streets below, dense crowds of heads moved. Those were zombies wandering in hunger. Occasionally, you could see the oddities in the zombie hordes. Some could jump more than 10 meters, some could scale walls, and some were huge and terrifying. Yang Xiaoguang looked down with a serious expression. The zombies are actually evolving? Suddenly, he felt that this trip seemed a little hasty. They didn't have a clear understanding of the situation in the city at all. Each of the oddities he could see was troublesome. Could they really rescue Dr. Liu? The helicopter flew over the city, and Yang Xiaoguang saw several groups of survivors crying for help on the rooftops, but he couldn't rescue them. Moreover, those mutated zombies quickly discovered these exposed survivors, and slaughter blossomed before his eyes. Yang Xiaoguang's hand holding the gun clenched until his knuckles were white. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He looked at Lin Fei. Brother Lin Fei, we... Beep beep beep. Before he could finish his sentence, a timer suddenly sounded from somewhere inside the helicopter. After a moment of slight confusion, Yang Xiaoguang's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 52, Chain Reaction. Mommy, look. There's an airplane in the sky. Is it coming to save us? On the rooftop of a high-rise building in a certain residential complex, a little girl pointed at a helicopter in the sky, her face filled with joy. The woman beside her, who had been moving stealthily, was suddenly startled. She quickly gestured for her daughter to be quiet, as if some terrible monster might be drawn to the sound. But the girl's shout was too sudden, and the sound of thumping footsteps echoed from the stairwell outside the rooftop. The woman was terrified. Looking at her daughter, whose face was pale and thin but still full of smiles, she seemed to have made up her mind. Then, she tied a rope around her waist and jumped off the edge of the rooftop. Mommy! Mommy! Where are you going? The girl's smile turned into panic as she anxiously ran towards where her mother had disappeared. The thumping sounds from the stairwell grew louder, and just as the little girl approached the security door, bang! The flimsy door was blasted open, and a dark figure squeezed out of the frame. The little girl stopped in her tracks and turned around, letting out a piercing scream. A monster stood there, staring directly at her. It had two enormous, protruding ears on its head, its arms had turned into menacing spikes, and its body was covered in putrid fluids. With every step, it left a trail of slime. This was a mutated zombie, known as a sound seeker by the people in the residential complex. The little girl's excited shout had successfully attracted it. Ah! A sharp, ear-splitting scream echoed on the rooftop, but then it was instantly silenced. Clearly, the little girl's short life had come to an end. On a rope dangling from the edge of the rooftop, the woman was swaying back and forth against the exterior wall. There were tears on her face, but not many. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry, Mommy wants to live too. What she didn't notice was that a spider-like dark figure was climbing the wall of the building opposite her. Upon closer inspection, it was a combined monster with 8 arms acting as legs. Its irregular head was covered in eyes, and a large bulge protruded from its rear, resembling a pregnant woman's mutated belly, with something wriggling inside. The mutated spider's eyes reflected the woman's figure, and then it slowly began to climb down the building. In a skyscraper not far away, some people were watching the helicopter fly by. They were arguing about whether or not to use something to attract the helicopter's attention, in case it was a rescue mission that they might miss. Just as their argument reached a stalemate, a blinding flash of light lit up the sky. The helicopter they had just seen as a beacon of hope suddenly exploded in mid-air, turning into a ball of fire, with debris flying everywhere. Everyone was stunned. They stared wide-eyed as their hope shattered, unable to believe why the helicopter would suddenly explode. Had it been attacked by monsters? Despair shrouded the hearts of all the surviving hopefuls. If even the planes in the sky weren't safe, where else in this world could be secure? Inside the Tianwang Mountain concentration camp, Pei Qianhua couldn't help but smile. Deputy Zhang, it seems it's our time to perform. Zhang Zheng finished his last sip of tea and stood up. Xiaoyu, let's begin. The officer standing at the door narrowed his eyes, nodded, and walked out. Soon, all the survivors in the concentration camp were watching the mobilizing soldiers with puzzled expressions. They were wondering what was happening. Officer! Officer! What's going on? Are the monsters here? Esteemed military gentlemen, you must protect us. We are just unarmed civilians, and we've always given you our military supplies. Some people had managed to gather some information through various connections. I heard that this time they're going to target the shooting range at the foot of the mountain. Ha? Really? I've long disliked that firing range. Why are they so arrogant, not letting us in? They deserve to be a target of struggle. But there are also guns at the firing range. So what if they have guns? Can they compare to the army? And so, the remaining soldiers in the concentration camp gathered at the entrance, numbering about 100. Each of them was armed with guns and ammunition, and some even carried light artillery, ready for a major showdown. Zhang Zhang walked out of the main tent and stood before the troops, coldly addressing them. Brothers, I have some unfortunate news to share. Just now, we received a final message. Commander Yang is in trouble. This declaration was followed by a chorus of murmurs. Quiet, everyone. Although we don't know the specifics of what happened to Commander Yang, he left a letter beforehand, and what it says is exactly what we must do. He then passed the letter around to the soldiers in front of him. After reading it, their eyes widened in disbelief that such an order could come from Commander Yang. Zhang Zhang looked at them. Did you all see it? Commander Yang is showing us the way, and he's also trying to secure a path for those ordinary people who are unarmed. The firing range is oppressing refugees and lacking humanity. We must stand up for them and deliver justice." He then took the lead and got into a jeep. Although the soldiers behind him had doubts, the letter they had seen was indeed in Commander Yang's own handwriting, so they didn't hesitate any further and quickly followed the vehicles out of the camp. Outside the firing range, two figures emerged from the woods. "That guy's trail disappeared around here. He probably mixed in there. Let's go find him and drag him out," the man said, his eyes like hooks, glinting coldly. The woman next to him nodded and followed closely. As they stepped onto the lawn, two off-road vehicles drove up from a distance. "Stop! Who are you?" The car doors opened, and Lu Shangxi jumped out, looking at the two with caution. The other punks also reached for their weapons, remaining vigilant. The man frowned, but he wasn't intimidated. Instead, he said with some impatience, "Move aside." Lu Shangxi narrowed his eyes, then sneered, "Ha, you're really arrogant. You trespass on our territory and act so cocky. Looks like you're here to pick a fight." The man's expression darkened. "You don't even know that you're facing death. It's truly pathetic. If we hadn't come today, this refugee camp of yours would probably have become food for the earth spirits." Lu Shangxi was bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting, cursing people right out of the blue? Do you want to get shot? Get out of here now," he said, drawing the pistol from his waist to show off. The man and the woman exchanged glances and nodded. "Ants are indeed short-sighted. You're just clinging to life. Do you know that back in the day, your behavior would be obstructing official business? Losing your head would be a common occurrence." Lu Shangxi's expression tightened, his gun muzzle directly pointing at the two who had begun to move. "Stop! Come any closer and I'll shoot." The other flamboyant youths also raised their guns towards the pair. But the two showed no sign of fear. The man wore a sneer, while the woman's face remained expressionless. Bang! Smoke curled from Lu Shangxi's gun, the bullet heading towards the man, but the expected burst of blood didn't appear. It was as if the shot had missed. But Lu Shangxi was confident in his marksmanship at this distance. There was no way he could have missed. A thought struck him, a superhuman. "Everyone, be careful. These two might be superhumans. Quick, notify the chairman." One of the youths scrambled into the car, speaking into a walkie-talkie. Lu Shangxi led the others in a retreat. If these two were indeed superhumans, they wouldn't stand a chance. They didn't need reminding. The gunshot had already mobilized the entire shooting range. The pink raptor sped like an arrow, skidding to a halt with a screech of tires, nearly sending Lu Shangxi's car flying. The raptor's door swung open, and Huang Jinjin, face pale but trying to appear calm, jumped out. "Xiang Ji, we're here to help." From the passenger seat, Shen Lingyin, her face drained of color, silently vowed never to ride in a car with Huang Jinjin driving again. Seeing Huang Jinjin arrive, Lu Shangxi breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed to the slowly approaching man and woman. "Those two might be superhumans. Bullets don't work on them." Huang Jinjin looked over, frowning. "Hey, what do you two think you're doing? Are you some kind of double act? Let me tell you, I've leased this land. If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to get past me first." Shen Lingyin quietly said to Huang Jinjin, "Jinjin, aren't we being too reckless?" Huang Jinjin glanced at her. "This is self-defense. Those two are the reckless ones. Don't worry. Even if we beat them to a pulp, no one will say we're wrong." The man and woman heard Huang Jinjin's words and sneered. "Well, aren't you a pretty little troublemaker? I wonder what abilities you have to back up all that big talk." Huang Jinjin's smile turned cold. "Troublemaker? It seems your brains aren't working right. I'll just give you a bit of electrotherapy then." As she spoke, blue arcs of electricity sparked around her, crackling. "Show me what you've got. Don't say I didn't give you a chance later." "So, a weakling, huh? No wonder you're so cocky," the man chuckled. "We have plenty of abilities, I just don't know how many you'll be able to witness," the woman said in a cool voice. Huang Jinjin was brimming with adult intent. She had planned on going out to fight zombies today, but before she could even leave home, people had come to make trouble. She wouldn't stand for it. "Lingyin Jia, move back a little. I'll handle them." With that, and under everyone's gaze, Huang Jinjin drew a straight sword from the car, her whole body transforming into a blue arc of lightning, shooting towards the man and woman. The man's eyes narrowed. "Ing, you handle this." The woman, called Ing, said nothing, moving in front of the man. She drew a long sword from her back, twirled it, and pointed the tip at Huang Jinjin. Huang Jinjin's speed was incredible, appearing before Ing in the blink of an eye, her straight sword, wrapped in blue electricity, slashing down. The force of the wind moved Jing's hair, her wrist flicking, her long sword blocking. Clang! Metal clashed, sending out sparks of light. Huang Jinjin's eyes narrowed. This woman was fast. And her strength. She could easily block her charged-up strike. Could she be a superhuman with physical enhancement powers? In that moment of hesitation, Ying's long sword grazed along her blade and shot toward Huang Jinjin's face, startling her. Azure electric arcs flashed, her figure retreating several meters the instant the longsword slashed past. Shadow chuckled, I thought you were something special, turns out you're just a brute force novice. She crooked her finger, come on, let sister give you a good lesson. Huang Jinjin's pretty face turned serious. This woman was indeed skilled, but that was just perfect. She had many ideas she hadn't put into practice, so she'd let her be the whetstone. Lips pressed into a firm line, Huang Jinjin's body crackled with electric arcs, charging towards Shadow once again. This time, she was wiser, shifting her position immediately after a failed strike. Shadow was also formidable, receiving Huang Jinjin's attacks head-on without showing any fatigue. This scene stunned Lu Xiangxi and the others. Damn it, Lu Ji, how is that woman so strong? That woman can hold her own against Jinjin for so long, what about the man next to her? Is he even more powerful? Lu Xiangxi looked at the man, his brows furrowing. At that moment, an off-road vehicle arrived, Sunan bringing Huang Ruoyi and the other two women. President. Sunan looked at Huang Jinjin, who was currently engaged in fierce combat, and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Who are those two? Lu Xiangxi shook his head, saying, don't know where they came from, insisting on breaking into our range, so arrogant. Sunan's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Damn it, since someone was breaking the rules, he'd let them see that the Mercury range was not to be trifled with. Alright, you notify Qindong and the others, tell all the brothers to bring their weapons. I want to see who dares to be so presumptuous. Lu Xiangxi immediately contacted Qindong via radio, relaying Sunan's words. Huang Ruoyi watched Huang Jinjin and Shadow's battle nervously, each clash a close call. Ruan Qiu's expression was grave, could it be that they knew Lin Fei was out and came specifically to cause trouble? Huang Ruoyi thought about it and shook her head, probably not, after all, we haven't offended anyone like that. Xin Shuriying stood aside, her face serious as she was trying hard to recall something. What's wrong, Shuriying? Ruan Qiu asked. Xin Shuriying's delicate eyebrows knitted together, I seem to have seen those two's outfits in the capital, I just can't quite remember. Ruan Qiu and Huang Ruoyi looked over. The man and woman were wearing tight-fitting black outfits with golden dragon patterns, a long sword suspended above the dragon's head. The pattern on their clothes seems like they want to kill that dragon, Ruan Qiu murmured. Hearing her words, Xin Shuriying's eyes flashed with clarity, but then terror surged. They are from the dragon-slaying division. Huang Ruoyi and Ruan Qiu looked at her with puzzled expressions. Dragon-slaying division? What is that? Sunan's eyes narrowed as she looked at Xin Shuriying and asked in a deep voice, Shuriying, are you sure? Xin Shuriying nodded heavily, I had contact with the dragon-slaying division a long time ago, I did some divination for them. I just couldn't recall it because it had been too long. Sunan's face turned grim, if it's the dragon-slaying division, then we are in trouble. Chapter 54, Who says women are inferior to men? The Su family of Nanhang was by no means weaker than the esteemed clans of Shangjing. As a member of the Su family, Sunan naturally knew many things that ordinary people couldn't access. For example, the dragon-slaying division. They were a special organization under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, dedicated to handling unusual events throughout the country. They were full of extraordinary people with unfathomable powers. Some were adept at spirit communication and soul binding, some were invulnerable, and others could cleave mountains with their bare hands. In short, it was an organization beyond the understanding of ordinary people, its origins untraceable but certainly ancient. Even after the founding of the nation, when many members of the dragon-slaying division lost their jobs, there were still some who continued to operate. Now, with the great changes in the world, the dragon-slaying division had likely been reorganized. When Sunan told the girls what he knew, they were all taken aback. Ruan Qiu widened her eyes. Doesn't this mean that those two people are very strong? Sunan shook his head. I don't know. The people of the dragon-slaying division vary in strength, but they have many tricks. It's better to be cautious. Huang Ruoyi quickly called for Huang Jinjin to return. Huang Jinjin flashed to everyone's side, looking a bit breathless, showing that the fight just now had been taxing for her. In contrast, the woman from the dragon-slaying division merely took a breath. The difference was clear. It was obvious that the strength of those two was far superior to anyone present, which made them feel rather uneasy. The man from the dragon-slaying division chuckled. I thought you could give me some surprises, but you're just like that. A sick man is always a sick man, unable to make it to the main stage. Before I lose my temper, get lost. Our purpose here is to slay demons and suppress evil. If you try to stop us, don't blame us for treating you as accomplices and slaying you all. Buzz buzz buzz. Vehicles arrived, and more than 20 punks with various guns blocked the two from the dragon-slaying division. Sunan said coldly, this is my territory. No matter what division you're from, if you try to trespass without my permission, I dare to riddle you with bullets. If you have the guts, try me. The man from the dragon-slaying division narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold. So you're determined to oppose us? Huang Ruoyi frowned. You say you're here to slay demons and eliminate evil, but we don't have any demons or monsters here? The man snorted, whether there are or not, it's not up to you. Only after I investigate can we make a conclusion. Sunan retorted, I said there are none, then there are none. Can't you understand human language? Or do you want to talk to the bullets? The man's expression gradually darkened, and a storm could be seen brewing in his eyes. Why do we always encounter troublemakers when we're on a case? I really don't want to kill anymore, but since you're so stubborn, I'll have to break my vow. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the other side of the shooting range. Sunan and the others were shocked. That was the main entrance of the shooting range, where only 2 people were keeping watch. Shendong picked up the walkie-talkie. Gangzi, what's going on? Who fired? Gangzi? Gangzi! A bad feeling arose in everyone's hearts. Sunan immediately ordered Shendong, Lu Xiangxi, take the brothers to the main gate and see what's going on. Shendong glanced at the 2 from the dragon-slaying division, hesitating, but President, what about you here? Sunan yelled, hurry up. It's the same whether you're here or not. Shendong gritted his teeth and called the punks to drive straight to the main gate of the shooting range. The man from the dragon-slaying division suddenly laughed. It seems that this place of yours is also a troubled spot. This is the negative influence of demonic energy gathering. Are you all courting death? Ing, don't bother with them. Anyone who dares to block our way, kill them. Ing nodded, the long sword in her hand radiating a chilling light. Seeing that the 2 were planning to force their way in, the girls were a little apprehensive, but they didn't back down. Instead, different abilities bloomed on each of them, streams of water, metallic gleams, and arcs of electricity particularly dazzling. The man from the dragon-slaying division narrowed his eyes. They're all ability users? Head, interesting. Looks like this place hides a big secret, which means I can't let you go even more. Shadow, kill these guys for me. Shadow's steps faltered, and like a ghost, she appeared before Huang Rui, her longsword aimed straight at her throat. Clang! This strike didn't succeed, but instead hit a newly formed piece of metal, blocked. Then, a deluge of compressed water covered Shadow. Suddenly, a faint golden light enveloped Shadow, defending her against the terrifying power of the water. It could be seen that the man behind held a burning yellow talisman in his hand. For the duration of its burn, the shield around Shadow was exceptionally sturdy. With defense established, her attacks became more fierce, her longsword like a nimble snake, seeking openings amidst the metal barriers and torrents of water. Put! Huang Rui, careless for a moment, had a gash cut into her arm. Mom! Huang Jinjin was enraged at the sight, and then she transformed into an arc of electricity, charging into the battle at lightning speed. Xin Shuriying manipulated the metal that emerged from the ground, restricting Shadow's movements, and creating an opportunity for Huang Jinjin to attack. The azure blade slashed wildly against the shield, producing a roaring sound. The talisman in the man's hand visibly burned faster. It's working! Let's push harder! After receiving healing from Shenlingyin, Huang Rui channeled an even more terrifying torrent of water, enveloping the entire battlefield. Then the water suddenly contracted toward Shadow, trapping her inside. Huang Rui raised her arm, lifting her into the air. Without any leverage, Shadow could only defend passively. Seeing this, Huang Jinjin unleashed a surge of azure light, burning the grass beneath her feet to a crisp. Her eyes blazed with a terrifying look like a thunder god, piercing straight into the sky. Rumble! Thunder echoed from the sky, and the clouds suddenly turned gray. Huang Jinjin's aura surged incredibly, and a smile even tugged at the corner of her lips. She had learned this move from Lin Fei, and she was going to let this bitch have a taste. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm struck directly, which Huang Jinjin caught with her raised blade. Put! The moment the lightning entered her body, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was clear that she couldn't withstand the violent power of the lightning. The man from the dragon-slaying division, seeing this, sighed in relief, drawing down celestial phenomena. I underestimated you. But that's all you can do. Huang Jinjin grinned. Is that all I can do? I'm going to shatter your self-righteousness. A large cluster of emerald green light emerged from Huang Jinjin's delicate body. It was Shenlingyi's healing being channeled to its full extent. With the soothing effect of the healing, Huang Jinjin was finally able to temporarily contain the power of the lightning. The man's expression changed, and he pulled out another pale blue talisman, igniting it with a rub of his hand. A gust of wind suddenly swirled around Shadow, and she broke free from the water prison like a hummingbird. Her form darted amidst the metal and the water, making it difficult to lock onto. I must admit, you guys have some tricks up your sleeves, but so what? Can you even pinpoint your target? The man scoffed. Huang Jinjin frowned slightly, trying to lock onto Shadow's form, but she was too fast. She couldn't find her target. Jinjin, don't worry. Just leave the rest to us. Xin Shuriying called from behind. A purple star chart appeared beneath her feet, slowly expanding to cover the battlefield. At the same time, a silver-gray light bloomed on Wan Xiu, transforming into chains that connected to the straight blade in Huang Jinjin's hand. Chapter 55, Resistance only leads to death. The purple chessboard slowly unfolded on the lawn, treating everyone on it as chess pieces, constantly calculating. A thought suddenly flashed through Huang Jinjin's mind, and the thunder blade in her hand slashed towards her left front. Bang! A figure was struck. It was the incredibly fast Shadow. She barely managed to block the blow with the longsword in her hand, but the longsword shattered in the process. How could this be? Shadow and the man behind her exclaimed in unison. With Shadow's speed, only a high-speed motion camera could capture it. How could that woman have managed to hit her? It's that chessboard. Shadow! Kill that woman first. The man pulled out his own longsword and threw it to Shadow, then pointed at Shinshuriying and shouted coldly. Shadow understood, and her figure became illusory again. But having just covered half the distance, another thunder blade came down, accurately predicting her trajectory. Bang! Shadow flew out diagonally, the longsword in her hand crackling with electricity, making it almost impossible for her to hold on. How is this possible? She can still use this kind of attack. The man's eyes widened. Logically speaking, the ability to evoke celestial phenomena was enough to make a person's body explode. Being able to unleash one strike was already remarkable. Huang Jinjin had actually unleashed another strike. This was completely against common sense. So arrogant. Why don't you keep being arrogant? The straight blade in Huang Jinjin's hand still emanated violent thunderous power, pointing at Shadow, who was lying obliquely on the ground. Thinking that you can act so imperiously just because you're wearing the skin of some Dragon Slayer division, this is the result. Oh, and you dog of a man, you're disgusting, only knowing how to hide behind a woman. It's making my aversion to men act up. Take this. The violent thunderous blade cut across dozens of meters, slashing fiercely towards the man. His eyes were full of horror. With cultivating sword servants as his main method, his own defense was as fragile as paper. If this blade hit him, he would have to go and meet Yama, the king of hell. He immediately shouted, Shadow. Just as the blade's edge was about to fall on him, a shadow appeared in front of him. Bang! The blade edge struck Shadow's arms heavily, creating deep, bone-deep wounds. The violent thunderous power rushed into her meridians, constantly ravaging them. Then, Shadow's body directly crashed into the man, sending him into the forest. After a moment of silence, the man's stern roar came from the forest. Today, I, Wang Zhua, have learned my lesson. Obstructing the Dragon Slayer division's affairs, you can just wait to be purged. Hearing his harsh words, the women finally lowered their guard. The faint clouds in the sky dispersed, and the thunderous power on Huang Jinjin's body also dissipated. The purple chessboard that had covered the lawn retracted beneath Shinshuriying's feet, and the silver-gray bonds shattered in the air. Huang Jinjin slumped onto the ground, looking like she had overindulged. The other women were no better off. Huang Rui took out vitality pills and had everyone swallow them, which brought them back from their dried-out state. The women looked at each other, then laughed. Jinjin, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Shinshuriying praised. Sister Shuriying, if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have had the strength to use. Huang Jinjin shook her head. Huang Rui smiled softly. Everyone's contribution was indispensable. Any one of us missing would have made things difficult today. Ruan Qiu reminded them, the trouble on our side is temporarily resolved, but just now Sunan ran off in a hurry, and there were several gunshots. It seems that things aren't looking too good at the gate. The women frowned, and immediately got into the car, driving towards the gate. At this time, at the gate of the shooting range, several jeeps were lined up as a barrier, with Chen Dong and his group hiding behind them. President, those damn people are concentration camp soldiers. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to attack us? How is that possible? Their commander just left with Brother Lin not long ago. Could the concentration camp have rebelled? Su Nan's face was ashen. She looked at the punk corpse beside her, her fingers turning white as she clenched them. It's not impossible. What if they're trying a feint, then attacking us? Lu Xiangxi punched the ground. Damn it! Those guys are scum. What do? We'll be targets as soon as we show our faces. Chen Dong frowned. Our ability users are all held up on the other side. I really suspect they planned this attack. Just as they were anxiously discussing their options, a shout came from the jungle outside the gate. Listen up, people inside, you're surrounded. Thump! Everyone, drop your weapons and walk into our view, hands on your heads, and lie down on the ground, or we'll suppress you with fire, and casualties will be on your heads. You have 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9. Red laser sights appeared on the jeeps, targeting their most vulnerable spots. 8, 7, 6. The countdown was like a death knell, making the punks behind the jeeps' hearts race. Su Nan sighed. Damn it, I can't believe we're going down at the hands of these bastards. Just you wait, we'll have plenty of opportunities to settle this later. With that, she prepared to lead everyone in surrendering, but then a violent engine roar rapidly approached from not far away. In the woods, someone reported to Zhang Zhang, Sir, an unknown vehicle is approaching the gate from the left. Zhang Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. It doesn't matter who's coming today. Get ready. If they haven't surrendered by the end of the countdown, blow the cars up. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Open fire. Instantly, the jungle flashed with light, dozens, hundreds of tons of fire erupting, bullets raining down on the jeeps. Zhang Zhang's face showed a smile, and Pei Qianhua beside him sneered. But the expected explosion didn't happen. Just as the bullets arrived, a 2-meter-high, solid metal wall rose from the ground, blocking all of the bullets' impact. What's that? Damn it, what the hell? Could it be an ability? Zhang Zhang's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. The ability users left with Yang Shaoguang. Where would they get an ability? Then, he thought of a possibility. There was more than one ability user in the training ground. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this strange scene. While everyone was stunned, many holes appeared in the metal wall. Black gun barrels emerged from within. Open fire. Return fire, you bastards. Chen Dong roared, then pulled the trigger. All of the punks were furious, wishing they could empty entire magazines in a second. If those goddesses hadn't come, they would have all died here. Bullets landed in the jungle, and even though many hit dirt and trees, quite a few hit their targets. Screams of agony filled the air. Zhang Zhang and Pei Qianhua frantically buried themselves in the trenches, afraid to show their heads. Damn it! Is this the soft target you said we could handle? Zhang Zhang roared at Pei Qianhua. Pei Qianhua also cursed, how the hell would I know they had another trick up their sleeve? Tell your men to hold them off. We're retreating. Chapter 56 Unscientific Beast Taming. After a round of shooting, Sunan chose to have everyone ceasefire. After all, the opposite side represented the military's power. If they were to annihilate them all, wouldn't they become rioters? Watching the figures constantly moving in the bushes, everyone felt a sense of indignation, but they were not mindless individuals. President, what exactly happened inside the concentration camp? Their commander and brother Lin left, and then they came to steal our home. There must be something fishy going on, Shandong said, coldly eyeing the fleeing figures. Sunan's beautiful eyes also showed confusion. I don't know, but it's highly likely that the leader has a problem. Huang Ruoyi and others got out of the car and came to her side, just in time to hear her analysis. A phrase suddenly popped into her mind: a cuckoo occupying the nest. It's very possible. After all, those soldiers wouldn't act without orders. In other words, the problem likely lies with the second in command besides Yang Shaoguang. Huang Ruoyi immediately understood the underlying cause. For a moment, no one understood why this was happening. Sunan said to Qindong, find 2 quick-witted people to infiltrate the concentration camp and gather information. The concentration camp was a mix of people, so infiltrating it was quite simple, but it would take some time. Now, the cell phone signal was completely cut off. The network base station wouldn't operate for more than a few days without maintenance, otherwise, calling Lin Fei would be the easiest thing to do. Boom! Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the city sky, attracting the attention of a large number of zombies. But after discovering that it wasn't anything delicious, they lost interest and continued to wander. Helicopter debris scattered in all directions, and 3 figures landed heavily on the top of a building. One person rolled on the ground for more than 10 circles, while the other 2 slightly cushioned their fall and steadied themselves. After Yang Shaoguang got up from the ground, he looked up at the sky in horror. Lin Fei said helplessly, Commander Yang, your ride is too unsafe, right? Sorry, my abilities are limited. I could only save your life. There was really no way to save those other brothers. Yang Shaoguang's face was gloomy and uncertain. Bastard! If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Fei patted his shoulder. Those are things for later. Right now, our situation is not so good. Yang Shaoguang also reacted. He looked down from the top of the building. The streets were swarming with zombies, and mutated creatures were everywhere. This is really tricky. This location is still 2 kilometers away from our target. He looked at the map and analyzed the approximate distance. In fact, 2 kilometers wasn't far, but now it was the end of the world. Within these 2 kilometers, countless zombies and mutated creatures awaited them. How could ordinary people get through? If you can't beat them, join them? Yang Shaoguang could only look at Lin Fei. Brother Lin Fei, do you have any ideas? Of course, if it's impossible, we can only give up. Seeing Lin Fei shake his head, Yang Shaoguang seemed to deflate. It seems we still failed to complete the task assigned by the higher-ups. Lin Fei laughed. Why is Commander Yang so disheartened? Did I ever say it was impossible? Yang Shaoguang suddenly froze, looking at him with confusion, wondering why he would say that. Do you know how to ride? Yang Shaoguang. It didn't seem appropriate to talk about this right now, did it? Lin Fei chuckled and then said to Mo Lin beside him, crouch down and let Commander Yang broaden his horizons. Yang Shaoguang? Hey, brother, do you have some strange hobby? But then his eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit a head. His gaze gradually moved up from Mo Lin's full and delicate body on the ground, and a huge, dark green body occupied his vision. The floor seemed unable to bear the pressure, emitting creaking sounds. Yang Shaoguang stiffly turned his head to look at Lin Fei. Brother Lin Fei, is this what you meant by writing? A terrifying body, 100 meters long, coiled around the top of the building, its dark green scales dense and reflecting the crimson sunlight. A head like a train engine lifted up to look at the two, causing Yang Shaoguang's legs to involuntarily weaken. What kind of snake is this? It's so damn big. A dragon battle, huh? Lin Fei raised a hand, and the dark-scaled head hovered at the edge of the rooftop. He flipped onto it and shouted to Yang Shaoguang, "Let's go, Commander Yang, quick in, quick out." Yang Shaoguang snapped out of his shock and hurriedly climbed over the parapet, then cautiously stepped onto the snake's head. Is this really okay? Won't that little girl get angry? Yang Shaoguang even wanted to ask if he needed to take off his shoes. Lin Fei smiled, "Just sit tight, don't worry. Let's go, skinny snake." The dark-scaled creature roared, and its massive body quickly spiraled down the building, shattering the outer layer of glass. The terrifying commotion caused the surrounding zombies to howl, as if seeing a feast, eager to gorge themselves. Thump! The dark-scaled creature's massive body hit the ground, crushing the zombies into a pulp. The moment it touched the earth, its innate ability activated, causing the ground around it to soften, and the zombies sank into the sandy soil after only a few steps, helplessly watching the sumptuous meal slip away. The mutated creatures also noticed the huge body and began to converge towards it. Yang Shaoguang on the snake's head was in awe. He had never imagined he would move through a sea of corpses in such a way. It was too damn thrilling. Then he looked at Lin Fei, who was completely calm. In his eyes, Lin Fei's image became instantly mysterious. What kind of person could treat such a terrifying creature as a mount? The key was that this terrifying giant python could turn into a human, and one that looked like it was just begging to be ridden. It's just too unscientific. Poof! Bang! Slap! Mutated creatures constantly attacked Lin Fei and the others, but streams of water, iron plates, and electric light frequently appeared, blocking these attacks. It was as if some mysterious force was guarding them in the dark. Lin Fei even set up a deck chair, put up a parasol, and pulled out an iced watermelon, munching on it as if he were on vacation. Yang Shaoguang was bewildered. What the hell was he doing here? What about the promised end of world survival? Commander Yang, want one? Lin Fei asked, producing another big watermelon from who knows where. Yang Shaoguang quickly shook his head, clutching his rifle, indicating that he needed to stay vigilant at all times. When the massive serpent's body passed through a temple in the city, a deck chair appeared on its head, and Yang Shaoguang was happily eating an iced watermelon. As he ate, he muttered, "Brothers, I will definitely avenge you. I will carry your will. But the Buddha just told me, before that, I have to get in the zone first." Chapter 57, The Vixen Dr. Forget River National Advanced Research Center. This was originally the most cutting-edge scientific research center in the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom, established in the school district. On ordinary days, besides the staff, no outsiders could be seen. At this moment, in a certain research building, in a sealed laboratory, 3 figures were busy. The laboratory was brightly lit, with some stains on the floor and walls, which didn't look like a post-apocalyptic scene. On the experimental table, there was a person, or rather a zombie, tied down. It was calmly looking at the woman who was standing next to the table and taking notes, showing no intention of devouring flesh and blood. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be astonished. Dr. Liu, subject number 2, is showing signs of mental instability, with indications that its bloodlust is resurfacing, said a middle-aged man in a white coat as he walked up to the woman. This woman had a delicate face, with a hint of coquettish charm, especially her eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, which were soul-stirring. She was wearing a white research coat, open in the front, revealing the small tips underneath. A black lace bodycon dress with a hip-hugging silhouette, her long legs clad in thigh-high black stockings that emphasized her curves. A name tag hung on her plump bosom, reading Lu Ruyan. If Lin Fei were here, he would know that this woman was the target of this operation, Dr. Liu. Lu Ruyan glanced over and nodded. The beta reagent can only last for 4 days? I'll try to neutralize it again later. If it doesn't work, just eliminate it. By the way, what about the rescue the military was talking about? I've been stuck in this damned place for 4 days, and I haven't even seen a ghost. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and whispered, "I don't know." Before communication was cut off yesterday, the military said they had already set off. Maybe they ran into some accidents on the way? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, then showed a disgusted look. They really are a bunch of useless people. After saying that, she looked at the woman who was busy at the control panel. How's her ability gene modification going? The gene has gained some self-regulating ability, but it still can't continuously activate the ability, otherwise, there's a risk of losing control, the middle-aged man replied. It seems that the alpha catalyst isn't working too well for her. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment. What about your armor ability? After using the alpha catalyst, has the control ability improved? The middle-aged man nodded. On the first day of using the alpha catalyst, my ability was able to stabilize on its own, and the strength of the ability has also been increasing. Overall, the alpha catalyst is very useful for me. Lu Rian shook her head. No, it's not just useful for you, it should be said that it's useful for all defense-type ability users. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Dr. Lu was still so confident, it was just that her temper was a bit strange. Otherwise, such a beautiful woman, how could she be 30 years old and still without a proper relationship? It was rumored that she was the designated plaything of a certain noble's son, so no one dared to touch her. Otherwise, with her coquettish looks, there would be countless men willing to fall at her feet. But it was undeniable that under her charming exterior, she had the support of authoritative knowledge in the field of genetics. Only a few days after the apocalypse, she had extracted various mutation factors from the bodies of zombies. The man and the woman who were still alive in the laboratory were both ability users, and they were also her experimental subjects. She could single-handedly develop reagents to help ability users mitigate ability trauma, so it was no wonder that the military had listed her as a must-save person. Lu Ruyan walked to the experimental table, thought for a moment, and said, "Now there are many variants of zombies outside. I haven't tried to study their genetic structures yet. Zhang Jiang, is there a way to capture one?" The middle-aged man, Zhang Jiang, was stunned, then swallowed hard. "Doctor, after all, I'm just a researcher, I don't have that kind of strength." "Hey, you're Lu Feng, right?" Lu Ruyan said, looking at the woman beside her. The woman had some good looks, appearing to be around 20 years old, but she paled in comparison to Lu Ruyan. She nodded hurriedly. "Yes, doctor, I'm Lu Feng." Lu Ruyan glanced at her with her narrow eyes, then seemed to remember something. "Your ability is very deceptive. You could try to lure the mutated creatures in. If you're not brave enough, I'll just break down your ability and graft it onto Zhang Jiang or myself." Lu Feng quickly shook her head, indicating she could do it. Then Lu Ruyan waved her hand and went back to her research. Lu Feng glanced at her and turned to leave the lab. "Doctor, can she really lure the mutated creatures here?" Zhang Jiang asked, looking at Lu Feng's departing back with suspicion. Without looking up, Lu Ruyan said, with a hint of sarcasm, "Her body can't handle the effects of the alpha catalyst. If she can lure the mutated creatures here to be contained, that's naturally a good thing. It's no loss if she dies outside. After all, our food reserves are not much anymore. One more useless person means one more consumption. She's being put to good use." Zhang Jiang felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that to Dr. Lu, he and that woman were the same. They were either useful or useless. He was grateful he had withstood the effects of the alpha catalyst, otherwise he would be a sacrifice like Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng was walking step by step in the lab corridor. The blood splattered everywhere on the clean walls and floors added to the sense of a terrifying laboratory. Lu Feng's heart was beating fast. On the day of the apocalypse, she was working part-time and took an 800 yuan food delivery order, planning to have some special play with a certain lab worker. But as soon as she arrived, terrible things happened. If she hadn't suddenly awakened a strange ability that allowed her to evade the zombies, she would have been devoured long ago. And now, although it wasn't her first time leaving the safe lab, she was still terrified of facing those monsters. As she passed a corner, Lu Feng's aura suddenly changed. A foul odor emanated, a strong smell of corpses, masking the scent of a living person on her. This was her ability, illusion. The experimental subjects in the lab were all lured there by her using this ability. Although it lacked offensive power, under certain circumstances, this ability could be considered top-notch. If frequent use of the ability didn't harm her body, she could live quite well in the apocalypse with just this ability. At this moment, Lu Feng walked through the laboratory corridor full of zombies, trembling with fear. She even faced some zombies directly, but thankfully they didn't recognize that she was alive, and she passed through here without any real danger. Going down the stairs, she felt lost, not knowing where to find the mutated creatures. Roar! The zombies outside the building suddenly began to howl agitatedly, as if they had found something that attracted them. Lu Feng was a little scared. This feeling of the unknown made her hair stand on end even more. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, startling her. The sound was different from the messy footsteps of the zombies. It had a very obvious sense of approach, making Lu Feng's heart beat faster. Could it be a mutated creature? Why was it rushing up so urgently? Did it find me? For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The position was a bit awkward, situated between two fire doors, neither going up nor down was good. The footsteps were incredibly fast, and they were about to reach her position. Lu Feng pulled out a dagger from her back, gripping it tightly in her hand. When she clearly saw the dark figure appearing in the stairwell, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Chapter 58. The ability to disguise as a zombie in the stairwell. Yang Shaoguang called out, "Dr. Lu should be on the 6th floor of this building. We're just barging in like this, are you sure the zombies outside are going to be okay?" Lin Fei said with a smile, "Don't worry, with Mo Lin here, not even a fly can get in." Seeing Lin Fei's certainty, Yang Xiaoguang didn't say much. Anyway, he was just a guide at best, and whatever Lin Fei, his big shot, said went. The two had just passed the fourth floor corner when they suddenly saw a female zombie in front of them. Yang Xiaoguang immediately raised the gun in his hand. Don't shoot. I'm not a zombie, I'm human." Yang Xiaoguang turned his head to look at Lin Fei, his face full of astonishment. "Am I hallucinating? A zombie can actually talk?" Lin Fei lowered his gun, shaking his head. "You're not hallucinating. She can indeed talk, but she's not a zombie." The zombie seemed to have a hazy phantom dissipating from her body, revealing her true appearance. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes widened. "This, an esper?" Lu Fang nodded, making Yang Xiaoguang feel a little incredible. There was even an ability to turn into a zombie. It was too useful. Lin Fei walked upstairs. "Who are you? Why are you here? And do you know Dr. Lu?" Faced with Lin Fei's questioning, Lu Fang was first taken aback. Looking at Yang Xiaoguang's attire, he was clearly a soldier. Then, as if realizing something, she asked with joy, "Are you here to rescue Dr. Lu?" Yang Xiaoguang nodded. "We came specifically to rescue Dr. Lu. If you know where she is, please lead the way." Lu Fang was extremely excited. In her eyes, the military's intervention meant safety. At this moment, she was even a bit tearful with joy. I know. I've been with Dr. Lu for the past few days. I'll take you to find her." Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang exchanged a look. They had thought they would need to show off their skills to find Dr. Lu, but they didn't expect to run into an insider here by chance. "Why are you here?" Lin Fei asked calmly. Lu Fang hesitated a bit, but didn't hide the reason for her being there. Looking for a mutated creature? Dr. Lu wouldn't be crazy, would she? Lin Fei was puzzled after hearing this. Mutated creatures were not comparable to ordinary zombies, and each mutated creature had different abilities. They could only be described as unpredictable. This Dr. Lu wanted to target the mutated creature. She was likely trying to draw water with a bamboo basket. Then, looking at Lu Fang in front of him, the woman's face was a bit pale. It was clear that her ability usage had been somewhat excessive. If she continued to use it, she would die. "Do you know the danger of mutated creatures? 10 of you wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. It seems Dr. Lu doesn't take you seriously at all." Lin Fei analyzed, through a small detail, what kind of person Dr. Lu was. An arrogant science fanatic, with a cold rationality. Human life to her was nothing more than expendable experimental material. If he wanted to win this woman over, absolute despair was an indispensable bargaining chip. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Lu Fang couldn't help but tremble. After a few days of interaction, she roughly understood what kind of person Dr. Lu was, and she was indeed expendable as Lin Fei said. However, now that the military had come to the rescue, she didn't have to worry about being abandoned by Dr. Lu. She shook her head and didn't say anything, just leading the way. When the three arrived behind the fire door on the 6th floor, Lu Fang took a deep breath, and her ability activated again. Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang watched her figure transform. Soon, she became a zombie, which made them click their tongues in wonder. "There are many zombies outside the door, all the people from this building. What do you do?" Lu Fang turned her head to ask. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Us? Naturally, we'll walk over." After speaking, to Lu Fang's shock, Lin Fei directly kicked the fire door flying. The zombies outside, hearing the commotion, turned their heads. Upon seeing the delicious meal, they roared and charged. "Two. Yang Xiaoguang raised the gun in his hand and fired frantically. Every bullet hit the fast-moving zombies, some even getting headshots. He truly deserved to be the runner-up in the army competition. For an ordinary person, he was already at the top. Of course, this was also because Lin Fei was standing beside him, allowing him to fire without worry. After finishing a magazine, he pulled out his pistol and emptied the clip with a series of bang bang bang. Then, he holstered his gun and looked at Lin Fei. "I'm done, do as you please." Lin Fei laughed. "It's a pity you don't have a superpower. If you did, you'd be someone special." With that, he took a step forward. Hidden metal pieces in the surrounding walls burst out, transforming into sharp spikes around Lin Fei. In an instant, all the charging zombies were impaled and pinned to death. This scene greatly shocked Lu Fang. Superpowers, they could be this powerful. Yang Xiaoguang also looked envious, then sighed inwardly. The two quickly followed Lin Fei's pace. Lu Fang cautiously peered around the corner ahead. There were no zombies in the corridor of labs. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head, intending to wave at Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang. Bang! Just as she raised her hand, the black glass beside her shattered, and a figure burst out. Put! The sound of tearing flesh echoed with the shattering glass. Lu Fang stared blankly at her severed arm, then after a moment of stunned silence, she screamed, "Ah! My hand!" Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and Yang Xiaoguang also raised his gun, aiming at the dark figure. It was a zombie, only as tall as an average person, but it was thin and emaciated, with distinct muscle lines, looking like it suffered from malnutrition. A tattered white coat draped over its body. On its shoulders, elbows, knees, heels, and back were jagged bone spurs, sharp as knives. Clearly, this was a mutated creature. It might not have been discovered before because Lu Fang had her superpower activated whenever she passed by. However, after Lin Fei eliminated the other zombies, she deactivated her superpower. The scent of a living person was instantly captured by this mutant. Instead of immediately killing the injured Lu Fang, the mutant charged towards Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang, a bloodthirsty grin on its face. Damn it, smiling so ugly and still daring to come out. Lin Fei cursed, stepping forward and throwing a punch. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes widened in shock. Lin Fei had actually chosen to fight the mutant hand-to-hand. Was this reckless? The mutant's grin didn't fade. This meat bug dared to fight it head-on. He was simply courting death. Its bone spurs could cut through even metal. But in the next moment, it was stunned. Bang! 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 The instant the bone spurs touched Lin Fei's fist, they shattered inch by inch, as if it wasn't a fist, but an invincible superalloy. Thud! The punch landed squarely on the mutant's head, followed by a dull thud. It flew backward instantly, crashing into the wall and becoming irremovable. Chapter 59. The ability to devour powers. The mutated zombie was clearly wrecked by Lin Fei's punch. Its head caved in more than halfway. Beside him, Lu Fang's screams were incessant, crimson blood flowing on the ground. Yang Xiaoguang hurried forward, taking out gauze from a spare backpack, wanting to stop her bleeding. It's no use, even if you stop it, it's a dead end. The virus on the mutated body is not comparable to ordinary zombies. Even ability users can only wait for death if they're injured. Lin Fei's words sentenced Lu Fang to death, and Yang Xiaoguang's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Lu Fang was utterly terrified, shaking her head with a crazed look. No! No! I won't die. I definitely won't die. That's right, Dr. Lu. I'm going to find Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu can definitely save me. She suppressed the fear in her heart, steadied herself against the wall and stood up, running around the corner towards a certain laboratory, her blood splattering along the way, an utterly hopeless sight. Lin Fei patted the stunned Yang Xiaoguang. Let's go. Some things you shouldn't take too seriously. It's not good for the heart. Yang Xiaoguang looked at the unaffected Lin Fei, suddenly feeling that Lin Fei was definitely not as amiable as he seemed on the surface. When the two turned the corner, Lu Fang just happened to push open the door to a laboratory, and then they heard her cries and a man's scream. Lin Fei and Yang Xiaoguang exchanged a look, and the two of them quickly walked over. Inside the door was a clean laboratory, Lu Fang's bloodstains dripping on the ground, looking very glaring. You stupid woman, you've made my laboratory so dirty. Are you tired of living? A woman's cold scolding voice rang out. Looking through the doorway, they saw a woman in a white coat kicking Lu Fang to the ground. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes lit up when he saw her. Dr. Lu. Lu Ruyan turned her head to look at the two of them, her alluring eyes full of suspicion. Who are you? Are you some clowns sent by the military? Yang Xiaoguang took a few steps inside and gave her a salute. Yang Xiaoguang, commander of the Wangchuan front line of the southern war zone, was ordered to come and rescue Dr. Lu. Lu Ruyan glanced at him and sneered twice. You only came now. What are you good for? Lin Fei scrutinized her. This woman seemed to have some kind of major illness. It was good enough that they came to save her. Did she really think that the whole world had to revolve around her? Doctor! Doctor, save me! Lu Fang lay helplessly on the ground, reaching out her hand towards Lu Ruyan. In her eyes, only Lu Ruyan had the ability to save her. Lu Ruyan had a cold smile on her face. She reached out her hand to her. Lu Fang was overjoyed. Dr. Lu was going to save her. But when their hands clasped, Lu Fang's expression suddenly changed. She seemed to feel some extreme pain, her eyes staring at Lu Ruyan in disbelief. Dr. Lu! No! Don't kill me! Ah! A painful wail came from Lu Fang's mouth, then her face paled at a speed visible to the naked eye, her skin shriveled, as if her body had been emptied. A few seconds later, she died with her eyes wide open. Yang Xiaoguang's eyes narrowed. Dr. Lu, what is this? Lu Ruyan's face was extremely flushed. She licked her lips charmingly and chuckled. She was going to die anyway, might as well make a contribution to society in the end. She should feel fortunate. Bang! Bang! A sound suddenly came from the side, a middle-aged man covered in hardened armor, clutching his wrist as he stumbled backward, knocking over the medicine on the table. He looked at Lu Ruyan with horror. He had seen Lu Fang's fate clearly. He had accidentally been bitten by the berserk test subject number 2 just now. Would he also become a withered corpse like Lu Fang? Lu Ruyan looked at him and shouted coldly, "Come here." Zhang Zhang's skin crawled. He shook his head and retreated away from Lu Ruyan, then planned to rush out the door. Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed, a hint of anger brewing. Zhang Jian looked at Lin Fei standing at the door and shouted fiercely, "Get the hell out of my way." The reason he didn't attack Lu Ruyan was because he saw the gun on Yang Xiaoguang. He didn't know if he could withstand an attack from a firearm, so he chose to flee. He even glanced back at Lu Ruyan, unable to believe that such a beautiful woman could be so ruthless. Was this what they called a venomous heart? If he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely make Lu Ruyan pay the price. Hatred had just gathered in his eyes when he saw a palm as big as a fan. Slap! Zhang Jiang felt a sudden white blankness before his eyes. It was as if he saw his grandma waving at him. Bang! Clatter clatter. It came quickly and went quickly. His body flew backward, crashing through several rows of reagent racks before falling still. Lin Fei looked at Yang Shaoguang and Lu Ruyan, shaking his hand. Turtle ability, it's quite tough. Lu Ruyan's pupils constricted slightly. You're also an ability user? What's your ability? Enhanced physique? Or enhanced strength? Lin Fei stared at her and suddenly smiled. Dr. Lu wants to know? Lu Ruyan also smiled. As a researcher, naturally, I'm interested. If you could become my test subject, I think we would get along very well. Heh, I'm not interested in being a lab rat, but getting along is possible. I've always been very interested in exceptional women. Lin Fei's eyes scanned Lu Ruyan's body, his intentions obvious. Lu Ruyan didn't seem to find it repulsive. Instead, she let her white coat slip to her shoulders, revealing the fiery outfit beneath more clearly. Heh, men are all the same. There are plenty of people in this world who want to sleep with me, Lu Ruyan. What makes you think I'd willingly submit? Lu Ruyan? After a moment of surprise, Lin Fei chuckled. Truly worthy of the title of born to wear stockings, woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Yang Shaoguang, standing between the two, couldn't stand their strange exchange. He raised his hand and said, you two, can we talk about something else for now? Dr. Lu, if there isn't anything else important here, please come with us. Lu Ruyan glanced at him, then smiled blandly. The important things are all in my head. There's nothing to take. Oh, wait, there's still some alms I need to retrieve. With that, she walked gracefully to Zhang Zhang's side, bending down and placing her hand on his forehead. Immediately, gray-brown mist-like threads flowed from Zhang Zhang's orifices, completely absorbed by Lu Ruyan. When she stood up, she couldn't help but let out a couple of seductive moans, the sound sending a slight shiver down the spine. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiang on the ground turned into a dried corpse like Lu Feng. Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, your ability can devour other people's abilities? Lu Ruyan opened her seductive eyes, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. Why don't you try it and find out? Chapter 60, Using oneself as bait, fishing for the beautiful. Lin Fei didn't plan on playing cards with this woman right now. He'd have nowhere to cry if his wallet got emptied later. Yang Shaoguang coughed twice. Let's go, Dr. Lu, we should leave here first. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything more, took off her white coat and tossed it aside, following him out of the lab in her hollowed-out black silk pencil skirt, exuding the same dashing and alluring vibe as Ada Wong from Resident Evil. Lin Fei shook his head. Taking down this woman would indeed be somewhat difficult. Generally speaking, to capture the attention of research fanatics, you have to find their thing. Some might like academic resonance, others simple pleasures. Lu Ruyan had the demeanor of a vixen but possessed incredibly high academic capabilities, and she was ruthless when she killed. These elements combined in her made Lin Fei feel like he had nowhere to start. But nothing is absolute. The interest Lu Ruyan had shown him earlier was definitely genuine. Maybe she really did want to take him for research. Of course, he wouldn't be dumb enough to lie down on the experiment table to be sliced up, but he could use himself as bait to hook this. How many of you came? Lu Ruyan suddenly asked, as they passed by the horde of corpses Lin Fei had just dealt with. Yang Shaoguang looked at him, hesitated for a moment before saying, 3. 3? Are you kidding me? Lu Ruyan's expression was bewildered. Yang Shaoguang slowly explained, when we received notice from above the day before yesterday, we sent out a team, but unfortunately, they failed this morning and were completely wiped out. After her bewilderment, Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly turned cold again. Then how did you get here? I don't believe 3 people could escape from a sea of corpses. You need to understand that my life is much more valuable than yours. She was well aware that the city had already fallen, and having studied zombies extensively, she knew their strength well. Even regular zombies were much stronger than adults, not to mention the many mutated ones. An elite squad had failed, yet Yang Shaoguang was saying they had only come with 3 people to rescue her. What a joke. As Lu Ruyan was speculating all sorts of things, Lin Fei walked past her and said calmly, let's go, Commander Yang. If she doesn't want to leave, we can't force her, can we? Besides, we've been out long enough. There are some things we need to go back to figure out. With that, he headed into the safety passage without looking back, walking downstairs. Yang Shaoguang looked at Lu Ruyan, his expression somewhat serious. Dr. Lu, please believe us, since we were able to safely come here, we naturally have a way to take you away safely. Lin Fei is the main force of our operation. If he wants to give up on you, I really might not have a way. Lu Ruyan frowned. What did he mean by Lin Fei being the main force? Was it just because he was strong? But after Yang Shaoguang finished, he turned and chased after Lin Fei, as if he would abandon her if she hesitated any longer. This made Lu Ruyan somewhat displeased. This feeling of being looked down on was new, but not one she liked. I want to see what abilities that guy has to escape from a sea of corpses. She carefully stepped down the stairs, the noises outside the experimental building gradually reaching her ears. It was the sound of many zombies howling, and very close, they should be right outside the door. When she reached the first floor, the red light from outside shone in, casting long shadows of the three figures at the entrance. Lu Ruyan stepped into the light, revealing the world it concealed. Her pupils shrank, revealing an expression of disbelief. Outside the experimental building, a large number of zombies were howling, including many bizarrely shaped mutated ones. Yet, they couldn't harm them, as they were now deep in the ground, only their heads visible in impotent rage. This bizarre scene shocked Lu Ruyan's mind. What was going on? Was it an ability? But what ability could cover such a wide area? A quick glance revealed no less than 100 zombies. Even in the woods 100 meters away from the experimental building, zombies were trapped in the soil. Lin Fei clearly saw the shock on her face, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Shocked? Good. Shock is often the beginning of interest, and if that was the case, Lin Fei didn't mind giving her something even more shocking. He walked forward, quicksand gathering into steps that carried him higher and higher. Then a dark green light bloomed before the three of them, gradually filling their entire field of vision. Lu Ruyan finally opened her eyes, seeing a scene she would never forget. A dark green python, as thick as a train, was coiled around the experimental building, and on its massive head, Lin Fei stood against the light, as majestic and solemn as a god. Leave or stay, I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. 10. 9. Lu Ruyan instantly woke up, goosebumps covering her whole body, her delicate frame trembling slightly. After the initial shock, a strong desire for knowledge took over her mind, her scientific soul burning fiercely. This world was too crazy. Too crazy. Man, you have successfully piqued my interest. I, Lu Ruyan, swear. I will definitely study all the secrets you hold. And so, she did not hesitate to climb the steps onto the serpent's head facing Lin Fei. Rumble. The enormous body of the dark-scaled serpent moved on the ground, plowing deep furrows like a high-speed train, carrying the three of them quickly into the mire of the city. What? The helicopter crashed? A cry of alarm rang out in the courtyard. Clang! A bowl and dishes fell to the ground, shattering, the sound clear and distinct. Huang Ruwei stood by the door, her expression blank as she looked at Su Nan. Nan, what did you say? Ruan Xiao, who was in the middle of copying the movements for the living tiger pill, paused, looking at Su Nan in disbelief. Su Nan's mind was also in chaos. The news had come from Chen Dong's underlings, and the possibility of it being false was almost zero, which meant the helicopter carrying Lin Fei and the others had indeed crashed. Huang Ruwei walked over and grabbed her arm. Nan, tell me it's not true, please. Su Nan was at a loss for words. Shen Linging came running in from outside, her face pale, her eyes somewhat red as she looked at Huang Ruwei and the others. Auntie, they must have heard wrong, right? How could something happen to brother Lin Fei? He's our Superman. Xin Shuriying also followed her inside, but she was clearly calmer. Linging, calm down, I've foreseen it, nothing bad could happen on this trip. Her words seemed to provide some comfort to the women. Boom! 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 Just as she finished speaking, the roar of a raptor sounded outside. Huang Ruwei cried out in surprise. Jinjin. Chapter 61. The women's field team mobilizes. If one were to say which of the women held the most special feelings for Lin Fei, it would undoubtedly be Huang Jinjin, whose personality had undergone a drastic change. It was Lin Fei who transformed her from a delusional saintess into a reality-aware killer, and it was also Lin Fei who gave her a second life. At this moment, Huang Jinjin's eyes were filled with anger as she cursed and muttered, Lin, you big pig hoof. You'd be better off dead. If you died, we'd be free. Mom could remarry, and I could move into another man's house with her. Or maybe Sister Wanqiu could join Mom. They get along so well, they wouldn't mind, right? As for the tricks I taught Sister Lingyin, someone else will just have to enjoy them. Don't worry, Sister Shuriying will definitely keep an eye on things. See that, Lin, you big pig hoof? This is what happens when you die. Huang Jinjin appeared to be laughing, but 2 streams of tears had already streaked down her face. She wiped away the tears, her eyes now filled with worry and determination. Lin Fei, you wait for me, I'm coming to find you. The raptor roared fiercely as Huang Jinjin floored the accelerator, but the car didn't lurch forward, as if the gas pedal had failed. Huang Jinjin, what are you trying to do, you little brat? Huang Ruwei rushed out of the house and yelled at Huang Jinjin by the raptor. Huang Jinjin turned to look at her. I'm going to bring him back. Huang Ruwei's face was stern, but also full of worry. If you go like this, will you even find him? What will your mother do if you die out there? Huang Jinjin stubbornly retorted, so what if I die? I'll give it my all before I die. At least I won't have any regrets. Huang Ruwei was stunned. She hadn't realized that her daughter had unknowingly developed such intense feelings for Lin Fei, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Ruan Xiu came forward, took Huang Ruwei's hand, and soothed her before turning to look at Huang Jinjin inside the car. Jinjin, don't be impulsive, let's all discuss a plan of action first, okay? As a business elite, Ruanxiu always maintained her composure. Any impulsive action could bring about unforeseen consequences, some of which they simply couldn't handle. The sisters also came forward to persuade her. Shenlinging cried as she said, "Jinjin, don't worry, I'll go with you." Shinshuriying patted her head, "You silly girl, what are you meddling in? Alright, all of you calm down first. I believe in Lin Fei, he definitely won't be so short-lived," Sunan said, walking over from behind to stop the women. Huang Ruoyi and the others had all witnessed Lin Fei's strength, especially Shinshuriying, who had personally seen Lin Fei's battle with Mo Lin. "How about this, if you're worried about him, then go together. After all, more people mean more safety. This way I can rest assured, and Lin Fei will be relieved if he knew," Sunan said after some thought. Ruanxiu furrowed her brow slightly. "Sister Nan, what about the target range if we all leave? What if those people come to attack again?" Sunan smiled. "Don't worry, they only succeeded in their attack before because it was a sneak attack. Now that our people are constantly on alert, they will have to think twice about coming." After saying that, she looked at Huang Ruoyi. "Ruoyi, go and bring Lin Fei back." Huang Ruoyi looked at her with a complex expression, then gritted her teeth and said to Ruanxiu and the three other women, "Alright, let's go crazy this time. If Lin Fei blames us, I'll take responsibility." Ruanxiu gripped her hand tightly. "Sister Ruoyi, what nonsense are you talking about? I will definitely be with you. My sister and I will also stand on the same side as Aunt." Shenlinging wiped away her tears and raised her small fist. Huang Ruoyi looked at them, her brows slowly relaxing. "Okay, let's go together. But before that, we still have to leave some precautions. Shuriying, let's build a defense line around the target range." Soon, massive metal walls rose around the perimeter of the huge training ground, 2 centimeters thick and 2 to 3 meters high. Outside, a moat formed by compressed metal was filled with water deep enough to drown an adult. After all of this was done, Huang Ruoyi and Shinshuriying lay in the back of the raptor, their pretty faces pale. This was the result of constantly consuming vital tiger pills. Without them, they wouldn't dare expend their powers like this. Boom boom boom. The raptor roared as it shot off like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sunan stood at the entrance of the training ground, watching them, with worry and anticipation. The raptor sped along the road, Ruanxiu silent, firmly gripping the steering wheel. Her power connected to the raptor's fuel tank, allowing the fuel to be inexhaustible, even without Lin Fei's spatial storage. Shenlinging's hands glowed with green light, sometimes touching Huang Ruoyi and Shinshuriying, sometimes touching the raptor. Through constant practice, she had unlocked a new use for her power, and now her targets were not limited to living things. She could now use it on inanimate objects such as repairing the raptor's tires, fixing damaged metal, and more. It was very useful. If their current powers were to be categorized, they had undoubtedly advanced to the second stage. However, there was no unified name for it yet. Lin Fei simply called it second-tier power. Needless to say, there were probably only a handful of power users who had reached the second tier at this stage. Most power users had indulged themselves to death, and the survivors did not dare to use their powers recklessly. Only a small number with special abilities could protect themselves and improve their skills. The researchers of the Dragon Nation were working hard to overcome this problem, because power users were obviously the key, and the authorities were not stupid. That was why the Southern War Zone was so insistent that the people on the front lines rescue Lu Ruyan. The raptor sped along the road, ordinary zombies blocking the way were directly smashed, and even the mutated ones could be quickly dealt with by the combined efforts of the women. Their cooperation became increasingly tacit, with both offense and defense. Their combat power was first class. But the reason they could be together was because of Lin Fei as their bond, otherwise they would have long been dead somewhere. "Which way should we go?" Ruanxiu asked as she saw the fork in the road ahead. Huang Ruoyi thought for a moment. "If we want to go to the university town, the shortest way is to go directly through the city, but that is too dangerous. We can't put ourselves in danger." I believe that if Lin Fei was okay, he wouldn't choose that either. Ruanxiu nodded. "Okay, we'll go around the city." The raptor drifted at the fork in the road, and headed directly for the bypass fast lane on the right. On top of a distant building, a burly figure stood silently, strangely with no head, muscles bulging and looking very eerie. Looking closer, a distorted human face was on its chest, a sinister smile covering its features, watching the raptor dash along the road, a hee-hee-hee sound coming from its mouth. Chapter 62. Figures in the smog. The roar of a raptor echoed in the outskirts of the city, drawing a large number of zombies toward the source of the sound. The traffic on the Ring Expressway was heavy, and the raptor had to use its powerful engine to squeeze through. Huang Ruoyi had mostly recovered by now and, looking at the road ahead, said, "Xiaoqiu, I remember the road ahead passes near your home, right?" Ruanxiu's foot momentarily paused on the accelerator, her mind reeling. "Yeah." Huang Jinjin turned her head to look at her. "Sister Ruanxiu, aren't you going to go back and have a look? Maybe there are still survivors in your family." Ruanxiu chuckled twice, somewhat self-deprecatingly. "Me? I haven't had a home since the day the apocalypse came. What's the point of going back? Upon hearing this, the other women felt a pang of sadness for her. Huang Jinjin slapped her mouth lightly. I'm sorry, Sister Ruanqiu, I was being nosy. She forced a smile and didn't ask any further questions. Ruanqiu said indifferently, it's nothing, aren't we doing pretty well now? No one said anything more. The raptor roared through the tunnel, and when they emerged, they found themselves enveloped in smog. What's going on? The sun hasn't even set yet, how can there be such thick fog? Huang Jinjin looked at the car window with puzzlement. Huang Ruwei frowned. No, this isn't fog. I can't sense any water molecules inside. It's more like smog. There are tiny particles floating in the air. Everyone tried to avoid inhaling this stuff. The situation was too strange. Ruanqiu quickly turned off the external air circulation and distributed a few of the purified masks from the storage box to everyone. In the dense smog, visibility was only a few dozen meters. The collisions between the Raptor and other vehicles on the road reminded them that they were still on the Ring Expressway. They didn't know when they'd be able to drive out of this smog-shrouded area. Something's not right, everyone be careful, we may have encountered something unknown, Ruanqiu said in a deep voice, reminding them. She had noticed that there were fewer and fewer abandoned cars on the road and that the zombies had also disappeared. This made the women in the car feel a sudden jolt of fear. Generally, this kind of situation only had one explanation. They had entered the territory of something, just like the corpse tree from before. Zombies dared not enter that area. Look, is that someone up ahead? Huang Jinjin pointed in the direction of what was visible, raising her eyebrows. They all saw the figures standing in the smog. The raptor slowly came to a stop. Ruanqiu flashed the high beams at the figure to test their reaction. As a result, several more figures walked out of the smog, forming a human wall, blocking their path. I have a bad feeling about this, Xin Shuriying suddenly said, making everyone's heart sink. If even Xin Shuriying felt uneasy, then the situation was likely quite dire. They are coming. Huang Ruoi's expression was serious. Click. The women got out of the car. Xin Shuriying used metal to completely cover the raptor, making it look like a metal lump that had grown out of the ground. Whoosh! Huang Jinjin's straight blade was unsheathed, her body flashing with faint electric arcs, ready for action at any moment. When the figures enveloped in smog slowly walked to within 10 meters of the women, Ruanqiu suddenly widened her eyes. Li Fuhai! Shen Duo! Is that you? From the shock in Ruanqiu's voice, it was clear that she knew the figures. Who are they? Huang Ruoi asked. Ruanqiu frowned. They are the butler and one of the drivers from the Ruan family. I don't know why they're here. Look at their backs. Huang Jinjin shouted loudly, pointing her straight blade forward with keen eyes. The other women looked behind them. They saw something like a water pipe extending from their backs, connecting to something in the smog. Those tubes were extremely elastic, dull in color, and even had remnants of flesh and blood clinging to them. They are no longer human, or rather, they are controlled by something. Everyone, be careful, Xin Shuriying warned, sensing the deathly intent emanating from them. As soon as she finished speaking, the 10 figures suddenly grinned fiendishly and then burst forth, rushing towards the group. Huang Jinjin's eyes sharpened, and she instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting forward. The 10-meter distance was covered in an instant, and the straight blade in her hand slashed fiercely at one of the figures. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade struck the person's arm, feeling as though it had hit metal, causing Huang Jinjin's hand to go numb. A mutant, she wondered in disbelief. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind approached, and a black shadow came hurtling from the side, nearly striking Huang Jinjin's head. Clang! Fortunately, a metal plate suddenly materialized, blocking the blow for her. Jinjin, don't be distracted. These guys are all mutants. Xin Shuriying yelled from a short distance, also warning everyone else. Thud! The ground where Huang Jinjin had just stood was shattered by a punch from the person with metallic skin, sending rubble flying in all directions. Huang Ruoi activated her water-based power, transforming it into sharp spikes, launching an indiscriminate attack at the 10. When the water spikes reached them, the woman in the middle stretched out her arms, resembling a cross, and stood still, emitting an invisible interference from her body. Then, the women watched as the extremely powerful water spikes strangely turned into soft streams of water, failing to inflict any damage. Something's fishy. Let me try. Xin Shuriying stomped her foot, causing the ground to ripple slightly. Bang! 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 A series of shattering sounds erupted, and metal spikes suddenly shot up from under the 10 figures' feet, intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, they yielded the same result as the water, turning into molten metal and splattering onto the ground. Mutant immunity? An idea flashed in Xin Shuriying's mind. If that were the case, things were going to be extremely troublesome. What do we do? Our abilities are nullified if we get too close, Ruanqiu said gravely. Huang Jinjin suddenly walked over to the raptor and asked Xin Shuriying to activate the vehicle's defenses. She quickly climbed inside and retrieved an assault rifle. That woman can't move when she's releasing her power. Isn't she a sitting duck? Bullets aren't an ability. Let us see if she can withstand that. Having said that, Huang Jinjin shouldered the gun, disengaged the safety, and pulled the bolt back. Fire instantly burst from the muzzle. Bullets sprayed out like they were free, and even though the target was poor, they were bound to land a few hits at this distance. A burly man, 2 meters tall, standing next to the woman took a few strides and stood in front of her, protecting her head with his hands. Put, put, put. The bullets struck the man, causing blood to bloom, but none of them were fatal. Clearly, he was a physical enhancement mutant. As expected, bullets can pass through the range of power interference. The women's eyes brightened. After Huang Jinjin finished pouring bullets into him, the towering man wore an expression that said, "Is that all?" Huang Jinjin immediately expressed her dissatisfaction and asked Ruan Qiu to replicate 4 more guns and link the cloning power to the magazines. When 5 guns were pointed at him, his face instantly looked like he had eaten a fly. "You were so good at taking it. Let us see you try again." Chapter 63. The Black Rose Squad besieged from all sides. When that woman used her ability to interfere, not only did Huang Ruoyi and the others lose their powers, but the people around her also couldn't use their abilities. It was a double-edged sword ability, which could be a kill move if used well, but it could also harm oneself and others if used poorly. Especially with the condition of having to be stationary to trigger it. Once people figured out the pattern, a single shot could solve the problem. Therefore, the physical enhancement ability user beside her was the best shield, but unfortunately, he was no match for absolute firepower. Currently, among the enhanced ability users, none could be immune to bullet attacks. When 5 guns were pointed at her, the woman retracted her interference ability and slowly retreated. Without using her ability, she was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, and any attack from Huang Ruoyi and the others could take her out. The moment she retreated, Huang Jinjin shouted, "Fire!" 5 guns fired simultaneously, bullets raining down, their beautiful figures flickering in the firelight, like a blooming black rose squad. Those figures faced the barrage of bullets, each adopting different defensive methods. Flames scorched, ice armor, earth armor, and gravity all appeared. The girls had fired over 100 bullets, but those guys still took a defensive posture, as if they had no intention of rushing up to fight them. This made them a little confused, and Shen Lingyan suddenly said in a clear voice, "It must be the distance. Just like that corpse tree, there must be an attack range limit." As soon as she said this, it was like a wake-up call. If those guys could move freely, they would have probably launched a group attack by now. 10 against 5, they would have the advantage. It must be that thing behind them that's restricting them or controlling them. But what exactly is it? Huang Ruoyi said with a frown. Ruan Qiu narrowed her eyes slightly. "No matter what it is, if it can control so many ability users, it's beyond our ability to deal with right now. I think we should turn back and take a detour." The girls all agreed with this choice, but Huang Jinjin was a little disappointed. Gulu, a strange sound echoed from the depths of the fog, as if something was stirring, and the mist grew thicker. "Go!" Huang Ruoyi urged the others into the car, then suddenly swerved and turned around, speeding back the way they came. Through the rearview mirror, they could see the figures being swallowed by the thick fog. "Why do such strange things keep appearing in Wanchuan City?" Huang Jinjin complained. The girls didn't know what to say. After all, it had only been a few days since the apocalypse, and humans had a very limited understanding of it. "Speaking of which, what if we can't find Lin Fei?" Huang Jinjin suddenly said, deflated. The girls were all stunned, not daring to think about it. Shen Shurian comforted her, "Don't worry, Lin Fei will definitely be fine." Boom! As they drove out of the area shrouded in mist, the scene before them made the girls' eyes widen. At the other end of the ring road, countless zombies were swarming towards them, a black mass. A horde of zombies. How could? Huang Ruoyi exclaimed, but then remembered the day they faced the corpse tree. It was the same way then the corpse tree could drive away zombies, and it could also summon a zombie horde. If that was the case, could that in the mist also be another corpse tree? What do? We definitely can't break through the zombie horde. Should we hold our ground here? Ruan Qiu suggested quickly, gripping the handrail. Shen Shurian immediately rejected the idea. That won't work. Our abilities will eventually be exhausted, and we can't compete with zombies on time. They were now surrounded on all sides, trapped and unable to move forward or backward. We turn around. We'll find a breakthrough from that side. Huang Jinjin shouted. Huang Ruoyi didn't hesitate, swerving again and heading straight back into the fog. Rather than facing a massive horde of zombies and being slowly worn down, they chose to fight for a glimmer of hope. If Lin Fei were here, what would he choose? Huang Ruoyi murmured. Huang Jinjin, in the back seat, patted the back of the front seat and said with sparkling eyes, Lin Fei would definitely just charge in with his blade. But then she sighed, it's a shame he's not here. It's okay, even if he's not here, we'll definitely be able to hold up our own sky. We can't let others look down on us. Huang Jinjin's emotions went through 3 shifts, and she spoke with renewed fervor. That's right, Jinjin is right. If we all work together, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. Shin Lingyin's eyes flashed with light beside her. The other girls were also infected by their enthusiasm, and their fighting spirit began to soar. Not far from the city's ring road, a massive, dark green python, like a train, crushed the earth into a broken mess. The zombies below clawed at it like a tide, but could not even break through its scales. Even the mutants in the horde could not harm the python. It was an absolute crushing of power. As it passed by tall buildings, some mutants would occasionally attack from above, but they would often be met with sudden torrents of water, resilient metal, and brilliant flashes of electricity that dissolved their attacks. It could be seen that there were 3 figures standing on the python's head. Lin Fei, have you noticed that the number of zombies seems to be less? Yang Shaoguang suddenly said. Lin Fei nodded. Yeah, there are definitely far fewer than in other places. It's a bit unusual. Behind him, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered over Lin Fei. This man was simply a walking safe, containing something that fascinated her. Just on this journey alone, he had displayed the ability to control water, metal, and lightning, not to mention the dark green python beneath them that had once been a human. Scientifically speaking, this kind of creature should not exist at all, yet here it was, alive and well, right in front of her eyes. All of this originated from the man called Lin Fei, as if a huge secret was waiting for her to discover. Lin Fei, I smell the scent of Sister Shiriying and the others. The python beneath them suddenly spoke. Lin Fei's brows furrowed. Huh? You can smell them even though we're so far from the target range? Mo Lin gently shook its head. No, do you think I'm a dog in the sky? The scent I smell is very close, no more than 2 kilometers from us. Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yang Shaoguang. It seems someone in the camp has already heard about the helicopter crash, otherwise my women would never have gone against my will and gone deep into the horde. Yang Shaoguang's gaze flickered, his mind filling with countless guesses. At this time, Mo Lin reminded again, there's also a powerful aura over there that disgusts me, several times stronger than Sister Shiriying and the others. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. He patted Mo Lin's head. Let's go find them. They really are a bunch of troublemakers. Chapter 64. Prepare to fight to the death. The pink raptor, like an arrow released from a bow, hugged the edge of the city's expressway, charging into the smog. They had to confront the bizarre entities growing within the mist because this particular stretch of expressway was an overpass, a full 30 meters above the ground below. If they were to crash out, though it might not be fatal, it would certainly be a terrible fall. In a city overrun by zombies, that was as good as a death sentence. Reinforce the vehicle, we'll try to smash straight through. Huang Ruoi shouted. Immediately, the girls all unleashed their abilities onto the raptor. Shin Shiriying was in charge of the vehicle's external armor, Wan Shou focused on the vehicle's fuel consumption, and Shen Lingyin was responsible for repairing any damaged parts. Huang Jinjin applied her own ability to the entire car, granting it speed beyond its horsepower limits. As the number of vehicles in the smog gradually decreased, Huang Ruoi didn't hesitate to fully depress the accelerator. Boom! 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 The raptor was more ferocious than ever, transforming into a blue-pink lightning bolt as it sped forward. The intense back pressure pressed the girls hard into their seats. They were filled with anxiety, unsure if they could break through the path ahead. As they approached the spot where they had fought with the 10 ability users, fiery red orbs began to flicker within the smog and rapidly flew towards the raptor. Boom! 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 They were fireballs, terrifyingly hot, falling onto the raptor's path. Huang Ruoi was a skilled driver, and with the car's stability, they barely managed to avoid the incoming attacks. A layer of water flowed over the raptor, greatly insulating it from the intense heat of the explosions. But the attacks from within the smog didn't stop. Suddenly, a patch of ice spread across the road ahead. When the raptor drove onto it, it instantly lost traction and began to skid. The car spun uncontrollably, and because they were near the edge of the overpass, there was a risk of crashing through the railings and falling off. Steady the steering wheel! Shin Shiriying yelled, and immediately her ability bloomed, metal instantly spreading from the car, encasing the tires. The sharp spikes that covered the metal dug fiercely into the ice, producing an ear-splitting screech. With the anti-skid wheels, the car finally stabilized. The uncontrolled spin had left the girls pale. Huang Jinjin's eyes flickered with relief. Luckily Sister Shiriying was here. Don't let your guard down, the real danger is still ahead, Huang Ruoi warned, reminding the girls to stay vigilant. Seeing that the ice spread had no effect, the ability user in the smog instantly transformed the road ahead of the raptor into a muddy, sandy mess, hoping to impede them. Upon seeing this, Shin Shiriying instantly pushed her metal control ability to its limits. 2 metal platforms, wide enough for the wheels to pass, instantly spread out in front of the raptor's tires, allowing the vehicle to smoothly cross the muddy section. It was undeniable that the girls' ability usage had improved greatly. In the past, they would never have been able to achieve such precise control. This was all thanks to Lin Fei having patched up their genetic defects, otherwise no ability user could endure such relentless attacks. Just when everyone thought they could break through the obstacles, a terrifying force of gravity suddenly descended, pressing the raptor heavily downward. Even the girls inside the car could feel the terrible weight. If they hadn't become ability users, they probably wouldn't have been able to lift a hand. Under the influence of the gravity ability, Shinshuriying's metal ability, which was already heavily depleted, was directly cut off, and the raptor instantly sank into the road. No matter how hard Huang Ruoyi pressed the accelerator, they couldn't get free. Damn it, these guys are desperate to keep us here, Ruan Xiu said, her voice cold as she looked at the smog outside. Just as the words left her mouth, 10 black figures slowly emerged from the mist, their bodies glowing with the light of their abilities. Get ready to fight to the death, everyone. Huang Ruoyi unbuckled her seatbelt, her expression incredibly solemn. The other women opened their car doors and got out. After taking the vital tiger pill, Shinshuriying's metal ability was released again, preventing them from sinking into the mud. Huang Jinjin had already drawn her straight blade, with 2 vital tiger pills in her mouth, ready to swallow them to replenish her energy. Huang Jinjin's azure flashes, unlike the other women, were not suitable for long-range attacks. They only had their greatest effect when attached to herself or objects, which was why she always chose close-quarters combat. Jinjin, don't be so reckless, do you hear me? Huang Ruoyi grabbed Huang Jinjin's arm, sternly reminding her. Huang Jinjin was silent for a moment, then said, Mom, everyone is fighting hard, aren't they? The knuckles of Huang Ruoyi's other hand were white from clenching, but she could only let go of Huang Jinjin. Yes, everyone had to fight hard now, no one could hide behind and pass safely. Don't worry, we're not lambs to the slaughter either. Shinshuriying's purple chessboard spread out under her feet, enveloping everyone. After trying to use her divination ability in battle last time, she seemed to have opened a special door. Within the chessboard, she possessed an extremely strong ability to predict and create miracles. Although not a direct means of attack, it was still very terrifying. If the enemy had few units, she could even anticipate their moves and catch a blade barehanded with 100% certainty. Therefore, on the battlefield, Shinshuriying was a natural commander. Next to her, Huang Ruoyi was condensing water currents in both hands, compressing and rotating them. 2 gray barriers appeared in front of the 2 women, about the size of steering wheels. This was Ruan Xiu's replicated ability, which could duplicate any non-living object that passed through these 2 barriers. The women had all made the most of their abilities. In terms of combat, they were definitely not ordinary. They definitely won't dare to let that person use their ability to interfere again. Our priority is to first take care of the one releasing the gravity. Huang Ruoyi looked at the short man and said coldly, I'll handle him. Huang Jinjin's brow furrowed, and then her body was like lightning, directly charging towards the short man despite the gravity's influence. The battle instantly erupted. Ice and fire swirled, and earth and stones appeared suddenly. Huang Ruoyi and Shinshuriying also unleashed all of their condensed ability attacks. After being augmented by duplication, they vaguely seemed to have the upper hand against the opponent's abilities. Why can those guys on the other side use their abilities so recklessly? Aren't they afraid of dying? Shinlingyin asked, her pretty eyebrows furrowed. It's not that they're not afraid of dying, but that they're already dead, so naturally they don't worry about the side effects of their abilities. I think it should be that pipe behind them that's working, or rather, controlling them, Shinshuriying said, her eyes slightly narrowed. Jinjin, try attacking the pipe behind them. Huang Ruoyi immediately shouted to Huang Jinjin, who had already charged out. Huang Jinjin understood, and just as she was about to approach the short man, she faked a step and went straight for the strange pipe behind him. Just as she was about to succeed, a black shadow quickly darted out from the side, blocking her path. Chapter 65, Huang Jinjin's self-sacrifice. The straight blade, crackling with azure arcs of electricity, sliced into flesh, making a sound. But Huang Jinjin's pupils contracted instantly, and she withdrew her blade. The strike had landed on an ability user who had suddenly appeared. His dead, ash-gray eyes stared straight at Huang Jinjin, sending shivers down her spine. After the straight blade was pulled away, one could see that his shoulder blade had been cut open, but no blood flowed out, only decaying flesh quivered. But this did not affect the fellow's actions. He fixed his gaze on Huang Jinjin, and his entire being instantly created an air current as he stomped the ground. Bang! After the explosive sound, Huang Jinjin held her straight blade horizontally to block, and a tremendous force sent her flying backwards. That person was actually a speed-enhanced ability user, with terrifying muscles bulging in his legs, possessing speed not at all inferior to Huang Jinjin's. Not good. Huang Jinjin looked at the speed ability user who appeared like a persistent leech and could only block with her straight blade again. There was nowhere for her to gain leverage in mid-air. Jinjin! Shinshuriying called out sharply, and then a metal disc instantly condensed beneath Huang Jinjin's feet. Bang! Finding a point of leverage, Huang Jinjin narrowly avoided the impact from the speed ability user. After landing, her entire body crackled with electricity, and her eyes were full of anger. She had almost fallen into their trap, and she would naturally not let it go so easily. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded behind her. A slender figure was blasted away, crashing heavily into the pink raptor. Shuriying. Sister. Shin Shuriying was seen falling to the ground, a metallic taste in her throat, her face slightly pale. Just now, in order to help Huang Jinjin, her own defenses had been found vulnerable by the other side, and she could only take this blow head-on. I'm fine. Don't get distracted. Shin Shuriying shouted. Unfortunately, the girls were not emotionless machines. After seeing her injured, they quickly retreated backwards. Huang Ruoyi and Wan Qiu cooperated to cast a water curtain defense, but it was only a desperate struggle. The balance was instantly broken. Huang Jinjin stood alone in the battlefield. She looked at their situation, gritted her teeth, and once again turned into a streak of electricity, charging forward. She wanted to reduce the pressure on her mother and the others. Jinjin, come back! Huang Ruoyi called out anxiously. But Huang Jinjin, as if not hearing, went all in, charging towards the few who were wielding ranged abilities. Even though she knew that there were enhanced type ability users on the other side, as long as she could interfere with those people, that would be enough. Huang Jinjin was not reckless. On the contrary, her mind was exceptionally meticulous, but due to her youth, sometimes her consideration of issues wasn't very comprehensive. Like now, her speed was very fast, almost not being locked onto by those ability users, and even withstanding the impact of gravity, she was extremely agile. Just as she was about to approach the few ability users who were releasing flames, ice, and earth, the abilities around them instantly dissipated. Huang Jinjin's eyes showed a moment of confusion, followed by an immediate contraction of her pupils. Damn it! Ability interference. The woman who had been hiding in the smog behind had made Huang Jinjin and the others subconsciously ignore her. Now, her sudden move was absolutely fatal to Huang Jinjin. The electricity on her body instantly vanished, her speed disappeared, and under the effect of inertia, she was completely unable to control her body. With a thud, she fell to the ground, sliding several meters across the hard, cold surface. Jinjin! Jinjin! In the distance, Wan Qiu and the others were horrified at the sight. Huang Ruoyi's eyes were on the verge of bursting. She dispersed her ability and rushed towards Huang Jinjin, but Wan Qiu grabbed her, her voice trembling as she shouted, "Ruoyi, don't go there." Huang Ruoyi was restrained. At this moment, she seemed not like a powerful ability user, but like a helpless mother. Tears streamed down her face as she shouted, desperately trying to break free and save Huang Jinjin. But Wan Qiu couldn't let go. Going over there was no different than courting death. Shin Shuriying and Shen Lingying were also shaken, their eyes reddening as they watched Huang Jinjin being gradually surrounded by those figures, suddenly feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Had they been wrong? Huang Jinjin endured the pain throughout her body, propped herself up, and turned to look at her mother, who was shouting in the distance. She recalled many moments with her mother. She was always so naughty, rebellious, always making her mother angry. But her mother always chose to forgive her, giving her selfless love. A hint of determination flashed in Huang Jinjin's eyes. She bent down, picked up the straight knife on the ground, and held it tightly, then shouted, "Mom, you guys go. With me here, they won't catch you. Go! Forgive your unfilial daughter. I can only repay the kindness of raising me in the next life." Gu, a strange sound followed, and the smog became even thicker, separating Huang Jinjin from Huang Ruoyi and the others. At this moment, Huang Jinjin was like a warrior in a desperate situation, fear unable to affect her in the slightest. Adrenaline surged, making her delicate body tremble slightly. "Come on, you scum, let's see if this grandma can take a few of you down." With that, Huang Jinjin charged towards the nearest fire-releasing power user. If she had to trade her life, choosing these squishy mages was the best option. But her idea, although good, was brutally undermined by reality. In front of her knife, that speed-type power user suddenly appeared, grinning at her. Bang! He kicked Huang Jinjin in the stomach, instantly knocking her to the ground. Clang! The straight knife fell, the sound crisp. Jinjin! Ah! Jinjin! No! Don't! Huang Ruoyi's miserable cries echoed in the smog, heart-wrenching. Huang Jinjin coughed out a mouthful of blood, a miserable smile on her face, as she got up and grabbed the straight knife. Cough, did you not eat? Just as she finished speaking, a burly figure appeared behind her, the strength-enhancing power user, who raised his fists high. Thud! A dull thud echoed in the mist. Clang! The crisp sound of the knife echoed again. Huang Jinjin fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were red, and without a word, she desperately crawled towards the straight knife. On the other side, Huang Ruoyi was already sobbing uncontrollably. Wan Qiu still held her tightly. Even if she might blame herself, she wouldn't let her go to her death for nothing. Go! Ruoyi Jia, Jinjin opened a path to survival for us. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Wan Qiu frantically pulled Huang Ruoyi towards the raptor. At this moment, Huang Ruoyi was more helpless than a child. Lin Fei, where are you? Jinjin is about to die. Why haven't you appeared yet? Lin Fei, Huang Ruoyi murmured while sobbing. If there was anyone who could save Huang Jinjin at this moment, it could only be Lin Fei. Huang Jinjin kneeled on one leg, supporting herself with the straight knife. She struggled to lift her head and looked at the surrounding figures, a miserable smile appearing on her face. If I die here today, none of you scum will have it easy. Someone, cough, will avenge me. His anger, you can't handle it. Goo. Suddenly, a strange cry came from the smog again, but this time it seemed to carry a hint of urgency. The 10 figures surrounding Huang Jinjin suddenly all looked up towards the sky. Huang Jinjin's miserable smile froze, and she turned her head blankly, following their gaze. In the smog, a large black shadow appeared, slowly engulfing everyone. Chapter 66, Lay a Hand on My Woman? Then You Die. When the terrifying dark shadow appeared before Huang Jinjin, her heart skipped a beat. Two enormous, green-golden eyes stared directly down, making the surrounding ability users feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew, dispersing all the surrounding smog. Huang Jinjin saw the true face of the dark shadow, her eyes widening in shock. It was actually a gigantic snake head. What kind of monster was this? Could it be the source of the smog? But in the next moment, her pupils shrank violently, revealing an expression of disbelief. Her delicate body trembled, her eyes instantly becoming wet, and then 2 hot tears slid down her cheeks. On the snake's head, a figure that was enough to make her drop her disguise appeared. He stood there straight, already giving Huang Jinjin the greatest sense of security. She smiled, a miserable smile, yet still radiant. What did I say? Retribution has come. Ha, cough cough. Lin Fei leaped from the snake's head, landing in front of Huang Jinjin, looking down at her. So disobedient? Huang Jinjin laboriously raised her hand, grabbing his trouser leg, and looked up, smiling. No, it's just missed you. A storm brewed in Lin Fei's eyes. He clenched his fist, and a faint stream of water appeared, washing away the stains on Huang Jinjin's body. Then, a pale green light surged through Huang Jinjin's body, constantly repairing her injuries. A metal platform, also capable of interference, rose, sending Huang Jinjin to the top of Mo Lin's head. Lin Fei coldly said without looking back, I'll punish you when we get back. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the surrounding ability users. A bunch of puppets, daring to lay a hand on my woman? You're courting death. With that, a terrifying aura instantly emanated from him, making the group of ability users feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. The speed-type ability user stomped his feet, exploding with power. In an instant, a distance of 3 or 4 meters was covered. He raised one foot, kicking directly at Lin Fei's face. Bang! A sound of impact rang out, and the speed-type ability user's expression changed drastically. The leg he had raised was firmly grasped by Lin Fei, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Fei exerted force in his arm, and a cracking sound of bone breaking was heard. Then he slammed the person into the ground, stomping on the soft tube on his back, and abruptly pulled it out. In an instant, the speed-type ability user, as if dead for decades, completely decayed into a pile of rotten flesh. The other ability users, seeing this, unleashed all their power, not daring to hold back in the slightest. The terrifying airwaves stirred by the abilities blew away the surrounding smog, allowing Huang Rui and the others to see the situation there. What is that? Ruan Xiao stared blankly at the gigantic figure revealed from the smog. Huang Rui only focused her gaze on the group of ability users. The dazzling abilities submerged that area. Could Huang Jinjin still be alive under such terrifying attacks? Her heart became even more sorrowful. Sister Rui, I think Jinjin should be fine. Xin Shiriying suddenly stepped forward, a look of joy on her face as she spoke. Huang Rui looked at her, confused, seeking an explanation. Wow! What is that? Xin Linging suddenly exclaimed, and Huang Rui quickly turned her head to look over there. Countless metal spikes were seen rising from the ground, turning the ability users into hedgehogs. Then, lightning flashed, and the soft tubes on those guys' backs were all severed. When the metal spikes disappeared, only a few piles of rotten flesh were left on the ground. A figure walked straight out from the remnants of the abilities. Brother Lin Fei! Xin Lingyin exclaimed. Ruan Xiao was stunned, and then allowed Huang Rui to break free from her restraints, running towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei, Jinjin, she. Huang Rui threw herself into Lin Fei's arms, choking with sobs. Lin Fei smacked her peach, his tone quite serious as he said, if she's dead, get ready to make another one with me when we get back. Huang Rui was dumbfounded, her heart sinking to the bottom. Jinjin. My daughter. Mom. I'm here. I'm okay. Huang Jinjin called out, poking her head out from the top of a giant python nearby. Huang Rui was startled. She looked up and saw that it was indeed her daughter Huang Jinjin, who was still waving at her. Husband. You tricked me. Huang Rui pounded Lin Fei's chest with her small fists, saying with lingering fear. Lin Fei wrapped her legs around his waist and fiercely caressed her peach-like buttocks. Tricked you? See how I'll take care of you tonight. No one will escape. Ruan Xiao and the two sisters, who had just run to the side, couldn't help but blush when they heard this. After putting Huang Rui down, Lin Fei said, wait on the side, anyone who dares to bully my woman won't live. Lin Fei beckoned, and Mo Lin lowered its head. The women climbed onto it. Yang Shaoguang greeted them, and at Wan Qiu's inquiry he roughly described their experience, which made the women feel a bit frightened. Fortunately, Lin Fei was very strong, otherwise, the helicopter explosion alone would have been fatal. Lu Ruyan stood silently to the side, not intending to engage in conversation. After all, she was only interested in Lin Fei, and had no interest in anyone else. Futile socializing would only make her feel tired. Mo Lin slapped its tail, using its ability to cut off the elevated road, blocking the impact of the horde of zombies from behind, carrying everyone slowly forward, following Lin Fei towards the smog. Goo swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a strange cry, several whip-like hoses shot out of the smog, the ends of which were covered with grotesque mouths like Mongolian deathworms. Lin Fei, holding Huang Jinjin's straight blade, swung it down, and electric sparks flashed. The hoses were instantly severed into several pieces, and after being hurt, they quickly retracted back into the smog. The people on the snake's head saw Lin Fei's strength. Especially the women who had fought those things earlier, they deeply felt the gap between them and Lin Fei. It seemed they still needed to practice more. Goo from the strange cries, everyone could sense an anxious and uneasy mood. The thing in the smog was afraid of Lin Fei. When everyone got closer to the source, Mo Lin suddenly exhaled a breath, and a gale sprang up, dispersing the smog. Only then did everyone see the true face of the culprit. They all showed shocked expressions, especially Yang Shaoguang, who had never imagined that such a strange thing could exist. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, looked excited, her foxy eyes full of thirst for knowledge. Huang Ruoyi and the others were okay, just a little surprised that this thing had grown like this. A huge tree about 20 meters high was standing in the flower bed next to the expressway, cracking the ground. The entire tree was shaped like a giant mushroom, with a cap and a stem. On the cap, bubbles the size of human heads constantly swelled and burst, spraying out many extremely fine particles that floated into the air. The surrounding smog was made by it. Even more bizarre, many hoses hung down from the edge of the cap, like the tentacles of a jellyfish. Underneath each tentacle were piles of bones, showing that quite a few people had died at the hands of this thing. Yang Shaoguang swallowed and hesitantly asked, "Are we really going to fight this thing?" Huang Jinjin glanced at him and said calmly, "We don't need to, Lin Fei alone is enough." Chapter 67. The Mushroom Tree. Lin Fei carefully examined the mushroom. It hadn't grown any mysterious fruits like the corpse tree, which left him a bit disappointed. He had thought that a creature capable of controlling so many ability users would be special, but it turned out it was just big and intimidating. You're so huge, yet you can't be eaten, and you're just creating smog and harming the environment, really damaging the city's appearance. Damaging the city's appearance is one thing, but you had to go messing with my people. Are you just asking for it? Tell me, how do you want to die? If I had fire abilities, I'd stew you into mushroom soup. After Lin Fei's blatant threat, the giant mushroom-s bubbles at the top came faster, changing from pale white to dark purple. It looked very poisonous. After inhaling some, even Lin Fei felt dizzy. It was a neurotoxin that spread through the air. Inhaled by people or animals, it would quickly cause dizziness, drastically reducing their senses. The giant mushroom's tentacles could then be put to use. Once grabbed and pierced by a tentacle, one would completely lose control of their body. Only the mind would remain in the brain, unable to do anything except watch the giant mushroom manipulate the body into doing terrible things. Lin Fei's swift elimination of those 10 ability users earlier was actually the greatest act of mercy he could have given them. Lin Fei looked at the giant mushroom frantically spewing bubbles and scoffed, flailing about in near-death throes. With that, he turned into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the base of the mushroom, aiming for its roots. Dealing with these plant-like oddities this way was usually the most effective approach, the corpse tree being a prime example. Seeing Lin Fei heading straight for its vital point, the giant mushroom stopped producing toxic mist, whipping its countless tentacles from under its umbrella cap, trying to ensnare Lin Fei. But Lin Fei was no ordinary ability user. Now at the peak of the metamorphosis realm, with a physical strength 200 times that of a human-s limit, his speed far surpassed Huang Jinjin's. The people on the snake's head could barely see Lin Fei's figure, only the blue arcs of electricity flashing constantly. The giant mushroom also couldn't find an opening in Lin Fei's defense, so it resorted to waving its tentacles in a broad net-like manner to block him. Put! A sudden flash of blade light, and over a dozen of the giant mushroom's tentacles were cut off. Black, foul-smelling liquid dripped down, corroding the ground. Lin Fei's figure flashed past, heading toward the massive root, 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Seeing that its tentacles were useless against Lin Fei, the giant mushroom gave up on interfering. Its surrounding tentacles suddenly retracted under its umbrella cap. The sharp teeth at the ends of each tentacle began tearing at the bottom of the cap. Looking closer, there were many transparent membranes beneath the cap, making the whole cap resemble a beehive. As the tentacles tore through the membranes, dark purple, foul-smelling liquid poured out, covering the dozens of meters of ground under the cap. Thud! Thud! Along with the liquid, black clumps fell to the ground, looking like pupae. Upon impact with the ground, these pupae began to wriggle, and distorted human arms burst out of them. Each pupae sprouted 8 arms and a head with 8 eyes, a bizarre combination of insect and human, unsettling to behold. Shenlinging and the others in the distance felt nauseous at the sight. I thought zombies and those mutants were disgusting enough, but I didn't think there was anything worse, Shenlinging said, patting her chest. Only Lu Ruyan seemed intrigued. These were gene combinations she had never seen before, awakening her pursuit of truth. The fallen newborns, as if smelling blood like sharks, began frantically crawling toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei paused, his arm sweeping out, and steel bars burst from the ground, transforming into countless thorns that pierced the monsters. However, unless the steel pierced their heads, it wasn't fatal. These creatures, as if possessed, dragged their mangled bodies, trying to sink their teeth into Lin Fei. You've raised a fine pack of dogs. Well, I'll just kill them all then. With a cold laugh, Lin Fei extended a hand and lightly clenched it towards the newborns rushing forward. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The newborns' bodies wrinkled, quickly shriveling like balloons losing air. Bang! 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 The endless sound of explosions rang out as each bizarre creature turned into shards, more dead than dead. I understand. Huang Ruoy, on the snake head, suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Lin Fei is manipulating the liquids inside them. His water-based ability is stronger than mine. I didn't expect it could be used like this. With her explanation, everyone understood, their gaze turning to Lin Fei. He was simply too powerful, his application of abilities completely overwhelming them, the original wielders. Gu the giant mushroom saw its minions annihilated by Lin Fei and was instantly terrified. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't run, it would have fled at full speed. Under everyone's gaze, the giant mushroom forcibly dried the water within itself, preventing Lin Fei from using the same trick to dismantle it from the inside. Moreover, its stalk rapidly retracted, its entire umbrella casing covering the ground. The dry, hard shell was tougher than rock, becoming its last line of defense. You've grown a turtle shell, not bad. Fine, if you can withstand one strike from me, I'll let you off today. Lin Fei smiled from a short distance away, then raised the straight sword in his hand high. The giant mushroom was overjoyed. Was this guy too confident in his own abilities? Such a small blade couldn't even slice through its cuticle. But the next moment, it was dumbfounded. All the vehicles within 100 meters around them defied gravity, flying into the air, while countless steel bars from the overpass rose like earth dragons turning over. The vehicles disintegrated in mid-air, the non-metal parts falling to the ground, while the remaining metal components fused with the steel bars rising from the ground, forming a huge liquid metal sphere in mid-air. Under Lin Fei's control, the metal sphere transformed into a sharp cone, connecting with the straight sword in his hand, and then rapidly morphing. A monstrous 40-meter greatsword appeared in his hand. Zzzzz. Electric currents surged, granting it extreme sharpness. Lin Fei grinned, ready? I'm only striking once. With that, the greatsword, enveloped in lightning, slashed directly down on the giant mushroom's umbrella casing. Like a hot knife through butter, there was no resistance. Gu, a wretched, piercing shriek echoed at the edge of the forgotten river. The 40-meter-long greatsword cleaved the giant mushroom in two, leaving deep cracks in the ground. The fierce blade energy also split the smog, allowing the afterglow of the distant crimson sunset to shine through the gap. Lin Fei sheathed his sword and turned around without hesitation. The sunset behind him made him look like a god or demon. The people behind him were all shocked by this scene. Lin Fei demonstrated what violent aesthetics meant, a single strike opening the gates of heaven. Then, he leaped high and landed on Mo Lin's head. Mo Lin understood and turned, heading out of the city. The smog on the expressway gradually dispersed. As the crimson sunset was finally swallowed by the tall buildings, heavy footsteps appeared at the dividing line of dusk. It was a huge, headless figure, extremely robust. The zombies wandering around all retreated in fear. Even the mutants, after sensing its aura, dared not be arrogant. These zombies hesitated, clearly deterred by the residual aura of the giant mushroom, but the headless zombie was fearless and walked towards the dead giant mushroom without stopping. It paused for a moment beneath the mushroom, then leaped, landing on one half of the mushroom's remains. Thump! 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 The dull thumping echoed in the twilight, ceaseless. When the stars appeared in the sky, the headless zombie finally stopped its actions. It stood up from the several-meter-deep pit it had dug, and slowly raised one hand. In its palm was a strange, dark purple crystal, reflecting the starlight in the sky. The face on the headless zombie's chest smiled sinisterly, then its severed neck tore open a gap, and it stuffed the dark purple crystal inside. Instantly, the headless zombie began to tremble, the face on its chest twisting as if enduring immense pain. It lasted for over 10 minutes. When it finally stopped trembling, it could be seen that its body had expanded greatly, reaching nearly 3 meters. A bulge could also be seen on the severed part of its neck, as if something was gestating. Roar! The headless zombie roared excitedly towards the sky, and a shockwave released from its feet, shattering the remains of the giant mushroom. The zombies not far away lowered their heads as if paying homage to the birth of a new king. In the night, Lin Fei and the others quietly returned to the firing range. Su Nan's suspended heart finally relaxed and the smile returned to her face. Yang Shaoguang had not left either because Su Nan had told him that, as expected, the concentration camp might make a comeback. On the way back, Huang Rui and the other women had told them what had happened after they left. Lin Fei's expression was a bit gloomy, and none could see what he was thinking. Yang Shaoguang's expression was also very unpleasant. Without analyzing, it could be guessed who was responsible. Only internal personnel had access to military equipment. To place a bomb on his helicopter without anyone noticing, only someone with extraordinary power could do it. And after he had the accident, the command of the concentration camp naturally slid downwards. In the camp, besides his adjutant Zhang Jiang, there was no other possibility. I think you might already have the answer in your heart, you just don't want to believe it, Su Nan said calmly, looking at him. Yang Shaoguang sighed, I just can't understand why it's like this. It's already a time of crisis, yet they're still thinking about the old ways. If they wanted this position, I could have given it to them. Why make things so unbearable? Su Nan smiled non-committally, you have your ideas, and others have their methods. Where there is power, there is naturally desire. Besides, only chaos can produce heroes, right? Yang Shaoguang understood what Su Nan said. Not understanding was one thing, but being able to comprehend was another. It seems I'll have to question them myself to find out what's really going on. In the courtyard, Lin Fei sat by the bonfire, while Huang Jinjin, like a lazy and pure cat, sat on him, unwilling to get up. Huang Rui stood behind Lin Fei, her nimble hands massaging his fatigue away. Ruan Qiu was grilling the last skewers, the flames casting a captivating glow on her. Xin Shiying emerged from the house, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Fei, the bath is ready. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei got up immediately and headed towards the house. Come on in, I'm going to give you all a good talking to tonight. Huang Rui pulled Xin Shiying along as they entered the house, while Ruan Qiu's heart pounded. She stood up, patted her cheeks, took a light breath, and strode in with her long legs. This was a presidential suite built by Su Nan, usually her own residence. After Lin Fei and the others arrived, she had generously given it to them to show her sincerity. Inside the oversized bathroom, the tub was already filled with hot, steaming water, scattered with rose petals. After Shen Lingyin, blushing, pushed Lin Fei inside, she clicked the door shut. Lin Fei rubbed his head, wondering what these women were up to. He shook his head and chuckled, thinking, what did it matter, could he not handle a few women? Just as he was comfortably soaking in the tub, the bathroom door clicked open. Lin Fei turned his head and instantly lost his composure. Everything he could have wished for was there. Different styles, 5 times the joy. Splash. Water splashed, the outlines of clothes and skirts creating a beautiful scene. Huang Jinjin held up a syringe in her hand, pointed it at Lin Fei, and giggled, anti-inflammatory. Today, I, the little medical fairy, will test you and see how well you can handle a needle. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was actually cosplaying as the little medical fairy. But he had to admit, this outfit really struck a chord with him. Reading the novels had always left him with a slight sense of regret. He reached out and pulled Huang Jinjin into the water, a fiery smile forming on his lips. Whether my technique is good or not, you'll have to experience it firsthand. Huang Jinjin grumbled, you can't breathe in the water, it's not comfortable at all. The entire bathroom instantly heated up, creating an epic masterpiece. After everything was done, Lin Fei, having left no trace behind, went to the courtyard and sat in a wicker chair, lighting a cigarette. It had only been a little over half a month since the apocalypse, and he had already encountered so many beautiful women that met his standards. Although he hadn't fully won them over, it was only a matter of time. As their numbers grew, they would definitely need a place to settle down, and building Tianwang mountain base seemed like a good option. But his own strength was the foundation of it all. He took a deep drag, the smoke rising and dissipating in the cool night breeze. With a flick of his wrist, a pulsating, heart-like embryo appeared in his hand. It's time to break through to the next realm. Chapter 69, Breaking Through. The 10-dragon jade apex body. As early as when he took in Xin Shiying and Huiquan village, Lin Fei's realm had already reached the great perfection of the transformation realm, and he could break through to the next realm at any time using the breakthrough embryo. However, there were many trivial matters during that period, and only now did he truly have some free time. Lin Fei appeared alone on the top of Heavenly King Mountain. From here, he could overlook the city lights, but of course, the direction of the city was now pitch black, and the past prosperity could no longer be found. He looked up at the starry sky, and only the quiet night could bring him a little peace of mind. He took 2 vital tiger pills to bring his condition to its peak. Then, he no longer hesitated and, following the system's instructions, directly crushed the breakthrough embryo above his head. A rich liquid flowed down, and a burning sensation spread from his crown along his spine to his limbs. Strangely, the liquid seemed to be alive, drilling through Lin Fei's pores and disappearing into his body instantly. Only his constantly changing complexion revealed the storm raging within him. Every cell greedily sucked the mysterious liquid, shedding layers of old tissue. Black grime instantly enveloped Lin Fei's entire body like a mud Buddha. Rumble. The originally clear night sky began to fill with dark clouds, which obscured the stars. Mo Lin stood in the practice field courtyard, looked up at the sudden change in the sky, and then gazed towards the top of Heavenly King Mountain. As a snake, she had an instinctive perception of thunderstorms. Rumble. Lightning began to flash, illuminating the majestic figure of Heavenly King Mountain. Mo Lin's pupils shrank involuntarily, that is, swish swish swish. Large drops of rain fell, hitting the roof and the windows. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning struck the top of Heavenly King Mountain directly, without the slightest detour, as if something was intolerable to the heavens. The mountain rocks shattered, forming craters, and the surrounding trees instantly became charred. Lin Fei sat upright at the bottom of the pit, his entire body torn and bleeding, but a faint green light constantly repaired the injuries. Boom! Crack! Another bolt of lightning fell into the crater, turning it into a pool of lightning. Countless lightning bolts, like maggots clinging to bones, drilled into Lin Fei's body. And Lin Fei did not resist, but rather absorbed them like a whale, taking in all the rivers. For a time, the forces of destruction and rebirth merged within his body, forming an unusual balance and evolving into a flow of yin and yang energy. Bang! Lin Fei's body flew into the air, soaked by the rain. Sung. A pair of eyes opened, gray light spewing out for a meter. Break! As he roared, a clear breaking sound came from his body, not of bones, but of the shackles hidden deep within his flesh and blood. He raised his head towards the black clouds, challenging, "Come again." Crack! Thunder arrived as promised, accurately striking Lin Fei's body, shaking him into the earth and stones. Ha ha, ha ha ha, awesome! Bang! After his wild laughter, a circle of bright blue electric light spread horizontally from Lin Fei, cutting off the rain. The top of his head emitted a faint white light, and his aura began to climb wildly, instantly surpassing the time when he fought Mo Lin using 3 with 1, and it continued to rise. The power contained within his flesh and blood made Lin Fei intoxicated. At this moment, when he threw a punch, the air in front of him was compressed, creating a sonic boom. Along the path of this punch, earth and stones were churned, and trees were shattered, extending for tens of meters. It could be said that Lin Fei at this moment was like a war machine. His destructive power was terrifying. The system's voice also sounded in his mind. Host breaks through the transformation realm, completes physical transformation, enjoys the power of 100 forms, the crown is translucent like jade, and can also be called the 10-Dragon Jade Apex Body. 10-Dragon Jade Apex Body, one of the 10 great sacred bodies, can reach the peak of power when fully mastered. System is upgrading, rewards for realm breakthrough will be issued later. Lin Fei's aura slowly subsided. Peak of power, huh? It does suit my taste. But what he cared more about was the realm breakthrough reward the system mentioned. He remembered the vital tiger pill he received before had already benefited him immensely. What surprise would this realm breakthrough bring? Inside the concentration camp, in the rear residential area, Pei Qianhua, smoking a cigar, lifted the curtain and looked at the 3 thunderbolts striking the peak of the Heavenly King Mountain, making his heart feel somewhat suppressed. As a qualified tyrant, he made an immediate decision. He had to leave this place. It was an intuition, one he had relied on to avoid many crises, both in business and personal safety. This time, he did not hesitate to trust his intuition either. In the rain, a black jeep drove to the entrance of the concentration camp. The guards, seeing that it was Pei Qianhua, did not stop him. The black jeep plunged into the rain and quickly disappeared on the muddy road. In the passenger seat, a young man was smoking, looking out the window, then at Pei Qianhua, who was silent. "Boss Pei, are we running away? Isn't it pretty good in the concentration camp? Those girls were really comfortable for me." Pei Qianhua cursed, "All you know is playing with women. I'm telling you, one day you'll die on a woman's belly. Hee hee, isn't that what you taught me? The law of the jungle is right, isn't it?" The young man laughed nonchalantly. Pei Qianhua gripped the steering wheel, discerning the direction in the rain. "The law of the jungle is based on the premise that I'm strong when others are weak." Today's action didn't destroy the shooting range, but instead, deeply offended them. You should know better how terrifying the abilities of ability users are. That guy Zhang Jiang is a typical command-type personality with little leadership ability. Even if the shooting range doesn't retaliate, the concentration camp won't last long in this apocalypse. The young man smiled, not sure if he had listened. "So where are we going?" "Oh, the zombies seem to have found us." Pei Qianhua looked and, sure enough, in the passenger seat of an abandoned car, a zombie extended half of its body, struggling to fall out of the car. "Use your ability well, I'll find a way to save your life." The young man shrugged, and then the vehicle began to blend into the surrounding environment like a chameleon, and the noise disappeared. The zombie that had fallen on the ground looked bewildered. Weren't there 2 meat bugs coming this way just now? How did they suddenly disappear? The jeep drove far away before it emerged from that special state. The young man in the passenger seat looked pale. Boss Pei, you promised to help me solve the problem with my ability. You can't go back on your word. Pei Qianhua glanced at him. Pei, always keep my word. As long as we can successfully reach the southern war zone this time, I will guarantee your safety. He was somewhat thankful that he had discovered this shameless guy who had been sleeping with female survivors that day, a fact that Zhang Jiang was completely unaware of. At this moment, his ability had become his way out. Not long after he left, two figures with swords on their backs appeared at the entrance of the concentration camp. Chapter 70, SSS Ability Raging Thunder Surge, System Upgrade Complete, Rewards Being Analyzed. Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged on the summit of Heavenly King Mountain for a long time, finally waiting for the system upgrade to complete, his heart filled with anticipation. Level 2 system activated successfully, able to trace back to past goals that meet the requirements of the host, and enables non-material consumption return. Host has successfully advanced to the second realm. Reward, Ability Enhancement Pill 10. After these two prompts ended, the system didn't provide any further feedback. Lin Fei asked in confusion, System, I understand the Ability Enhancement Pill, but what does tracing back to past goals that meet the requirements mean? I didn't have any women in the past, did I? The host is unaware, but it does not mean it does not exist. Please wait for good news. This made Lin Fei even more confused. Was he a scum man in his previous life? As far as he knew, since kindergarten, other than secretly holding the hands of little girls, he hadn't done anything substantial. If there was, it could only be his white moonlight, Li Yoshi. But Yoshi had already passed away in front of his eyes a year before the end of the world. So what was there to trace back? Unable to understand, he shook his head. Forget it, I'll wait for the condition to be triggered. Then, Lin Fei flipped his palm over and a small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He poured out a pure white pill. It had a refreshing fragrance. Ability Enhancement Pill. Abilities can be enhanced? Let us try. With that, he swallowed a pill directly. It melted in his mouth, and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart. It didn't affect his physical body, but went straight to the ability hidden within his body. Ability SS Azure Flash has successfully upgraded to SSS Raging Thunder Surge. ZZZZZ. In an instant, terrifying thunder power uncontrollably spread from Lin Fei's body, even more violent than the previous Azure Flash. If the Azure Flash was already considered to have reached the ceiling of Thunder-type abilities, then the Raging Thunder Surge was a genuine top-tier Thunder-type ability. Boom! The thunder in the sky even echoed Lin Fei's ability, and two dazzling bolts of lightning fell, easily grasped by him. Go! Lin Fei tried to unleash the lightning towards the secondary peak of Heavenly King Mountain. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant. Boom! Bang! Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the tip of the secondary peak was instantly leveled, as if it had been blasted. Hiss! This power seems a bit excessive. Lin Fei couldn't help but marvel. The Raging Thunder Surge was enough to easily trigger weather phenomena, and in rainy weather, its combat power was off the charts. This ability enhancement pill was simply like a cheat. System, what is the highest level of ability? SSS level. Then can the ability enhancement pill be continuously used to upgrade an ability to SSS level? If the host possesses a sufficient number of ability enhancement pills, all abilities can be upgraded to SSS level. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a complete god-level talent for everyone? Now he just needed to see if the consumption return he got from Ruan Xiu could successfully replicate this ability enhancement pill, but there was no rush. The women had been with him all night, so he should let them rest first. The rain in the sky fell more and more densely, and Lin Fei sat on the giant rock at the top of Heavenly King Mountain, allowing it to wash over him and cleanse the dirt from his body. He closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body, slowly mastering every ounce of power. Right, system, what is the name of the realm after the transformation realm? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Second realm. Ha? That's so perfunctory? It feels like the cool factor has instantly dropped a level. Lin Fei complained. The transformation realm is a generally recognized path of invincibility. At the beginning of cultivation, any creature that has set foot in the transformation realm will have a life essence far superior to other ordinary first realm beings. The metamorphosis realm baptism is the threshold for geniuses. Less than 10 beings can break through the metamorphosis realm great perfection. Host, stop your incessant blather. Lin Fei. Alright, the system is actually attacking the host. Fine, I can tolerate it from you, Big Daddy. Concentration camp tent. Zhang Jiang looked with surprise at the man and woman sitting on the stools. When these two revealed their identities as members of the Dragon Slaying Division, he didn't quite believe it, but after seeing their strange abilities in dragon pattern uniforms, he remembered what his teacher had said. There were many capable and extraordinary individuals in the Dragon Country, with the Dragon Slaying Division leading the way. Are what you two are saying true? Zhang Zhang asked, his brow furrowed. Wang's face was slightly pale, and the look in his eyes towards Zhang Zhang was brewing with concealed anger. Are you questioning my words? Zhang Zhang suddenly felt a pressure swirling around him, and the woman beside him, who looked like she was constantly ill, was staring at him with eyes as sharp as knives. No. No. Zhang Zhang shook his head. Then if that group of women really did leave, what do you two intend to do? Wang's voice was cold. Naturally, help me kill the monsters here. Now that the end times have come, monsters are breaking free from their seals. Without the restraints and suppression, they are probably even more terrifying than zombies. That group of people is feeding the tiger with their own flesh, and the duty of the dragon slaying division is to slay monsters and eliminate demons. This is our goal. Rest assured, my only target is that monster. I don't care about anything else. Zhang Zhang's eyes showed hesitation after hearing this, but thinking that there was no need for the people of the dragon slaying division to deceive him, he figured that if they said the firing range was currently in a state of internal depletion, then it must be true. This was an opportunity to uproot the firing range. But what if that group of people comes back? Won't we become the target of everyone? Zhang Zhang was still a bit hesitant. After all, if the people of the dragon slaying division succeeded and then just left, he wouldn't be able to deal with the ability users. Wangzhou coldly snorted. Don't worry, I've already sent a message to the Forget River sect, and someone will come here soon to help you take charge. Mere ability users are not worth mentioning. After hearing Wangzhu's assurance, the weight in Zhang Zhang's heart finally lifted. That's for the best. Since we are going to act, the sooner the better. I'll go gather manpower right away and uproot the firing range tonight. Wangzhou looked at the shadow beside him, whose wounds were quite glaring but had already improved a lot. The sword servant's body had been specially tempered, making her extremely resistant to injuries and having an incredible recovery ability. Although not as good as healing abilities, it couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Shadow was the sword servant personally chosen by the vice commander for him. In the past few years of following him, many good things had been used on her. It could be said that she was cultivated as a true blade. At this moment, although her vitality was weak, she was more than capable of fighting ordinary people. Moreover, he had many talismans in his possession. Without those bitches, let's see who could protect that monster. Wangzhou looked at Zhang Zhang and sneered. Excellent, the night is dark, the wind is strong, and the rain is pouring, a perfect time for killing. Chapter 71 Rainy night. When Zhang Zhang ordered his men to assemble, something unexpected happened. Many soldiers voiced their doubts. Why attack the target range, which is also a survivor camp? We are soldiers, not bandits. Anger burned in Zhang Zhang's eyes. Damn it, these idiots are so thick-headed. And so, a dramatic scene unfolded. Zhang Zhang directly ordered the soldiers who refused to go to surrender their weapons, and then he pulled a group of daring refugees to serve as conscripts. An odd, ragtag team set off into the rain. Watching their departing backs, the remaining soldiers frowned. Brothers, don't you find this very strange? Are you saying there's something fishy about the commander's situation? Not only that, but Vice Commander Zhang's actions are also very suspicious. In the face of disaster, we, as soldiers, are attacking survivors. This is definitely not an order a colonel would issue. It seems that because of this sudden apocalypse, people's hearts have changed. In the pitch-black forest, figures clad in black raincoats moved swiftly, soon appearing on the outskirts of the target range. Since the target range had been modified by Huang Ruoyi and Xin Shuriying with a moat and fences, they could only enter through the main gate. Sir, 2 targets have been spotted at the main gate. Snipers are in position, someone whispered. Through his night vision goggles, Zhang Zhang could see the 2 punks by the metal fence. Are the silencers all installed? They are ready. Good, take off the watchdogs first, then charge straight in and take down the whole target range. Zhang Zhang ordered fiercely, determined to succeed in one fell swoop. After speaking, he looked at Wangzhou and the other man who were standing quietly under a tree, and a plan formed in his mind. That dog, Pei Qianhua, had slipped away somehow, but it was just as well. This opportunity to connect with the dragon slaying division was for him alone. If his teacher knew that he was actually able to connect with the dragon slaying division, he would surely praise him. But as they concealed themselves in the forest, a bare-chested figure was leisurely approaching them. Lin Fei was feeling unusually good. Having just come down from Heavenly King Mountain, his feet were muddy, and he was planning to return to the target range for a hot shower. As he stepped into the forest outside the main gate of the target range, the system's notification suddenly sounded in his head. Alert! A beauty with a comprehensive score of 91 points or higher has been detected within the system's perception range. Target, ing. Lin Fei was stunned. What was going on? Was the system glitching? In the middle of the night, with heavy rain pouring down, the system was detecting a beauty in the forest? He would believe it if it said it detected a ghost. Wait a minute. What was her name? Ing? Suddenly, Lin Fei's expression turned subtle. He seemed to have heard this name from Huang Ruoyi and the other women. It was one of the two people from the dragon slaying division who had arrived after he had left earlier. Showing up here at 3 or 4 in the morning, there was definitely something wrong. Then a chilling smile appeared on the corner of Lin Fei's mouth. Since someone was rushing over to give him a warm welcome, he would have to make a sacrifice and let his brothers move into a new home. The heavy rain in the forest beat down on the leaves, the rustling sounds masking many unusual noises. Pft, pft. 2 barely audible thumps went unnoticed in the rain, but Lin Fei heard them very clearly. After breaking through to the second realm, his whole being had begun to develop in a superhuman direction. His senses became incredibly sharp, allowing him to distinguish the 2 gunshots mixed in with the sound of the rain. Not good. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and he quickly headed toward the source of the sound. After pushing through a patch of shrubs, he saw the figures cloaked in black raincoats. He could see that 2 of them were holding sniper rifles. Looking toward the gate of the target range, he could see the 2 figures had fallen in the heavy rain, their blood washed away by the rain, their eyes wide open. Instantly, Lin Fei's heart blazed with fury. He stepped forward and grabbed a person, lifting them into the air. Who the hell are you? The man's cries alerted everyone hidden there. They all cast wary glances towards Lin Fei, who stood at the back, shirtless. Who are you? Someone nearby immediately turned their gun, pointing it at Lin Fei and speaking coldly. Zhang Jiang also saw Lin Fei, but he didn't know who he was, so he frowned and asked in a low voice, "Friend, what are you doing? Let him go. We are soldiers from the Forgotten River front of the southern war zone. Is there some misunderstanding?" Wang Zuo and Ying under a tree suddenly felt a jolt. The person gave them an obscure feeling. An ability user? Or a cultivator? They exchanged a look, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Ying took a half step forward, slightly shielding Wang Zuo. A sword attendant's duty was to protect their swordmaster, and in this regard, Ying was undoubtedly doing well. Zhang Jiang watched as the man held his subordinate without any intention of letting go, and immediately felt like he'd lost face. His voice grew several degrees colder. "Hey, friend, aren't you going too far? We're an official organization, after all. If you don't let go, I have the right to take extreme measures against you." The person whose neck was being held by Lin Fei was the temporary worker Zhang Jiang had found. Now, being suspended in mid-air and feeling the increasing pressure, the survivor's weak nerves snapped. "Bro. Cough, big brother, don't kill me. I'm just a fill-in." He quickly threw the gun in his hand on the ground to show he was no threat. Lin Fei's eyes were dark as he stared at Zhang Jiang not far away, making him suddenly feel the surrounding temperature drop, and he couldn't help but shiver. "Misunderstanding? Going too far?" A cold voice squeezed from Lin Fei's throat. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was clear and piercing. The man he was holding instantly opened his eyes wide, blood overflowing from his mouth and nose, dying on the spot. Thud! Lin Fei casually tossed the body into the mud, making the onlookers' eyelids twitch. Zhang Jiang immediately drew his pistol and fired a shot at Lin Fei. Bang! But the bullet didn't bring him comfort. Instead, it amplified the fear in him and everyone around him. Because the bullet was pinched between Lin Fei's fingertips, and with a gentle squeeze, it turned into a metal disc. Zhang Jiang swallowed, glanced at Wang Zuo who was standing aside without moving, then looked at Lin Fei and shouted fiercely, "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Lin Fei's lips curled into a cold smile as he took a step toward him. "Who am I? You've already attacked my people, and you're asking who I am? Do you want me to pull out my ID for you to look at?" Lin Fei's steps didn't pause, the bushes brushed against his legs, making a rustling sound. "So what do I want is obvious, isn't it?" Zhang Jiang's eyes were wide as he aimed his pistol steadily at Lin Fei. "Everyone, aim at this guy. Bare-handed catches bullets? With all these guns we have, let us see if you can catch them all." Chapter 72, Savage Kill. Lin Fei shook his head, sneering. "Humans, sometimes they're just so foolish. If guns were useful, what would be the point of having abilities?" As soon as the words fell, a gray glint flashed in his eyes. Within 100 meters radius centered on Lin Fei, countless iron spikes burst forth, piercing the people who were aiming guns at him into human pincushions. In an instant, dozens of bodies slumped onto the iron spikes, the thick scent of blood unable to be masked even by the surrounding rain. The rest of those still alive were mostly the survivor strongmen, utterly terrified by Lin Fei's instant massacre of dozens. Thump! A good number of them fell onto the ground, their screams unending. How could they have ever witnessed such a scene? Even when the zombies descended, it wasn't as shocking. Immediately, some abandoned their weapons and armor, fleeing into the depths of the forest. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold, and the surrounding rain turned into a killing weapon, tearing apart those who ran. This scene made Zhang Jiang's liver and gall tremble even more. He gripped his gun with both hands but couldn't stop shivering. Just who are you? Do you know the consequences of acting against the military?" Lin Fei sneered. "The military? Don't tarnish the name. All I see is a bunch of useless rabble. For the sake of Yang Shaoguang, I won't kill you today." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhang's eyes lit up and he decisively ran backward, no longer caring about the dragon slayers or anything else. But he hadn't even run a few steps before suddenly falling into the mud. Zhang Zhang propped himself up and looked at his legs, then screamed. His feet were gone, leaving only 2 lower legs with bone shards sticking out of the mud, adding to the pain. Lin Fei didn't pay him any more attention, turning instead to the 2 figures who had been standing on the side without moving. You two, have you watched enough of the show? Isn't it time for you to go on? Wang Zuo and Ying's pupils constricted at the same time. We are members of the Dragon Slayers Pingnan group. Don't misunderstand your situation. Ying glared coldly at Lin Fei, her hand resting on the hilt of the sword on her back, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Zuo also warned, Kid, whether you're an ability user or a cultivator, you're under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Slayers. Who knows, we might even become colleagues in the future. It's best to leave some room for maneuver, for the sake of future meetings. Lin Fei laughed, colleagues? Ha ha ha, with a bunch of idiots like you in the organization, I doubt it's anything smart. I'm afraid going there would lower my IQ. You! Watch your mouth. The Dragon Slayers of the Dragon Country have thousands of years of heritage, how can you slander them as you please? Ying yelled. Lin Fei looked at her, his gaze extremely invasive. You do have a way with words, I just wonder what it would be like to taste them. Wang Zuo was instantly enraged. Kid! Are you trying to die? As his sword attendant, she had long been regarded as his private possession, and only when he had broken through to the Xiantian realm would he be able to physically join with Ying. Moreover, no one had ever dared to speak disrespectfully to them, members of the Dragon Slayers. Lin Fei laughed. Oh, getting angry? Young people need to keep a calm demeanor, or you might get so angry you die. Facing Lin Fei's endless provocations, Wang Zuo immediately took out his talisman, igniting it in the rain. Even the raindrops couldn't extinguish it. Ying's body instantly became hazy, as if she had blended into her surroundings, giving off an ethereal feeling. Kid, don't think that because you have some ability you can be arrogant. You need to know, there are those more capable, and the heavens above the heavens. Wang Zuo shouted loudly. Lin Fei's smile didn't fade. I understand the logic, but unfortunately, you aren't qualified. Whoosh! A sharp sound, like wind breaking, rang out. A cold light bloomed in front of the bushes to Lin Fei's right rear. Ying had somehow circumvented Lin Fei's line of sight and launched a surprise attack from behind. Clang! But the long sword, thrusting straight forward, failed to achieve anything. Instead, Lin Fei, without even turning his head, reached out with his fingers and caught it. Ying's beautiful eyes widened instantly, a sense of foreboding seizing her heart. Immediately, she abandoned her longsword and retreated. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Wang Zuo clenched his fist, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. He took out a jade box from his pocket, opened it, and retrieved a golden talisman from within. You ignorant fool, I'll show you why the Dragon Slaying Division's majesty is inviolable. Heaven and earth command, haste. The golden talisman instantly adhered to his long sword, transforming into a layer of light that enveloped it. A majestic aura exploded, causing the surrounding rain to swirl backwards. Ying's figure appeared beside him, taking the golden longsword from his hand. She seemed to be channeling some kind of technique, her body suffused with a hazy golden light, resembling a divine being descending to earth, causing fear and awe. Ying remained silent, entering a state of perfect unity with her sword. Her figure flashed, appearing before Lin Fei. The longsword slashed upwards, aiming to sever Lin Fei's head. But when the sword tip was 0.01 centimeters away from Lin Fei's neck, it could no longer move forward, as if something was blocking it. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in the night. Ying's body was sent flying backwards, crashing into several large trees. Upon landing, the golden light around her became somewhat scattered. Wang Zuo was aghast. Impossible! How can you withstand the righteous Dharma golden light mantra? Ying coughed as she scrambled to her feet, equally shocked. The righteous Dharma golden light mantra was a protective talisman given to Wang Zuo by his uncle, the vice director of the Dragon Slaying Division, a being with a foundational cultivation at the great perfection of the innate realm, only a step away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. Even a bestowed talisman would definitely not be weaker than an innate realm cultivator, yet this man had actually shattered its power? Just what was he? Lin Fei brushed the mud off his legs, clicking his tongue. Golden light mantra? What a piece of junk. If that's all you've got, then I won't be so polite anymore. Boom! The ground where Lin Fei stood instantly scattered, his figure creating a sonic boom in the rain, instantly appearing before Wang Zuo. A palm the size of a fan landed on his face with lightning speed. Slap! After the dull thud, Wang Zuo was slammed into the mud, half his face distorted. This was only Lin Fei using 0.01% of his strength, otherwise his head would have exploded. Wang Zuo! Ying shouted in horror, gritting her teeth as she charged towards Lin Fei. The long sword in her hand, enveloped in golden light, slashed downwards, cutting the nearby trees in half. but Lin Fei simply extended a hand and easily restrained it. Ing abandoned the long sword, two short daggers shooting from her sleeve, which she gripped and stabbed towards Lin Fei. Clang! Clang! After a series of crisp sounds, the daggers snapped. Ing stared blankly at Lin Fei's undamaged chest. How was this possible? She could easily pierce through even metal. Just what kind of monster was he? When she lifted her head, Lin Fei was looking at her with a mocking expression. Had enough fun? Now it's my turn. Chapter 73. The blissful world in the deep night rain. Shadow was considered a prodigy among the dragon-slaying guard's sword attendants, having already broken through the acquired realm at a young age. This was why Wang's was uncle valued her and chose her as Wang's was sword attendant. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, Shadow would enter the innate realm, perhaps even touch the land immortal realm, and become a great help to the Wang family in the future. Since following Wang Zhuo, she had focused wholeheartedly on protecting him and cultivating. There was a bond of contract from the dragon-slaying guard between them. They would prosper and suffer together. Now that Wang Zhuo was severely injured, there was no way she could stand idly by. She would bet her own life to protect him. But the man before her was simply a demon. Her acquired realm skills could not harm him, and even borrowing the power of the innate realm, she could not move him even a little. How was she supposed to fight him? Perhaps only escaping could offer a glimmer of hope. But before she could even move, she felt a terrifying force grip her throat, almost suffocating her. Lin Fei lifted her into the air, a smile curving his lips. TSK, at a time like this, you're still thinking of saving someone. What is it about this trash that makes him worth your concern? Behind him, a large amount of metal substance emerged from the ground, forming a cross behind Wang Zhuo, slowly lifting him up, his head hanging down like Jesus. At the same time, a gray energy emerged from Lin Fei's hand, rapidly drilling into Shadow's body. You! What did you do to me? My cultivation! She looked at Lin Fei in horror, her acquired realm cultivation having mysteriously vanished. At this moment, she had become a mortal, powerless. Lin Fei summoned metal from the earth, forming a kneeling chair, restraining her. This position made Shadow feel extremely humiliated. She coldly shouted, "What do you want?" Lin Fei's hand, still gripping her neck, moved to grab her collar, leaning close to her face and squinting his eyes, said, "Want." Shadow suddenly froze. Want? Want what? But then she knew what Lin Fei was going to do. Tear. The sturdy dragon-slaying guard uniform was directly ripped apart by Lin Fei, a flash of white appearing in the air. Rainwater flowed down the locking dragon bone to the mountain peak and then down the valley towards the plain, whetting Lin Fei's appetite. Not bad, worthy of being a martial artist. Shadow began to panic. As a woman, how could she not know what Lin Fei was going to do? No! Don't! You can't do this! The dragon-slaying guard won't let you get away with this! Lin Fei lightly patted her cheek, laughing. Are you being too naive? If I let you go, will the dragon-slaying guard let me be? Shadow was immediately stunned, not knowing how to retort. Regardless of the outcome today, the dragon-slaying guard and this person had formed an irreconcilable feud, with no room for reconciliation. But he would choose such a bizarre way to deal with her. She was a sword attendant who hadn't broken through to the innate realm yet, absolutely forbidden from breaking the taboo. You madman! Pervert! The dragon-slaying guard will definitely avenge us. Even if I die today, I won't let you succeed. Lin Fei pinched her cheek with one hand, sneering. You're quite virtuous, thanks for reminding me, or else I would have wasted this warmth that was delivered to my door. After laughing to himself, he took out a towel to stuff in her mouth, and with Shadow's despairing gaze, slowly walked behind her. When Lin Fei walked away, she saw Wang Zhuo on the cross. Although he was in a stupor, he was definitely not dead. Suddenly, an incredibly intense sense of shame surged through her. The heavy rain continued to fall, and on Shadow's face, it was impossible to tell whether it was tears or raindrops. The cold raindrops slid down, making Shadow shudder. She could only moan and whimper in her mouth, unable to stop what was about to happen. A large hand gently landed on her waist, the fiery touch making her whole body tremble. Just when her panic reached its peak, the show began. Ing's eyes rolled back slightly, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. In the rainy night, amidst the jungle, a fiery rhythm resounded, dispelling the cold. Countless times she ascended to the peak, her mind a blank, until her body began to cooperate instinctively. At some point, the towel in her mouth vanished, and her warbling cries finally found release, growing louder and longer. As Ing gradually lost herself, Wang Zhuo, on the cross, slowly raised his head. His eyes were hazy. Lin Fei's slap had knocked him unconscious for nearly 2 hours. The first thing he did upon waking was sentence Lin Fei to death in his heart. How dare anyone be so presumptuous in front of him, a sword-wielding executor of the dragon-slaying division, and the second son of the Wang family? Kill, he must kill that guy. But then he became confused. Where was the woman's cry coming from? His gaze slowly focused forward, and the scene before him instantly dumbfounded him. What was going on? Such elaborate play? Wait. No. Damn it, that S-ing. Ah. Wang Zhuo didn't care about anything else, only roaring madly. He felt as if he had a cartoon playing out in his head, wishing for a nuclear bomb to destroy the world. Ying, lost in ecstasy, was instantly shocked awake. She looked at Wang Zhuo with immense shame and resentment, her eyes full of apology, but she couldn't stop now. With her Nightingale's song in full flight, she reached the peak. Wang Zhuo's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, the shackles on his hands and feet cutting deep into his skin, drawing blood. Damn it! You sluts! I'll kill you! Under the extreme mental stimulation, Wang Zhuo's eyes turned bloodshot, turning him into a thing driven by rage. Lin Fei exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed and energized. With a snap of his fingers, the metal chains melted into droplets of molten iron, and she fell weakly onto the muddy ground, letting the rain wash over her body. As expected of cultivators, their bodies, honed since childhood, can battle continuously for 2 hours. Refreshing. He then stepped over Ying and walked towards Wang Zhuo, who was still cursing. TSK, look at you, you look like a dog now. Where did your previous arrogance go? Oh well, heaven has a virtue of mercy, so let me, a morally bankrupt mortal, give you some relief. With that, the long sword on the ground flew up and landed in Lin Fei's hand. No! Don't kill him! He's from the Wang family of Shangjing, and the Dragon Slaying Division has his life plate. If he dies, the Dragon Slaying Division will know immediately, and if he dies, I will die too. Ying struggled to sit up and tried to stop him. Lin Fei turned his head and glanced at her. What do I care about your life and death? Don't forget, we are enemies. As for the Dragon Slaying Division and the Wang family, if they dare to come looking for trouble, I will not treat them lightly. Ying suddenly froze, then looked at Lin Fei and Wang Zhuo with a complicated expression. Indeed, what did her life or death have to do with him? Was it because of that ridiculous thing that just happened? Oh well, to be able to experience such pleasure before dying, that would be a unique and complete life. Chapter 74. Zhang Zhang beheaded with a single stroke. Wang Zhuo's head fell to the ground. Shadow stared blankly at the head, its face still contorted in anger. Wang Zhuo was dead. But then, her mind was filled with disbelief. He was dead, so why was she still alive? Could there be a problem with the contract? She dismissed the idea, as she had witnessed the ruthlessness of the Dragon Slaying Division's contracts many times. No one could escape. So, she turned her gaze to Lin Fei, who was dragging Zhang Zhang away. Could he be the reason? Sha, sha, sha. The rain pattered against the leaves, concealing the absurdity of the scene. You're lucky to be alive. If you want revenge, I'm always ready. As for the consequences, you can think about it yourself. Lin Fei's voice cut through the rain, reaching Shadow's ears clearly. She was lost. What should she do now? Take Wang Zhuo's body back to the Dragon Slaying Division and request the Vice Commander's help? She shook her head. Wang Zhuo was dead. Even if she returned to the Dragon Slaying Division, she wouldn't be allowed to live. The Sword Master was dead, why should the Sword Servant live? Suddenly, she gave a miserable laugh, like a fledgling bird that had lost its nest, unsure of which way to fly. After a long while, she stripped a set of clothes from a dead body, picked up her longsword, slung it across her back, and disappeared into the rain. Target, Shadow, defect rectified. As the target does not possess any special ability, no new ability can be acquired. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed, feeling like he'd been taken advantage of without getting paid. But then he thought, at least he felt good, didn't he? And his strength was steadily improving, his physical strength had increased significantly. He estimated that after taking down another target, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough to the third realm. Other ability users might still be troubled by the side effects of their abilities, but Lin Fei was already on his way to a crushing victory. The women around him had also successfully entered the second rank of ability users through expendable training of their abilities. They were among the very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who had found ways to avoid ability complications. The types of abilities were beyond imagination, and Lin Fei wasn't naive enough to think he was the only one who could stabilize others' abilities. There would always be outliers who could do things ordinary people could not, that was a fact. System, upgrade the weapon of slaughter. Upgrading the weapon of slaughter. Weapon of slaughter upgrade successful slaughter rocket launcher. Lin Fei was slightly startled. This system was really going for it. Grenades were already a lethal weapon, and now he had a rocket launcher. Would he be able to get his hands on intercontinental ballistic missiles in the future? The sky was beginning to brighten, but it was still rather dim due to the continuous rain. The discovery of 2 corpses at the entrance of the training ground instantly caused turmoil within the Kill Mat group. Su Nan appeared at the entrance, his expression extremely grim. President! Monkey and Xiao Shun were both killed with a single shot. It was definitely a sniper. I told you we shouldn't have let those bastards go back yesterday, otherwise they wouldn't have died. FK his ancestors, brothers, if you have balls, come with me and take down those sons of Bichis in the concentration camp. Avenge Monkey and the others. Just as the crowd was seething with anger, a man walked in through the gate. It was Lin Fei, who had just finished his morning exercises, dragging Zhang Jiang like a dead dog toward the crowd. Thump! Zhang Jiang was tossed onto the ground by Lin Fei, rolling a couple of times. Chen Dong was slightly shocked. Brother Lin, what's this? Lin Fei shrugged. I just happened to encounter these guys trying to cause trouble outside, so I caught their leader. He looked at Su Nan. By the way, get Yang Shaoguang to come. Maybe he'll give you an explanation. Then, he turned halfway and pointed to a patch of woods. That's where I found them. Having said that, he walked back into the training ground without looking back. When Su Nan led her people there, goosebumps erupted all over her skin. Dozens of corpses, their deaths horrific, lay sprawled out, painting a bizarre tableau of death. Especially the guy bound to the cross, his head was gone. She recognized him as that arrogant member of the dragon slaying division, the one Huang Ruoyi and her 5 companions had only managed to drive back yesterday. Now, Lin Fei had beheaded him single-handedly. This made Su Nan feel even more confused about Lin Fei's strength. He was like a bottomless abyss. Soon, the target range's conference hall was packed with people. The punk youths looked indignant, their guns held coldly, intimidating the other survivors. Yang Shaoguang rushed over, still unsure of what had happened. When he saw Zhang Jiang lying on the ground like a dead dog, he was immediately shocked. What is this? Chen Dong explained everything from start to finish, leaving Yang Shaoguang in disbelief. Although he had suspected that Zhang Jiang might be involved, he never imagined that he would be the mastermind. No! Zhang Jiang wasn't the type to scheme, he only followed orders. Someone must have stirred things up, leading him to order the attack on the target range. A name jumped into his mind, Pei Qianhua. That was a ruthless guy, not one to act without personal gain. Even the end of the world wouldn't stop his ambition. Then, Lu Shangxi brought in a bucket of cold water and splashed it all over Zhang Jiang's face, waking him up. Ah! Zhang Jiang cried out in panic the moment he regained consciousness. When he saw Yang Shaoguang in front of him, he crawled towards him on his hands and knees. Commander Yang, save me! The target range. The people in the target range have gone mad. They're even killing our soldiers. My foot was also chopped off. This matter must be reported to the war zone. We absolutely cannot tolerate it. Commander! Yang Shaoguang's expression gradually darkened. This guy was clearly trying to shift the blame. His own deputy was actually such a piece of garbage? He really couldn't understand how this guy could become a disciple of Elder Zhuang. What a disgrace. Kicking him away, Yang Shaoguang stared at him coldly. Zhang Jiang, I treated you like a brother, and this is how you repay me? You planted a bomb on my plane. If I hadn't been lucky, you would have become the commander on the Wenchuan front line, wouldn't you? Then, you could use the letter of recommendation from Pei Qianhua to climb the ranks? Damn, if I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have even given a damn about Elder Zhuang's disciple. Now, with the end of the world upon us, instead of saving so many survivors, you choose to listen to slander and engage in infighting. You've lived like a pig for all these years. Where is Pei Qianhua? Is he dead yet? Facing Yang Shaoguang's barrage of accusations, Zhang Jiang's face showed a look of fear, because what he said was completely accurate, as if he had personally participated in their scheming. So what? I did this for the sake of the concentration camp. The people from the dragon slaying division said that there were monsters hidden in this target range that would harm even more people. What else could I do? Be in league with a tiger? Hee hee, but don't worry, the target range is about to be finished. They killed people from the dragon slaying division, they won't last for long. Zhang Jiang roared hysterically, causing everyone around to frown. Yang Shaoguang's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Chen Dong stepped forward and said, Commander Yang, this guy is useless now, right? Then I'll just clean up the trash. Yang Shaoguang closed his eyes and nodded heavily, then walked out of the meeting hall. A scream followed, then suddenly stopped. Yang Shaoguang's thoughts were in turmoil. The target range was indeed the victim. If it only involved the concentration camp, then he could have managed it. But it was tangled up with the dragon slaying division, and that was bad news. Chapter 75 Ability Enhancement Pills can also be returned upon consumption for 2 consecutive days. Activity at the training grounds was very frequent. This was because Yang Shaoguang and Su Nan decided to merge the concentration camp and the training grounds. When that happened, the training ground personnel would also be incorporated into the River of Forgetfulness frontline forces. This would also give them the status of regular soldiers backed by the Southern War Zone, and the Dragon Slaying Division wouldn't easily attack them. Actually, Su Nan had come to Lin Fei before to ask for his opinion. However, Lin Fei didn't give her any advice, instead telling her to do what she thought was best. For Lin Fei, it didn't matter what she chose. If someone offended him, he would just kill them. This day, Lin Fei was basking in the sun, looking at short videos saved on his phone. He had downloaded them 2 or 3 days before the end of the world, when he still had internet access. They were about things similar to breakthrough embryos. System, can I break through my current second realm on my own? You can, but it will deplete a large amount of life force and you won't achieve a perfect breakthrough, severely restricting your growth ceiling. It is not recommended unless absolutely necessary. Lin Fei understood. If he wanted to walk a path of perfect invincibility, he would definitely need items that could help him achieve perfect breakthroughs. It seems I need to move up my schedule for finding breakthrough items. I could go to Crossing Sea City first. There's a strange egg there. Maybe it's a breakthrough embryo. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door and a voluptuous figure walked in. Lin Fei turned his head and was a little surprised. Dr. Lu, why do you have time to come here? The person was Lu Ruyan, whom he hadn't seen for several days. After saving her back then, he didn't know what she was tinkering with. Lu Ruyan's fox-like eyes held a hint of cunning. Well, Mr. Lin Fei, I have a request and I'd like you to help me. Oh? I'm just a rough man. How could I be of help to Dr. Lu? Lin Fei said with a light smile. Lu Ruyan swayed over to Lin Fei's recliner, placing her hands on her knees, the beautiful cleavage on full display. I heard that all of Mr. Lin Fei's women are ability users, and that their abilities are unaffected by side effects. You know, as a person in the research field, you can imagine how attractive this phenomenon is to me. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, I've been fully focused on analyzing the mutation factors within zombies, and also on solving the side effect problem of ability users. Lin Fei nodded, feigning understanding. Well, then you must be a very dedicated research expert. I'm impressed. Lu Ruyan saw that Lin Fei was pretending to be ignorant but didn't call him out. Instead, she lowered her posture even further, closing the distance between them. Mr. Lin Fei, I would like to explore the secrets of your body as a seeker of truth. I don't know if I have that chance? A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Fei's mouth. What secrets could I have? Besides being bigger, longer, and lasting longer, I'm just an ordinary person. Lu Ruyan secretly rolled her eyes but maintained her smile. You're joking. If you're an ordinary person, then we're not even that. If you have concerns, I can give you a promise. If my research produces results, the first person to benefit will definitely be you. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. Not enough. I'm a very greedy person. Your promise is useless to me. You should think it over before coming back. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to say something, Xin Lingyin suddenly walked in from the door. Brother Lin Fei. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed the seductive woman standing beside Lin Fei, wanting to press her southern hemisphere onto his head. Her pretty brows instantly furrowed. Dr. Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Ruyan straightened up, her expression normal. It's nothing. I just came to talk to Lin Fei about some things. Having said that, she nodded at Lin Fei and left without another word. Xin Lingyin walked suspiciously to Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei, you big pig trotter, be honest, was that woman trying to seduce you? Lin Fei smiled and pulled her into his arms. What? Are you jealous already? Xin Lingyin made a face. Of course not. I'd rather spend the effort practicing my abilities. Humph, let's talk business. What did you call me back for? Lin Fei smiled knowingly. What do you think? Your brother called you back, of course, to give you something good to eat. Xin Lingyin suddenly thought of something, her face turning as red as an apple. Ugh, Lin Fei, you just like to bully me. That thing isn't good at all. I haven't even said what it is, and you already know it's not good? Lin Fei chuckled mischievously. Xin Lingyin buried her face in Lin Fei's arms. Lin Fei, you're so bad. You're always teasing me. If you keep doing that, I'll ignore you. Lin Fei's smile didn't fade as he patted her back. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I called you back because there's something important. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his space and poured out a white pill. Here, try this and see if it works for you. Xin Lingyin asked in confusion. What is this? A tiger vitality pill? But why is it white? This is a pill specifically for abilities. Try it. Lin Fei fed her the pill. Xin Lingyin's nimble tongue curled around Lin Fei's fingertip, and the white pill dissolved into an energy that nourished her body and mind. After swallowing the pill, Xin Lingyin closed her eyes as if entering a meditative state, occasionally frowning. Lin Fei gently placed her on a lounge chair and watched over her. The reason why he asked Xin Lingyin to test the medicine was because she possessed healing abilities and had a stronger tolerance. If she encountered any special circumstances, it would be easier to handle. After about 5 minutes, Xin Lingyin's delicate body began to tremble slightly, as if she was desperately enduring something. Lin Fei's emerald green healing ability was about to activate when he suddenly let out a surprised "ha." Then, he saw every inch of Xin Lingyin's skin releasing a dense emerald green glow, even condensing into frost, spreading out in all directions. A rich life essence radiated, and the green frost covered the entire courtyard. Soon, the plants in the flower beds seemed to have undergone a genetic mutation, growing wildly. Even the old locust tree in the center of the yard sprouted fresh green buds. Lin Fei looked at this scene, a look of joy flashing in his eyes. It seemed that Xin Lingyin's ability had successfully been upgraded, he just didn't know if it had reached SSS rank. After a while, Xin Lingyin's eyes slowly opened, even her pupils had turned emerald green, full of mystery. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Fei's mind. Xin Lingyin consumed 1 ability upgrade pill, returning 10 ability upgrade pills. Lin Fei was delighted, he really could exploit a bug. But before he could be happy for long, the system's next notification sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 76, We Are All Fish, unable to see the true world. Time rewinds to a year before the apocalypse. Lin Fei was still a struggling company chairman, busy with work every day. His greatest anticipation was the time he spent with his girlfriend, Li Yoshi. They had been in love for a long time, yet they always remained at the stage of holding hands and hugging. Lin Fei wasn't worried, because he had absolute confidence that Li Yoshi would never leave him. He believed that taking things slow was the best way. That night, Li Yoshi pulled Lin Fei, who had just finished work, and together they drove through the dazzling city lights to a quiet park. Every time they met, Li Yoshi couldn't help but blush, and this time was no exception. Lin Fei loved this appearance of hers, it was both cute and alluring. She pulled Lin Fei to sit on the grass, looking at the reflection of the starry sky in the artificial lake. Lin Fei, there are so many wonderful things in this world, but life is so short, we can't experience them all. Lin Fei nodded, life is indeed too short, if possible, I want to have many lifetimes with you, to experience everything we wanted together. Li Yoshi gave him a charming glance, then pointed to the lake's reflection. It's a shame that we are like the fish in that water, even if we die one day, the entire lake will not remember us. And the lake that gave them life and nurtured them, confines them for their entire existence. At this moment, a small fish leaped out of the lake, gazed at the real starry sky for a moment, and was ruthlessly slapped back into its world. It seemed to be echoing Li Yoshi's lament. Lin Fei suddenly felt that Li Yoshi was a bit different today, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After all, she always liked to say these strange and eccentric things. The starry sky seen by fish in the water is not the real starry sky, but they have no way of knowing, since they cannot leave this water. Even if external forces help them escape from misery, how do they know they are not going to another sea of suffering? Look over there, in the eyes of the fishermen, the fish are their harvest today, and in the eyes of the fish, they may be the gods who rule the world. Some fish know that biting the hook means death, yet they still do it without hesitation, because in the moment they are pulled out of the water, they see the real starry sky, and die without regrets. As she spoke, Li Yoshi hugged her legs and seemed a little downcast. Lin Fei frowned slightly, moved closer to her, and put his arm around her. Then he sniffed her and immediately frowned. Did you go and secretly drink again? Li Yoshi blushed and giggled. I just wanted to experience it. Don't be like that, big brother. Lin Fei said in annoyance. No wonder she was talking about the meaning of life and comprehending the great Tao. A little bit of alcohol and she doesn't know her place. Let's go home, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Li Yoshi suddenly used her strength and pulled Lin Fei, causing him to stagger and fall diagonally onto the grass. Before Lin Fei could react, she flipped over and sat on his waist. Being suddenly stirred up by Li Yoshi, Lin Fei didn't know what to do. Under the night sky, Li Yoshi's eyes were very bright, like 2 stars in the sky. Yoshi, you. Shoo. Li Yoshi put her finger on Lin Fei's lips, signaling him not to speak. Then she slowly lay down on Lin Fei's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Sometimes I wonder, are we also fish in that pond, unable to see the true world? But so what? At least I found you here, other things have lost their interest to me. Lin Fei, if I die one day, will you cry? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yoshi, what nonsense are you talking about? You're going to be with me for decades more, and when you die, I won't be far behind, so what's the point of crying? Li Yoshi murmured. Is that so? It sounds pretty good. Then, her hand suddenly reached for Lin Fei's pants, and with a zip, the zipper was opened. Yoshi, what are you doing? Lin Fei was shocked and stopped her movement. Li Yoshi's eyes were glazed with intoxication, her whole being exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Fei, I want to give myself to you, to give you everything that others covet but cannot obtain. Take me, okay? Lin Fei was stunned as a breathtakingly beautiful face magnified before him, a warm softness pressing against his lips. Under the starry sky, romance flowed on the grass, unnoticed by the occasional passers-by. That night of madness brought Lin Fei and Li Yoshi the ultimate pleasure. Not long after, Li Yoshi was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, with only a short time left to live. For a long time, Lin Fei was in a daze, unable to accept the outcome. Every time he saw Li Yoshi's increasingly pale face, his heart would clench with pain. All he could do was accompany her to do the things they never had time for before. Li Yoshi was happy, but Lin Fei's heart was trembling. A few months later, the inevitable arrived. After she closed her eyes, Lin Fei felt as if the world had abandoned him. Lin Fei, if I die one day, will you cry? Before Li Yoshi's grave, Lin Fei stood alone for a long time. Would he cry? If he did, she would probably laugh at him, right? Yet, as he turned to leave, a crystal tear still fell onto the bluestone. These were precious and heavy memories, and now Lin Fei's mind was filled with fragments of their time together. And what stirred these memories was the system notification that had just rung in Lin Fei's head. Yoshi consumed high-grade Starsource Spirit Crystal 10, returned high-grade Starsource Spirit Crystal 100. Yoshi, Lin Fei muttered. Brother Lin Fei, what's wrong? Are you okay? Xinlinging tugged at Lin Fei worriedly, her emerald green eyes full of life. Lin Fei snapped back to reality, looked at the girl in front of him, took a deep breath, and suppressed the urge to immediately communicate with the system, choosing to deal with the current situation first. I'm fine, how's your ability? Any changes? Xinlinging pouted slightly and said with some joy, I feel like my ability strength has increased more than twice. Now I can regrow limbs and restore myself with a drop of blood. Well, that's what my mind tells me, and my ability name has changed too. It's now called Divine Healing, but Lin Fei was slightly shocked. Regrowing limbs and restoring oneself with a drop of blood, this was simply an immortal divine skill. Previously, her ability was S-grade, capable of quickly healing wounds, but now after consuming the promotion pill, it was at least an SS grade. He wondered if continuing to have her take promotion pills would still be effective. Very good, go and call your sisters back. Xinlinging nodded and left excitedly. Lin Fei, with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, began to communicate with the system. Chapter 77, I, Sunan, am genuinely envious of Tong. Bro Tong, what's going on? Are you bugging out? This system has never experienced a bug. Please be rational, host. Then why am I receiving notifications from Yoshi? What, is she reverse burning paper for me from down there? The system cannot receive feedback from deceased organisms. Lin Fei suddenly paused. If it was truly as the system said, then that meant Yoshi wasn't dead? Impossible. I personally placed Yoshi in her coffin. Nothing is absolute. Death is merely a subjective awareness of living beings and is not used as a reference by this system. So you're saying Yoshi might really not be dead? Then, Brotong, do you have any tracking abilities? You know, like limitless universe, 10,000 miles of tracking kind of thing. The system didn't answer. Silence spoke volumes. But that was precisely what made Lin Fei even more ecstatic. The system's confidence proved that what he had heard was not false. Yoshi, she was still alive. It was the best news he had heard all year, and a long-lost look of indulgence crept onto his face. Yo, little boss Lin, which girl are you thinking about? You're practically drooling down to your feet. Sunan suddenly appeared at the door, teasing him. Lin Fei's lips twitched, then he changed his expression. Is there something you need? Sunan chuckled twice. What? Can't I come by if there's nothing? This is my home, you know. Lin Fei shrugged. It's not a problem if you want to come back and live here. TCH, you're so pleased with yourself, Sunan scoffed. Then, she became serious. Yang Shaoguang has already drafted a battle plan. I just came to have you look at it and see if it's feasible. As she spoke, she shook the documents in her hand. Lin Fei didn't even glance at the documents and waved his hand. Just arrange it as you see fit. Don't treat me as too important. I'm just here for refuge at best. You guys make your own decisions on small matters. Sunan pouted. I knew you'd be a hands-off boss. I'm destined to a life of toil. Nowadays, the flamboyant crowd at the shooting range was particularly convinced by Lin Fei, to the point where it felt like Sunan was being sidelined. However, Sunan couldn't refute it. It stemmed from Lin Fei's personal charisma. She sighed, then changed the topic. Then, if I arrange for Ruai and the others to participate in the operation, would you agree? Lin Fei looked at her, then picked up the iced drink on the table and took a sip. Sure. Sunan was stunned. You just agreed? Aren't you afraid something might happen to them? Lin Fei put down his cup, nonchalantly saying, it's true that they're my women, but if they don't even have a shred of self-judgment, they're better off dead. These words startled Sunan. It seemed Lin Fei didn't plan to keep a few vases at home. What she didn't know was that Lin Fei had another half-sentence he hadn't spoken. If anyone dares to kill them, regardless of right or wrong, they shall bear my wrath. That was Lin Fei's way. I won't offend anyone, but if someone offends me, I will eliminate them. Soon after, Wang Ruoyi and the others were called back by Xinlinging. On the way, Xinlinging told them that Lin Fei was going to evolve his abilities. This made the girls somewhat expectant. After all, ability evolution was a brand new concept for them. But it wasn't hard to understand that after upgrading, their abilities would become even more powerful, meaning they would be able to help Lin Fei even more. However, Sunan was unaware and looked at the girls in confusion. Ruoyi, what's going on? Huang Ruoyi said with a smile, good news. You'll know in a little bit. Sunan looked at her, then at Lin Fei. He didn't show any signs of shooing her away, so she was going to get curious. Lin Fei led the girls out of the villa and headed towards the back mountain of the shooting range. Why did we come outside? Huang Jinjin couldn't help but ask. After a moment of thought, Shen Lingyin replied, maybe they were afraid you'd blow up the house? This caused the other girls to giggle. When they reached the outside of the practice range wall, Lin Fei stopped. This should be far enough, you guys better keep your distance from each other. With that, he took out 4 power-up pills and gave one to each of them. Although they didn't know what these were called, they were undoubtedly the things Shen Lingyin had spoken of that would strengthen their abilities. How many good things did Lin Fei have? These didn't look like something a normal person could possess. But they didn't dare to ask. After all, they all relied on Lin Fei, and being too clever would only cause trouble. The girls scattered in 4 directions, each about 100 meters apart. They simultaneously swallowed the pills in their hands, then closed their eyes and sat in a meditative posture. Su Nan watched them in confusion, not understanding what they were doing. Was it some kind of ritual? The next moment, her eyes widened. Different colored lights appeared on each of them, gradually intensifying. Boom! A thunderclap from clear skies, a streak of azure lightning struck from the sky, directly hitting Huang Jinjin, who was glowing with an azure electric aura. In an instant, dozens of meters around her became a sea of lightning, crackling, and terrifying to behold. Huang Rui was tightly encased in a rapidly spinning vortex of water, and the clouds above even began to spiral towards the ground due to the vortex, forming a spectacular sight like a waterspout. Shen Shuriying didn't have any grand gestures. Instead, the metal around her seemed to have a finer luster, even reflecting like a mirror. The most outlandish was Ruan Qiu. As Lin Fei and the others watched, her body began to vibrate at a high frequency, even creating afterimages. The afterimages pulled out another Ruan Qiu, which then remained still, as if there were truly 2 Ruan Qius sitting there, causing Su Nan to gasp in amazement. Boss Lin, what's happening to them? Su Nan couldn't suppress her curiosity anymore and asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at her and smiled faintly. Power upgrade. You could understand it as leveling up. Leveling up? This was too absurd. Why were those 2 previous ability users so short-lived? Huang Rui and the others were able to use their abilities without any fear, a sure downgrade to other ability users. Su Nan couldn't help but look at Lin Fei with her beautiful eyes. All of this must be his doing, right? She thought she had seen through Lin Fei's true face, but it seemed there were still more masks to peel back. A mystery. A mysterious man. If only she had abilities, but she was just an ordinary person. She was destined never to stand at the same level as them. Lin Fei noticed the envy and disappointment in Su Nan's eyes. For a strong-willed woman, watching others become stronger step by step while she could only watch and envy was indeed very cruel. But wasn't that how fate was written? Lin Fei didn't believe in fate. He only believed in himself. He patted Su Nan's shoulder and said calmly, it's just an ability. If you want it, I can snatch one for you. Chapter 78, All Abilities Ascend. Su Nan laughed, don't joke around. Some things are a blessing to have, and if you don't, you find a way to live without them. Lin Fei chuckled non-committally, what if I told you it really is possible? Then I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Su Nan whispered in Lin Fei's ear. This woman, though her mouth said no, her heart yearned for it intensely. In this world, who would willingly accept mediocrity? Rumble. A muffled thunderclap sounded, drawing their gazes. But it didn't come from the sky, but from the thunder marsh. A pulsating sapphire heart was visible within the marsh, rhythmically beating, each pulse like a thunderous boom. Then, the surrounding sapphire lightning surged wildly, converging towards the center. Why is her ascension different from mine? Ability upgrades will automatically choose a direction based on the conditions of each owner. The same ability can manifest in 1,000 different ways. Lin Fei understood. So that was the reason. At that moment, the thunder marsh enveloping Huang Jinjin had shrunk to a very small area. The heart was also submerged in the sapphire lightning, and no more pulses were heard. When the thunder marsh completely dissipated, a graceful figure appeared before them. Huang Jinjin opened her eyes, her sapphire pupils filled with lightning, even her hair seemed to have turned sapphire. Buzz! With a subtle vibration, Huang Jinjin disappeared from the spot, appearing in front of Lin Fei in the next instant. Her speed was akin to real lightning. Lin Fei, get me some clothes, are you trying to let me run around naked? Huang Jinjin was as anxious as a little monkey. Lin Fei appreciatively surveyed her delicate body. Seems perkier than before. I'll give you a thorough check later. With that, a short-sleeved top and hot pants appeared in his hand, which Huang Jinjin swiftly donned. Phew! You rascal, get ready to see what true turbo self-priming is. Huang Jinjin stuck out her tongue. Look, sister's awake! Shen Lingyin exclaimed. Shen Shuriying slowly woke up on the metal throne. The surrounding metallic material transformed into a disc, carrying her. Then it began to float in the air, drifting towards Lin Fei and the others. Sister can actually fly. Shen Lingyin's mouth hung open in shock. When Shen Shuriying floated in front of them, the metal liquefied and pooled around her ankles, forming a pair of beautiful anklets that complemented her fair skin. Lingyin immediately rushed over to hold her hand, excitedly calling out how amazing her sister was. Shurying also wanted to share her excitement. But when she saw Lin Fei looking to the side, she couldn't help but follow his gaze. In the distance, two figures slowly rose and walked towards them. Shurying and Huang Jinjin widened their eyes. Is that Sister Ruanqiu? How can there be two Sister Ruanqiu? Am I seeing things? They were both doubtful. The strange feeling only intensified when Ruanqiu walked in front of them. Lin Fei looked at her thoughtfully. So, you're a clone? Both Ruanqiu smiled and nodded simultaneously. Yes, I feel it. She is me, and I am her. Furthermore, as my strength increases, I can have more clones. This caused Huang Jinjin to cry out in surprise. Then doesn't that mean Lin Fei gets many times the pleasure? Thwack! Lin Fei slapped her on the back of the head. This girl seemed to have something wrong with her. All she thought about every day was nonsense. Watching Huang Jinjin rub her head, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Hasn't Sister Ruai finished yet? Ruanqiu was a little shocked, looking at the rapidly spinning torrent of water 100 meters away, as well as the waterspout that reached a great height. But as soon as the words left her mouth, the waterspout in the sky slowly dispersed and transformed back into floating clouds. Everyone saw the deep blue water sphere enveloping Huang Ruai fluctuating as if it was about to hatch. With a crisp pop, the water sphere shattered, the falling water creating a small puddle on the ground. Huang Rui's figure appeared in everyone's view. She slowly opened her eyes, appearing even more rounded and voluptuous. As she stepped forward, the puddle on the ground surged ahead, and something could even be seen occasionally surfacing within it. The few gathered together, all seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Lin Fei nodded, signaling, let's all talk about the effects of your abilities. Huang Jinjin couldn't wait and was the first to speak. My ability has become Thunder Tribulation Body. I can collect various lightning, temper myself, and my strength is definitely much stronger than before. Lingyin followed, raising her hand and saying, I'm a healer. I can heal a large area. Her concise words made everyone understand. My ability is still metal control, but I feel my control is much stronger. I couldn't fly with people before, but now I can easily do it, Shurying said in a timely manner. Wow, that's great. Does that mean we can ride Sister Shurying's flying car in the future? Huang Jinjin rubbed her hands, giggling. Huang Ruai patted her head. Jinjin, don't talk nonsense. Then, she looked at everyone. My ability has upgraded to Water Spirit. Like before, I can control any water flow, but the difference is that a peculiar thing is gestating in the water flow. I don't know if they are living beings. As she spoke, she gestured, and a strange thing made of water emerged from the nearby puddle, a bit like a fish but also dull-witted. Wow! So cute! Lingyin squatted down, stars in her eyes. Lin Fei also looked at it in surprise. What does this thing do? Huang Ruai thought for a moment and said, it can help me control water flow, reduce my ability consumption, and its strength is maximized in water. I still need to study it further. Lin Fei nodded. It seemed that she had awakened some kind of special ability, like an ability's accompanying spirit. It had to be said, some people were naturally blessed. Then everyone's gaze gathered on Ruanqiu. She now had two bodies, making it difficult for people to distinguish which was the real one. Ruanqiu smiled, her figure swayed, and the two of her merged into one. My ability can now not only replicate things, but also use me as an anchor to create clones. The stronger I am, the more clones I can make. This made Huang Ruoi's beautiful eyes widen. This ability was truly too joyful. The few women were all very happy. Their strength had increased by more than one level, but they didn't forget that all of this was given to them by Lin Fei. However, compared to the joy of the women, Sunan seemed to have a complex look. It seemed that their distance from her was getting farther and farther. Chapter 79. The suburban base of the capital. For several days, the shooting range was under intense construction, and the survivors were assigned to work. According to the labor-based distribution system proposed by Sunan, no one dared to be lazy. Furthermore, the combat teams organized by Yang Shaoguang were constantly undergoing training, and Lin Fei's women played important roles in the rescue teams. Now, the women's abilities had all reached the second level, and their ability levels were not low. With their combined efforts, mutated creatures could not pose a threat to them. It could be said that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Lin Fei even took time to visit the Wenchuan City Cemetery. With trepidation, he opened Li Yoshi's tomb. As a result, there were no remains in the coffin that he had personally buried. This relieved Lin Fei, and the joy in his heart grew even stronger. This proved that the system had not lied, and Yoshi was really alive somewhere in this world. He had to find her. The capital. The once prosperous city had long been reduced to a wasteland, with zombies everywhere and mutant species running rampant. In the suburbs, a high wall blocked off the road to the city, with countless sentry posts all around, maintaining a 24-hour watch. Behind the high wall were hundreds of thousands of survivors, constructing a base in an orderly fashion under the command of the capital's military forces. It had to be said that the capital, worthy of being the Dragon Kingdom's capital, had started working on establishing a survivor base in just over 10 days. This was largely thanks to the capital's military area, which had long been stationed in the suburbs. As a powerful army group, they had eliminated the internal chaos on the first day of the apocalypse and proceeded to rescue important figures of the Dragon Kingdom. It could be said that as long as a zombie horde of hundreds of thousands did not break out in the capital, this suburban base would not be breached. At this moment, in a valley next to the base, a rocket launcher stood tall, with a rocket poised for launch, painted with the words Doomsday 1. After a thunderous roar, the rocket stirred up thick dust clouds, pushing its massive body towards the sky. This was a super rocket carrying epoch-making technology. The Doomsday satellite on board could transmit signals across all frequencies without dead spots, no longer needing to rely on signal base stations to achieve nationwide communication. In the secret meeting room of the suburban base, several old men took their seats. Now that Doomsday 1 has been successfully launched, it is time to proceed with the next step of recovery. Let us see what the attitude of the different regions is. The apocalypse has unsettled people, and work will definitely not go smoothly. Bullshit. Anyone who dares to act against the general trend, I'll be the first to shoot them. Oldly, you're old, but your temper hasn't changed one bit. Chief, what do you think? The group of old men spoke all at once, eventually directing the question to the old man in the seat of honor. The chief remained silent, revealing neither joy nor anger. After a good while, he finally spoke. Let us first understand the situation in the different regions. What about the Institute's analysis of the defects of the ability users? An old man with white hair and glasses next to him said, the special agent currently developed only has a 5% chance of alleviating the side effects of ability users' abilities, and it has not been popularized to those ability users. The chief nodded, then looked at an old man wearing a flying fish robe. What about your dragon slaying division? How much power do you still have at your disposal? The old man in the flying fish robe clasped his fist. There are still 2 deputy chiefs and 8 dragon stabilizing envoys in the capital area, and there are also dozens of other sword hiding envoys, rune igniting envoys, and formation executing envoys. The chief nodded again. In that case, send 1 deputy chief and 3 dragon stabilizing envoys, along with some other people, to form an investigation team and act according to the circumstances. Everyone present was somewhat startled. The chief was planning for the worst. But thinking about it, it made sense. Since ancient times, after the world fell into chaos, all the lords would rise, dividing and occupying territory. Now, the apocalypse is different from the past. It's a disaster that has befallen all of humanity. If internal strife plagues the dragon nation during this time, the situation will be exceptionally dire. No wonder the head of state is resorting to such drastic measures. It's indeed a good choice to have the Dragon Slaying Division take the lead. After all, they are ancient and surviving eccentrics, especially the 4 deputy division heads, each with unimaginable terrifying power. For today's ability users, they are a force of dimensionality reduction. Unlike the silence in the meeting room, the entire suburban Beijing base is bustling with activity. There are refugees who have just been rescued, disheveled, and gaunt. There are also people who have become familiar with the base, gratefully doing their work. In the depths of secluded alleys, there are even shocking secret transactions. And within the entire suburban Beijing base, several powerful factions have taken root. While the survivors are struggling to feed themselves, they can still enjoy delicious cooked meals, seemingly preserving civilization, making others envious. But no one dares to cause trouble, because they are super families that have been entrenched in the capital for many years. Even now that the apocalypse has arrived, they can still live comfortably. After all, throughout the suburban Beijing base, from the highest management to the vagrant thugs, they have their people. At this moment, on the edge of the suburban Beijing base, the door of a prefabricated house opens, and a neatly dressed man steps out, pulling up his pants. After adjusting himself, he takes out a piece of bread from his bag and throws it into the room behind him. Good. I like women like you who have husbands. You're good in bed, here's a reward. If I'm in a good mood in the future, maybe I'll let you live a more comfortable life, so you should know what to do, right? Inside the room behind him, a woman, barely clothed, with tears still wet on her cheeks, looks at the bread on the ground, and her body uncontrollably chooses to pick it up and swallow it whole. The man leaves with a cold laugh, followed by 2 equally well-dressed individuals. Young Master Wang is truly in a fine mood. Such a piece is rare indeed. Indeed, that woman's husband is a fitness coach, usually keeping a close eye on his wife. Isn't it young Master Wang's good methods that sent that guy to repair the wall on the outskirts? He must be exhausted after a day. If he knew that the woman he was hiding was being played with, wouldn't he explode? Wang Qingya, listening to their flattery, couldn't help but smile. You two have been following me for more than a day or two. Now that this is the world we live in, follow me closely and you'll be sure to profit in this suburban Beijing base. The 2 behind him nod and bow, wagging their tails to show loyalty. Alright, young Master Wang, the family had just sent a message saying your two fiancés seem to have been found. One of them suddenly remembers and says. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingye's eyes light up. Chapter 80, The Fate of the Shen Sisters. The internet's back. The internet's back. Our village has internet. Huang Jinjin shouted excitedly as she ran out of the house, clutching her phone. The few people who were renovating the villa were instantly surprised. It had been half a month since the apocalypse, and everyone had grown accustomed to a life without the internet. Now, they were being told that the internet was back. What was going on? I just saw it on Douyin. They launched a super satellite from Shangjing, and that's how the internet was restored. That's amazing. In such a short time, we can surf the web again. Huang Jinjin showed them the full signal bars on her phone. The women were shocked. They rushed back into the house to find their own phones and asked Huang Jinjin to charge them. Sure enough, the signal was back, and without any operators taking a cut, the internet speed was blazing fast. Lin Fei wasn't particularly surprised by this. The apocalypse was not only a disaster but also an opportunity. Given time, if the chaos could truly be quelled, human technology would flourish like never before. However, having internet now was one thing, but not many people knew about it. Besides the cities that had established survivor settlements, other survivors were still struggling to survive. A phone was less important than a piece of bread, and they had long since abandoned them. Inside the villa, the women were all using their phones to catch up on news from various places. Huang Ruoyi had no one she wanted to contact. The most important person to her was Huang Jinjin, and now that they were both powerful ability users, nothing could separate them. Ruan Xiao was a little wistful as she flipped through her contact list. The icons representing her family members were all grayed out. She didn't plan on contacting anyone. She was doing just fine on her own. The Shen sisters, on the other hand, had furrowed brows. What's wrong? Lin Fei asked when he noticed their expressions. Shen Shuriying patted Shen Lingyin's hand and then handed her phone to Lin Fei. My dad sent a message. They've established a base in Shangjing and want Lingyin and me to go back. Lin Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the message on the phone. Your dad is quite resourceful. He can mobilize helicopters so easily. You know, Shangjing is almost 2,000 kilometers away from Wangchuan, and there are countless dangers in between. I suspect that there's a reason why they want you back so urgently, right? Shen Shuriying didn't hide anything from Lin Fei. She nodded and said, my phone and Lingyin's phone have the Shen family's tracking devices on them. No matter where we are, they can find us instantly. Didn't I tell you before that we came out to find the one who would change our fate? Now that my sister and I have entrusted ourselves to you, it proves that you are our destiny. Of course, my parents don't know about this. If there wasn't an apocalypse, we would probably have been captured by the Shen family and taken back to Shangjing to marry into the Wang family. Everyone was surprised after hearing this. Huang Jinjin asked in confusion, at a time like this, they're still thinking about arranged marriages? Shen Shuriying shook her head with a wry smile. Maybe you don't know the influence of the Wang family in Shangjing. They are one of the strongest families in Longhua on the surface. They've been passed down for over 1,000 years, and family members are in politics, business, and the military. The current head of the family is a member of the leadership of Longhua. I just searched it. One of the people in power at the Shangjing base is from the Wang family. Ruanqiu pondered, so, your family still wants to use you and Lingyin to get on the Wang family's boat? Shen Shuriying nodded helplessly. Isn't that completely insane? We're guarding a treasure trove and they're still thinking about those small favors? If it were me, I would cut ties with them immediately. If they dare to come and try to harm you, I guarantee they wouldn't leave Wangchuan alive. Huang Jinjin slammed her hand on the table, cursing. Shen Lingyin pursed her lips and said innocently, actually, my sister and I have also thought about breaking off all ties with the Shen family, but my mother, she's still at the Shen family. My sister and I don't want to give up on her. Everyone was a bit puzzled, wondering what kind of situation their family was in. Huang Ruoyi suddenly spoke. Their mother, who is also my sister, has always been a gentle and virtuous woman, content with her lot in life. She would absolutely never use her daughter's future to exchange for the prosperity of the family. Obviously, the Shen family's decision to sell their daughter for gain was made behind her back. Otherwise, she would have called me for help long ago. Shen Shuriying and Shen Lingyin nodded simultaneously, and is right, Mom is the best person in the world. Lingyin and I will absolutely not stand by and watch her continue to stay in such a filthy environment. Lin Fei's gaze swept back and forth across their faces, then he asked, so, you're saying that you have to make a trip to the capital? Shen Shuriying looked directly at Lin Fei, her eyes filled with determination. Yes. Clearly, she had made up her mind. She just didn't know what Lin Fei would think. Huang Ruoyi and the other two women closed their mouths, unanimously looking at Lin Fei. They knew that he had once been incredibly domineering, saying that if anyone wanted to leave his side, unless they could offer sufficient leverage, they would face death. They wondered what he would say now. Under the gaze of the 5 women, Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Then let's make a trip. I can't let you be disappointed, can I? Huang Ruoyi and the others looked a little stunned, while Xin Shiying was overjoyed. Xin Lingying even exclaimed yay and immediately jumped into Lin Fei's arms, acting cute and charming. Huang Ruoyi and Wan Qiu exchanged glances, both seeing the relief in the other's eyes. From this, they could see that their position in Lin Fei's heart had finally risen a little, so they wouldn't be treated coldly anymore. Tap, tap, tap. A knock came at the door. Su Nan, wearing a seductive red suspender dress, with ample cleavage partially exposed, her skin fair and radiant, entered. Yo, everyone's here. Huang Ruoyi welcomed her with a smile. Nan, it's been days since we've seen you. Su Nan made a wronged expression, glancing at Lin Fei, who had a beauty in his arms, and said with a hint of bitterness, isn't it all because of the bases matters? It's true that you don't know until you become an official. Once you do, it's a shock. Goodness, I'm only a clerk in the office at most, and the things I have to deal with every day are endless. I haven't had a good rest these past few days. Look, the bags under my eyes have been brought out. Huang Ruoyi gave her a hug. Alright. When the Heavenly King mountain base is on the right track, it won't be so troublesome. I guess you're not here today just to complain, right? Su Nan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point with Lin Fei. Boss Lin, this matter was entrusted to me by Yang Shaoguang to report to you. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. Oh? What matter needs to be reported to me? Su Nan pouted. Isn't it about a woman? Have you forgotten the beautiful female doctor you rescued? Chapter 81. What I saved is mine. In a secluded small building within the Heavenly King mountain base, a simple laboratory had been set up. Lu Ruyan, clad in a white coat, was engrossed in some research. Yang Shaoguang stood beside her, his brow furrowed with worry. Dr. Lu, the war zone has issued an order. You need to return to the war zone within 3 days to oversee the project. Your staying here is not of much use to you, me, or the other survivors. A talent like you should be shining where you belong. Without turning her head, Lu Ruyan retorted, I'll stay wherever I damn well please. What's it to those old fogies? Yang Shaoguang's eyelids twitched. This woman seemed a bit wild. Wouldn't the high-precision technology in the war zone be more comfortable than handcrafting everything here? There would also be people to assist you. It's obvious which place is more suitable, right? But Lu Ruyan was like a stubborn plaster, determined to stay here. Who knows what she was thinking? Dr. Lu, if you really don't return to the war zone, I'm afraid that within a few days, they will send people to forcibly take you away. Major General Lu won't allow you to stay out here for long. Yang Shaoguang's words caused Lu Ruyan's delicate eyebrows to knit together, as if the Major General Lu he mentioned was a special person. Lu Ruyan coldly glared at him. My own affairs are my own business. It's not up to Lu Zongyao to tell me how to live my life. Yang Shaoguang sighed, but he is your husband, after all. Even if you have some issues between you in the face of greater issues, it's best not to be willful. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. The specific choice is in your hands. Lu Ruyan coldly said, just know your place, you don't need to concern yourself with my affairs. If Lu Zongyao dares to send people, I'm not made of clay either. I refuse to believe the world will stop turning just because it loses a scientist. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Yang Shaoguang didn't know how to persuade her. Oh, who upset our expert at Heavenly King Mountain Base? Suddenly, a figure walked in through the door, casually pulling a stool to sit down, looking at the two of them. Yang Shaoguang's eyes lit up, and he walked forward, saying, Lin Fei, try to persuade Dr. Lu. Her existence plays a significant role in whether humanity can overcome the apocalypse. She shouldn't be wasting her time here. Lin Fei looked at the displeased Lu Ruyan, then at the anxious Yang Shaoguang, and suddenly chuckled. Commander Yang, Haven T, you got the wrong concept? Yang Shaoguang was taken aback, looking at Lin Fei, puzzled. Lin Fei raised his hand and pointed at Lu Ruyan, sneering, this woman, first and foremost, regardless of her abilities, or what role she plays for whomever, since she is willing to stay at my Heavenly King mountain base, no one dares to move her from here. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly relaxed. It seemed this guy Lin Fei was still very territorial. With that said, she could leave or stay as she pleased, and no one could do anything about it. But Lin Fei's next words made her feel flustered. Secondly, I brought her out from a pile of corpses, her life belongs to me. Until I say otherwise, she can't go anywhere except for this base. If anyone from the Southern War Zone has any ideas, then they can come talk to me directly. I don't need to say anything more, right? Commander Yang. Yang Shaoguang stood there stunned, then his eyes widened in horror. He hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so domineering, claiming Lu Ruyan as his own. How was he going to explain this to the higher-ups? That Lu Ruyan was taken by a bandit? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the Major General? As a senior colonel, unless he won in competition, he was still not enough in the eyes of a seasoned Major General. Lin Fei, you this, sigh, how foolish. If you really do this, you'll be directly offending half of the Southern Theater. Yang Shaoguang was even more anxious. Lu Ruyan also wanted to see how Lin Fei would respond. Lin Fei just glanced at him dismissively. So what if they're major generals? So what if it's the Southern Theater? My things, Lin Fei's things, are not so easy to take. You can relay this message to them word for word, and if there's any issue, tell them to come find me. After saying that, he left the experimental building without looking back, leaving Yang Xiaoguang dumbfounded. It took him quite a while to come back to his senses, then he turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was buried in her experiment, and sighed before leaving. After he left, Lu Ruyan stopped pretending, her lips slightly curved upward. Lin Fei was so domineering, perhaps it had a lot to do with her looks? After all, he had so many women around him, and she was no less attractive than they were. Maybe she could. It was night. Lin Fei was alone in the courtyard enjoying the cool air. The women had been busy lately. They were involved in the construction of fortifications and went deep into the cities to rescue survivors. Because they possessed powerful abilities, their status in the Tianwang mountain base was very high. Working with Su Nan and Yang Xiaoguang, they managed the rising Tianwang mountain base in an orderly fashion. It was funny to say, among the women, there was one who played the bad cop, and Huang Jinjin was undoubtedly the one. As far as she was concerned, she didn't keep any of the troublemakers among the survivors. No matter if they were just trying to muddle along, plotting something, or had a bad record, they would all first be subjected to a lightning strike. Only those who survived had the right to enter the Tianwang mountain base. Therefore, those survivors saw her as if they had seen a living llama. Lin Fei shook his head, smiled, picked up the wolfberry tea from the small table and took a sip. Then he flipped his wrist, and a deep black crystal appeared in his hand, and a surge of strange energy burst in the courtyard. Adong, what is this Star Source Spirit Crystal? Consumable strategic material, ranging from top grade to low grade, likely to form after a super galaxy collapse. What the hell? Super galaxy collapse? Are you kidding me? Is that something a person can get? Lin Fei was startled and felt it was absurd. He knew that the solar system where Blue Star was located, even the Milky Way where the solar system was located, was just a corner of the Laniakea supercluster, and from a macroscopic point of view, it was not even the size of a sesame seed. And the thing he was holding in his hand was formed after the collapse of a super galaxy. This was a joke. Host, please do not view the vastness of the sky with the perspective of a plankton. Lin Fei was stunned. Was it calling him a frog in a well? How dare it? Then what is this thing for? Recovery, trade, charging. Wait, is this a spirit stone? Host has a big brain, worthy of encouragement, but the Star Source Spirit Crystal is not a spirit stone. Can I use it now? You can, but it's easy to explode. Chapter 82, Star Source Spirit Crystal equals Spirit Stone? After fiddling with it for quite a while, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. This Star Source Spirit Crystal was something he couldn't access at his current stage. It contained terrifying energy, but in short, he couldn't use it at the moment, so he threw it into his space to gather dust for now. However, through fragmented information from the system, he realized that the world Li Yoshi was in was likely completely different from his own Blue Star world. Or rather, he was currently a nobody, unable to even find the way to that world, let alone search for Li Yoshi. The need to increase his strength once again became urgent in his mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to improve himself through his own efforts, but with the easy methods provided by the system, why would he bother with arduous training? It would be utterly foolish. Immediately, Lin Fei decided to go out and find a breakthrough embryo for future needs. He took out his phone and opened the map to look around. His first destination was Duhai City. This was a bustling metropolis adjacent to Wangchuan City, facing the vast sea, with an even larger population. However, it wasn't close to any war zones, and by now, Duhai City had become a haven for zombies. Therefore, Lin Fei made ample preparations. Throughout the entire night, he upgraded all of his abilities. His S-level metal control became SSS-level life spirit metal. Any metal he manipulated now possessed spirituality, as if a new artificial intelligence had been born within it. His SS-level healing became SSS-level 9 Lives Holy Radiance, possessing the same healing effect, but with an added ability to withstand 9 fatal attacks, turning Lin Fei into a 9-lived cat demon, difficult to kill. His S-level water control became SSS-level Azure Lake Kingdom, which could transform a specified area into a world of flowing water to use against enemies, similar to Mo Lin's Sand Earth Kingdom. As for his passive copy ability, it couldn't be upgraded, and his lightning ability had already reached the SSS level of Raging Thunder Surge, with no room for further improvement. It could be said that he was fully armed, capable of transforming into a magical machine gun. Early the next morning, Lin Fei only left a message for the girls, not planning to take them along, as they had many things to do there. The pink raptor once again embarked on its journey, driving all the way to the edge of Wangchuan City. The roads around were all cleared by the base, completely unobstructed. He could see many sentry posts in the surrounding hidden areas, which should have been set up by Yang Xiaoguang and the others. The front line was now established at the end of the Wangchuan Ring Expressway, where a high dirt wall, mixed with thick metal, blocked most of the zombies outside. There were many soldiers and militiamen armed with weapons on the city wall, constantly on alert. Of course, an essential component here was a powerful ability user, otherwise, if the city were surrounded by zombies, it would fall into an extremely dire situation. The person currently stationed at this King's Mountain forward outpost was none other than Mo Lin. She was lazily sunbathing at the top, enjoying her leisure time. Upon hearing the roar of the raptor, she tumbled down from the watchtower. Then, a small head peeked out from behind the city wall, waving its arms at the approaching raptor. Here! Here! Lin Fei! The guards below naturally recognized this flashy steel monster. Lin Fei drove into the forward outpost without any hindrance. Squeak! 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 Just as he came to a stop, Mo Lin leaped down from a height of more than 10 meters, landing beside the raptor. Lin Fei! What are you doing here? Mo Lin leaned against the car window, looking inside and asking. Lin Fei swatted her hand away. Focus on carrying out your duties, don't mess things up, or I won't spare you. I'm going on a trip, so please take care of them. If there is anything urgent, call me. If anyone comes to harass me when I'm not around, I'll make sure to deal with them when I get back. This is a message I need you to pass on to everyone else, understand? Mo Lin's cute face contorted into a bitter expression. Understood. I'll get to work. Lin Fei looked at Mo Lin, and suddenly recalling something, his eyes narrowed slightly. This made Mo Lin suddenly feel a little nervous. Why did he look like he was about to eat someone? You said your cultivation method is different from the way abilities are enhanced. What exactly is the difference? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Mo Lin was stunned. So that's all you wanted to ask? You scared me. Hee hee. Abilities seem to originate from hidden genes within the human body. Either you have them or you don't. But we spirit creatures don't seek our own bodies. Although we train our physical bodies, the most important thing is to cultivate a mouthful of innate qi, absorbing the qi that wanders in the heavens and the earth to enhance our own strength. It can also be called qi cultivation. With a mouthful of Xianhuan qi in your chest, you can swallow the sun, moon, and stars. There are also qi cultivators among you humans. The powerful ones can even move mountains and seas, and their fists can suppress mountains. Lin Fei understood after hearing this. He had long heard that there were cultivators in ancient times, such as the qi refiners of the pre-Qin era and the long-lived individuals of Penglai. Now, it was confirmed by the existence of the strange Mo Lin, which slightly changed Lin Fei's understanding of this world. So, what is your current realm? I've just touched the threshold of the innate realm. If the 2 disasters and 4 tribulations hadn't hindered my cultivation, I would have reached the innate realm long ago and be free and unrestrained. Mo Lin pouted, seeming to be brooding over certain things from the past. Lin Fei pondered. In other words, you cultivate a certain energy in this world. Do you know the source of this energy? Mo Lin thought for a while and shook her head. I don't know, maybe it comes from within Blue Star? Lin Fei thought for a moment, then called her into the car. The car then started and drove towards the outside of the pass. Mo Lin asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Do you want me to teach you qi cultivation? There's no need for that, because your strength is probably no different from the innate realm. Lin Fei remained silent. Only when the vehicle drove to a desolate, uninhabited place did he slowly stop it. Then, while Mo Lin was full of doubt, he took out a deep black crystal. Suddenly, a misty aura began to waft through the car, making the two feel refreshed. Ah! This is... Mo Lin cried out strangely, her eyes wide open. She had never felt such a rich qi before. It was as if she were soaked in it, every cell greedily sucking it in. In just this moment, she felt as if her bottleneck was loosening and her cultivation was showing signs of crossing into the innate realm. What is this? Daddy Lin Fei. Mo Lin's eyes were filled with stars, and she was extremely eager for the black crystal. Lin Fei watched her reaction and immediately understood. This star source spirit crystal was indeed related to cultivation. The qi contained within was incomparably solidified. No wonder, this was the essence after the condensation of an entire super galaxy. If qi cultivators were to discover the existence of this thing, it would likely cause a bloody disaster. Lin Fei handed the star source spirit crystal to Mo Lin. Do you have a way to hide this thing well? Mo Lin was stunned, then racked her brains and thought, let's try this. With that, she took out a small jade bottle from who knows where, just enough to fit the star source spirit crystal inside. When she put the cork on, the dense fog in the car began to slowly dissipate. It worked! Mo Lin said excitedly, what exactly is this thing? How can it have so much qi? Lin Fei laughed, don't ask too much, kid. I'll let you use this thing for now. Remember not to let others take advantage of you. Mo Lin's emerald green pupils were shaking. What did Lin Fei say? He was going to give such an important thing to her? What virtues or abilities did she possess to be able to have a spiritual object that continuously released qi? Shouldn't she express herself? Then, under Lin Fei's astonished gaze, Mo Lin leaned in. Chapter 83, Departure. Crossing the sea city as the pink raptor sped towards the rising sun, the smile on Mo Lin's small face, standing outside the checkpoint, almost overflowed. Lin Fei's trip to crossing the sea city was estimated to take half a day due to road conditions. He leisurely drove along the outer ring road of the Forgotten River. There were quite a few abandoned vehicles along the way, obviously left behind by people who had fled in the beginning. However, he didn't see many zombies, which made Lin Fei wonder if they had gone elsewhere to look for food. He couldn't worry about that now. The raptor seemed to possess its own spirit, speeding along the road, its metal shell always colliding with obstacles at the most skillful angle, nimble as could be. This was the power Lin Fei's life spirit gold had bestowed upon the raptor, making it feel like a real raptor, flapping its wings and charging forward. Half a day quickly passed, and crossing the sea city came into view. Although he saw some survivors along the way, Lin Fei ignored them. He was not a savior, but a heartless killing machine. When he reached the edge of crossing the sea city, he took out his phone and looked at the saved video, comparing it with the city in front of him, to find the egg in the video. Soon, using a mountain as a landmark to determine his direction, Lin Fei slammed the accelerator, the car roaring like an arrow. If Forgotten River City was mostly hilly, crossing the sea city was flat because it was built on a sandplain formed by a river flowing into the sea. But for this very reason, after the apocalypse, a large part of this prosperous seaside city had been submerged by abnormal seawater. However, this could not stop Lin Fei, a master of water himself. He felt even more at home in crossing the sea city. The end of the road was now a stretch of deep blue sea, but the raptor plunged in without hesitation, leaving the nearby zombies dumbfounded. A moment later, the roaring engine echoed in the water, and a pink shadow broke through the waves, leaping out of the water. Bang! The huge body slammed onto the water's surface, and the raptor sped across the water as if it were flat ground, splashing a large amount of water, but without any sign of sinking. The raptor's violent roar seemed to ignite the silent city, and many survivors secretly searched for the source of the sound. Some hoped it was the military coming to rescue them, while others hoped that the commotion would lure away the zombies. The raptor sped through the waterlogged city, and as it passed a shopping mall, many eyes watched it from behind the glass. Holy crap, Maple, what kind of car is that? So awesome? It can drive on water. If we could get our hands on that thing, we wouldn't be stuck in this damn place. Damn it! A group of people chattered, all a bit disgruntled. That's how it was in the apocalypse. If you had it, I wanted it too, and if I had it, you best not have it. Standing in front of this group was a man wearing a black casual outfit, with a baseball cap pulled low, shading his eyes. But his lower face was handsome, much more rugged than any celebrity. He was called Yifeng, a local of Crossing the Sea City, and now the boss of this shopping mall. He had a group of brave and ruthless men under him, almost all of whom had killed more than a dozen zombies. Keep in mind that after the second Crimson Tide descended, even ordinary zombies were far stronger than ordinary humans, which was enough to show that this group was an elite survivor team. Only such people could hold onto the cake that was the shopping mall. Yifeng looked pensive and said, "That bitch should attack the intruder. We just need to keep an eye on things. Call up the brothers. If a fight breaks out over there, we'll raid the place first." Hearing Yifeng make his plans, everyone there shouted with excitement, seeming to have complete faith in him. Such cohesion in the apocalypse was proof that Yifeng was no ordinary man. Soon, the combat-ready forces inside the mall grabbed their weapons and equipment and ran towards the second floor. There, several speedboats were visible, fitted with many defensive weapons, clearly designed for combat on water. A group of people scrambled to jump on board, afraid of being left behind, a group of absolute warmongers. Yifeng stepped onto the lead boat, stood at the bow, and waved his hand. "Let's go!" The speedboats roared. 3 speedboats shot out of the broken second-floor window, darting across the blue water and down the city streets. On the rooftop of a tall building, a man and a woman lay prone near the edge, one holding binoculars, the other setting up a sniper rifle. Their eyes were fixed on the pink monstrosity speeding across the water. Target acquired, rapidly advancing towards the lair. Only one person in the target vehicle, nothing special other than being a bit handsome. We suspect he might be a water-based ability user, but isn't he afraid of dying, using up his powers like that? The woman with the binoculars reported to someone through the intercom. "Buzz, copy that, keep a close watch, act on command." "Roger." The woman put down the intercom, and the man with the sniper rifle beside her sneered, "Humph, always playing the same tricks, are you women all brain damaged? What's it to you? Just do your job. If you don't want to stay here with us, you can get lost early, the Women's Federation can operate just fine without men." At the woman's cold retort, the man shut his mouth resentfully. In the western district of Duhai City, half of it was submerged by seawater, with occasional zombie figures visible in the water, but the zombies couldn't move freely at all. Unless they were lucky enough to be washed ashore, they could only bump along the city streets with the current, unable to catch anyone. However, on the land that hadn't been flooded, there were many zombies entrenched, gazing wistfully at the tall buildings. Between the tall buildings, some inexplicable ropes and chains could be seen, and occasionally dark figures slid along the chains from one building to another. It was clear that the survivors in the downtown area of Duhai City had developed a unique way of survival here. On the outside walls of those tall buildings, the corpses of many mutated creatures were hung, as if demonstrating, showing off their strength. Lin Fei drove his vehicle on the water, marveling at the strange phenomena around him. It seems that there are quite a few capable people among the survivors in this Duhai City. Taking out the mutated creatures that can climb first is definitely a wise choice, and certain floors in each building must be cut off to prevent zombies from getting up there. Looks like this trip won't be too boring. Just as he finished speaking, the raptor passed between two tall buildings, and the destination building came into view. Lin Fei looked up, his eyes instantly narrowing. Chapter 84. The Women's Federation. Outside a high-rise building with its bottom two floors submerged, countless black, unidentified objects were intertwined, resembling a massive biological structure that grotesquely oppressed one's imagination. Muscle-like tissues stretched and pulled, and one could even see that this massive unidentified matter was covered with severed limbs and heads. At the very center of the black mass, a large gap caught the eye, as if something had hatched from within. The surrounding buildings were severely damaged, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. Lin Fei looked up at the hole in the aggregate, his expression rather grim. Damn it, it's gone. Who took it? Or is this thing not a breaking through embryo? The pink raptor screeched to a halt on the water's surface, and Lin Fei got out of the car to inspect the surrounding traces. He saw a large number of burn marks from fire, as well as bullets angled and embedded in the walls. The surrounding buildings were dilapidated, some places seemingly ripped off and thrown into the water, or crashed into other buildings. Judging from the bullet marks, there should have been at least two factions fighting. It seemed there were still one or two not weak surviving forces in this crossing the sea city. Perhaps he should find someone to ask about where the thing went. Just as Lin Fei was pondering, he suddenly sensed a whooshing sound behind him. His body instantly shifted a few steps to the side. Whoosh! A black arrow suddenly pierced the water, embedding itself deeply in the underwater wall. The power of this arrow was definitely not weak. Ordinary people couldn't have produced such an effect. Lin Fei turned to look behind him and saw several figures standing on the rooftop of a shorter building, backlit by the crimson sunlight, making it difficult to see clearly. Lin Fei grinned. Very good, he was just worried about where to find people, and now he had run into those courting death. Hey! Where did you come from, you ability user? What are you doing on the Women's Federation's territory? A woman above shouted at Lin Fei through a megaphone. Women's Federation? What kind of stupid name is that? Are you brain damaged? Lin Fei couldn't help but complain. Although the distance between them was somewhat far, the women on the rooftop seemed to hear him, and their expressions instantly changed. Fine, you dare to talk so arrogantly on our territory. Even those bastards from the men's gang don't dare talk to us like that. Then let me see what qualifications you have to bark here. Having said that, the woman waved her hand, and the people on the roof all took out bows, crossbows, and firearms, aiming them menacingly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. How domineering. I like untamed people, that way I have no psychological burden when killing them. The woman above sneered, thinking that Lin Fei was just bragging. At best, he was just a water-type ability user, capable of controlling vehicles on the water surface, and was probably reaching the limit of his ability. But in the next moment, her perception would be shattered. Lin Fei sunk his waist, bent his knees, and stomped hard on the water surface, making the water concave downwards like a trampoline before rebounding violently. This propelled Lin Fei's body like a cannonball towards the rooftop of the tall building. Open fire! With a command, flames spat out from the rooftop, and cold arrows shot straight at him. The women all smirked, thinking that this guy was stupid for directly charging the building. The smiles were still on their faces when the bullets made contact with Lin Fei's figure. The expected blood splatter did not occur. The bullets that hit Lin Fei's body seemed to hit a super high-strength alloy. They only managed to tear his clothes and make clanging sounds as they were deflected. The arrows that followed were the same, shattered by Lin Fei's body. When Lin Fei's body soared over the high building, astonishment finally filled the faces of this group. Thump! The roof shook for an instant, and Lin Fei landed steadily behind this group of people. Alright, how do you want to die? The group turned their heads in terror to look at the indifferent Lin Fei. The woman at the head was deeply shocked. Impossible. Why didn't the bullets affect you? This is definitely not something water-based abilities can do. The others drew their blades, watching Lin Fei with extreme vigilance. Lin Fei shook his head. These fools were clearly cannon fodder who didn't know their place. Without further hesitation, he waved his hand, and the floor beneath their feet began to tremble. Put! The steel bars hidden within the concrete emerged, piercing the men and women like hedgehogs. Expressions of terror and confusion remained on their faces, looking quite gruesome. Only the woman at the head noticed the danger the moment the floor trembled. She leaped 3 meters into the air, jumping towards the sea below. The building was about 20 meters high, with 6 meters of the lower level submerged in seawater. Jumping down was relatively safe as long as you didn't hit anything. Splash! Water splashed. After a moment, the woman emerged from the water, staring in terror at Lin Fei standing on the rooftop. Then, she frantically swam towards another building. In a hidden spot on that building, there was a small boat. After climbing aboard, she immediately picked up the radio and called out, "Boss, this guy is a tough one. I don't know if his ability is water or metal, but the entire second squad is gone, except for me." The woman waited anxiously for a response. "ZZZZ, is this how you lead your team? I gave you such an elite squad, and you just blew them all away? Damn it. No matter what you do, stall that guy for me. I'll be there soon." A deep voice came from the other end, scolding her first. The woman dared not retort because she knew the boss's terrifying strength. The boss had taken her people to find the intruder, likely on the mainland, and it would take at least 10 minutes to get here. Could she stall him for 10 minutes? No, I can't stay in the water. Who knows if his ability is water-based or metal-based? Suddenly, a thought struck her. There were 2 other ability users at the main base, one with a water-based ability and another with a speed-type ability. If she joined forces with them, stalling the guy would surely be no problem, and they might even capture him. That way, she wouldn't be punished by the boss. She then started the small boat, creating a white streak on the water, and sped towards a certain direction. Lin Fei stood on the edge of the high rise, watching the woman escape in the boat, pondering. These people must be hiding something if they were lying in wait here. If she was going to get reinforcements, he should go and take a look. So, he jumped off the building, landing softly on the waves, then got into his car, calmly starting it. He followed the white streak left by the small boat, driving into the streets. Chapter 85, Shadow's final chapter. The half of the city of Duhai that hadn't been swallowed by the sea was a breeding ground for countless zombies. Beneath a still under construction skyscraper, the zombies were swarming upwards, climbing the exterior walls like a human ladder, as if some floor within held something that drove them mad. Mutants also wished their mutations had granted them the ability to scale walls, but those who could were nearly all dead. On the 18th floor of the skyscraper, the wind howled, whipping up dust that stung the eyes. A slender figure stood at the edge, one hand gripping a sword, the other clutching a shoulder, a clear sign of injury. A dazzling red stain marred her beautiful face, and her clothes were spattered with blood. If Lin Fei were here, he would be surprised. This woman was none other than Shadow, whom he had let go that night. "Little slut, still running?" Footsteps and shouts echoed from the stairwell of the 18th floor. Soon, a robust woman squeezed out, followed by a group of equally heavy women. "If you give up now, I might show you mercy, being women and all," the robust woman said, picking her nose. Shadow's eyes flashed with disgust. "Sorry, I don't associate with pigs," she said coldly. The robust woman's fat face quivered instantly. A slightly smaller woman jumped out from behind her, pointing at Shadow and shouting, "Do you know that our big boss has already shown you leniency? You dared to snatch things in our Women's Federation territory. We've been merciful just not to have killed you. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Kneel down and lick our big boss's boots. Maybe if you make her happy, she'll keep you as a dog." Shadow's icy gaze deepened with disdain. "Disgusting, ugly, fat pigs. You'll all be slaughtered eventually." The robust woman, the so-called big boss, opened her squinting eyes, revealing a predatory glint. "Very well. In all my life, Zhubaozhen, no one has ever hurled such vile insults at me. You've set a precedent," Zhubaozhen said, her fat body trembling as she stirred the dust at her feet with her power. "I'll eat every inch of your flesh, then turn you into a wax statue, to grovel at my feet day and night in repentance." Even the women behind her were startled by her words. Shadow spat. Her eyes flickered with resolve. "Dream on. Come at me if you dare, and see if I don't tear off a few chunks of that blubber." The women behind Zhu Baozhen scowled, all aiming their weapons at Shadow. "Put them down. Do you want to ruin my art piece?" Zhu Baozhen slapped her large hand, instantly shattering a nearby spear into pieces. This startled Shadow. This woman was definitely a physical enhancement mutant. When she had fought her before, she had clearly felt resistance at the tip of her sword. She had only been able to pierce the surface before being stopped by the thick layer of fat. And it seemed she had abilities beyond physical enhancement, making her a tough opponent. She had only been searching for food in a supermarket in Duhai when this group had ambushed her. They were truly overbearing. There was no way she would ever join their group. Even if she was injured, she would never be one of them. Thump, thump. Zhu Baozhen moved, closing in on Shadow. "I'll ask you one last time. Which do you choose, to be my dog or to die?" Shadow raised her sword, pointing it at her, her actions demonstrating her choice. Zhu Baozhen cackled, her eyes filled with ferocity. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Thump! A muffled sound. Zhu Baozhen's body shot towards Shadow like a human cannonball. Naturally, Shadow didn't surrender. Her form shifted nimbly to the side. She dared not directly confront Zhu Baozhen's attacks, having already suffered a considerable disadvantage. Heh, learn some tricks? But it's not enough. Zhu Baozhen sneered, reaching out towards Shadow, who had evaded her. Instantly, a powerful pressure descended upon Shadow, momentarily freezing her movements. Get over here, you little thing. With force, she pulled Shadow towards her, her large, fan-like palm poised to strike her face. Shadow gritted her teeth, activating the forbidden technique of the dragon-slaying sword attendance. The blood energy in her body flowed through her wrist into the long sword, staining it a blood-red killing instrument. Poochie! In an instant, the long sword plunged into Zhu Baozhen's massive belly. The previously impenetrable fat seemed to part like hot oil. The intense pain caused Zhu Baozhen's face to contort even more, and she instantly flew into a rage, her grab turning into a strike. Bang! The large palm struck Shadow's body, instantly causing her chest to cave inwards. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The blow directly sent Shadow flying, spraying blood, her slender form arcing from the edge of the building, plummeting from the 18th floor. Shadow's mind went blank. The wind tore at her hair. Then, she closed her eyes. Perhaps dying like this was a release. Yet, as she closed her eyes, no montage of her past flashed through her mind. Instead, an image surfaced, one that made her both ashamed and fearful. She suddenly laughed. How could she be filled with thoughts of that bad guy? Could it be that's what she truly desired? Boom! Shadow crashed to the ground, smashing through the surface, revealing the broken drainage pipes below. The zombies, noticing the delectable treat nearby, swarmed towards Shadow, instantly engulfing the area. Up on the 18th floor, Zhu Baozhen watched the scene with a cold expression, her eyes filled with ferocity. Big sis, are you alright? Should I help you pull the sword out? A nearby woman asked anxiously. Zhu Baozhen barked, fool. Pull it out now, and I'll bleed to death. There's still an intruder for me to deal with. This little injury can wait until we get back to base camp. The woman hurriedly nodded in agreement. A boat sped into the old downtown area of Duhuai City. The buildings here were submerged deeper, some up to 10 meters underwater. Above some of the 7-story buildings, an area had been connected together, with many shacks built on top. There were many people moving around. The arrival of the boat alerted the guards, but after recognizing them, they lowered their guard. The boat docked, and a woman jumped out quickly. Sister Gao, why are you back alone? Someone on the shore asked. The woman didn't answer, instead asking, where are Zhang Hong and Du Hei? The man was stunned, then pointed to a certain area of the settlement. Sister Zhang and brother Du are over there. Before he finished speaking, the woman had already rushed off, her footsteps making loud thumps on the constructed planks. Passing by the guard tower, she slammed down on the alarm bell, instantly awakening the entire settlement. Chapter 86. The Women's Federation gathering place. 2 speedboats packed with men were quietly moored in the shadows between buildings, extremely difficult to spot. What's going on? Why are those bitches blaring the alarm? Don't know. Could there be water zombies invading? Unlikely. Those fat rods are best at water fights. No reason it would happen at their gathering place. Brother Foam, what do you think? Yi Foam, wearing a baseball cap, pursed his lips. Me? I don't want to look. Yi Foam pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Let's wait and see what Lu San and them have to say. A hissing sound came from the walkie-talkie. Brother Foam, more than a dozen people died at the Egg Dome, all from the Women's Federation. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. Could it be that driver who did it? What about the pink car? Didn't see it. Okay, you guys come over first. After ending the communication, Yi Feng fell into contemplation. It seems the outsider is not to be underestimated, easily climbing the building and killing more than a dozen elites from the Women's Federation. If it were him, could he deal with him? Through the cover, they could see the chaotic Women's Federation gathering place. The ordinary refugees were rushing into the buildings. And the women, of all shapes and sizes, remaining in the gathering place were pulling out their guns and looking around. In a shed somewhere in the gathering place, a man and a woman pushed open the door and walked out. The man was quite burly, just with extremely dark skin. He grabbed a fleeing survivor and asked fiercely, what happened? The man waved his hands, shaking his head, I don't know. Don't know. I ran as soon as I heard the alarm. Alright Du Hei, we'll find out when we go take a look. The woman next to him was very rounded, in every dimension. Du Hei threw the man into the water, spitting at him as he did so. I want to see who dares to mess with us. Du Hei smacked the woman on her unseen backside and walked towards the perimeter. They had only gone halfway when they saw a figure rushing towards them. Du Hei! Zhang Hong. Du Hei looked at the running woman, puzzled. Gao Yuan? Aren't you on a field mission? Gao Yuan looked anxious, gasping for breath. Quick! Come with me, there's an enemy. Zhang Hong grabbed Gao Yuan, who was about to turn around and run, confused. What enemy? Was it you who raised the alarm? Gao Yuan nodded and urged, hurry, I can't handle the intruder alone. Du He frowned, what about your second squad? So many people can't handle one intruder? Gao Yuan's face was extremely ugly, they're all dead. Only I escaped. What? Du He and Zheng Hong exclaimed at the same time. Damn, what did you do? Provoke the corpse king? Du He said coldly. Gao Yuan glared at him, do you think I'm stupid? Even the big boss doesn't dare to provoke it, would I go looking for trouble? Don't think too much, we can only deal with that intruder if we join hands, let's go. Under Gao Yuan's anxious urging, Du He and Zheng Hong quickly followed. When they arrived at the edge of the gathering place, there were already many Women's Federation members holding weapons standing there. But they didn't seem to understand what was going on. The alarm had been raised, but they hadn't seen where the enemy was, and they were a little uncertain. Damn, are you messing with me? Du He grumbled. Gao Yuan suspiciously looked around. No, that shouldn't be. Could that person have run away? Sizzle. Gao Yuan, where are you? Gao Yuan's walkie-talkie suddenly sounded. She quickly picked it up. Big boss, I'm in the gathering place. Why are you running around? Didn't I tell you to keep that intruder here? What do you think you are doing? Shu Baozhen's loud voice sounded. Gao Yuan swallowed hard. Big sister, I'm no match for that guy. I came back to team up with Du He and Zheng Hong. That's the only way we stand a chance. And how is it now? Did you guys take him out? No, I just got to the settlement, and the guy was nowhere to be found. He probably ran off. You useless piece of trash. Just wait till I get back, I'll skin you alive. Gao Yuan shivered, as if thinking of something extremely terrifying. Du He and Zheng Hong beside her also couldn't help but shudder. Go, turn off the alarm, Gao Yuan barked at a woman beside her. The piercing alarm immediately stopped, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Hidden nearby, Yifeng and the others whispered. Bro Feng, what's going on now? Are we still gonna raid their base? Yifeng glanced at him. Raid what? We'd get riddled with bullets if we go now, wouldn't we? So, we're going back? Yifeng was about to nod, but he suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Wait, do you hear that engine sound? Everyone was confused, but they seemed to hear the engine roar growing from faint to loud. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He's here. Everyone get ready. If things get messy, we'll just make a beach landing. The women from the Women's Federation also heard the violent engine sound. Du He was puzzled. Who's coming in a speedboat? Could it be those guys from the men's gang? Zheng Hong chuckled. How could that be? They wouldn't dare come here, wouldn't that be suicide? Only Gao Yuan's face changed drastically. Quick! Sound the alarm. Du He looked at her and cursed, are you an idiot? You turned it on, then off, then on again. What? Is a nuclear bomb coming? Gao Yuan glared at him. It's that intruder who killed the second squad. He's an Esper, probably a dual ability user of water and metal. Zheng Hong was stunned. Dual ability? Are you kidding me? Gao Yuan shouted, I don't have time to joke with you about my life. Bullets are useless against that guy, we can only rely on abilities. The violent engine roar grew closer. In the large body of water outside the Women's Federation, a pink metal behemoth came riding the waves, gracefully drifting to a stop 100 meters away. This feat of walking on water shocked everyone in the Women's Federation. An Esper. An Esper is invading. Gunmen, get ready. Crossbowmen, get ready. Without needing to be told, the guards of the Women's Federation knew what to do. After the car door opened, Lin Fei appeared before everyone. The women on the Women's Federation side immediately lit up. Damn, he's so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man? I think I'm in love. Stop being horny. Can't you see that Sister Hong and the others look very upset? Did you hear? This guy killed the people of our Women's Federation's second squad. What? So brutal? Brutal? Beauty is justice. Leaving aside the facts, isn't it possible that the second squad was in the wrong? Damn, you sharp-brained woman, you look like you haven't been with a man. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei took out a megaphone from the car, adjusted it, and aimed it at the Women's Federation settlement. Ahem. Testing, testing. Listen up, people inside. You're surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Hidden in the shadows, Yifeng's group exchanged bewildered glances. Seriously, is he some kind of bandit? Is this guy just arrogant or really arrogant? For an outsider to be so high profile in Duhai City, he must have some real skills. I'll bet 2 packs of spicy strips, this guy won't be cool for more than 3 seconds. I'll bet 3 packs. What do you think, Feng? Yifeng tilted his baseball cap, his eyes filled with confusion. I'm using my eyes to look. Less talking, more watching. Right, I'll bet 5 packs of spicy strips, that guy will be just fine. The lackeys around him all scared in disbelief. Come on, even if he's strong, he's just one guy, right? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. The Women's Federation gathering has 3 ability users, a physical enhancer, a water controller, and a speed type user. They're way more likely to win. Not to mention, their old hag, pig woman, can go toe-to-toe with Feng. The Women's Federation is strong. Hopefully, that guy can give the Women's Federation a bit of a beating. Yi Feng shook his head instead. Against a top-tier ability user, the number of people doesn't matter. Don't you guys realize? He's been standing on the water the whole time, even controlling a full steel war vehicle on the water. How much ability power is that using? If he didn't have some power, he'd have been dead a long time ago, let alone challenging them. After Yi Feng's analysis, the others seemed to understand, and they couldn't help but become curious about Lin Fei's power. Feng, I remember you're a second-tier ability user, right? Is that guy even stronger than you? A lackey asked. Yi Feng shook his head. I don't know, everyone's ability is different. Even if we're both second tier, we each have our unique strengths. We can only see if he's a combat type. While they were analyzing Lin Fei, the Women's Federation was also speculating. Gao Yuan had someone bring a loudspeaker and yelled at Lin Fei, "You bastard, you actually dared to follow us here. Today, we'll corner you." Du Hei asked, what's his goal? Gao Yuan's expression turns serious. I don't know, but Big Sister said that anyone who goes near the giant egg building is suspicious. Maybe they have the secret to other similar items, which is crucial for the Women's Federation to unify Duhai City. Zhang Hong squinted her eyes. As long as we capture this guy, the secret will reveal itself. Du Hei nodded, his legs bulging with muscles that held terrifying explosive power. After hearing Gao Yuan's yelling, Lin Fei didn't get angry. Instead, he climbed onto the roof of his vehicle, pulled out a small table and chairs, and started cooking hot pot. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. What was this guy doing? He was actually cooking hot pot. This was just unbearable for everyone. Hot pot was a very popular food before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, there were power outages, water shortages. People were lucky to have anything to eat, so who the hell would be thinking about eating hot pot? Especially with the wind, the aroma spread throughout half of the Women's Federation. The crowd couldn't help but salivate, their eyes gleaming with a green light. Yi Feng's group was also swallowing hard. Feng, that guy is really lacking in morals. Isn't this just trying to kill us with kindness? Should we just go rob him? Moron, he dares to cook hot pot here, which means he has some confidence. You going there is just like adding yourself to his hot pot ingredients. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but the eyes under his hat were already wide. Hot pot. That was his favorite food. Lin Fei leisurely picked up a roll of fatty beef, dipped it in sauce, and ate it with a contented expression. Then, he picked up his loudspeaker. If anyone can tell me where the thing on top of that building went, this hot pot meal is yours. In an instant, the Women's Federation members were like ants on a hot pan, unsure of what to say. That was a hot pot. If they could just have a bite, they'd die happy. Gao Yuan coldly shouted, I'd like to see who dares to move. The bullets in my gun aren't for show. Zhang Hong beside her frowned, this guy really is after the giant egg, he's got a secret. We just need to stall him for 10 minutes, then Big Sister should be able to come back. Then we'll catch him in a jar, and we won't miss out on any of his hot pot. Du Hei sneered, that's right, didn't Big Sister say we hadn't achieved anything? Now's our time to make a name for ourselves. In the car, Lin Fei ate a few more slices of fatty beef, along with some shrimp paste, making his mouth water. Does nobody know? That's such a pity. It seems I'll have to enjoy all this chuck, snowflake beef, beef aorta, and tripe all by myself. As he spoke, he placed all the fresh ingredients on the table, making everyone's mouths water. A henchman next to Yi Feng asked, surprised, Brother Feng, does he know what the giant egg is? Yi Feng nodded, his appearance in Crossing Sea City, it's probably for that thing. But the mysterious substance inside the giant egg has already been absorbed by me and that Zhu Baozhen. Even if he knows, he'll be leaving empty-handed. Let's see what he does. If he drags it out here for too long, that fat woman is definitely going to come back and catch us. The henchman pondered for a moment and said, Brother Feng, do you think it's possible to team up with him and take down these idiots from the Women's Federation? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't rush, let's see what happens first. On the Women's Federation side, Du Hei couldn't hold back any longer. He unleashed a terrifying force from his legs, and like a black shadow, rushed downstairs, pulling a white wave on the surface of the water. Lin Fei's lips curved into a smile upon seeing this. Finally, someone couldn't resist any longer. The moment Du Hei charged out, the waves he created followed him, rolling forward from the initial ripples. When they reached Lin Fei, they were already 10 meters high. Du Hei stepped on the waves, increasing his speed even further. He and Zhang Hong had already developed a tacit understanding, able to produce unexpected effects. At this moment, he plunged into the waves, disappearing from sight. Lin Fei, sitting on top of the car, continued to enjoy his hot pot, even taking the time to pick his teeth, as if the 10-meter high wave was nothing. Zhang Hong, who was driving the waves, was beginning to turn pale. This was the limit of what she could do. If she pushed any further, her power would backfire. But it should be enough. 10-meter high waves crashing down would turn even a vehicle into a pancake. Du-hei, hidden within the waves, could clearly see Lin Fei approaching. As the 10-meter wave covered Lin Fei and the raptor, Du-hei's lips curved into a sinister smile, waiting for the wave to crash so he could show off his special move. But the next moment, he stopped abruptly, following the wave's motion as if someone had cast a petrification spell. He looked around, surprised, and discovered that not only him, but even the 10-meter high wave had come to a standstill. What was going on? Had that woman, Zhang Hong, done it? The next moment, the surrounding water seemed to transform into a giant hand, tightly gripping Du-hei, pushing him towards Lin Fei. Chapter 88 Infinite Firepower Rocket Launcher. Du-hei was terrified. He desperately used his speed ability, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the water's restraint. The water directly propelled him to Lin Fei's car, a hot pot smell even more intense, making him uncontrollably salivate. Lin Fei picked up a slice of beef from the pot, waved it around, and then ate it with relish. So, you're in such a hurry, are you here to tell me the whereabouts of that thing? Du-hei's face was grim. Boy, I'm telling you, no matter what your abilities are, if you dare to make a move against our Women's Federation, the consequences will be more than you can handle. Lin Fei chuckled. Then, what about you barking like a dog in front of me now? Have you thought about the consequences? Du-hei was stunned. What did this guy mean? Did he really dare to attack him at the Women's Federation's doorstep? I'll ask you one last time, do you know the whereabouts of that thing or not? After Lin Fei spoke, Du-hei clearly felt the surrounding environment turn chilling. Even the hot pot had stopped bubbling. An invisible pressure weighed down on him, making it difficult to breathe, even as an ability user. I don't know. That thing was stolen by those women. I only joined the Women's Federation later. Du-hei didn't have much backbone and directly revealed everything he knew. Lin Fei glanced at him and shrugged helplessly. Alright, then you can die. Du-hei's face relaxed. He figured this guy was all bark and no bite. Since he said he didn't know, he wouldn't dare do anything to him. Wait, what did he say? Bang! The thought was still swirling in his mind, but his body had already been shredded by the water, turning into crimson liquid that dripped into the water below. This scene was witnessed by Yi Feng and the others hiding in the shadows of the building, and they were instantly awestruck. Holy crap! That guy just kills without hesitation? This guy is definitely ruthless. Just one sentence, no consideration for the Women's Federation at all. His control over water is ridiculously strong. Is he also a second-order ability user? Yi Feng's heart trembled, and he unconsciously felt his palms sweat. This person should be befriended, absolutely not antagonized. On the Women's Federation side, Zhang Han was stunned. My water wave seems to have lost control, but why is it fixed there? You were too rash. I told you that guy might be a water-based ability user. We should have held our ground instead of attacking. Yao Yuan said coldly from the side. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared above the 10-meter high water wave. It was Lin Fei holding a loudspeaker. One last time, does anyone know where the thing on that building is? Zhang Hong raised her hand, summoning water to form sharp arrows. What about Du-hei? What did you do to him? Lin Fei smirked and waved his hand. A dark shadow flew out of the water wave at his feet, quickly rushing towards the Women's Federation gathering. Thud, thud, thud. Du-hei's head rolled on the ground, scaring the surrounding people into screams. Ah! Du-hei! Zhang Hong was instantly horrified. Her lover was killed just like that, which was unbearable for anyone. Yao Yuan felt her hair stand on end, because Du-hei's strength was almost on par with hers. If Lin Fei could kill Du-hei, then she was definitely no match for him either. I'll kill you, you bastard. Zhang Hong's eyes were bloodshot, and she suddenly jumped into the water. Instantly, another wave rose, this time with jagged water spikes rolling toward Lin Fei. Yao Yuan cursed inwardly, calling her a fool. It was obvious that the other person's water ability was superior to hers. How could she not see something so obvious? Zhang Hong was just a moron. Her crazy activation of her abilities would definitely lead to a backlash that would kill her. She had originally wanted to join forces to fight against him, but now she was left alone again. What to do? Waves surged dozens of meters high, shaking the old residences around them until they were on the verge of collapse. Zhang Hong stood at the crest of the wave, looking down at Lin Fei, her eyes filled with hatred. I will have you buried with Du-hei. The tens of meters high torrent of water crashed down, carrying countless water spikes towards Lin Fei. But as the water approached, it seemed to transform into docile kittens, gently gliding past him. When Zhang Hong met Lin Fei's eyes, she suddenly felt a chill, a terrifying force pressing deep into her heart. Lin Fei shook his head. I just wanted to ask something. Why are you all rushing to die? Fine, I'll take pity on you and fulfill your wish, so no one can say I'm unreasonable. In Zhang Hong's terrified gaze, the water around her seemed to turn into countless sharp spikes, piercing every inch of her body. Bang! The spikes crossed, flesh and blood flew everywhere, not even a bone fragment could be seen. Zheng Hong vanished completely. Whoosh! The water under Lin Fei's feet instantly rose to 20 meters, directly overlooking the entire Women's Federation gathering place. I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it, so you can't blame me. Yao Yuan's heart was ringing alarm bells. She didn't know what Lin Fei was going to do, but her intuition told her it was a matter of life and death. Run! That was the only thought in her mind at this moment. Under the gaze of the Women's Federation members, the ability user Gao Yuan frantically fled towards the other end of the gathering place, leaving a group of bewildered ordinary people staring at each other. In secret, Yi Feng and the others were also puzzled. Was Lin Fei planning to destroy the gathering place with the water? That was impossible. The Women's Federation gathering place was a combination of several buildings, extremely resistant to earthquakes, and the water was filled with piled-up vehicles, all providing a solid foundation for the base. What method would he use to deal with the Women's Federation people? Forget it, let's go. Let this brother see the strength of our men's gang. Yi Feng waved his hand, and 3 speedboats instantly charged out, heading straight for the Women's Federation's docking harbor. The people of the Women's Federation also noticed the sudden appearance of the speedboats, and someone immediately shouted, "The men's gang is here. Everyone be careful." But before they could react, a violent shockwave exploded in the gathering place. Boom! 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 A series of more than a dozen explosions rang out, flames flashing, blasting numerous holes in the upper gathering area. Everyone unanimously turned their gaze to the top of the water flow. Lin Fei was seen carrying a thick, black rocket launcher on his shoulder, firing rockets with fiery tails like they were free. Yi Feng's pupils shrank drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Turn around! Turn around! Get away from here!" The thing on Lin Fei's shoulder was just too bizarre. Everyone knew what a rocket launcher was, but how could his rocket launcher fire fully automatically? The Women's Federation members were also dumbfounded. Were they targeted by an artillery regiment? They didn't know, only that explosions kept going off around them, and the entire gathering place was more than half destroyed within a few dozen seconds. Neither the guards nor the refugees were spared. In their eyes, Lin Fei was like a demon of destruction, indifferent to life. For a moment, cries of pain rose, and flames flew everywhere. Not far away on the water, a large speedboat was rushing towards them. "Big sister, I think I heard someone setting off firecrackers. It's from our direction. Could it be that they solved the intruder and are celebrating?" Chapter 89. The Fat Woman Zhu Baozhen. When the large speedboat rounded the corner, everyone on board was dumbfounded. Their proud rooftop gathering place was now engulfed in flames, utterly wrecked. Big sis, could the firecracker sounds from just now be?" Zhu Baozhen slapped the woman across the face, snarling, "Firecrackers my ass. We got robbed." Her rage was immeasurable. She felt like destroying the world right then and there. "Big sis. Over there, it looks like the Menace gang." A fat woman beside her suddenly pointed into the distance. Zhu Baozhen and the others immediately turned their heads. 3 boats, 1 car, sure enough, it was those damn dogs from the Menace gang. "Yi Feng, get your ass out here." Zhu Baozhen jumped up, snatched the helm and started steering, heading straight for Yi Feng's boat. Yi Feng and the others were startled, quickly scattering to the sides. "Lin Ji, the fat woman is back," Yi Feng shouted. Lin Fei stood on the water, glancing over without any intention of dodging. Instead, he continued to ask, "So, you absorbed the thing inside the giant egg?" Yi Feng glanced at the approaching speedboat, then at Lin Fei, and with a sinking heart, decided not to dodge. "That's right, I absorbed it, but I didn't absorb all of it. About a third of it was snatched away by that fat woman." Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. This thing could be stolen? If so, it was obvious that the signs of battle he had seen were left by him and that fat woman. "Ah, you're gonna die." Zhu Baozhen's booming voice drew near. Lin Fei pulled out a rocket launcher and fired 10 shots directly at the large speedboat. Boom! In an instant, flames burst forth, sending figures flying. A curtain of water blocked the debris and heat, leaving Yi Feng and his underlings gaping. This guy was unreasonable, he just went straight for it. Yi Feng had his underlings switch to 2 speedboats and retreat while he stayed with Lin Fei. "Lin Ji, that fat woman isn't that easy to kill, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow rapidly surfaced from beneath the water they stood on. Thump! Water exploded, sending out a strong shockwave, water spikes piercing and destroying Yi Feng's speedboat. The black shadow revealed itself, and it was Zhu Baozhen who was just standing at the bow of the boat. She was massive, 3 times the size of Lin Fei, yet she stood on the water without sinking. Clearly her power was related to water. "Lin Ji, be careful. This fat woman's ability is to borrow other people's abilities." Just as Yi Feng finished speaking, Zhu Baozhen used water currents to wash him away. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. This woman's ability was really unique. Zhu Baozhen's face was full of murderous intent, like a vengeful ghost, and she wanted to swallow Lin Fei whole. "You dog man! You son of a bitch! You were the one who destroyed my gathering place? Good, I haven't been this angry for a long time. I'm going to show you what true despair feels like. She raised her hands in a hug-like gesture towards Lin Fei, and an invisible force instantly acted on Lin Fei. But Lin Fei did not dodge. Instead, his gaze narrowed, staring intently at the sword hilt on Zhu Baozhen's stomach. Who put that sword in you? Zhu Baozhen was stunned. Was that really the point to focus on? What is it to you? What? Is it your little lover? If she was, then great, I would have beaten her half to death and thrown her into a pile of zombies. By now, there probably aren't even any bones left. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Baozhen felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if she had dealt a big blow to Lin Fei. But her actions did not hesitate for a moment. She was tightening her grip on Lin Fei, pulling him closer to herself. As long as she could bite off a piece of flesh from Lin Fei, she could acquire his powers. Then, she could kill him any way she wanted. However, when she was halfway through using her power, she suddenly felt a great resistance. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull Lin Fei any closer. This made her feel uneasy. Brother Lin, I'll help you. Yi Feng's figure stirred the water as he rushed towards Zhu Baozhen. Golden red flames burned around him, the flames trailing behind him as if forming two wings, allowing him to stay airborne. The intense energy rushed forward, and a pillar of fire erupted from his mouth, shooting directly at Zhu Baozhen's face. Seeing this, Zhu Baozhen instantly gave up on restraining Lin Fei and instead manipulated the water, forming a water wall in front of her to block the flames. A large stone block fell off a nearby building, heading straight towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng had to dodge. He dared not go head-to-head with the stone. After forcing Yi Feng back, Zhu Baozhen sneered at Lin Fei. Then, with a powerful thrust of her two cell-like hind legs, her speed-type ability instantly burst forth, turning her into a black, fleshy battering ram. Her fat gleamed, thicker than an ordinary wall. She intended to use her speed and physical enhancement to engage Lin Fei in close combat. Because without exception, all elemental control-type ability users had a weakness: their own bodies. While this reasoning made sense, Lin Fei was an exception. Zhu Baozhen's headlong rush came crashing across the water, instantly reaching Lin Fei. Lin Fei could even smell the stench emanating from her. He didn't dodge. He simply stood on the water and then raised one foot, kicking out fiercely. Bang! The air was so violently disrupted that it sounded like an explosion. In Yi Feng's horrified gaze, Zhu Baozhen's fat-laden body was instantly sent flying backward, uncontrollably smashing through a building before splashing into the water. Lin Fei, on the other hand, only had the water beneath his feet slightly rippled. He was supposed to be a water control user, wasn't he? How did he kick the doubly enhanced fatty away? Glub, glub. The water where Zhu Baozhen had fallen began to bubble, and a huge earth and stone composite emerged from the surface. Zhu Baozhen stood beneath it, her hands raised high, glaring menacingly at Lin Fei from the water, like a fat superhero. You dog of a man, die! Yi Feng was a bit alarmed. Was Zhu Baozhen going crazy? Using her abilities so recklessly? She hadn't shown such ferocity when competing for the giant egg. Now she was becoming more and more deranged. Just as he was about to remind Lin Fei not to be reckless, Lin Fei's figure moved, charging towards the falling massive earth and stone block. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 100 meters, and Yi Feng didn't even have time to shout out. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and the shockwave pressed the water's surface downward, the huge earth and stone block disintegrating in Yi Feng's shocked eyes. It shattered into pieces that flew out into the surrounding buildings and water, the sound of impacts deafening. Lin Fei's fist, however, remained still, inches away from Zhu Baozhen's face, the force of the wind making her face sting. She mechanically turned her head to look at the fist, less than a few centimeters from her face, and gulped. Lin Fei's sinister voice sounded, "Tell me, what does it feel like to be eaten by a zombie?" Chapter 90. The demise of the Women's Federation. Zhu Baozhen's whole body of fat trembled. Lin Fei brought her an immense and terrifying pressure. Even when facing the zombie king, she would definitely not be so powerless. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zhu Baozhen's throat went dry. That woman was actually related to this person? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Zhu Baozhen squeezed out a few words. Lin Fei's lips curled into a sneer. Misunderstanding? It doesn't matter, let's make the misunderstanding a little deeper. He suddenly produced several mysterious cards in his hand, which vanished in a flash as if they were an illusion. Specialized effect straight activated. Acquired non-living concept S-class ability fusion. In an instant, Lin Fei felt a blank card added to his system, the back written with S-class ability fusion and the front pitch black. This card was identical to the beauty cards he already possessed, except there was no figure on it. The moment Lin Fei's specialized effect activated, Zhu Baozhen's body went limp, unable to support her massive weight. Thud! Her whole body splashed a large amount of water like a depth charge. She struggled desperately, but unable to swim, she could only thrash around in the water. Help! Help! Glub! Glub! Having lost her ability, she was worse than an ordinary person, utterly a large fat egg. Yifeng paddled a piece of driftwood over to the side and stared at Zhu Baozhen with confusion. Could this person be drowned? Where was her ability? After confirming again and again that Zhu Baozhen's ability had disappeared, Yifeng looked in astonishment at Lin Fei standing quietly beside him. Could it be him who did it? Damn it, if he really could strip away other people's abilities, wouldn't that mean they, the ability users, were completely screwed? Lin Fei didn't explain. With a thought, Zhu Baozhen's fat body was lifted out of the water by a wave. Cough, cough. Don't kill me. Zhu Baozhen coughed while begging for mercy, no longer having the posture of a settlement leader. Lin Fei looked at her coldly. Don't kill you? What value do you have that can buy your life in my hands? Zhu Baozhen was speechless for a moment. She didn't understand Lin Fei at all, and now that her own ability had inexplicably disappeared, she was even less useful to Lin Fei. She started to panic. I know the Zombie King's lair. Lin Fei's eyelids twitched, and he slapped her twice on the face. What the heck do I need the Zombie King's lair for? Are you in such a hurry to die? No. It's not like that. It's not like that. I know there's something strange inside the Zombie King's lair. Zhu Baozhen hurriedly explained. Something strange? Lin Fei was puzzled. Brother Lin. Don't listen to her nonsense. The Zombie King's lair is just filled with countless zombies, Yifeng reminded. Zhu Baozhen blared at him with cold eyes. What do you know? You cowards only know how to huddle in a safe place all day long. I have led people to investigate. Every time the tide rises, strange sounds come from the Zombie King's lair. It's like birds chirping. Yifeng immediately sneered. Bird chirping in the Zombie King's lair? I think you're having an eagle hiccup. After being mocked by Yifeng, Zhu Baozhen was also a little annoyed, but dared not speak out because of Lin Fei's oppressive power. Lin Fei looked at Yifeng, making him feel a little uneasy. So, you also know where the Zombie King's lair is? As soon as these words came out, Zhu Baozhen became anxious. No. He doesn't know as much as I do. I can take you into the Zombie King's lair quickly. Lin Fei ignored her, instead looking at Yifeng silently. Yifeng understood and smiled. I do know where the Zombie King's lair is. Lin Fei nodded. That's enough. Zhu Baozhen's small eyes widened. No. You can't treat me like this. Yifeng. You. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold flash of light pierced through her body, and a long sword hovered silently in midair. Zhu Baozhen even managed to look up to see what it was, but her vision blurred more and more until she sank into utter darkness. Put. Blood gushed out, a smooth bloody line appearing on her body, and then with a thud, her entire bulky body split in two, falling into the dark red water. Yifeng was shaken. The scene was too much for his nerves, and his stomach churned. This was followed by a deep fear of Lin Fei. If Zhu Baozhen was no match for him, then he certainly wouldn't fare any better. Luckily, he had the foresight to volunteer to answer Lin Fei's questions after Lin Fei bombarded the Women's Federation. The long sword flashed and disappeared in mid-air. Lin Fei turned to look at him. Are there any other giant egg-like things in this Duhai city? Yifeng shook his head. No. There aren't any. I've searched all over Duhai city, and I haven't found a second one like that. But what? Lin Fei asked. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, deep in the Zombie King's lair, where the zombies gather, there might be some strange things. Hearing his tone, Lin Fei became even more interested. Okay, then I'll trouble you to take me to the Zombie King's lair. Yifeng was stunned. Wait, bro, you really want to go? That's a Zombie King, you know. Not to mention the Zombie King alone is enough to crush us second-tier ability users. There are also so many zombies and mutated creatures outside, we can't even get in. He was practically pulling a long face. Lin Fei smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, don't worry. Like I said before, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. It won't be for nothing that you lead the way. Don't you have your own faction? How about I give you 3 months worth of supplies after we're done? Yifeng was taken aback. Brother Lin, are you serious? After Lin Fei nodded firmly, Yifeng gritted his teeth. Okay, let's do it. Supplies are getting scarcer and scarcer, and my brothers are often not getting enough to eat. With 3 months of supplies, we should be able to tide things over for a while, maybe even try a new path. Yifeng was also an efficient person. He immediately called his underlings and had them clear the debris at the Women's Federation. Then, he sat in the passenger seat of Lin Fei's car, experiencing firsthand what speed and passion were all about. As soon as he got in the car, he kept exclaiming in amazement, filled with curiosity about this steel beast. And Lin Fei's driving skills were even more shocking to him. As long as it wasn't a wall, he did dare to crash into it. Soon, the raptor drove out of the water area and onto solid ground. The zombies in the surrounding streets began to increase. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't seem to be slowing down, Yifeng asked nervously, Brother Lin, are we just going to crash through like this? Lin Fei glanced at him. What else? I'd like to fly over, but I don't have that ability. Hold on tight. Boom, boom, boom. The raptor's violent roar echoed through the silent Duhai.